Chapter 1. The New Recruit. Ouch! It hurts too much. Lin Shi opened his eyes aboard the ship, gazing at the dim ceiling above him, while the dawn light outside barely illuminated the world. He had traversed into this realm a decade ago, becoming a fledgling child of fate. Upon his arrival, he found himself in the town of Shells in the East Sea, where he was left an orphan. Through the Navy's shelter, he had enlisted, destined to become a part of the new generation of forces. Now, at 16, Lin Shi had proudly assumed the mantle of a trainee naval recruit, dedicating himself to the noble pursuit of hunting down pirates. Though the portrayal of the Navy in the manga One Piece remains ambiguous, with high-ranking admirals often at the beck and call of the celestial dragons, and lower-ranking sailors sometimes colluding with pirates to oppress the innocent, it is undeniable that the majority of naval personnel still uphold the belief in justice. The Navy offers protection to the powerless denizens of this chaotic sea. As for piracy, Lin Shi would adamantly refuse to embrace such a life. Although he belonged to the chaotic and malevolent faction, he had no desire to become a Puritan existence fraught with instability and the constant threat of bounty hunters. The infamous pirate Joel D. Roger was apprehended and executed in Lowtown in the year 1498 of the sea calendar. His final words incited widespread turmoil, leading countless individuals to embrace piracy. Although the Great Pirate Era was yet to unfold 2 decades later, the surge in the number of pirates was already conspicuous. Host: Lin Shi. Age: 16. Armament Haki. Not activated requires 1 devil fruit. Observation Haki. Not activated requires 1 devil fruit. Conqueror's Haki. Not activated. Curse of Ruin. 36.60. Devil Fruit. None. Abilities. Elementalization. Passive immunity to physical attacks. Corruption. The Black Mist possesses the ability to drain all life. Items. Sword of Ruin. As a traveler, Lin Shi was equipped with a system, but this system merely displayed a panel, offering no responses to his inquiries at any other time. When the progress of the Curse of Ruin reached 100, he would acquire new abilities, with its progress incrementing by 0.01 each day. The system had introduced various abilities previously non-existent, including elementalization, which granted Lin Shi a vital skill for survival akin to an enhanced version of self-preservation. Though he remained weak in the East Sea, the ability of elementalization offered him a sense of security in a region where few possessed armament Haki. The G-153 branch of the Navy in Shells Town was the very place where, 21 years hence, Luffy would encounter Zoro. Lin Shi's life as a trainee naval recruit had begun 3 months prior. The morning sun cast its rays upon the training grounds of the G-153. 1212. The training grounds were filled with early risers among the naval soldiers. Engaged in the most basic physical training, the neatly arranged soldiers exerted themselves earnestly, aware that without effort, they would not survive the merciless onslaught of pirates. At this juncture, the Great Pirate Era was yet to dawn, and the Navy's casualties were not as staggering as they would become in the future. The pressure on the Navy across the 4 seas was still manageable. Regrettably, Lin Shi was not like them. He had already taken his place aboard a warship, poised to participate in his first pirate extermination mission since arriving in this world. Lin Shi, don't be too nervous for your first operation, just focus on your assigned tasks. The captain of Lin Shi's unit reassured the novices participating for the first time. Yes, Captain, I will give it my all, Lin Shi replied, and upon noticing his steady demeanor, the captain moved on to the next unit. As a first-class soldier, he was responsible for ensuring that the third-class recruits executed their duties proficiently. Accolades were reserved for the higher-ups, such as majors and colonels. For Lin Shi and his fellow third-class soldiers, their duty was to hold their weapons steady and respond accurately to orders from their superiors, ensuring that they could fire upon the enemy without faltering. Success would be measured by their ability to not hinder their comrades. Lin Shi cast a glance at the departing captain, who continued to polish his firearm with a cloth, feeling no anxiety whatsoever. To be frank, the total number of officers and soldiers aboard this warship was insufficient to pose a threat to him. With his current prowess, bolstered by the 36 points of the Curse of Ruin, he estimated his strength to be on par with a rear admiral. Alas, without mastering Haki, he could not reach the level of a vice admiral. Fire! Bang! 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 As the order rang out, Lin Shi and his fellow recruits aimed their rifles at the ragtag pirates on the opposite deck. A volley of gunfire erupted, and several pirates fell, though many bullets were evaded. Charge! Attack! A major leaped onto the enemy's ship, sword in hand, swiftly followed by the naval soldiers brandishing their blades, engaging in fierce combat. Charge! A fellow third-class soldier, driven by enthusiasm or perhaps the desire for recognition, seized a sword and dashed after the officers onto the pirate vessel, rallying the others with his cries. Thus, 100,000 notorious pirates, known throughout the East Sea, were unexpectedly ambushed by the Navy while en route to pillage an island. Under the valiant leadership of the major and other officers, they achieved victory, albeit at the cost of a few soldiers whose sacrifices went unrecorded. In the year 1500 of the sea calendar, in October, at the training grounds of the G-153 branch of the Navy in Shellstown, a robust figure raced around the training field against the cooling breeze, clad in a weighted vest specially crafted for him. Lin Shi, panting heavily, sprinted with fervor. He engaged in physical training daily in this world. Physical prowess was paramount. The battles involving admirals and emperors could stretch on for days and nights. And even as a Logia-type user, encountering someone skilled in armament hockey would render inadequate physical strength a liability. As his self-imposed training session drew to a close, Lin Shi seized a bamboo sword left in the training area and began to practice. His curse of ruin ability came equipped with the Sword of Ruin. If he were to neglect even the fundamentals of swordsmanship, it would be a disservice to such a formidable weapon. Time flowed by, and darkness enveloped the sky as Lin Shi successfully completed his training regimen for the day. It had been 2.5 years since the last pirate extermination operation, after which he had participated in several more missions against pirates. Aside from his weekly patrol duties, he adhered rigorously to his training schedule. Now he had risen to the esteemed rank of first-class naval soldier. He had become capable of independently leading a squad of 10 newly minted third-class recruits. Lin Shi's height had reached an impressive 6 feet 3 inches, although still considered somewhat short in this pirate-infested world. His handsome features made him quite popular in the town. It has been 1,500 years Nico Robin has already become a criminal with a bounty of 79 million. What a pity. In his hands was a newspaper detailing the destruction of O'Hara, the island of archaeologists in the West Sea, which had been obliterated for its transgressions in researching world-ending weapons. The operation was led by 5 vice admirals: Sakazuki, Kazan, Don Quixote, Fire Mountain, and Strawberry. The sole survivor from O'Hara, Nico Robin, had also been put on the wanted list. The incident had resulted in the death of Kazan's friend, Saul, and Sakazuki's ruthless bombardment of civilians, which had stirred a rift between Kazan's brand of lazy justice and Sakazuki's uncompromising approach. This brutal display of power by the world government served as a grim reminder of their might and the consequences of defying their explicit prohibitions. For Lin Shi, it was simply a lamentable situation. Now, he could only await his chance to traverse the Grand Line, hoping to encounter this beautiful and alluring woman, the last person capable of deciphering the true history. Though he held no interest in the historical narrative of this world, indeed, he was indifferent to most aspects of it being an outsider. He felt no emotional connection to this realm. What did any of this truly matter to him as a foreigner? Furthermore, he possessed the ability to overturn the table. While he may not care for history, he certainly found Nico Robin intriguing. Host: Lin Shi. Age: 18. Armament hockey. Not activated requires 1 devil fruit. Observation hockey. Not activated requires 1 devil fruit. Conqueror's hockey. Not activated. Curse of Ruin. 44.50. Abilities: Elementalization. Passive immunity to physical attacks. Corruption. The Black Mist possesses the ability to drain all life. Vast Fog. Manipulates black mist to envelop the land. Altering its essence, one can traverse freely within the mist's domain. One may choose to enter a state of concealment within the mist, however. Proximity to an enemy of similar strength will reveal one's presence. Within the black mist, death is averted. One's demise can be supplanted by shadows lurking within. Items. Sword of Ruin. 2 more years to go. Lin Shi pondered that his template progress had reached 44. According to the system's instructions, upon reaching 50, the abilities of the template Feuillage would become fully accessible, with the subsequent 50 merely enhancing his physical and mental prowess. What I must focus on next is mastering hockey. Lin Shi crumpled the newspaper in his hand and tossed it into the trash bin, releasing the dark mist from his body. With a mere thought, Lin Shi vanished from his spot. This was a new ability unlocked when his ruined spell reached level 40. As long as he remained within the embrace of the dark mist, Lin Shi could instantly transport himself to his desired location, proving more convenient than the Navy's 6 powers technique. So, with the transformation of the terrain under the dark mist also under his command. Upon reaching level 50, he would unlock the ultimate ability. All living beings are my subordinates. The enemies you vanquish will be transformed into shadows that dwell within the dark mist. In conjunction with the vast shroud of mist, this would grant him an almost immortal capability, officially bestowing upon him the power of ruin. He could also infect others with the ruin spell, much like Feuillage, bestowing upon them the power of ruin and establishing his own legion of destruction. For instance, a ruined misfortune, a ruined misfortune, a ruined misfortune. However, what I must prioritize now is locating a devil fruit. In this desolate place, it's unlikely to encounter even a single devil fruit user. I can't afford to slack off in these 2 years. I need to devise a plan. The first option is to obtain a devil fruit within these 2 years, which would be ideal. The second, the worst-case scenario, will be to find no devil fruits at all in that case. I should earn enough merit to be transferred to Log Town, the last supply town on the East Blue before entering the Grand Line, where there might be a chance to acquire a devil fruit. The worst outcome would be to find myself in the Grand Line. Chapter 2, A Small Trial. Beep, 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 beep. The phone bug's urgent call startled Major Alanos, who was resting in the captain's quarters. This is the G-153 branch patrol ship. What? Yes. We are departing immediately. Upon receiving the phone bug's message, Major Alanos, shocked, quickly called his aide to relay his orders. Notify all personnel aboard to prepare for battle, and instruct the sailors to head towards Fangia Island at once. We must be the first to intercept the raging lion pirates who are about to land on Fangia Island. Understood. The aide promptly disseminated the orders to every responsible party on the ship, ensuring they informed their subordinates to prepare accordingly. Lin Shi quickly received the news and then notified the 10 new recruits under his command to ready their weapons and sufficient ammunition to avoid any mishaps. This marks the second pirate raid on the town this month, right? The last one was encountered by another patrol ship. I didn't expect it to be our turn now. A young soldier, roughly Lin Shi's age, approached and complained to him. His name was Yate, a teammate from the same cohort, and he served as a first-class squad leader of the 20-odd new recruits from their batch. Only the 2 of them remained after 2 years. Pirates have become increasingly rampant lately. I recall the captain of the Lion Pirates is a devil fruit user with a bounty of 10 million berries. How can such a scoundrel still linger in the East Blue instead of vying for territory in the Grand Line with other pirates? As Yates spoke, a look of anguish crossed his face. It's a tumultuous time. The declaration made by the pirate king Joel D. Roger before his demise ignited the desires of many. Over these past 2 years, we've certainly felt that the influx of new recruits has been continuously expanding. And this is merely one branch of the East Blue. The number of pirates is steadily increasing. Lin Shi, calmly leaning against the wall, engaged Yate in light conversation, entirely devoid of the typical Navy anger when discussing pirates. Curse that pirate king! Yates slammed his hand against the wall in frustration. Lin Shi, of course, recognized the fear hidden beneath Yates' anger. He sensed the apprehension regarding their mission to thwart the Lion Pirates. A bounty of 10 million was no trivial matter. As was not a mere figure to be dismissed. In 20 years, during the prosperous era of pirates that followed Luffy, such a bounty would likely escalate to 2 or 3 times that amount. Moreover, the captain of the Lion Pirates, Hayden, was a devil fruit user. Yate lacked confidence in the major leading their naval vessel. The reputation of the Lion Pirates in the East Blue suggested that the major was hardly their match. They were a group of formidable, yet cowardly pirates who dared not venture into the Grand Line, preferring to wreak havoc in the East Blue. If all went as expected, their mission to intercept would likely result in heavy casualties, significantly reducing the survival odds for the low-ranking sailors like themselves. Lin Chi chose not to respond to Yates' words, merely patting his shoulder and stating, "Let's go, we're nearing Fanji Island." 20 minutes had elapsed since the phone bug's call, and the ship was approaching Fanji Island. They had been the first to be alerted to intercept the lion pirates due to their proximity to the island. Upon returning to the deck, Lin Chi noticed that everyone was gazing ahead. Turning to look, he discovered the vessels of the lion pirates had already docked at Fanji Island. "Listen up, you scoundrels. Seize everything: alcohol, fresh water, food. Women leave, not a single morsel behind." Ha ha ha. A towering figure, approximately 2.5 meters tall, brandished a massive blade, commanding his subordinates in acts of plunder, a wild grin plastered across his face. The terrified cries of the common folk filled his ears, amplifying his delight. "Captain, the Navy is coming." A pirate, spotting the approaching warships of Lin Chi and his crew, urgently informed the oblivious captain, Hayden, a Zoan-type user of the lion fruit. "Get lost. What is there to fear? At this hour, what else could possibly arrive besides those patrol ships?" "The Colonel want to get here that quickly," Hayden retorted, kicking aside a panicked subordinate. His gaze fixed on the distant Navy vessels nearing Fenya Island, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. "Men, gather around. Let us teach these little Navy recruits a lesson." Yes, yes. The pirates, akin to dogs catching the scent of prey, hastily discarded their looted treasures and encircled Hayden, their faces adorned with mockery as they eyed the Navy's ships. They were not the timid newcomers who had just joined. They had been following Hayden for nearly a year, fully aware of their captain's prowess and the Navy's tendencies. Yet, they dared not overstep, knowing that while dispatching a few junior sailors might be exhilarating, slaying the leading major would complicate their future considerably. As the Navy vessels drew closer, the pirates brandished their weapons, aiming at the disembarking sailors. The sound of gunfire erupted. Bang! 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 The first sailors to disembark were ruthlessly gunned down. "Damn it! The crazy lion pirates shall be apprehended today by me, Major Yulanov, on this very Fenya Island." Major Yulanov exclaimed, his eyes bloodshot with fury, as he leaped onto the island and directed his ire towards the pirates atop the hill. "Haha. Our esteemed major certainly has quite the temper. I wonder if he'll still have that bravado when our Captain Hayden teaches him a lesson." The pirates erupted in laughter at Yulanov's words. Hearing the crew's jesting, Hayden, feeling at ease, approached Major Yulanov directly. "Let me witness the prowess of our Navy's esteemed major." Yulanov, transforming into a humanoid lion, the 2.5-meter giant launched an attack on Yulanov. Though Hayden wore a mocking expression, he unleashed the full extent of his devil fruit abilities without an ounce of condescension. In response to Hayden's ferocious assault, the enraged Yulanov did not evade. He met it head-on with his sword. Clang! The sharp claws of the lion clashed with the sword, producing a piercing sound. Yulanov was forced back several steps by Hayden's overwhelming strength before he steadied himself. "A 10 million bounty pirate is indeed beyond my current capabilities. I must find a way to stall for time until reinforcements arrive." Yulanov realized the stark disparity in strength and speed between himself and his opponent. It was evident that Hayden still had plenty of energy left, while Yulanov had to exert all his effort just to defend himself. Understanding the situation, Yulanov adopted a defensive stance, opting not to initiate an attack. His sole objective now was to buy time. "You think I wouldn't be aware of your intentions? I want to grant you that opportunity." Hayden observed Yulanov's defensive posture, piercing through his strategy with a flurry of strikes from his claws. Yulanov, a genuine major, held his ground against Hayden's relentless onslaught, relying on his defensive maneuvers. Yet, the gap in strength became increasingly apparent as Hayden's claws left deep gashes on Yulanov's body, blood soaking through his clothing. "Damn it. Men, charge. Don't waste time with these Navy fools, or else the next wave of Navy will be upon us." Hayden, realizing he had the upper hand yet could not subdue Yulanov in a timely manner, commanded his crew to attack. "Charge. Slay these pirates." The clash between the patrol ships of the Navy and the crazy lion pirates erupted into chaos, with blades and guns intertwining amidst the immediate surge of bloodshed. Lin Chi did not behave like a dutiful soldier this time. The ominous mist had emerged, captivating everyone's attention with the fierce battle between Colonel Yulanov and Hayden, leaving the impending change unnoticed. "Not only your subordinates, but even you are about to meet your demise at my hands." Ulanov's expression darkened as he comprehended the threat. Yet under Hayden's relentless assault, he could scarcely muster the breath to respond, his focus solely on defending against the onslaught. Since the moment he received the call from the insect until now, nearly half an hour had elapsed, and the swiftest reinforcements would still require another 10 to 15 minutes. His hands had become numb and powerless, with each of Hayden's strikes weighing down upon him like a ton of iron. The terrifying stamina bestowed by his animal form rendered Hayden seemingly unfazed by the ongoing confrontation. With a resounding thud, the battered Ulanov was sent sprawling by a powerful kick from Hayden, crashing heavily onto the sandy shore. Gasping for breath, Ulanov lay on the ground, his limbs rendered incapable of lifting him once more. "What is happening? Colonel Ulanov, do not feign death while lying on the ground." Victory within his grasp, Hayden sneered mockingly, extending his claws to sever Ulanov's hands as a cost. He had no intention of taking Ulanov's life, otherwise. The report submitted to the higher-ups by the Navy would indicate not just an injury, but the sacrifice of a colonel, which would drastically alter the Navy's stance towards their pirate crew. Severely wounded and bereft of hands, even if Ulanov returned to the Navy alive, he would lack the strength to seek revenge, and this encounter might cast a shadow over him for the rest of his life. As Hayden raised his claws to strike, Ulanov tightly shut his eyes, bracing for the agony he anticipated. However, the expected pain did not arrive. When Ulanov opened his eyes, he found Hayden's arm, poised to descend, enveloped by a swirling mass of black mist, rendering him unable to escape. Moreover, the pirates engaged in battle with the Navy around them were also ensnared by similar tendrils of darkness. It was midday, under a cloudless azure sky. Yet upon opening his eyes, he was met with an obscuring shroud of black mist. The curse of decay was unbreakable, enduring, and relentless. A delicate voice rang out, halting all present as they beheld Lin Chi, who had suddenly appeared before Hayden. "Who are you?" Hayden, trapped in the black mist and struggling desperately, questioned Lin Chi with a mixture of rage and fear. "Farewell, Captain Hayden of the Wild Lion pirate crew." Lin Chi had little to converse with him about. As soon as his voice fell, before Hayden could react, the ominous black mist swiftly engulfed him and all his pirate subordinates. A chorus of anguished cries erupted as the pirates, consumed by the dark fog, transformed into shadowy, lifeless husks that collapsed to the ground, their bodies shrouded in swirling tendrils of black mist. It seems that mere users of devil fruits are insufficient. Only true devil fruits can unlock the hockey. Thus, I must venture to grander locales. In this insignificant place, who knows when I shall encounter a devil fruit? My strength has nearly reached a level where I can ensure my own survival upon these seas. I can no longer afford to delay. Alas, I have yet to unlock my final ability. Otherwise, the shadows within the black mist could begin to manifest their first forms. Lin Chi glanced at the system panel, noting that the imposing features had yet to be unlocked, which inevitably stirred thoughts within him. The naval officers swallowed nervously, silently retreating their steps, distancing themselves from the eerie corpses. Ulanuo observed as the fierce lion, Hayden, who could easily overpower him, was casually crushed to death before his very eyes, transforming into a lifeless body that fell at his feet. "Major, are you all right?" Yes. Ulanuo snapped back to reality, fervently nodding to convey that he was still very much alive. Lin Chi was satisfied to reclaim all the black mist, which had transformed the areas it enveloped into desolate wastelands, with trees rotting and dying, their withered trunks casting a patchwork of white shadows in stark contrast. The once fertile land had turned into a parched, fractured terrain. The manipulation of the black mist geography was entirely within his control. However, this time, Lin Chi was officially utilizing the vast fog for the first time, unleashing its full effects. Reinforcements had also arrived, and we were preparing to depart. In the distance, naval vessels glided across the sea. Chapter 3. Departure from Shell's Town, Marineford Naval Headquarters. The natural-type devil fruit, the black mist fruit, had been cultivated in Shell's Town since childhood. At the age of 10, he joined the newly established G-153 Navy and, until 2 years ago, at 16, had been an unremarkable recruit. Suddenly, he exhibited the capabilities of a natural type and the power to effortlessly eliminate bounty pirates worth millions. It was prudent for Rear Admiral Kesha from Rogtown to observe him, as the surge in piracy over the past 2 years had been alarming, making the emergence of such promising talent a boon for the Navy. I recall there being a natural-type smoke fruit in Zephyr's elite training camp. Could it be of the same category of devil fruit? By the way, wasn't Garp on leave in his hometown in the East Blue? Perhaps I should give him a call and ask him to take a look while he asks at it. Sengoku, holding the report and transfer application submitted by Lin Chi, ultimately stamped his approval on the transfer request. Leaning back in his chair, he rubbed his temples. Following the execution of the Pirate King, and thanks to the defeat of the Rocks pirates and the capture of the Pirate King, Admiral Kong had entrusted him with all Navy affairs, effectively seating him in the position of Fleet Admiral. Currently, the only remaining admiral was Zephyr, who was retired and teaching newcomers alongside Sengoku, who handled the responsibilities of Fleet Admiral. The next generation Akiji, Akainu, and Kizaru were regarded as the rightful successors. Their strengths well matched for the role, should Akiji and the others ascend to the rank of admiral. The transition between the new and old generations could significantly invigorate morale among the mid-level personnel within the Navy, breathing new life into its ranks and curbing the increasingly rampant pirates, thereby enhancing recruitment efforts. The peculiar relationship between the world government and the Navy had become more pronounced for Sengoku upon assuming the duties of Fleet Admiral. Although Akiji and his peers still held the rank of Vice Admiral, their capabilities were undoubtedly commensurate with that of an admiral. Everything had been functioning adequately. Even with the current situation, it could be managed. After all, they could simply treat Akiji and his colleagues as admirals. However, Roger's declaration before his demise had incited countless individuals to take to the seas, placing an even greater burden on Sengoku than that which Admiral Kong had faced. Alas, that Roger, even in death, continues to stir trouble. The mere thought of such predicaments prompted a sigh from Sengoku. Bang! The door to Sengoku's office swung open rudely. Ha! I heard you. You're talking bad about Roger again. Garp, with hair already graying, donned in the Navy's justice cloak, burst into the room with a wide grin, plopping himself down carelessly in a chair. Sweets, Garp exclaimed upon spotting the snacks on Sengoku's desk, akin to discovering treasure. Before Sengoku could react, Garp's massive hand had snatched them all away. You rascal, Garp. Sengoku felt his blood pressure rising, but ultimately chose to forego the quarrel with his old comrade. East Blue? Garp noticed a familiar term in the report on Sengoku's desk and began to scrutinize it intently. Under different circumstances, he might not have paid such close attention. Yet having just settled Ace in Windmill Village, he felt a flicker of anxiety upon encountering a report concerning the East Blue as soon as he stepped into the naval headquarters. Sengoku, unaware that his combative ally had secretly hidden the Pirate King's son in his hometown, began to explain. A natural-type devil fruit user has appeared in the East Blue Navy branch. I was just about to call you to suggest you take a look on your way back, but I didn't expect you to return so soon. Upon realizing the information wasn't about Ace, Garp lost interest in the report, returning it to Sengoku's desk. If it involves brawling, that's my forte. Sengoku, knowing Garp all too well, promptly instructed him to take the snacks and send him off, while he called for someone to handle the completed documents and relay the information further. Lin Chi, are you being transferred? Yate inquired of the elegant man seated across the dining table. A month had passed since the actions of the Wild Lion Pirates, and now it was November 1500. Lin Chi had submitted his transfer application to the G-153 branch. Following assurances from Alanos, and after Lin Chi had decisively demonstrated his strength, the application was forwarded to the naval headquarters based on Lin Chi's stated capabilities and transfer requirements. His colleagues had come to accept Lin Chi's transformation from an unremarkable private to someone far more formidable than a pirate with a bounty of 10 million. The naval headquarters had approved Lin Chi's transfer request. He was to be stationed in Rog Town as the second-in-command come January 1501, with a promotion to the rank of colonel, equal to that of the G-153 branch leader. The commencement date was also as Lin Chi had specified in his application. For the remaining 2 months, he would not be required to participate in any pirate operations. The previously rescued Alanos had expressed gratitude by continually bestowing various gifts upon him, among which Lin Chi cherished the ownership of a house that was entirely his own. This signified that he no longer needed to share accommodations with others at the branch. With his own residence and the financial aid from Alanos, Lin Chi began to acquire clothing, and his handsome visage garnered him even greater favor among the townsfolk. Yes, in January, I will be transferring to Rog Town. What about you? Any thoughts? What thoughts could I possibly have? My talents are limited. Although I've managed to attain the rank of petty officer thanks to your influence, I am acutely aware of my own capabilities. Just surviving is a stroke of luck. I certainly lack the ability to serve in a critical location like Rog Town, which is likely akin to the Grand Line. Keep striving. Do you wish to transition to a clerical role? I could assist you. Lin Shi had long been aware of Yate's desire to transition into a civilian position. As it happened, Yate might not return after his departure. Thus, Lin Shi decided to lend a hand to this relatively familiar colleague before he left. "Really, Lin Shi, you are more caring than my unknown father," Yate exclaimed, his excitement causing him to leap up and grasp Lin Shi's hand fervently, expressing his gratitude. Securing a civilian role in the Navy was no trivial feat, especially in their G-153 branch. Where it could take a year or two for a single individual to attain such a position, as civilian roles were deemed less hazardous and thus considered safer professions. Yate's utmost aspiration was to join the civilian ranks, relishing the thought of a relaxed and secure lifestyle, free from the constant fear of perishing at the hands of pirates during capture operations. Stop. Let go of my hand. I am not fond of men. After all, you are the only one from my cohort who has survived until now. Helping you out before I leave is reasonable." Thus, their dinner concluded on a pleasant note amidst Yate's incessant thanks, as Lin Shi and Yate strolled through Shell's Town, a quaint settlement established around the Navy branch. Clad in naval uniforms, both men garnered friendly glances from passers-by. Eventually, they parted ways at an intersection, with Yate heading for the Navy branch and Lin Shi making his way to his residence. The following day, Lin Shi, as per usual, ventured to the training grounds of the branch. 2 months swiftly slipped by, bringing them to January of the year 1501 in the Sea Circle calendar. Host, Lin Shi. Age, 19 years. Armament hockey, not activated, requires 1 devil fruit. Observation hockey, not activated, requires 1 devil fruit. Conqueror's hockey, not activated. Curse of Ruin, 4500 devil fruit. None abilities, elementalization, passive immunity to physical attacks, corrosion. The Black Mist possesses the ability to devour all life, vast desolation. Command the Black Mist to envelop the land, altering it. Within its reach, one may traverse freely. You may choose to enter a camouflaged state within the mist. However, proximity to an enemy will result in detection. In the mist, death will elude you, as your demise can be supplanted by the shadows within it. Items. Blade of the Ruined King. The progress of the template has also reached 45. Just 500 days remain. Shaking off these thoughts, Lin Shi shouldered his backpack, secured the door, and departed from his temporary abode. Today marked his departure from the G-153 Navy branch in Shell's Town, heading towards Rog Town. After exchanging farewells with a few acquaintances at the branch, he donned civilian attire, purchased a ticket, and blended in with the passengers, boarding a merchant vessel he had known would pass by Shell's Town. The branch lacked additional ships to escort him to Rog Town. Initially, Lin Shi had contemplated emulating Hawkeye's by sailing in a small boat to Rog Town. However, the suggestion from Major Alano and others was that unless one owned a ship or could hitch a ride on a Navy vessel, the only option was to travel via merchant ships, as pirates typically refrained from attacking them. Merchant vessels were often accompanied by capable individuals to ensure the safety of passengers and cargo, leading Lin Shi to ultimately choose to travel by merchant ship. The departure was indeed straightforward. Yate stood on the shore, waving at Lin Shi's ship, having transitioned to a civilian office role for over a month. In Yate's heart, the deepest gratitude was reserved for Lin Shi. Having grown up as an orphan like Lin Shi, their acquaintance had blossomed during their years in the Navy. Each time Lin Shi embarked on a mission against pirates, his unique calmness set him apart, leading Yate to believe that Lin Shi's future would not mirror his own humble existence. Little did he anticipate that the future would arrive so swiftly. After a night of smooth sailing, they arrived at Rog Town without incident. Though pirates were encountered, the merchant ship's design and flag deterred those not yet desperate enough to attack. The next day, the merchant vessel anchored securely at Rog Town's harbor, and passengers disembarked one by one. Rog Town, known as the Town of Beginnings and Endings, lies near the entrance of the Grand Line, serving as a vital stop for those venturing from the East Blue into this treacherous sea route, as well as the last resupply point before the Grand Line. Vast and bustling compared to Shell's Town, it was no wonder that this place, the birthplace and resting place of the Pirate King, held an allure for pirates that surpassed even that of gold. Walking along the solid stone-paved streets, Lin Shi resolved to familiarize himself with the town and the residents' perceptions of the Navy. After all, this time he was not merely playing the role of a foot soldier. He was to assume a position of significance and judgment, serving as the second-in-command of this town. Lin Shi strolled leisurely along the street, draped in a hood that concealed his form, his gaze darting furtively like a shadowy figure. He quickly discerned the presence of a group nearby, yet he chose to disregard them. This assembly comprised subordinates of certain factions from the Grand Line, who were stationed at the last refuge of the Four Seas. seeking to recruit promising rookie pirates into their crews. Among them were also pirates who dared not reveal their identities, fugitives, and those with intentions of robbery or theft. The town of Rog, renowned for its association with Gold, Roger, was more chaotic than any city in the Four Seas. As Lin Chi meandered, he stumbled upon a fruit stall manned by a middle-aged man. Noticing the absence of other patrons, he approached the vendor. "Sir, I would like to purchase these 2 apples. How much do they cost?" "A reasonable 50 berries," the man replied. Lin Chi juggled the 2 apples in his hands, feeling as though he had not acquired mere fruit, but rather a whimsical chopper. "Boss, how is the security in Rogue Town?" "Hey, you seem unfamiliar here. I take it you're not a local. Let me tell you. Ever since the execution of the pirate king Gold, Roger 3 years ago, and under the management of the young General Kaisha, no pirate dares to stir trouble in Rogue Town. Moreover, your attire does not suggest a life of poverty. You ought to be wary of those shadowy figures. They can be far more troublesome than pirates. However, if you encounter any issues, simply consult the local navy." The fruit vendor appeared to be a well-meaning individual. After all, those with ill intentions would not so readily offer warnings. This also reflects the navy's reputation in the town. Otherwise, one would suggest seeking their assistance in times of trouble. "Indeed, I just arrived in Rogue Town today, and I was about to bang." As Lin Chi's words hung in the air, distant gunfire suddenly pierced through the silence. "Was that a gunshot just now?" "Apologies." The sound was so faint that the fruit vendor thought he might have imagined it. However, to Lin Chi, it resonated with alarming clarity, prompting him to abandon his conversation with the vendor and hasten towards his objective. Chapter 4. Domino, did you hear that? Quickly, bring me the supplies and the boat, or these civilians will perish right here. Upon Lin Chi's return to the port where he had previously disembarked, a menacing voice reached Fuego's ears. Before him stood a chaotic standoff between a ragtag group of pirates and the Navy, with the pirates wielding the threat of hostages that rendered the Navy hesitant. The leading pirate, witnessing the Navy's immobility, fired another shot into the thigh of a male hostage. A cry of pain erupted from the captive. "Silence! Do not move." At the pirate's command, the hostage was rendered mute and unable to stand, yet the agony in his eyes and the convulsions of his face betrayed his torment. It was then that Fuego realized that not only was the man held captive, but even the pirates, save for the one who had just spoken, a pirate with a distinctly piratical appearance, were ensnared by green collars around their necks. "What shall we do, Lieutenant Domino?" A soldier, prioritizing the safety of the residents, inquired of the team leader, Domino. "Go, prepare what he requests," Domino replied, frustration evident in his voice. "Damn it. Major Kesha is out on patrol and is not in Rogue Town. I must stabilize the situation first and leave the rest to Major Kesha upon his return." Domino pondered the standoff before him, knowing that he must prevent the pirates from inflicting further harm on the civilians. He understood that the remainder of the situation would have to be managed by Major Kesha later. This ability seems familiar. Those ensnared by the collars are under control. In the original tale, Luffy and his companions encountered something similar. However, I have forgotten the specifics of the fruit and its user. Lin Chi pondered for a moment before recalling the familiar ability information. It seemed they were somewhat at a loss. Well, who could blame me for asserting my authority? After all, the dignity of the Navy must be upheld. From his hidden vantage point, Lin Chi invoked vast fog. A thick black mist surged from his chest, swiftly spreading around him. The standoff between the Navy and the pirates continued. Perhaps the delay was too prolonged, as Oxy, the Zoan fruit user, began to grow restless. He was acutely aware that Keisha, the commander of Rogue Town, had yet to make an appearance, despite his formidable abilities. However, whether he could strike his adversaries was crucial, and he had not yet become arrogant enough to disregard someone of Keisha's rank, a rear admiral. With this thought in mind, he shouted at the Navy. "I command you lot to bring me food and wine within half an hour, or I shall execute one person every minute." Bang! The male hostage who had been shot in the thigh was instantly killed by Oxy's gunfire. That was the first. "Damn it! What are you doing?" The Navy watched helplessly as the civilian, who should have been under their protection, was slain before their eyes, yet they restrained their anger to avoid further casualties. Domino was similarly incensed, but this was precisely Oxy's scheme. An opportunity. Oxy concentrated his fruit abilities, launching multiple rings toward the Navy. Not good. Domino recognized the danger as the rings flew toward them, and she deftly rolled aside to evade the green rings. However, her subordinates were not as fortunate. "Ha ha ha, useless. I am Oxy, the user of the Zoan fruit. Whether human or beast, anyone struck by my abilities will be under my command." Oxy mocked the Navy struggling to break free from the rings. Now, Navy, turn your guns on your commander. Eliminate that bothersome woman. The Navy members, their bodies no longer under their control, aim their weapons at Domino. Fire. At Oxy's command, bullets rained down on Domino. At that moment, the dense black mist surged like tumultuous waves, engulfing everyone before they could react. The bullets aimed at Domino lost their force mid-air, transforming into decayed, rusted scraps of metal that fell to the cobblestone ground, unable to maintain their solid forms, scattering in all directions. Sensing the shift in circumstances, Oxy commanded the residents, the Navy, and his own pirates to encircle him. Come here, all of you, stand in front of me. Witnessing Oxy using the civilians and soldiers as human shields made Domino grit her teeth in fury. Yet, the current situation left her little room for contemplation. This black mist clearly belonged to another ability user, and she was certain no such individual existed in Roguetown. This user had intercepted the previous attack on her. Likely a powerful ally from the Navy or someone opposed to the pirates' actions. Domino's mind raced as she sifted through her knowledge. Suddenly struck by a realization that left her aghast. A serpent-like creature formed from the black mist lunged directly at Oxy. Everyone, stand in front of me. Block it. Oxy, feeling a surge of panic as the mist serpent approached, ordered everyone to shield him. The black mist serpent first passed through the Navy standing in front of Oxy, then the residents. It seemed to carry no threat, as everyone who was touched emerged unscathed. However, the next scene sent shivers down the spines of those who had just been brushed by it. After passing through one pirate, it appeared to siphon away his life, leaving a dark, withered husk crumpled on the ground. The mist serpent swiftly moved through each pirate, extinguishing their lives in a flash, before leisurely drifting toward Oxy. Monster! You monster! Get it! Take that! The tragic fates of his subordinates chilled Oxy to the bone, clinging to the hope that his Zoan fruit ability could control the creature. But no matter how many green rings he conjured and hurled at the black mist serpent, they merely passed through it as if thrown into fog, landing harmlessly on the ground. The serpent, seemingly bored, ignored Oxy's desperate shouts and the rings thrown at it, opening its maw to envelop Oxy entirely in black mist. No, with such a powerful ability, how could I perish here? I should be the Pirate King. Oxy, like his controlled subordinates, became a shadowy figure entwined in the black mist. What a grand gift upon my arrival in Roguetown. A male voice emerged from beside Domino. In the previously empty space next to her stood a man wearing an amused expression. Who is this? The minds of those freed from control echoed this question. However, Domino's reaction was different. Having suspected as much, the sight of the slain pirates combined with Lin Chi's words led her to a near certainty of his identity. Report. I sincerely apologize, sir, for you arriving to witness such a farce. Domino saluted sharply, adopting a serious demeanor as if reporting to a superior. The Navy in Roguetown had received word from headquarters 2 months prior that a new commander would be parachuting in as the second-in-command of Roguetown this January. Although Domino had informally assumed the role of second-in-command, lacking official authorization, she had garnered the respect of the Navy under Keisha's command due to her strength and charm, effectively ensuring the daily operations ran smoothly. Domino was acutely aware that her abilities were insufficient for such a position. Keisha's overwhelming strength rendered the necessity for a second-in-command almost moot. As for the impending arrival of the new commander, Domino had the right to review the reports concerning Lin Chi, the evidence of a Logia-type ability user, the aftermath of the pirate's demise, and the altered terrain all indicated that the forthcoming commander was indeed a formidable individual. However, she never anticipated his prowess would be so extraordinary, effortlessly dispatching a troublesome pirate and rescuing the residents and Navy personnel from control without a hitch. Well, no need for such formality. The situation has been resolved. Please identify this pirate named Oxy for me, and whether there is a bounty or not, prepare a report for submission. Surely, that can be managed? Lin Chi presented a challenging demeanor before Domino and remarked, is there any need to elaborate on the true reason? Naturally, it stems from a reluctance to write. Indeed, no issues, Commander. Domino discerned that Lin Chi had no intention of meting out punishment, which led her to exhale in relief. After all, she was uncertain of the temperament of this newly arrived commander. It appeared that he was rather benevolent towards his subordinates. Let us proceed. The remainder shall be entrusted to them. I have only just arrived in Roguetown, and I did not anticipate encountering such circumstances upon my arrival. Please guide me to the branch office and enlighten me about its operations along the way. Lin Chi, disinterested in engaging with others, instructed Domino to guide him to the station. Yes, you shall transport these pirate corpses back to the station for processing. Sir, Please follow me." Domino commanded the bewildered soldiers to take the bodies back, then promptly departed the port with Lin Chi. Along the way, he gleaned an understanding of the situation in Rogue Town through Domino's narration, noting that the absence of Major Kesha had rendered no one capable of addressing the recent incident. Upon arriving at the station, he familiarized himself with the layout and his designated room. "Ah, by the way, here is something for you." Lin Chi retrieved an apple from her pocket and placed it delicately into Domino's hand. Taken aback, Domino gazed at the apple in her palm. Yet before she could inquire further, Lin Chi briskly instructed her to leave and attend to the task she had just assigned, which was to assist in composing a report. Quite commendable. Lin Chi gazed at the departing figure of Domino, inadvertently recalling an image of a blade-wielding warrior from a past life. Sheer bliss. Not only did they possess striking beauty and elegant demeanor, but they also boasted long, golden, wavy hair that cascaded over one eye. Their physique was alluringly curvaceous, and the perceptive Fuego could detect a subtle fragrance in the air. It promised to be a delightful work experience. Lin Chi couldn't help but chuckle at this thought. Domino, having parted ways with Lin Chi, arrived at the logistics department of the branch. "Have the pirates causing chaos in town been dealt with?" she inquired. The diligent logistics personnel responded, "Lord Domino, the bodies are laid out in the vacant lot behind." Domino made her way to the rear open space, where the remains of a pirate named Aussie and his crew lay. A nearby soldier, noticing Domino's arrival, rushed over to report. "Lord Domino, we just cross-referenced this pirate and found him on the South Sea bounty list. Here is the information from our Navy. Aussie Blang, bounty of 60 million berries, age 39. Standing at 2 meters 1, a pet fruit user capable of creating green rings called pet rings. Any creature, be it human or animal, caught within the pet ring loses its autonomy upon hearing the user's call. According to previous intelligence on pet fruit users, if the controlled creature cannot hear the user's voice, it remains immune to control. Aussie entered the Grand Line from the Reverse Mountain 3 years ago and vanished 6 months ago. His last sighting was today in our Rogue Town. He must have fled from the Grand Line to the East Sea." Domino understood why there was no prior intelligence on Aussie. The world was rife with pirates, and it was impossible for every Navy officer to recall all of them. Those stationed in the East Sea only needed to remember the pirates operating there, as those from the Grand Line and other seas were often forgotten, as they might never encounter them in their lifetimes. The survival of the fittest among pirates was a brutal reality. Some minor pirates might revel in the joy of receiving a bounty one day, only to meet their demise at sea the next. If Aussie were an East Sea pirate, she would have been aware of his abilities today and wouldn't have been so hesitant. "Understood. Please provide me with the photographs of these corpses." "Here are the photos." "Lord Domino, may I inquire about the individual who accompanied you earlier?" The soldier handed over the developed photographs while quietly asking about Lin Chi. After all, they were curious about the identity of someone who warranted such caution from Domino, a figure regarded as second in command at the branch. "That individual is the commander assigned from above 2 months ago, understood?" Domino was well aware of the soldier's curiosity. Lin Chi was set to assume her position in the coming days. While she had no qualms about sharing this information, she refrained from disclosing her name, knowing it would be crossing a line. "Got it, understood." The soldier nodded eagerly. Domino crouched down to touch the darkening corpse, a sudden chill coursing through her as she withdrew her hand in fright. "Lord Domino, do not touch the bodies. We were unaware of the consequences when we first did, and it nearly froze us in place," the soldier warned, seeing her direct contact. "Yes, I understand. Truly terrifying power," Domino thought, gazing at the lifeless forms that still bore the ability to inflict harm. Once more, she was reminded of Lin Chi's formidable strength. Ultimately, she departed with the photographs, needing to draft a report on this incident for the incoming commander. As she sat at her desk, poised to write, a soldier rushed in, visibly anxious. "What is it that has you in such a flurry?" "Lord Domino, the ground at the port where the battle occurred has been completely devastated. Then quickly find workers to repair it." "Lord Domino, we sought workers, but they cannot repair it. The ground is utterly unsteady." Workers who stepped onto it fainted as if consumed. The soldier's report, initially met with skepticism by Domino, suddenly reminded her of the photographs depicting the ground after Lin Chi had utilized her powers on Fingya Island. This commander truly brings trouble. Have the workers relay fresh stone tiles instead. They must not directly interact with it. Domino pondered the future, realizing that if Lin Chi continued to use her abilities, Rotown would be left in ruins. But, Lord Domino, the expense. They had indeed considered her suggestion, but the costs were substantial. far beyond their authority to decide. Ultimately, Domino resigned herself. Understood. First, ensure the roads are repaired. I will discuss the funding issue with Major Kesha upon his return. Is there anything else? If not, you may leave. Let Major Kesha deal with any other matters. I shan't concern myself. Yes. The soldier, recognizing the expression on Domino's face, hastily departed as if propelled by the wind. Chapter 5. Major Kesha, sparring Major Kesha, we are about to return to Rogue Town, the adjutant announced. Knocking on the door of Kesha's quarters, Kesha exited, greeted by the sea breeze on the deck, gazing at the distant Rogue Town. He had served there for 3 years. Following the execution of the Pirate King, the surge of piracy in the East Sea, his homeland, prompted the Admiral to assign him to this location. Originally, Vice Admiral Karp had intended to guard the East Sea himself, only to be redirected by the Admiral to oversee the New World and monitor the Whitebeard faction to prevent any uprisings from the remnants of rocks. Throughout these years, Kesha had fulfilled his duties diligently, for as a Navy officer, he could not allow pirates to wreak havoc. Moreover, having once served under Karp, he felt a sense of obligation to maintain order in the East Sea. Though he held the rank of Vice Admiral, his strength rivaled that of some senior Vice Admirals. He believed that if the East Sea remained tranquil for a few more years, he could return to the headquarters and be promoted to Rear Admiral. At the thought, the 27-year-old Kesha couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Within the ranks of Rear Admirals, at least a quarter had risen through mere seniority, unlike him, a young pragmatist. Yet, the thought of the formidable trio, Akainu, Akiji, and Kizuru, filled him with a sense of resignation. He was still merely a Vice Admiral, while they were already candidates for Admiral, with rumors suggesting other reasons behind their delayed promotions. In the midst of Kesha's musings, the vessel drew closer to the Rogue Town harbor, only to find several ships docked ahead, with passengers unable to disembark. Could it be that during my patrol, pirates have taken advantage of the situation? But Domino is still in Rogue Town, despite her lack of strength. She can certainly handle the East Sea's minor pirates. Or perhaps those pirates she cannot contend with have landed in Rogue Town. Uncertain of the situation, Kesha refrained from acting rashly and ordered the ship to remain at a distance from Rogue Town. He dispatched a soldier in a small boat to investigate the circumstances at the harbor before making a decision. Shortly after, the soldier returned with news. Upon reporting to Kesha, the officer conveyed, "Sir, upon our arrival at Rogue Town, we discovered the workers diligently repairing the port's pavement. The soldiers maintaining order informed us that a pirate had infiltrated Rogue Town during the day, engaging in combat with a dignitary, which resulted in the damage to the port. They are now in a state of urgency to rectify the situation." Kesha was perplexed by the report. He promptly boarded a small boat, instructing the soldiers to return to the port, as he wished to ascertain the circumstances personally. Upon reaching the port, Kesha observed workers mending the stone pavement and noted that a substantial area extending into the town had transformed into black stone. This area effectively obstructed the sole route from the port into Rogue Town, a small island. Fortunately, the workers had already begun to lay a narrow path on the blackened ground. The naval personnel stationed at the port hastily approached Kesha upon his return. "What has transpired here?" Kesha inquired. "Major Kesha, this damage was caused by a confrontation between a dignitary and a pirate earlier today," one soldier replied. "Lieutenant Domino informed us that the dignitary was the one scheduled to assume command shortly." At this revelation, Kesha recalled the dossier on Lin Chi, which detailed the consequences of his abilities along with accompanying photographs. Kesha crouched down, reaching out to touch the black stone, and was immediately struck by a chilling sensation. He felt his vitality subtly being siphoned away. While the extent of this absorption was negligible for him, it could pose a significant threat to ordinary individuals and less formidable soldiers. This was merely the residual power. If the ability user were present, the impact would be far more daunting. Kesha understood that should one's physical strength be fully drained, life force would inevitably follow, a far more critical concern, as one's physical prowess is fundamentally reliant on their life force. A strong individual could maintain formidable combat abilities well into their 60s or 70s due to their robust life force. Retracting his hand, Kesha addressed the sailors. "Expedite the repairs to enable the passengers of the merchant vessels to disembark promptly and restore the thoroughfare." "Yes, sir," they replied. Kesha instructed the soldiers accompanying him to return to their ship and notify those still aboard to remain quiet and patient. Having arranged matters, Kesha confidently tread upon the fearful ground as he entered Rogue Town. Upon arriving at the naval office, he encountered Domino, who had just completed her report. "Major Kesha, it's wonderful to see you back." she exclaimed, visibly relieved that she no longer had to make decisions alone. What transpired with the pirates today? Kesha inquired, prioritizing the matter of the pirates, as the port's issues were ultimately linked to the powers of the devil fruit. Though he intended to question Lin Chi regarding the lasting effects of his abilities. Earlier today, the South Sea Oxy pirates, who entered the Grand Line 3 years ago, appeared in Rocktown. They took advantage of the absence of our naval forces at the port, using a devil fruit ability to control a group of civilians, demanding supplies and ships from us. Kesha pressed further, what occurred during this ordeal? I initially aimed to buy time, hoping you might return in time. However, the delay led to Oxy executing a civilian to intimidate us. This was merely a ruse, while we were distracted by the death of the civilian. He seized control of my men, compelling them to attack me. Fortunately, Colonel Lin Chi intervened, rescuing me and the controlled individuals, and dealt with the pirates. Domino recounted the day's events in detail. Where is Colonel Lin Chi now? Kesha asked. Colonel Lin Chi is in his quarters, Domino clarified, having instructed the duty soldiers to inform her if Lin Chi left his room. Understood, I shall pay him a visit. Though dusk had fallen, Kesha was decisive and determined to act immediately. I will accompany you. I have something to deliver to him as well, Domino offered, raising the action report in her hand. What is that? Kesha inquired. Today's action report, as requested by Colonel Lin Chi, she responded. Kesha lit a cigar and took a puff in silence, reflecting that he typically had his aide draft his reports, finding this new colleague rather commendable. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Lin Chi, influenced by the events involving Oxy, was in his room drafting plans on how to acquire devil fruits and other related strategies within the pirate world. It's me, Lieutenant Domino, along with Major Kesha, came the response from Domino at the door. Lin Chi entered the room and beheld Domino alongside a man exuding an air of pride, distinguished by a scar over his left eye, a slicked-back hairstyle, and golden hair, all while puffing on a cigar. Lin Chi recognized him as Major General Kaisha. Greetings. Lieutenant Domino, Major General Kaisha. Please, come in and take a seat. I sincerely apologize, Major General Kaisha. I arrived earlier today and, finding you absent from the Naval Division, decided to check in ahead of time. I had intended to wait for your return before meeting you, but it seems you have come directly. Lin Chi initially exchanged pleasantries with Kesha, intending to meet him on his own, only to be surprised by Kesha seeking him out instead. Nevertheless, it matters not. Upon my return, the port is undergoing repairs due to your abilities. I wish to inquire, can you control this power of yours? Kesha took a puff of his cigar and directly questioned Lin Chi regarding his capabilities. Lin Chi was well aware of the question being posed. Today, he had deliberately showcased his abilities, understanding that as a newcomer, it would be more effective to demonstrate his formidable strength rather than waste time establishing authority. There will be no issues. Once I am adept at mastering my abilities, such problems will not arise again, Kaisa remarked as she extinguished her cigar and addressed Lin Chi. Colonel Lin Chi, do you have a moment? I would like to personally assess your strength and capabilities. Of course, Major Kaisa. Lin Chi did not shy away from her probing. He too was eager to ascertain the current state of his own prowess. Upon observing Kaisa, he suddenly realized he need not expend effort seeking the devil fruits, as his fixed mindset was a consequence of the system panel. He could easily request Kaisa to mentor him. Given her rank as a major general, she would undoubtedly possess the ability to wield haki. Subsequently, after briefly scanning the report drafted by Domino, he asked her to submit it on his behalf before proceeding to the training grounds with Major Kaisa. The news of a duel between the newly arrived officer and Major Kaisa attracted a crowd of naval personnel from the division, as Kaisa's strength was well known. Yet curiosity surrounded the new commander. We shall merely engage in a friendly spar. Feel free to express yourself as you wish, and let me witness your capabilities, Kaisa said, casually drawing an ordinary longsword from her sheath and directing it towards Lin Chi. Do take care. Lin Chi's palm gently grasped the swirling black mist, which coalesced into the form of a colossal sword within his grasp. As the black mist dissipated, a massive sword of deep azure hue materialized in his hand. Instantly, the bodies of both individuals tensed, and the atmosphere surrounding them became palpably strained, as if two razor-sharp blades had clashed. The onlookers, too, shifted to a solemn demeanor, acutely aware of the immense pressure emanating from the two figures before them. Desolation. Lin Chi moved with the swiftness of a thunderbolt, appearing before Kaisha in an instant. The trajectory of the ruined king's sword resembled the scythe of death, harvesting the lives of mortals. Kaisha, with composure, wielded her longsword in her right hand. effortlessly executing a slash that released a visible wave of sword energy to counter Lin Chi's colossal sword strike. Pain piercing the soul. Pain piercing the soul. From the current body, a phantom is unleashed to assault the enemy's form. A specter materialized, extricating itself from Lin Chi's body. Wielding an ethereal ruined king's sword, descending from above with a ferocious strike. In a swift motion, Lin Chi propelled herself. The ground beneath her feet caving in from the force of her stance, her figure swiftly relocating to Kaisha's rear, synchronizing with the phantom to deliver a combined assault. Sunder. The two slashes passed through Kaisha's previous position in an instant, yet they struck only her afterimage, as Kaisha's true form had already maneuvered to Lin Chi's original standing point. At the very moment Lin Chi launched his assault, Kaisha, utilizing her observation haki, discerned the nature of his impending attack. With effortless grace, she evaded this strike by employing the technique known as Soru. Their clash resembled the ferocity of thunder and lightning, within the span of a single round. Many soldiers in attendance began to perspire profusely, their bodies trembling slightly. Are you not going to utilize your devil fruit abilities? Kaisha mused. Although Lin Chi's strikes were imbued with considerable force, he had yet to unleash his distinctive powers. After all, this was merely a sparring session. My abilities are not suited for use against allies. Lin Chi humbly remarked that he merely wished to ascertain the current state of his physical prowess and mastery of swordsmanship. Lin Chi raised his great sword and swiftly danced with it, unleashing a fierce sword aura that surged towards Kaisha like a tempest. Faced with the barrage of sword energy, Kaisha did not resort to evasion but instead lifted his long sword, skillfully deflecting the incoming strikes with precision. Pain to the heavens. Once Kaisha shattered the final wave of sword energy, what appeared in his vision was not just the sword aura, but the fleeting silhouette of Lin Chi. In an instant, with his keen observation, Kaisha had already discerned Lin Chi's ploy and effortlessly positioned his blade to block the impending strike. However, he miscalculated. At the moment his long sword met the ruined king's blade, it transformed into rusted iron as if aged a century, and the great sword descended upon him. In that split second when the long sword turned to rust, Kaisha swiftly employed his technique to evade the attack. Such formidable strength. Let us conclude this sparring session here. Tossing aside the remnants of his battered sword hilt, Kaisha commended Lin Chi, saying, "Compared to you, I am still far from your level." The colossal sword in Lin Chi's hand dissipated into a swirling black mist, and he humbly acknowledged Kaisha's praise. He had already realized that the strength of the rear admiral before him was not significantly inferior to his own, which left him somewhat perturbed. He had previously felt quite at ease when confronting the colonel in Shur's town, believing that the rear admiral's prowess would not be overly remarkable. Yet he was taken aback by the rear admiral's formidable capabilities. However, the curse of ruin bestowed upon him not only power, but also a comprehensive enhancement of his physique. In due time, as he learned to harness the essence of dominance from Kaisha, combined with the amplification from the curse of ruin, defeating Kaisha would simply become an effortless endeavor. Both Kaisha and Lin Chi retracted their imposing auras and departed from the training grounds, awakening the onlookers only after their exit. Good heavens! Is this the strength of the new commander? Did Rear Admiral Kaisha truly lose? Are you jesting? Clearly, Rear Admiral Kaisha was defeated due to the inadequacy of his weapon. Ahem. The instructor's timely cough brought the fervent soldiers back to their senses, redirecting their attention toward him. Just now, our Rear Admiral Kaisha and Colonel Lin Chi showcased a display of formidable combat prowess. I trust each of you aspires to become such a powerful figure, hence, it is time to train. Yes, the youthful soldier's enthusiasm was ignited, and the training ground was instantly imbued with a passionate fervor. Chapter 6. To become a Grand Admiral, the vast, boundless ocean resembled a dreamscape, embodying the desires and aspirations of humanity, the pirates' greed, the Navy's righteousness, and the common people's hopes. The era of pirates had dawned, with thousands of marauders surging towards the sea. Yet, the Grand Line stood as a threshold, barring the majority of pirates from entry. The strong survived while the weak were eliminated, and Lin Chi played the role of a barrier preventing pirates from breaching the Grand Line. In the year 1503, within the jurisdiction of Logtown, Colonel, a vessel belonging to the Bloodhand Pirates has been spotted ahead. At last, they had arrived. Full speed ahead. Bring the ship closer. The massive white canvas bore the image of a blue seagull as the Navy swiftly maneuvered their vessel towards the pirates. Lin Chi gazed excitedly at the approaching Bloodhand Pirates, having been stationed here for half a month. According to internal Navy intelligence, this band of pirates was expected to traverse through Roguetown en route to the Grand Line. What thrilled Lin Chi was the report indicating that Captain Hapan Ku of the Bloodhand Pirates had acquired a devil fruit a month prior. However, as of yet, no new powers had emerged within the crew. This suggested a significant likelihood that the pirate ship harbored a devil fruit. Host: Lin Chi, age 21, armament hockey, intermediate, requires 10 devil fruits, observation hockey, intermediate, requires 10 devil fruits, conqueror's hockey, unactivated decay curse, 50. 90 devil fruit, none abilities. Elementalization, passive immunity to physical attacks, corruption. The black mist possesses the capacity to devour all life. Vast fog manipulates the black mist to envelop the land, altering its essence. One may traverse freely within the mist. You may choose to enter a state of disguise within the fog, but proximity to enemies will reveal your presence. Within the mist, you shall not perish. Your death may be supplanted by shadows dwelling therein. All living beings are subjects. Enemies you vanquish will transform into shadows residing in the mist, possessing 70 of their original strength. Infection. You may wield the power of decay to infect beings, who will pledge loyalty to you and amplify an inner thought. These beings can harness the power of decay. Items: Blade of the Decayed King, Devil Fruits X4. Now, a year and a half had passed. During this time, he and Major General Kaisa had apprehended every pirate daring enough to approach Rogue Town, ensuring that none had ventured into the Grand Line. Previously, when Major General Kaisa was alone, some pirates would frequently infiltrate the Grand Line. But now, with both of them taking turns to oversee Rogue Town, they had effectively extinguished the pirates' hopes. Domino had also become his secretary, his aide. His height had surged from 1.90 meters to 2 meters. The decay curse had surpassed 50. And coupled with the hockey techniques learned from Major General Kaisa, his strength had undergone a remarkable enhancement. He had become the very embodiment of decay. As long as shadows persisted within the black mist, he would remain indomitable. After mastering hockey, the system panel transitioned from requiring devil fruits for learning to necessitating them for upgrades. Captain, a Navy ship has been spotted at 8 o'clock. They're approaching with only one vessel. Captain Hapan Ku of the Bloodhand Pirates could not suppress his laughter upon hearing that there was merely a single Navy ship. These Navy fools are unafraid of death. A solitary ship dares to approach us? Men, unleash the cannons and crush them. The exuberant pirates were wholly oblivious to the concept of fear as they set their sights on the Grand Line. This Navy vessel would merely serve to heighten their spirits. Truly, how insatiable the pirate kind is in their relentless pursuit. Lin Chi discovered that the Bloodhand pirate crew had the audacity to fire upon them first. And he couldn't help but shake his head, lamenting the sheer thoughtlessness of such a species as pirates. Standing on the deck, the ruined king's sword manifested in his hand amidst the swirling black mist. Lin Chi swung the great sword, unleashing a soaring slash that hurtled directly towards the pirate ship. This soaring slash was not merely a blade of air. It was infused with the formidable conqueror's haki and the corrosive power of ruin that devoured all in its path. Under Lin Chi's keen observation, the slash effortlessly cleaved through hapless Hapankos and the majority of the pirates aboard the ship, leaving only a few insignificant minions behind. Go. Capture the remaining pirates of this crew. Lin Chi perceived the emergence of new shadows within the black mist and addressed his subordinates. Yes, the soldiers. Filled with pride at the might of the Navy after witnessing Lin Chi's decisive strike that annihilated the majority of the pirates before them, promptly surged forward toward the pirate ship under Lin Chi's command. Domino, take a group and conduct a search. See if you can uncover any information regarding the devil fruits we seek. Lin Chi instructed Domino beside him. Understood. Domino was already accustomed to this. Whenever there was intelligence regarding the devil fruits, Lin Chi would personally lead the team to investigate. Lin Chi awaited the triumphant return of Domino aboard the naval vessel. Before long, Domino reappeared, bearing a small chest, eliciting a smile from Lin Chi. After all, the intelligence had merely suggested the presence of a devil fruit. And it was not uncommon for such pursuits to yield nothing. How fruitful was the endeavor? Domino offered no answer. Only a knowing smile as he lifted the small box in his hand. Set sail. Return to Lowtown. Upon the Navy securing the pirates in the temporary cells below deck, Lin Chi, filled with excitement, called for the voyage to commence and led Domino and the chest back to their quarters aboard the ship. After Lin Chi discovered the illustrated guide to the devil fruits in his room, he compared it with the fruits that Domino had brought back. His version of the devil fruit guide only contained information on Zoan-type fruits. The complete illustrated guide was a privilege reserved for the higher echelons of the Navy headquarters. Consequently, The incomplete version he possessed could easily be obtained with a simple application, as it solely featured images of ordinary Zoan devil fruits. There were no representations of ancient or mythical types. He found it, the ordinary Zoan-type mouse fruit, which is classified as a standard devil fruit. Lin Chi realized after comparison that this was a common type, simultaneously bringing him joy and discomfort. The joy stemmed from the fact that he could use this devil fruit as an upgrade material, while the discomfort arose from the fact that over the past 2 years, he had encountered no other devil fruits apart from the Zoan type. Why are you so enthusiastic about devil fruits? Aren't you already a user yourself? A person cannot consume 2 devil fruits, Domino inquired after Lin Chi finished his tasks. It's a secret. Consider it my hobby, he replied. All right then. Without receiving an answer, Domino chose to abandon her inquiry, for such matters bore no significance whether answered or not, and she would not sulk over trivialities. Domino, if I were to be assigned to the Grand Line, would you be willing to accompany me? Lin Chi suddenly inquired of Domino. In truth, this question had long lingered in his mind. Although over the past 2 years he had reaped the rewards of pirate plunder and acquired several ordinary devil fruits in the black market of the East Sea, the vastness of the East Sea paled in comparison to the Grand Line. His strength barely permitted him to traverse the Grand Line. Were he to find himself in the Grand Line, the likelihood of obtaining devil fruits would significantly increase. Thus, he wished to ascertain whether Domino would be inclined to accompany him, for his current position bestowed upon him the authority to bring along a lieutenant. Well, I would be willing, Domino replied, her hands clasped behind her back, a faint blush adorning her cheeks. You should rest for now. I will step out to check how much longer it will take to reach Logtown. After Lin Chi finished speaking, he exited the room, leaving Domino blushing and comfortably collapsing onto Lin Chi's bed. Upon seeing Lin Chi emerge from the room while Domino remained inside, the soldiers exchanged knowing smiles. The entire naval force of Rogue Town was aware of their relationship, however. It was the elevated status of both Lin Chi and Domino that drew such attention from so many. Lin Chi gazed at the soldiers' smiles, fully aware of their unspoken thoughts. Yet he found himself too indifferent to voice his own. Leaning against the railing of the deck, he stared out at the tranquil sea, and memories flooded back of his arrival in the pirate world over a decade ago. Fortunately, with the assistance of the system, he had managed to carve out a modest foothold in this realm. He yearned for a future where he could continue to live with the same sense of security he felt now, if given the chance. He aspired to explore this magnificent world, the unique climates of the Grand Line, the sky islands floating in the heavens, the Fishman Island nestled deep within the ocean's abyss, and the myriad of fantastical wonders that awaited discovery. Perhaps I should devise a plan to become an admiral. That way, I could escape the monotony of such meaningless tasks. He mused, contemplating the possibility. As Lin Chi's thoughts wandered aimlessly, he suddenly realized that becoming a vice admiral might indeed be a commendable choice. After all, the most troublesome aspect of serving as an admiral in the Navy is dealing with matters related to the celestial dragons. However, if one chooses to remain indifferent, what does it matter? Let Sengoku bear the burden of any issues that arise. If a call from the Din Din Mushi mentions the celestial dragons, he could simply hang up and hastily depart. Ultimately, if worst comes to worst, he could relinquish his position or, in the most extreme case, abandon the Navy altogether. Nevertheless, the invisible privileges that accompany the role of a vice admiral could liberate him from the need to blindly seek out devil fruits, as he does now. Time slipped away in his musings, and soon the ship arrived at Rogue Town. After reporting their actions to Domino and Kesha, he returned to rest. Chapter 7. The Cleansing of the East Sea. How does this look? Quite lovely. Honestly, can't you give a more serious answer? I am being serious. You are so beautiful that you would look good in anything. In a renowned clothing store in Rogue Town, Domino tried on garments and inquired of Lin Chi. After capturing the Bloodhand pirates the previous day and reporting to Major Kesha, they had requested a day off, which led Lin Chi and Domino to explore Rogue Town together today. Lord Lin Chi speaks the truth. Lady Domino, you are so lovely that you would look splendid in anything. The enthusiastic voice of the store manager chimed in, genuinely sincere. After all, the Navy's authority in Rogue Town is substantial. Their protection shields the merchants from pirate raids, and thus, they hold deep respect for the Navy that safeguards their livelihoods. Madam, please pack up all the clothes you just tried on. While Domino returned to the fitting room to change, Lin Chi asked the store manager to prepare all the garments Domino had just tried. As for the matter of payment, it was hardly an issue. The eradication of pirates does not come without its rewards. Although it is said that all proceeds must be surrendered, some pirates have a penchant for extravagant spending. and it is not uncommon for the bounty found aboard their ships to be less than expected. The store manager promptly packed the clothes, and when Domino emerged from the fitting room, she handed Lin Chi the garments, now neatly arranged in bags. Lin Chi took the lead and addressed Domino. "Let us be off. It is nearly time for a meal." Domino, clasping Lin Chi's arm, cast a glance at the overflowing bags filled with her attire, instantly realizing that Lin Chi had purchased all the outfits she had tried on. "I shall take you to a newly opened barbecue restaurant. I have heard nothing but praises from the division about its exquisite cuisine, yet I have yet to experience it myself. It is perfect that we can venture there together." During the mealtime, Lin Chi and Domino sat across from each other in a private dining room, savoring the barbecue that had been served while engaging in conversation. "What was it you mentioned yesterday about being transferred to the Grand Line? You are aware of my keen interest in devil fruits. Yet the likelihood of encountering them in the East Sea is exceedingly low. Moreover, I estimate that Major General Kesha's term is nearing its end, and I have no desire to assume the role of the commander in Logtown. Over the past 2 years, the formidable pirates in the East Sea have mostly perished in Logtown, leaving behind only feeble and timid remnants. Kesha, as a major general, cannot afford to squander time in a small town like this. The heads of the naval divisions across the 4 seas have traditionally held the rank of colonel. It was only 5 years ago when the pirate king, Gold, Roger, was executed in Logtown, which incited a significant surge in piracy in the East Sea. The birthplace of the pirate king. This prompted the headquarters to assign a major general to oversee Logtown. However, the tides will inevitably recede, and Kesha will be reassigned to the Grand Line or even the New World. Should Kesha depart, the responsibility of Logtown will fall upon my shoulders. Thus I have begun contemplating an escape from Logtown. Indeed, but if both you and Major General Kesha leave, what will become of Logtown?" Domino could not help but feel concerned for the future of Logtown, which would be left vulnerable without its 2 formidable protectors. "Do not fret. At the very least, a colonel will be stationed there. Currently, the East Sea consists only of minor pirates. Trust in the capabilities of headquarters. They will not allow the town, the birthplace of the pirate king, to descend into chaos." Lin Chi retained a modicum of confidence in this regard. "And what of you? What are your aspirations concerning the Grand Line? As your adjutant, I believe I should be privy to some of your intentions." Domino emphasized the term adjutant. "I aspire for a promotion." "Why is that?" "You do not strike me as someone who covets power." Based on her understanding of Lin Chi, she knew he was indifferent to the rank he held, being far more fascinated by her and the devil fruits. "Because if I were among the elite of this world, the invisible privileges associated with such a status would expedite my quest to collect devil fruits. I also wish to expose you to a myriad of experiences. Spending a lifetime in a small town like Logtown will inevitably become tiresome." Lin Chi was determined not to languish any longer in idleness. He aspired to ascend directly to the rank of admiral in the Navy, seeking to demonstrate his prowess to the entire world. He had already acquired the strength necessary to establish his foothold in this realm. Upon achieving the rank of admiral, he could make demands to the headquarters to procure a devil fruit, specifically an ordinary Zoan type. Furthermore, he could provide a pretext for those eager to curry favor with higher-ups to offer him tributes. "Make your decision," he asserted, "for I shall follow wherever you lead." She had no intention of intervening in Lin Chi's choices, as she was his aide-de-camp. In the meantime, Fleet Admiral Sengoku received a note left behind by Vice Admiral Garp, who had vanished from the room. A soldier hastily presented the note to Sengoku, which read, "That rascal dragon has become a father to a plump baby boy. I must return to East Blue to bring him home." Sengoku's vision blurred momentarily as he read the note, prompting him to swiftly contact Garp via the Den Den Mushi. "Hello, Sengoku. What is it?" Garp's voice came through. "What do you mean? What is it? You leave a note and disappear without a word. Where are you now?" Sengoku demanded. "I was merely concerned you might object. Dragon suddenly informed me of the birth of my grandchild." "Well, I'm off to fetch my grandchild," Garp replied, promptly ending the call. Sengoku gazed at the disconnected Den Den Mushi in despair, resigning himself to granting Garp an extended leave. Another grandchild. His old comrade was indeed blessed with a multitude of descendants. Reflecting on Garp's previous trip to East Blue 3 years ago for another grandchild, Sengoku could not help but feel a pang of sorrow, as he remained solitary in contrast to Garp's burgeoning family. Yet, what was Dragon up to now? Sengoku recalled Garp's son, Dragon, once a rising star in the Navy, who had departed due to ideological differences. It was indeed a regrettable turn of events. Meanwhile, it was nearly time to recall Kaisha from Rogtown, as manpower was increasingly scarce. There had been a promising new recruit with a formidable natural ability 3 years prior. If all was well, he could be brought back to the headquarters for training under Zifa. The pirates in the New World were stirring once more, unable to remain quiet like Whitebeard. The emergence of Kaido and the turmoil in Wano added to the unrest, while Charlotte Linlin continued to bear children, seemingly marrying and reproducing each year. Reports from the Navy indicated she was now attempting to establish a nation for all races. As for the notorious Dark King and Shiryu, they had taken residence on Sabaody Archipelago, a place frequented by the celestial dragons, likely inviting trouble, though it was not the immediate concern at hand. Sengoku sighed, overwhelmed by the chaos at his fingertips. Lord Kaisha, orders from headquarters have arrived. What are they? Kaisha, drenched in sweat and wielding a bamboo sword on the training field, inquired of his aide. Eliminate the pirates in East Blue and inquire about the status of Colonel Lin Chi. It seems our time in East Blue is drawing to a close, Kaisha remarked cheerfully as he wiped the sweat from his brow. This command effectively allowed Kaisha to eradicate the final remnants of danger before departing, ensuring no problems lingered behind. He was eager to leave East Blue, where no formidable opponents could match his skills, only a horde of ineffectual, inexperienced pirates. In recent years, Lin Chi had been the only one capable of providing him with a decent sparring partner. However, Lin Chi preferred to spend his time with Domino rather than engage in a test of skills, a lamentable waste of talent, another soul ensnared by romantic entanglements. Kaisha shook his head in disappointment for Lin Chi, a rare seed of potential who had initially shown earnestness in learning hockey, but had since succumbed to lethargy once he had grasped its fundamentals. Nevertheless, Kaisha chose not to voice his thoughts, offering only occasional reminders, for it was ultimately Lin Chi's path to tread, and he could only focus on his own steady progress. Chapter 8. The dark fog over East Blue in Rogtown. Kaisha resolved that in the coming months, once East Blue was cleared, he would escort Lin Chi to the Navy headquarters in the Grand Line, allowing him to witness the might of the world's foremost warriors. Over the past 2 years, Lin Chi had surely gleaned insights into their exploits through the newspapers, which had been relentless in their coverage of the 3 future admirals, Akiji, Kizaru, and Akainu, aimed at bolstering their reputations and reminding the world of the Navy's enduring strength. After listening, Lin Chi decided not to conceal his strength any longer and spoke to Major General Kaisha. Major General Kaisha, it seems that since our sparring 2 years ago, I have not had the opportunity to demonstrate my abilities before you. Allow me to take charge of the cleanup in the East China Sea. It will serve as a means for me to accumulate merit before heading to headquarters. That is acceptable. We still have time, and the Marshal has not specified when we must depart, Kaisha replied. Let us do it this way. I will grant you 1 year to venture out and eliminate the pirates. If, after a year, you have not completed the task, I shall intervene. Upon hearing Lin Chi's words, Kaisha agreed with his proposal, recognizing that there was no pressing urgency. Moreover, he held great confidence in Lin Chi's capabilities. Thank you, Major General Kaisha. However, it may not require such an extended period. Lin Chi smiled as he remarked that Kaisha treated him quite well, not only teaching him the art of commanding presence, but also granting his leave requests each time. So, what do you intend to do? Kaisha, along with his aide and Lin Chi Domino, arrived at a small uninhabited island near Rogtown. Kaisha inquired of Lin Chi, genuinely curious about his plans this time. Major General Kaisha, allow me to demonstrate my abilities. Lin Chi crouched down, his hands caressing the ground. Dark mist surged forth from his palms, and the small island beneath his feet was instantly transformed into a state of decay. In no time, Lin Chi withdrew his hands from the earth. Yet, the island continued to emanate the black mist, which flowed endlessly from the decaying land, surging forth with great vigor. This marked the origin of a relentless tide sweeping towards the vast expanse of the East China Sea, engulfing the sky. Within the dark mist, shadows could be seen struggling, propelled forward by the swirling gloom, as an infinite and boundless darkness threatened to envelop the East China Sea. The world lay in ruin. Lin Chi could already foresee the countless shadows he was about to acquire. This swirling black mist would envelop the entire East Sea, continuously hunting down the pirate ships sailing upon its waters, manifesting as the shadows of all the pirates he had slain over the past 2 years. The pirates who fell to these shadows would themselves transform into new shadows, joining the ever-expanding black fog. Lin Chi was acutely aware of the extent of this mist, making every vessel daring to hoist the pirate flag a target. He was prepared to showcase his might to the world, albeit in this relatively modest domain of the East Sea. Kaisha and the others gazed in astonishment at the seemingly boundless black mist surging into the distance. What is the extent of its coverage? Kaisha inquired of Lin Qi. The entirety of the East Sea. The entirety of the East Sea. Kaisha echoed in disbelief, astonished by the revelation. The range of this ability surpassed any fruit-based powers he had previously encountered. Yet, for the Ruin's curse, the East Sea was merely a trivial locale. Within the League of Legends universe, the Ruin's curse possessed the capacity to cloak the entire Rune continent, exhibiting an even more exaggerated capacity for corruption, capable of easily tainting demigod spirits. Moreover, Lin Qi wielded a fortified version of the Ruin's curse produced by the system. You have surpassed me, haven't you? Kaisha remarked, struggling to comprehend the magnitude of such power and what it implied about Lin Qi's own prowess, perhaps akin to that of an admiral. Major Kaisha, I have not remained stagnant these past 2 years. Lin Qi retorted. You rascal. Kaisha chuckled, playfully striking Lin Qi. He had assumed that Lin Qi had merely squandered his time and talent alongside Domino, intending to reach headquarters for a thorough tutelage from Master Zifa. Little did he know that Lin Qi's strength had not waned, but rather, in a brief span, had eclipsed his own. Major Kaisha, I can maintain this for a day. During this time, I shall rid the seas of all pirates, though those concealed upon the islands will remain beyond my reach. Lin Qi conversed with Kaisha, expressing that while it was indeed possible to eliminate the pirates on the island, it would require considerable time. He preferred a more forceful approach, intending to sweep away the pirates at sea directly. He believed that following this endeavor, the East Sea would enjoy a period of tranquility. The remaining pirates could be left to the next responsible party. Kaisha understood Lin Qi's intentions and did not regard the East Sea pirates as a major concern. Thus agreeing with his course of action, they departed from the small island and returned to Log Town, where the townsfolk were still in a state of turmoil due to the sudden appearance of a black fog. Upon their return, soldiers reported the incident to Kaisha, who reassured them that the natural phenomenon at sea was nothing to fear. He instructed them to calm the residents and inform other naval bases in the East Sea not to worry excessively. Soon, the residents of Log Town ceased their panic and began to discuss the event among themselves. Conversely, on smaller islands lacking naval bases, the sudden emergence of the black fog instilled a sense of dread among the inhabitants. Although the fog posed no direct harm, its overwhelming presence cast a shadow over their lives, and fear was inevitable. Shanks and his newly recruited crew member, Jesus Burgess, were aboard a small boat, engaging in an animated discussion about their interests. Suddenly, Jesus Burgess exclaimed in alarm, pointing at the sea behind Shanks. What has happened? Have we encountered pirates? Shanks inquired with a calm smile, recalling his days as a member of the Pirate King's crew. He had seen his fair share of storms and turmoil. Surely, there was nothing in the East Sea that he could not handle. Turning around, he observed that the sky and sea were no longer clear, but rather shrouded in an ominous, swirling black fog. The fog moved swiftly, and their small boat was heading directly into it. Before Shanks could comprehend the situation, they found themselves engulfed in the black fog. For a fleeting moment, his body felt as if it had touched ice, sending chills across his skin. Their visibility diminished, as if a thin black veil had descended, rendering even 5 meters ahead indistinct. What should we do, Shanks? It seems we are in trouble. Jesus Burgess gulped nervously, looking to his captain. At this moment, Jesus Burgess was still a newcomer to the seas, far from becoming the formidable vice-captain he would later be. However, he exhibited a level of composure that surpassed that of his son, Usopp, who was also new to the ocean. Do not panic. It could merely be a marine phenomenon. Similar occurrences are not uncommon on the Grand Line, Shanks explained, albeit with a hint of uncertainty. Having witnessed countless bizarre maritime spectacles during his time as a crew member of the Pirate King, he speculated that this might just be an exceptionally rare phenomenon. Just as Shanks finished speaking, their vessel collided with a pirate ship that was stationary on the water. They exchanged glances and leaped onto the pirate ship. Chapter 9. The sweep concludes. Headed for headquarters, what drives a pirate? Treasure. Shanks was just beginning his journey, and Jesus Burgess was his first crew member. Although he had previously been part of the Pirate King's crew, Roger had left him no riches, only the symbolic straw hat representing a legacy. Aspiring to emulate Captain Roger, Shanks understood that wealth was essential. Unlike ordinary pirates, he could not resort to pillage and murder. However, seizing the treasure of pirates was a burden he bore lightly. They swiftly boarded the pirate ship, and what they encountered was a scene of lifeless bodies, withered and still enveloped in black fog. This ship had been purged by the shadows, its crew long deceased, their souls transformed into dark wisps, drifting away to fulfill the command of hunting pirates. Could they have perished due to this black fog? Shanks pondered aloud, the remnants of fog on the corpses alluding to a grim conclusion. Suddenly, a hissing sound erupted, and the once quiet black fog surged, unleashing shadows that lunged at Shanks and Jesus Burgess. Shanks drew his sword, while Jesus Burgess brandished his flintlock to fend off the shadows' assault. Yet, for every one they dispatched, 2 or 3 more emerged from the fog, seemingly inexhaustible. Damn it! This is untenable. We must retreat. We need to leave this place. Shanks shouted to Jesus Burgess. The increasing entanglement with the shadows heightened Shanks' fear with every encounter. He felt his strength being drained. If not for his use of hockey, it would have been more than mere fatigue, and since Jesus Burgess had yet to learn hockey, his ordinary bullets were ineffective against the shadows. Understood. Jesus Burgess replied swiftly, realizing that his sharpshooting skills were futile against the shadows. They hastily vacated the pirate ship and returned to their small boat. As they prepared to depart, they noticed that the shadows had not pursued them onto their vessel. Instead, they patrolled the pirate ship for a while before dispersing. What in the world were those things? Is Roger's homeland truly so perilous? Shanks remarked, finally allowing himself to feel the fear that had been suppressed. Just moments of confrontation had drained him significantly, and he feared that if they lingered, he might collapse. Don't talk about you. As a resident of the East Sea, I have never encountered anything like this, Jesus Burgess retorted, relieved that the shadows had not continued their attack, as he had no idea how to escape such a predicament. Why did those ghastly entities not pursue us further? Shanks mused, perplexed by the shadows' hesitation despite their vessels being so close. Could it be due to the size of their boat? I suspect it might be related to the ships. Jesus Burgess theorized. The ships? Shanks repeated. The only difference between our 2 vessels, aside from size, is that theirs flies a pirate flag while ours does not. As the future strategist of the red-haired pirates, Jesus Burgess discerned the critical factor, though he remained uncertain of its accuracy. Let us leave this accursed place. They resolved to escape the oppressive black fog, as remaining in such a visibility-restricted environment was unbearable. Shanks had a slight advantage, sensing through the use of observation hockey. For Jesus Burgess, who had yet to master hockey, the experience was considerably more challenging, despite his innate perceptive abilities as a sniper. As they navigated onward, they encountered numerous abandoned pirate ships adrift at sea, alongside unharmed merchant vessels. This confirmed Jesus Burgess's hypothesis that the shadows only targeted ships bearing pirate flags. We have been sailing for nearly a day, haven't we? Yes, we are nearing Logtown, Jesus Burgess affirmed in response to Shanks' inquiry. Do you think this black fog is a product of human interference or merely a maritime phenomenon? Though I wish to believe it is merely a natural occurrence. The lifeless pirate ships we've encountered tell a different story. If this is indeed man-made, what kind of power does the perpetrator possess to engulf the entire sea and maintain it for over a day? The black fog is dissipating. Shanks's observation hockey immediately detected that the dense black mist was beginning to thin. Before long, in less than 5 minutes, the black fog had completely vanished, revealing a clear view of the azure sea once more. It was then that they realized it was already the following day. Tension still gripped them, and they opted not to enter Logtown. Instead, they circumvented it and headed straight for Reverse Mountain, for their next endeavor was to traverse the seas in search of comrades. Within the naval branch of Logtown, Lin Chi opened his eyes. He had sensed the presence of Shanks and Jesus Burgess the moment they boarded the pirate ship. After all, during this sweep of the East Blue, the area with the highest loss of shadows was certainly noteworthy. However, he had no intention of making acquaintance with Shanks, thus. After a brief observation, he turned his attention elsewhere. Their ship had yet to hoist the Jolly Roger, otherwise, the shadows would not have spared them. The shadows slain by Shanks had perished, yet they were not entirely gone. Their forms had merely dissipated. In due time, they would be reborn from the remnants of the decaying fog. To completely eradicate a shadow, one must first eliminate Lin Chi, allowing him to utilize the shadow's role as scapegoats to thoroughly deplete them. Lin Chi sensed the presence of over 50,000 shadows within him, and a smile of joy involuntarily spread across his face. The only regret he harbored was the lack of increase in the number of devil fruits. It remained uncertain whether this was due to the devil fruits being an intrinsic part of the world's rules or some other reason. When Lin Chi enveloped the East Sea in his black mist, he could not perceive a single devil fruit within its confines. This realization left him somewhat disappointed, as it was evident that he could not acquire a substantial quantity of devil fruits through this method. He would still need to rely on the slow accumulation of time. Major Kesha, the mission is complete, Lin Chi announced as he entered Kesha's office to report. Ha ha ha. It seems you are eager to return to headquarters. I contacted them yesterday, and a new supervisor will arrive in a month to take over, Kesha replied, his spirits high. He felt genuine happiness for Lin Chi's displayed prowess. Their strong rapport, coupled with Lin Chi having received his guidance for a period, made Kesha particularly pleased with Lin Chi's growth. Come, it's just the right time for a meal. Let us go out for a drink, Kesha said, pulling Lin Chi along as they exited. In the year 1503 of the Sea Circle, a month had passed since the Black Mist incident. Ordinary citizens of the East Sea buzzed with rumors regarding the peculiar behavior of the mist, which only seemed to target pirates. The Black Mist heralds the approach of death, taking away the wicked pirates from this world, they speculated. Such tales arose from the people's ignorance of the formidable forces at play, as many in the East Sea were unaware of what a devil fruit truly was. Of course, this had no bearing on Lin Chi, as the new supervisor for Rog Town had already arrived. After completing the handover of duties, a brief holiday was granted. Lin Chi, Domino, Kesha, and two promising newcomers embarked on a military vessel bound for the headquarters, as Lin Chi departed from his 2-year tenure in Rogue Town. They were about to step onto the grand stage of the world, the Grand Line. Chapter 10. Arrival at headquarters after a fortnight of navigating the seas. The warship finally reached its destination, the Navy headquarters at Marineford, situated within the Triangular Current. This current also hosts 2 other institutions of the world government: Justice Island and the Great Prison Impel Down, all 3 establishments residing here. The tumultuous waves crashed incessantly against the harbor, where splendid warships circled the formidable fortifications, and the soaring seagull flags symbolized the Navy's authority. As the military vessel gently docked at Marineford's port, Lin Chi stepped onto the cobblestones of the historic site. This is Marineford, indeed magnificent, he remarked, gazing at the architecture, while Domino, experiencing her first visit to Marineford, mirrored his awe. Enough of the sightseeing. There will be plenty of time for that later. Come, we must meet Lord Sengoku, Kesha interjected, urging Lin Chi to follow him. I wanted to savor this stunning first impression. It won't happen again, Lin Chi replied, resigned, though he had little expectation that Kesha, a man of brute strength, would understand. Do I get to go as well? Domino inquired, trailing behind Lin Chi, uncertain of her eligibility to accompany them. Of course, you are Lin Chi's aide. Kesha reassured her, casting a glance at Lin Chi, fearing that a negative response might lead Lin Chi to abandon the meeting with Sengoku altogether. Upon hearing Kesha's affirmation, Lin Chi brightened, exclaiming, "Let us go." In Sengoku's office, he and Vice Admiral Tsuru were deliberating the Navy's next strategic moves, while a man with curly hair and an eye patch languidly lounged on a nearby sofa, appearing ready to drift into slumber. He was Vice Admiral Kazan, known for his future as an admiral, better known as Akiji. Knock, knock, knock. Kesha rapped on the door to Sengoku's office. Enter. A deep voice resonated from within. Kesha opened the door, leading Lin Chi and Domino inside, while his aide departed with the 2 newcomers. Upon entering the office, Lin Chi discovered 3 individuals present. One was the man who had just spoken, his long beard intricately braided and adorned with a naval cap featuring a seagull, emblematic of the Navy. He was none other than Admiral Sengoku. The second was an elderly woman, who appeared to be the esteemed Vice Admiral Tsuru, known for her relentless pursuit of Don Quixote da Flamingo, causing him to flee in trepidation. The third individual was a man exuding an aura of coldness, prompting Lin Chi to ponder that the only person worthy of napping in Admiral Sengoku's office could be the enigmatic Akiji, Kazan. Lieutenant Kesha saluted the Navy and addressed Sengoku, stating, "This is Lieutenant Kesha," reporting back. Lieutenant Lin Chi acknowledged Admiral Sengoku, followed by Lieutenant Domino, who also recognized the esteemed Admiral. Lin Chi and Domino mirrored Kesha's reporting to Sengoku with a semblance of formality. "Ah, Kesha, your return is most timely," Sengoku remarked, casting a reassuring glance at the freshly returned Kesha. He then turned his serious gaze toward Lin Chi and Domino. Sengoku had been aware of Lin Chi's rare, natural devil fruit abilities for 3 years. Initially, he had assumed that following Lin Chi's transfer to Log Town, he would subsequently join Zifa's training camp. However, to his surprise, during Lin Chi's 2.5-year tenure in Log Town, he had not seen Lin Chi enroll in the training camp, despite the qualifications being extended there. Naturally, Sengoku did not make it a point to monitor Lin Chi closely, and thus, the matter faded from his mind. Yet, a month ago, as he prepared to transfer Kesha back, he discovered that Lin Chi had completed the cleanup task assigned to Kesha, creating an impressive spectacle in the process. The intelligence operations of the headquarters were far from superficial, and with Kesha's report and the imagery provided by the snail phone, Sengoku and the higher-ups were already familiar with Lin Chi's name. His terrifying ability to shroud the entire East Sea in black mist, coupled with his capacity to absorb the life force of his enemies, and the infinite shadow monsters that could not be struck without haki, were all noted. Moreover, his remarkable physique and mastery of haki led Kesha to express awe during his report, acknowledging that this young man named Lin Chi had surpassed him. Indeed, Lin Chi and Domino, the future of the Navy relies on young individuals like you, Sengoku proclaimed, looking earnestly at Lin Chi and Domino. Lin Chi, your contributions in the East Sea have far exceeded your current rank. Before we proceed, may I inquire about your interpretation of justice? Instantly, all eyes in the room, including Domino's, who was equally unaware of Lin Chi's perspective, were fixed upon him. Even Kazan, who had been dozing, opened his eyes and cast a sidelong glance at Lin Chi. Lord Sengoku, each individual possesses a unique understanding of justice. While I cannot fully articulate my interpretation, I can assure you that my sense of justice will never conflict with that of the Navy. My justice embodies freedom. In my view, pirates are obstacles that hinder others from choosing their own freedom. Lin Chi pondered for a moment before earnestly addressing Sengoku. However, what he did not articulate was that, in his perception of justice, pirates represented an impediment to the freedom of choice, just as the Navy, the world government, and the celestial dragons did. Only his own liberty was deemed valid. I understand, Sengoku replied, maintaining his composure. Akiji, rise. Lin Chi, do you possess confidence in your abilities? If you are sufficiently assured, you may engage in a friendly spar with Akiji behind you. Sengoku chided Akiji, who was still dozing on the sofa. Reluctantly, Akiji yawned and straightened himself. His task for the day had arrived. Very well, I look forward to your guidance, Vice Admiral Akiji. Greetings, Akiji and Lin Chi acknowledged one another. Subsequently, the group exited Sengoku's office, making their way to the training ground. Keisha followed behind, visibly troubled, unable to comprehend how, mere moments after arriving at Marineford, Lin Chi and Akiji were already set to clash. He glanced at Domino, whose expression betrayed no concern. Aren't you worried that Lin Chi is about to fight Vice Admiral Akiji? Not at all. Sengoku-san mentioned it would merely be a spar, Domino replied confidently. She brushed her hair behind her ear, her hands adorned with newly donned leather gloves. Her boots and small military cap exuded a shadowy hue with a hint of blue light, a manifestation of decay. Yesterday, as they neared Marineford, Lin Chi had asked Domino whether she would consent to his corruption, recognizing her limited potential. She understood that embracing his decay could elevate her to the ranks of the world's elite. Without hesitation, she agreed, unwilling to part ways with Lin Chi, thus choosing to become a member of his Legion of Decay. In that moment, she harbored no fears, for she was acutely aware of Lin Chi's prowess. Infection. You possess the ability to infect living beings with the power of decay. Those infected will remain loyal to you and amplify their innermost thoughts. Utilizing the power of decay. Chapter 11. Akiji. The presence of Sengoku, Tsuru, and Akiji at the training ground undoubtedly attracted the attention of the Navy soldiers, who were drawn to the spectacle. Who is that? Is he the one set to battle Vice Admiral Akiji? It seems so. Only the two of them are set to face off. The soldiers speculated about Lin Chi's identity, intrigued by the notion that someone capable of battling Akiji could not be an ordinary individual. Begin. With Sengoku's command, Akiji initiated the confrontation. Ice Spear. A series of ice spears materialized beside Akiji, launching toward Lin Chi as he employed a ranged attack to gauge Lin Chi's defenses. The spar between Akiji and Lin Chi was not a mere coincidence, but rather a deliberate arrangement. If Akiji's ice fruit and Akainu's magma fruit possessed the capacity to obliterate an island with ease, then Lin Chi's fruit bore the potential to reshape the world itself. What constitutes the foundation of the world? Population. Lin Chi's abilities might be perceived by others as formidable, perhaps only posing a threat to the weak. Yet, the astute Sengoku recognized the underlying terror, the ability to annihilate an entire population of the East Blue within a single day, implying that Lin Chi could, if he so desired, eradicate all unarmed humans within the span of a month, or even a week. This was a horrifying truth. Should Lin Chi ever entertain malevolent thoughts, the world could be left with merely tens of thousands or millions of souls. In such a scenario, there would be no distinction between pirates and the Navy, merely a collection of pitiable beings striving for the continuation of civilization. This was the reason Sengoku sought to ascertain Lin Chi's sense of justice and arranged for Akiji and Lin Chi to spar. He aimed to discern Lin Chi's ideology. given that he had emerged from the East Blue and was making his first appearance at headquarters, with no prior interactions. While he had Keisha's report as a reference, it was insufficient for assurance. His inquiries served as a means to glean insights into whether Lin Chi harbored thoughts of destruction. He also wished to evaluate Lin Chi's current capabilities. For now, everything appeared to be in order. Back on the training ground, as Akiji's ice spears approached, Lin Chi waved his hand, unleashing a plume of black mist. Upon contact, the ice spears were eroded by the power of decay, melting into mere water that splashed onto the ground, while the black mist dissipated under the influence of Akiji's ice fruit. The initial exchanges yielded no decisive outcomes. Ice blade. Shave. Akiji exhaled softly, conjuring an ice blade. He then executed a shave, instantly appearing beside Lin Chi with incredible speed. While Akiji's velocity surpassed even Keisha's, Lin Chi's reflexes were equally swift. Decay. Black mist enveloped Lin Chi's hands as the power of decay coalesced. With a resounding impact, his fist collided with the ice blade, each wielder's powers clashing against one another. It became evident that Akiji's ice fruit could not withstand the might of decay. Akiji's ice blade remained intact solely because he continuously infused it with his energy. Not sustainable. Akiji rationally assessed the disparity in their abilities and ceased wasting energy in a stalemate with Lin Chi. Releasing the ice blade, he enveloped his fist in haki and launched a strike toward Lin Chi. In response, Lin Chi retaliated with his own black fist. Bang! The collision reverberated, and this time, Lin Chi felt the stark contrast in their haki. His mastery of haki was merely intermediate, while Akiji had attained the advanced flow of haki, capable of inflicting damage through external destruction. Haki can be categorized into ordinary hardened haki, flowing haki that generates external destruction, and flowing haki that induces internal destruction. The advantage of flowing haki lies in its efficiency, allowing for concentrated destructive power and significantly enhanced defensive capabilities. The differences among various levels of haki are profound. Haki serves both as a defense and an offensive weapon, making it the most effective tool against devil fruit users. In terms of haki, Lin Chi fell short of Akiji. Yet his physique, bolstered by the power of decay, far surpassed Akiji's. It was no longer a mere human constitution. The two continued to engage in a fierce contest of strength. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of their relentless assaults echoed as they exchanged blows without reservation. Lin Chi, unburdened by concerns for his injuries or mortality, had never encountered an adversary of such equal prowess. Akiji, grappling with the psychological toll of the O'Hara incident 3 years prior, had undergone a transformation from passionate idealism to a languid sense of justice. Each punch he threw now seemed to liberate pent-up pressure, each strike delivering an exhilarating release. Engaging in combat, exercising, and stretching his body became the most effective means of relaxation. Enough. Stop. The spectators, fervently absorbed in the clash between Lin Chi and Akiji, were suddenly roused by Sengoku's commanding shout. Lin Chi and Akiji also ceased their actions, creating a distance between them. Lin Chi exhaled deeply. It had been a long time since he engaged in such physical activity, and it certainly brought him considerable comfort. Initially, they were merely testing one another, but soon it devolved into a series of unrefined exchanges, which posed no threat to their robust physiques. Lin Chi, you should return to rest, said Kaisha. Take Lin Chi and Domino back to rest. Green Pheasant, you shall accompany me, Sengoku commanded, observing that their sparring had reached a satisfactory conclusion. To avert any potential mishaps, he hastily called an end to their bout and led Green Pheasant and Crane back to the office, where they would deliberate on Lin Chi's future arrangements. Let us proceed, Kaisha said as she guided Lin Chi and Domino to the residential area situated behind the headquarters. This locale housed the families of the soldiers and included dormitories and residences. As Sengoku and Lin Chi dispersed, the soldiers also departed, yet they continued to engage in fervent discussions, ensuring the entire headquarters was aware of the emergence of a formidable individual capable of contending with the likes of Vice Admiral Green Pheasant. Kaisha escorted Lin Chi to a tall building and provided them with 2 rooms. This establishment was designated for accommodating nobility and emissaries from allied nations, boasting high standards. The linens and personal items were all brand new. I've secured 2 rooms for you, though I believe one would suffice for both of you, Kaisha remarked with a playful smile. You may stay here temporarily. Regarding your position, we shall see how Sengoku-sama organizes things over the next few days. If you find yourself with free time, feel free to explore Meritford. All right, thank you. Hey, no need for formality. If you require anything, Just call me via the snail phone, Kaisha replied before departing, as she had just returned to Meriford and wished to reunite with her family and friends. Lin Chi opened the door, and Domino stepped inside first. After entering, Lin Chi closed the door behind him. Lord Lin Chi, you are drenched in sweat. You should take a shower first. Very well. Although it was still daytime, the black mist provided soundproofing and effects, rendering the distinction between day and night negligible. Chapter 12. Promotion and Departure. Kazan, what do you think of Lin Chi? Sengoku inquired, as both he and Akiji were curious about Lin Chi's capabilities. While their sparring had demonstrated Lin Chi's formidable strength, Akiji, who had engaged with him personally, possessed the clearest understanding of his true abilities. His strength is commendable. Aside from his somewhat immature use of haki, in terms of the development of his devil fruit powers and physical prowess, he is already comparable to me. Engaging him reveals that despite his youth, his mental fortitude is remarkable. He is not easily swayed. Akiji replied, reflecting on the nature of his abilities. He had not anticipated that his ice fruit would be entirely overshadowed by Lin Chi's powers during their match. Though their encounter had merely skimmed the surface of their true abilities, they had gained a fair understanding of each other's strengths. At their level, genuine battles could extend for days and nights, not easily determining a victor. I see. You may return now. Understood, Akiji responded with a yawn before departing, leaving Sengoku and Crane alone in the office. Sengoku, what are your plans for Lin Chi? Crane asked, inquiring about Sengoku's intentions regarding Lin Chi's placement. They had discussed Lin Chi privately on numerous occasions. Although she was a Navy advisor, the ultimate decision rested with Sengoku. Picking up a report from the desk, which detailed Lin Chi's interests, devil fruits, women, and gourmet food, Sengoku mused for a moment before declaring, we shall cultivate him. Lin Chi possesses the potential to end this era of piracy. This statement reflected Sengoku's acknowledgement of the dual nature of Lin Chi's abilities, the negative aspect being that if he were to stray from the path, it would spell disaster for the world, while the positive aspect indicated that if he wholeheartedly pursued justice, the end of the pirate era could indeed be within reach. If an opportunity presents itself, it must be seized decisively. As a future fleet admiral, Sengoku, who upheld the virtue of justice, would not let such a chance pass him by. Very well, since you have made your decision, let it be so. However, Lin Chi's strength is not inferior to that of Akiji and the others. How do you intend to approach this? Let him study under Akiji for a time. Akainu and Kizaru are not suitable mentors for him. Sengoku recalled Akainu's extreme methods and shook his head. Kizaru could have managed this task, but he was currently engaged on a mission and would not return to headquarters soon. Are you considering promoting him to admiral? Crane sensed Sengoku's intentions. Indeed, he possesses the requisite strength. He shall be given an appropriate position. Unbeknownst to the departed Akiji, Sengoku had already resolved to increase his workload. Lin Chi had not anticipated that while he was still contemplating his promotion to Rear Admiral, Sengoku was already paving the way for him. What is the current situation in the Four Seas and the Grand Line? Sengoku inquired, aware that although he held the rank of Fleet Admiral, it was Tsuru, the Navy strategist who managed intelligence operations. The situation, apart from the East Blue, was quite dire. The chaos in the Four Seas and the Grand Line was even more severe than we had anticipated. Following Lin Chi's month-long cleansing, no pirate had yet reached Logtown, with all of them retreating and behaving cautiously. In the North Blue, half of the pirate presence was dominated by Don Quixote da Flamingo, who had not only seized control but also engaged in piracy, as you were well aware of his identity. The West Blue fared slightly better, with the Mafia and pirates embroiled in conflict amongst themselves. Meanwhile, the South Blue had recently witnessed the emergence of a new revolutionary army, having already toppled several kingdoms. The supernovas on the Grand Line were formidable individuals, and allowing their continued growth posed a significant risk. Upon hearing Tsuru's report, Sengoku felt a sense of helplessness. He was well aware of Da Flamingo, full name Don Quixote da Flamingo, a pirate who had lost his celestial dragon privileges. Despite losing the right to reside in Mariewa and the privileges of a celestial dragon, he had once held that status. Thus, he could not be treated as an ordinary pirate. This very identity had shielded him, enabling his rise to become a formidable pirate. When the number of pirates surpasses the new recruits of the Navy and the number of captured pirates, it signifies a loss of control. Moreover, the vastness of the sea, regardless of the Navy's strength, leaves them weary from their endeavors. If only Lin Chi could unleash his powers once more, akin to what he did in the East Blue, the pressure on the Navy would be considerably alleviated. Yet, as you know, this is not feasible. Hasn't Kaisha reported that Lin Chi requires 10 years of accumulation to achieve such an explosive manifestation? Hearing Sengoku's words, Tsuru could not help but roll her eyes, urging him to abandon such fantasies. After Lin Chi unleashed his powers in the East Blue, he had remarked to Kaisha over drinks that it took him a decade to summon that dark mist that enveloped the East Blue. Ordinarily, his abilities extended only to a small island. Indeed, this is why we must cultivate him. Only then will there be hope for the end of piracy. Time flew by. And half a month later, at the port where waves crashed against the shore, it had been 30 days since their arrival at headquarters. During this time, aside from accompanying Domino, Lin Chi had met with Sengoku once again and accepted a task to train under Akiji for a period. Lin Chi and Domino stood aboard the naval vessel, poised for departure, bidding farewell to Kaisha below. Following Sengoku's determination regarding Lin Chi's assignment and promotion, he disregarded Akiji's objections and proceeded accordingly. Now, Lin Chi was set to embark on a mission at sea alongside Akiji. Presently, Lin Chi had ascended from the rank of colonel to rear admiral, while Domino had advanced from ensign to captain. Akiji, what is our mission this time? Lin Chi inquired. Our objective is the Grand Line, where we shall assist the naval branches in apprehending pirates that have eluded capture. Of course, if we encounter none, then so be it. Akiji replied languidly, reclining in his deck chair. Though he could not dismiss Sengoku's orders, Akiji, with his astute mind, devised a way to transform this mission into a leisurely endeavor by delegating the task to Lin Chi for his learning experience. I understand, Lin Chi responded. Lin Chi immediately comprehended the meaning behind Akiji's words. Simply put, it signified that for this mission, it was perfectly acceptable to do nothing at all. Considering Akiji's stature as an admiral, he possessed considerable autonomy. Although the Navy's influence over the Grand Line was not as robust as that over the Four Seas, it was certainly more effective than in the New World, a region far removed from naval oversight. As the number of pirates continued to swell, the Navy's focus was increasingly directed towards the Four Seas and the Grand Line, primarily monitoring the New World. Major Lin Chi, do you have any dreams? Akiji suddenly inquired. Dreams? I suppose I do. Living alongside the person I love, does that count? Lin Chi replied, holding Domino's hand. Lord Lin Chi, I feel the same, Domino shyly responded. Nestled against him, her face radiating happiness. TSK. I'm going to take a nap. You can make your own decisions, Akiji remarked with a click of his tongue, signaling his disinterest in further conversation as he lowered his eye mask and reclined in his chair. Chapter 13. Fishing the warship, under the guidance of the Navy's navigators, sailed steadily towards Water 7. Without the presence of navigators, one could easily become lost in the vast, unmarked ocean, which highlights the Navy's strength. In contrast to the chaotic pirates, the Navy has a comprehensive system dedicated to training navigators. Lin Chi perched on the railing, fishing with a rod aboard the sailing vessel. With little in the way of entertainment options on the vast ocean beyond card games, one could also engage in workouts within the training room. However, Lin Chi was acutely aware that to grow stronger, he could either enhance his haki or pass the time waiting for the progress of the Curse of Ruin to unfold. Rather than squandering time on haki enhancement, he deemed it more prudent to invest his moments elsewhere. The advancement of his haki relied solely on the acquisition of a devil fruit, and he was confident that ample time and opportunities would present themselves. He was not in haste. The Curse of Ruin endowed him with the capability to endure thousands of deaths, and the longevity it granted ensured that even a millennium would pass without his demise. Thus, there was no need for urgency. No one could guarantee which would arrive first, tomorrow or an unforeseen event, so in the assurance of safety, enjoyment should take precedence. For Lin Chi at present, fishing felt more like a vocation than mere exercise. The Navy was his profession, but fishing was his life. Lord Lin Chi, cease your fishing and take a look at today's newspaper. What is the matter with Smoker? With palpable excitement, Smoker approached Lin Chi, clutching the newspaper delivered by the newsbird. As a user of the smoke fruit, Smoker was the commanding officer stationed in Logtown in the original narrative. However, the youthful version of him had only recently graduated from Zifa's elite training camp. Due to the nature of his devil fruit, Sengoku had assigned him to this mission, allowing Smoker to learn the development of his abilities alongside the fellow Logia user, Akiji, and Lin Chi himself. Lin Chi received the newspaper handed to him by Smoker, which boldly proclaimed, "The great pirate Gold Lion escapes from the world's most notorious prison, impelled down." The edges of the paper contained additional tidbits about the pirate's supernovas, such as the defeat of the supernova crocodile by Whitebeard and the formal entry of Moonlight Moria into the New World, declaring his challenge against the formidable beast pirates led by Kaido. Master Lin Chi, it is unprecedented for someone to escape from Impel Down, a prison deemed inescapable throughout history. The young smoker exclaimed with excitement, though the implications of such an event were far from favorable for the Navy. Smoker, there is no absolute certainty in this world. So do not be overly exhilarated. It is quite possible that more will escape in the future. Lin Chi held the fishing rod and urged Smoker to temper his excitement. After 2 decades, Luffy would still manage to lead a large group of individuals out from within, albeit a congregation of heinous criminals. Just as Smoker was about to voice his thoughts, Lin Chi felt the rod grow heavy in his grasp and exclaimed with exhilaration, "I've got a bite. I've got a bite." Lin Chi exerted all his strength, pulling on the contorted fishing rod, which, entangled with the frayed fishing line, exhibited remarkable resilience amidst the turbulent waves of the sea. The vessel beneath him rocked violently, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the Navy personnel. What was happening? Akiji hurriedly left his quarters and descended to the deck, where he beheld a colossal figure rising from the depths of the ocean beneath Lin Chi's straining rod. With a splashing sound, the abyssal creature, lurking below, was forcibly drawn from the waters, its mouth ensnared by a fishing line connected to Lin Chi's rod. Roar! Before them was a massive, crimson-hued shark-like sea creature, nearly 500 meters in length. Its elongated eyes glinted with a frenzied ferocity, and its gaping maw displayed a meticulous array of razor-sharp teeth. With a furious roar, it revealed a small fishhook embedded in its flesh. The enraged sea beast charged toward the naval vessel, bewildered as to why it had been hooked while indulging in a mere snack, and even more perplexed that it could neither break free from the slender line nor escape the grasp of a human who had yanked it from the ocean's depths. Its underdeveloped brain could not fathom the situation, but its fury was undeniably real. "Lin Chi, what manner of monstrous creature have you ensnared?" On the rear deck, Smoker cried out in panic. Encountering such a sea king in the vast ocean was nothing short of a calamity. His physique and abilities were not yet at a level where he could effortlessly deal with such a formidable creature. "Domino!" he shouted. Just as the Sea King prepared to ram into the Navy ship, Domino, well prepared, drew her longsword and leapt onto the creature's head. With a decisive slash, Domino calmly executed a horizontal cut, her sword imbued with the aura of Haki and the essence of decay. The blade sliced through as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, severing the Sea King's head with a clean stroke. A deluge of blood gushed forth, dyeing the sea in a crimson hue. The anguished roar of the Sea King echoed through the air. Instantly, the decay power surged from the wound, permeating the creature's body, causing its plump flesh to wither as if something were siphoning its vitality. The entire body of the Sea King, engulfed in black mist, lost its strength and sank to the depths of the sea. "How is Lord Lin Chi?" Domino exhaled deeply, her face brightening as she inquired. Before receiving the power of decay from Lin Chi, she could hardly have imagined vanquishing such a colossal Sea King with such ease. Now, having been bestowed with this power, her mind and physique had both been enhanced, which explained her swift mastery of Haki. Quite commendable, Lin Chi praised her generously, acknowledging her efforts. "What are you up to now?" A groggy Akiji yawned, awakening from his slumber. "Ha ha ha, Akiji, you're awake. Just a small mishap. I didn't expect to catch a Sea King. Next time, be more cautious." "Do you truly believe that? You practically dragged the Sea King up from the depths. Can you still call that an accident?" However, despite their rank disparity, Akiji understood that Lin Chi would inevitably rise to a position akin to his own. What more could he say? Only to remind him to be more careful next time. "Are we nearing Water 7? We should arrive by tomorrow." Their mission involved not only assisting the Navy branch in dealing with some pirates, but also investigating the branch's conduct, such as any instances of bribery, oppression of civilians, or other nefarious activities. The higher-ups were well aware that the pirate surge ignited by Roger was largely due to individuals who, driven by desperation, turned to piracy. Had it not been for Roger lighting the fuse, many would likely have endured their hardships in silence. Yet, with Roger's incitement, they found excuses and comrades to join them in their descent into piracy. Additionally, some were spurred to piracy due to oppression and malfeasance inflicted by the lower-ranked Navy officers. As the saying goes, little devils are difficult to deal with. Allowing such behavior to persist would only tarnish the Navy's reputation and push potential new recruits toward the pirate life. Chapter 14. Dreamscape. The night was dim, illuminated by the luminous moon hanging high above. On the beach, Lin Chi and his companions were preparing their evening meal. The meat sizzling over the fire emitted a tantalizing hissing sound, with droplets of hot oil slowly sliding down the luscious surface. "Here you go, Lord Lin Chi," Domino said, presenting a skewer of her expertly grilled meat. "Thank you," Lin Chi replied, savoring the dish she offered. Nearby, Smoker picked up a cigar, ready to light it. "Smoker, how many times must I remind you not to smoke before a meal?" Akiji extinguished Smoker's cigar with a chill and, holding a bottle of rum, sat beside Lin Chi and asked, "Care for a drink?" "Sure." Lin Chi accepted the drink, although he was not particularly fond of alcohol. Fresh water aboard a ship could quickly become unpalatable, making rum a necessary substitute. After they clinked glasses, Akiji inquired about Lin Chi's views on the Navy. "Having just arrived from the East Blue, what are your thoughts on the Navy at present?" "Everything is quite splendid. Whether it's the Navy of the Four Seas or that of the Grand Line, everyone fights for their sense of justice." "Why the sudden question?" "Oh, nothing. Just a fleeting thought," Akiji replied, gazing up at the starry sky. He was unsure why he had raised the topic. Perhaps it was the burden of his rank that exposed him more to the Navy's darker side, causing his ideals of justice to waver. "Don't overthink it. Everyone, let us drink and sing." Lin Chi raised his cup, urging everyone to join in. "Oh." The Navy personnel, hearing Lin Chi's call, cheered exuberantly, raising their cups high as they downed their drinks, behaving like frenzied monkeys, drinking without restraint and singing the Navy anthem with abandon. Life at sea could be monotonous. Especially for those in their perilous profession, such moments of relaxation were rare. To Lord Lin Chi and Lord Akiji, let us toast. Smoker, with a cigar in his mouth and slightly inebriated, came over with his cup raised. "Really now? Come on, fill it up." "Cheers." Lin Chi welcomed him, filling Smoker's cup before finishing his own. "Cheers." Smoker clumsily gulped down his drink in one go. Akiji merely shook his head at the sight, saying nothing. "Akiji, I heard you used to serve under Vice Admiral Garp?" Lin Chi asked after sharing a drink with Smoker. "Yes, during my youth. I spent some time under Vice Admiral Garp. He was quite straightforward and treated his subordinates well. That period was immensely beneficial for me," Akiji recalled, his expression serious as he remembered Garp's iron-fisted affection. "Unfortunately, during this visit to the headquarters, I've only met Lord Sengoku and Admiral Tsuru. I haven't encountered the likes of Admiral Akainu or Admiral Kizaru, nor have I seen Admiral Zephyr." Lin Chi expressed his grievances to Qing Ji, lamenting that during his recent visit to the headquarters, he had only encountered Sengoku, Crane, and Qing Ji, while failing to meet any other notable figures, as they were all preoccupied with various missions. The growing tide of pirates has rendered everyone exceedingly busy, each individual burdened with responsibilities, leaving Sengoku as the sole figure presiding over the headquarters. "How long will our current assignment last?" he inquired. "There is no stipulated duration. It depends on when Lord Sengoku summons us back." After the group finished their dinner, they extinguished the campfire, leaving behind the soldiers on night watch. They retreated to their respective quarters to rest. After Lin Chi and Domino changed into their pajamas, Domino lay in bed, holding Lin Chi close. "Lin Chi, once we arrive at the City of Seven Waters, will we have some free time to explore?" "That should be fine. I will inquire with Akiji, as he is currently our superior." After exchanging a few more words, the two embraced each other and fell asleep, finding little interest in engaging in other activities aboard the naval vessel. In the deep of night, save for a few soldiers on duty, everyone else had succumbed to slumber. "Can you hear me, Navy brother?" The repeated calls echoed into Lin Chi's dreams. Lin Chi opened his eyes and discovered himself in a realm shrouded in dense black mist, where the voice's owner emanated from beyond the fog. A dream? Perhaps it was the aftermath of a broken curse that led Lin Chi to the stark realization that he was ensnared within a dream. Who was the owner of that voice? Lin Chi gradually approached the edge of the black mist, where he beheld a glimmer of light that appeared minuscule amidst the darkness, easily extinguishable with a mere flick. "Let me see," he pondered. "What could it possibly be?" Lin Chi, undaunted, reached out to touch the orb of light, which swiftly transformed into the figure of a little girl. Her face radiated surprise as she gazed at Lin Chi. "Navy brother, you have finally responded to me," the girl exclaimed, as if she had encountered a savior, letting out a sigh of relief. "Who are you? Were you searching for me?" "Yes, my name is Zybel. I called out to all of you, but no one responded. Thankfully, big brother, you answered me." Lin Chi speculated that the curse of ruin had bestowed upon him a mental enhancement, enabling him to perceive the call of the little girl. Otherwise, he would remain oblivious like the others. "Why are you able to summon us in dreams? Have you encountered some trouble?" Observing the girl's gaze, Lin Shi surmised that she was indeed in distress. Well, I can call out to you in dreams because I possess the ability of dream fruit. This allows me to converse with you, my naval brother, in the realm of dreams. However, it seems my power is insufficient, as only you, the elder brother, can hear me. I accidentally fell into the hands of the slave ship's crew. You are a naval officer, right? Can you assist us? Soon, we will reach our destination. And everyone captured on the ship is about to be sold. With a rough understanding, Lin Shi grasped that the little girl was a dream fruit user, captured by the slave ship's crew, yet lacking the strength to escape. Thus, she resorted to her ability to seek Lin Shi's assistance in rescuing the captured individuals. Where are you? Are you nearby? If the girl was in the South China Sea, Lin Shi would require considerable effort to effectuate a rescue. Well, my range of abilities extends only about 10 kilometers. You should estimate that we are not far apart. I understand. Wait for me. Thank you, elder brother. Having discerned her location, Lin Shi deemed it unnecessary to continue their conversation within the dream. He unilaterally severed the connection, leaving Hebel, who had wished to say more, abruptly removed from Lin Shi's dreamscape. Lin Shi finally found the time to contemplate his dreams. Within the dark mist, countless shadowy wraiths drifted aimlessly, and amidst this obscurity stood a fragmented throne, devoid of any presence above it. Lin Shi ascended the steps, ultimately taking his place upon the throne. In that moment, the fragmented throne regained its former majesty, and Lin Shi, seated like a sovereign, surveyed the world below. The tattered crown was now placed upon his head. In his mind, a new application of the power of decay emerged, the decay rune. The system interface also displayed subtle changes. Host, Lin Shi age, 21 Conqueror's Hockey. Unactivated, beginner, chapter 15. Hyber, can that naval brother find us? On the coast of a small island adjacent to Lin Shi's, a slave ship lay anchored. Hyber, like the other captives, was confined within an iron cage in the ship's hold. She had recently encountered a group of Navy personnel and made contact through her fruit abilities. Although that naval brother promised to come to her aid, she harbored concerns that they might not locate her. Why isn't my fruit of the natural type? Otherwise, I wouldn't have been captured. Unlike her superhuman fruit, which provided no enhancement to her physique, the animal and natural types could immediately bestow formidable powers upon consumption. For now, she could only place her hopes on the Navy she had just contacted. Lord Lin Shi, what is it? Domino, sensing Lin Shi's exertion of power, drowsily inquired. Nothing. Continue your slumber. Oh. Upon hearing Lin Shi's assurance, she drifted back to sleep. Dark clouds obscured the bright moon, and black mist began to seep from the naval vessel. Before long, the mist enveloped the slave ship, several kilometers away. The night watchmen aboard were already snoring thunderously, oblivious to any disturbance. I found it. We'll address it at dawn. Lin Shi, in the ship's hold, spotted the little girl named Hyber. After glancing at the night sky, he decided not to disturb the others, resolving to wait until morning, for the slave ship was already trapped. What scheme is that fellow concocting now? Akiji, discerning Lin Shi's movements, merely closed his eyes again, choosing to let Lin Shi busy himself while he remained idle. As dawn broke, the ship's watch changed, and the Navy personnel who had stood guard the previous night returned to their quarters for rest. After Lin Shi and Domino washed their faces and rinsed their mouths, they began to partake in breakfast. Did something happen last night? Akiji inquired, holding a cup of milk as he directed his gaze towards Lin Shi. Indeed, there was a slave ship that had individuals on board. Someone called for help last night. As a member of the Navy, how could I turn a blind eye? Thus, I took action and dealt with those repugnant scoundrels, Lin Shi replied. Akiji turned his gaze towards the direction indicated by Lin Shi, where a dark mist enveloped something that was rolling towards them over the sea. The mist halted beside the naval vessel and then dissipated, revealing a ship. The individuals aboard lay sprawled on the deck, their faces etched with terror, their bodies appearing as if life had been drained from them. Fortunately, they were still alive, clinging to the last remnants of breath. Lin Shi indeed finds this group of human traffickers utterly repugnant, those who interfere with the freedom of others. Upon hearing Lin Shi's explanation, Akiji promptly issued commands for the soldiers to rescue all the ordinary people trapped in the ship's hold. After casting a glance at the still-breathing traffickers, Akiji decisively encased the slave ship along with its captors in a block of ice. The captives, each one ragged and disheveled, included a little girl named Sibel, whose once silvery hair was now tarnished with dirt. Upon spotting Lin Shi, she hurried over to express her gratitude. Thank you, big brother, for saving us. Sibel looked up with her large, yellow eyes fixed on Lin Chi. It is the duty of our Navy to rescue you. This accomplishment belongs not only to us, but also to you. My name is Lin Chi, but you may call me Brother Lin Chi. Thank you, Brother Lin Chi. You are very kind. Now, go home and have something to eat. Lin Chi gently stroked the already soiled white hair of Zybeer, advising her to return first and accompany the rescued individuals to have a meal. In the world of pirates, it is quite commonplace for individuals to possess an array of hair colors. For instance, Smoker boasts a head of white hair, while Zaro is distinguished by his green locks. Those human traffickers certainly do not treat their captives with kindness. Enduring hunger is the norm, not to mention the absence of bathing. Zybeer obediently followed the soldiers back to the ship. Set sail. Destination, Water 7. Akiji appeared visibly perturbed after the soldiers had settled the refugees. He ordered the naval vessel to embark. Lin Chi comfortably occupied the deck chair typically used by Akiji, whose mood was decidedly sour, making him reluctant to confront Lin Chi. How is it that after rescuing so many, your spirits remain so low? Lin Chi jested. Akiji responded with frustration. Do you know why I refrain from subjecting those traffickers to severe interrogation? Because it is futile. These scoundrels serve even more despicable individuals. Even if I were to unearth these wretches, I lack the authority to execute them. He slammed his fist on the table, acknowledging that despite his rank as a vice admiral in the Navy headquarters, he was powerless against such filth. The Navy's mandate was to combat pirates, not to meddle in the affairs of allied nations. He adhered to a philosophy of relaxed justice, yet his fervor remained undiminished. Indeed, it was precisely due to his exposure to such pervasive darkness that he gravitated towards a more laid-back form of justice. Were he to live another 20 years and witness the era of Luffy, Akiji might have grown accustomed to the grim realities. However, the youthful Akiji was filled with indignation. Then let us strive to find ways to assist more individuals. Is that not the very essence of our fight as the Navy? Lin Chi glanced at Smoker, who had been silently smoking, and then spoke to the furious Akiji. I am fully aware, Akiji replied, well aware of his responsibilities. However, who could easily restrain their anger in the face of such scum? Lin Chi closed his eyes, unwilling to continue discussing the matters of justice with them. The world of One Piece is inherently distorted. In some regions, technology has advanced to the creation of artificial beings, while in others, people still rely on the mountains and rivers for sustenance. Even more twisted is the existence of the celestial dragons. Akiji glanced at Lin Chi, who lay with his eyes shut on a deck chair. His previously agitated expression gradually returned to a state of normalcy. As a future admiral of the Navy, he had already witnessed considerable darkness, not to mention his encounters with the privileged celestial dragons. Therefore, a mere incident involving human traffickers could hardly provoke such a loss of composure in him. He had been testing Lin Chi's reaction, curious to see if Lin Chi would express anger over the matter. The outcome was evident. Lin Chi seemed unfazed, as if such occurrences were commonplace. This relieved Akiji. Sengoku had warned him before setting sail that if Lin Chi's sense of justice were as extreme as Akainu's, he would need to find ways to correct it. If Lin Chi could accept certain dark events, then efforts should be made to align his sense of justice with a more lenient approach. Otherwise, should Lin Chi's character be one of fierce condemnation towards evil, combined with his formidable abilities, it could result in calamity. It remained uncertain whether the Navy or the pirates would ultimately bear the consequences. The Navy ship continued its voyage, and the rescued civilians quickly consumed the rations distributed by the soldiers. The soldiers explained that they would soon be heading to Water 7, where they could choose to reside or return to their hometowns as they wished. Upon hearing they could return home, the civilians felt a sense of relief. A little girl named Sherbei stealthily approached Lin Chi on the deck. What's the matter, Sherbei? Lin Chi inquired, noticing her presence beside him. Lin Chi Gich. May I ask you for a favor? She pleaded, gazing up at him with a pitiful expression. What is it? Speak your mind. Could you please not send me back to my hometown? Can I stay with you? I can cook and clean, and I'm a devil fruit user. I'm quite capable. You're a devil fruit user? Why do you not wish to return? Is it your aspiration to become a Navy officer? Akiji interjected, surprised to learn that the little girl possessed such abilities, which explained Lin Chi's previous claims of receiving late-night cries for help. Can you share your reasons? Lin Chi was equally intrigued by her situation. My parents have passed away, and I wasn't captured by those traffickers. I was sold by relatives. I do not want to return only to be sold again. Sherbei lowered her head, quietly revealing the truth. She did not wish to be sent back to her hometown. I'm sorry to remind you of such painful memories. Then, perhaps you could assist my aide-de-camp Domino, Lin Chi suggested. I would be grateful for your help. After careful contemplation, Lin Chi made a resolute decision, one that did not necessitate the consent of Akiji. His position as a rear admiral was not merely for show. The dream fruit, a type of psychic superhuman fruit, was anything but simple. Since Sybil was unwilling to return, he would cultivate her instead, entrusting her to Domino for guidance. Well then, little Sybil, you shall accompany me and Lord Lin Chi from now on. Domino knelt down, gently patting Sybil's head, her empathy for the girl's plight evident. Hello, Sister Domino. Sybil joyfully took Domino's hand, offering her friendship. Subsequently, Domino led Sybil into the ship's quarters to take a bath, temporarily leaving the deck. Akiji, observing Lin Chi's straightforward decision, inquired, "Are you certain you wish to keep her? Rest assured, I will request the Navy's intelligence personnel to investigate Sybil's circumstances. If her story proves true, I shall nurture her by my side. If not, I will personally return her to her homeland." Lin Chi would not retain her out of selfish motives, ultimately. A thorough inquiry was necessary. Aware of Lin Chi's discretion, Akiji chose not to elaborate further. Chapter 16. Water 7. Water 7, the City of Water, is a sprawling metropolis built upon the waves, renowned for its flourishing shipbuilding industry. It is here that the legendary Pluton warship was crafted by the island's skilled shipwrights over 8 centuries ago. Presently, the Tom S. workshop in Water 7, under the stewardship of the Fishman Tom, has produced the illustrious Oro Jackson for the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger, utilizing the rare atom tree as its primary material. The naval vessels, too, are fabricated here, and many pirates frequent the island to procure their ships. Upon reaching Water 7, given the distance from the headquarters, a brisk voyage would typically take less than a day. However, their party leisurely spent 2 days in transit. "Akiji, we have arrived," announced Lin Chi as the naval ship gracefully docked at a port. Akiji, comfortably slumbering in the sea breeze, was roused by Lin Chi. "Honestly, one can't even enjoy a good nap," Akiji replied lazily. "It's about time," Lin Chi thought, but refrained from voicing the sentiment, considering their relationship was still somewhat superficial. He continued to address Akiji by his code name, never having referred to him by his real name, Kazan. Personnel from the naval branch in Water 7 awaited them below. "I understand. Let us proceed," Akiji said, donning the jacket emblazoned with justice that a soldier had been holding for him. He led Lin Chi and the others down the gangway. Following closely behind, Lin Chi appeared more formal than usual, wearing the same justice cloak befitting his rank as a rear admiral. "Welcome to Water 7, Admiral Akiji," greeted a towering man, around 3 meters tall, who bore a striking resemblance to Akiji. "Otto, I must trouble you once again," Akiji replied, clearly familiar with him. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Rear Admiral Lin Chi from headquarters. Lin Chi, this is Colonel Otto, the head of the Water 7 branch, my junior who, like me, was trained under Admiral Zephyr." After the introductions, Lin Chi and Otto exchanged pleasantries. "Greetings, Rear Admiral Lin Chi." "Hello, Colonel Otto." Otto, with a serious demeanor, shook Lin Chi's hand. It was evident that reaching the rank of Rear Admiral at such a young age and serving alongside Admiral Akiji boded well for Lin Chi's future. Once formalities were concluded, they followed Otto to the naval branch in Water 7. Their objective was to replace the naval ship with a standard large vessel, intended to lure pirate attacks while replenishing sufficient supplies in Water 7. "Admiral Akiji, the large vessels you require were ordered 2 days ago from the shipbuilding company in Water 7. They are currently in urgent production and may take several more days for delivery," Otto explained during their journey to the branch, noting that the shipbuilding company's orders extended a decade into the future. Only the Navy possessed the privilege to cut in line, a privilege no one dared contest. "That is acceptable. This mission is a prolonged and arduous one. Consider these few days a well-deserved break for the soldiers," Akiji remarked. Upon hearing this, the soldiers behind him brightened, already daydreaming about how to spend the forthcoming days. Thus, the group arrived at the accommodations Otto had arranged for them. Following Akiji's directive, the soldiers, elated by the prospect of a 3-day holiday, departed one by one. The ordinary citizens who had been detained were also given the option by Otto to choose whether to return to their hometowns or remain in Water 7 to continue their lives. After greeting Akiji, Lin Chi temporarily departed the division with Domino and Heber. "This is Brew." Lin Chi had rented a brew in Water City, taking Domino and Heber along for a ride to explore this aquatic metropolis. "It is indeed a fascinating city. I never imagined such a place existed in the East Sea," Domino remarked. "Indeed, that is why I insisted on taking you out of the East Sea," to experience the wonders of the world together. Lin Shi thought it was the right decision to lead Domino away from their homeland. However, Heber remained silent. Lord Lin Shi, although you have taken me in, I am uncertain how I can assist you, and it troubles me, she confessed. Do not dwell on it too much. You are still in the learning phase. Once you have absorbed knowledge from Domino, you will naturally be able to aid me, Lin Shi reassured her. Upon hearing Heber's words, Lin Shi understood that despite the friendly demeanor he and Domino displayed, the young girl before them was still quite anxious. Her unease stemmed from her perceived lack of contribution. Heber feared that Lin Shi might entrust her care to someone else or send her to an orphanage. Her abilities hinted at the truth. Lin Shi was the pivotal point in her destiny's transformation. Lin Shi pondered for a moment before inquiring, Heber, could you share the extent of your dream abilities? And remember to call me brother. Heber replied, Brother Lin Shi, I am not entirely certain about my powers. After consuming the devil fruit, I was sold to a slave ship the very next day. The abilities I have discerned thus far are limited to two. Firstly, I can infiltrate the dreams of ordinary individuals while they slumber. However, I find myself unable to enter the dreams of those with a modicum of strength, such as the soldiers aboard your vessel. Secondly, I possess the ability to awaken individuals within their dreams, but beyond that, I am at a loss. Brother Lin Shi, do you think my fruit abilities are rather lacking? Heber expressed her grievances regarding her seemingly inadequate powers. Lin Shi reassured her, saying it is perfectly all right. You are still quite young, merely 10 years old. As you mature, your abilities will undoubtedly strengthen. Upon hearing Hebel's brief account, Lin Shi discerned that her fruit's potential appeared promising. Should she manage to develop a capability that inflicts damage within dreams, subsequently reflecting that harm in reality, it would indeed be remarkable. If the avenue of inflicting damage proves unfeasible, Lin Shi suggested steering Hebel towards enhancing her intelligence-gathering abilities. Even in less favorable circumstances, she could harness the power of decay, granting Hebel an augmentation of strength. Fear not, Hebel, Master Lin Shi has assured you will remain. And she is not one to deceive, Domino consoled, drawing Hebel into an embrace. Under the comforting presence of Lin Shi and Domino, Hebel's earlier unease dissipated significantly. Subsequently, Lin Shi instructed Brew to escort them to a restaurant. After their meal, they journeyed back to the division along the tranquil waterways, with Hebel seated atop Brew. As she gazed at the serene waters in the company of Lin Shi and Domino, a wave of disorientation washed over her. The scenery before her intertwined seamlessly with a vision from a dream. Hebel had not fully disclosed her abilities. There remained an unstable power that eluded her control. Beyond the capacity to infiltrate others' dreams and awaken them within those realms, she occasionally experienced prophetic dreams, glimpsing scenes from the future without her volition. The warm tableau around her now mirrored those prophetic visions vividly. Mother and father, do not worry about me. I am safe now, she murmured, burying her face in her knees as silent tears streamed down her cheeks. After exchanging glances, Lin Shi and Domino pretended not to notice and continued their conversation, allowing Hybeer to vent her grievances through tears. Chapter 17. The popularity of the Pirate King Forum has surged in recent days. Beneath the bridge at the outskirts of Water 7 lies the workshop of Tom, the greatest shipwright in the world. Lin Shi stood on the bridge, observing Frankie and Iceberg frolicking below. Suddenly, Tom sensed something and lifted his gaze towards Lin Shi's direction. Lin Shi smiled at him, waved his hand, and turned to leave. He had no interest in engaging with Tom and the others at present. His visit to Water 7 was solely to witness the craftsmanship of the world's foremost shipwright. As for the designs of the Pluton, with Tom still alive, there was no need to seize them, as it would only invite unnecessary trouble. There would be ample time to procure them from Frankie after Tom's passing. Mr. Tom, what are you looking at? Oh, nothing. Let us go. Sengoku is waiting for us to have dinner. Tom did not respond to Frankie and Iceberg's inquiries, taking the frog, Sengoku, and departing. Wait for me, Mr. Tom. After a brief hesitation, the two quickly followed in Tom's wake. Upon returning to the Navy headquarters, Lin Shi encountered Domino and Scheibel, who had already packed their belongings. Today marked the day they would set sail to continue their mission. Lord Lin Shi, everything is prepared. Very well, let us depart. Lin Shi and his companions arrived at a grand vessel docked at the port, which was equipped with merely 2 cannons, serving only as a deterrent. For Lin Shi and Admiral Akiji, however, the efficacy of cannonballs was negligible. Set sail. Upon the arrival of all personnel, with a command from Akiji, the sails unfurled and the journey commenced. 2 sun umbrellas were raised on the deck, while 2 lounge chairs and a small table laden with fruits and snacks were positioned in the center. The renowned Admiral Akiji and Colonel Lin Chi reclined on their chairs, indulging in delicacies and engaging in light-hearted conversation. Colonel Lin Chi, Admiral Akiji, please cease your actions. This is not the conduct befitting a righteous navy, Smoker admonished, his expression stern. Do not be so formal, Smoker. Come, help yourself, Lin Chi offered, extending the fruit platter towards him. Your lifestyle is excessively indulgent. But what is this fruit? It is truly delightful, Smoker remarked as Domino handed him some food, encouraging him to partake. Smoker, please distribute the food to everyone, Domino instructed, presenting the provisions to Smoker. Yes, I shall ensure everyone is served. You two gentlemen work far too hard. It is only right to take some time to relax. Smoker replied with a grin, eagerly departing with the offerings. Akiji, do you not think we are a tad negligent? It has been over a week since we set sail, and we have yet to apprehend a single pirate, Lin Chi inquired after dispatching Smoker. Worry not. Take a look at this, Akiji said, producing a thick stack of papers and handing it to Lin Chi. The documents were filled with intelligence regarding the pirates they would encounter since departing from the Seven Seas City, detailing their locations, intended targets, and the routes they would traverse. It was evident that as long as they followed the information contained within, finding the pirates would be a certainty. This is indeed quite comprehensive. It was then that Lin Chi realized his concerns were unfounded. He cast a glance at the pirate crew closest to them, known as the Zeiss Pirate Group, aptly named after their captain, Zeiss, a display of remarkable confidence. Well, since there was no need for my worry, I shall continue to relish the moment. Lin Chi opened his mouth and consumed the fruit that Domino had delicately fed him. Disguised vessels traversed the ocean, having set sail during the day and now nearing dusk. The soldiers aboard the ships donned their everyday attire as they walked upon the deck, resembling ordinary individuals. The target of Lin Chi and his companions, the Zeiss pirate crew, had also encountered them. Captain, ahead lies a merchant vessel that appears to have recently set sail, a sailor observed quietly through his telescope. Unbeknownst to him, as he directed his gaze towards Lin Chi and his crew, Akiji and Lin Chi had already sensed the impending threat with their observation hockey. Is there a pirate flag displayed? Zeiss inquired of the sailor, for merchant ships at sea typically affiliate with a particular nation or pirate crew. Generally, they dared to plunder only those vessels that bore no flag or whose flags were unfamiliar. There's no flag. They are a bunch of reckless fools, the sailor replied excitedly after scanning the scene. Zeiss swiftly seized the telescope from his subordinate and, after a thorough examination, exclaimed, Lads, grab your weapons and prepare for action. The Zeiss pirate crew maneuvered their ship, rapidly approaching Lin Chi and his companions, while the sailors busily loaded the cannons, readying themselves for a fierce bombardment. These pirates certainly possess a degree of audacity, Lin Chi remarked, observing the imminent advance of the Zeiss pirate crew. Akiji, who shall take action? Lin Chi continued. Let Smoker handle it. After all, he graduated from Zifa's tutelage and should have no trouble dealing with this motley crew of 8 million pirates. Indeed, replied Akiji. I assure you of a triumphant return. Upon hearing Akiji's intention to deploy him, Smoker immediately affirmed his readiness, even before Akiji issued the command. His confidence stemmed from the formidable nature of his Logia-type devil fruit. Go forth. With Akiji's directive, Smoker made his way to the ship's cabin, embarking in a small boat towards the direction of the Zeiss pirate crew. Youth truly exudes vitality. Lin Chi observed the overly enthusiastic Smoker, appearing quite aged himself, and remarked. Akiji glanced over at Lin Chi, who was only slightly older than Smoker, and shook his head. The captain's merchant vessel approached, accompanied by a small boat, manned by a solitary figure seemingly seeking negotiation, likely intimidated by their presence. Ah. When he arrives, let us intimidate him, as long as he is frightened. We can effortlessly pocket some riches without drawing our blades, Zeiss chuckled heartily, while his subordinates gathered at the railing, watching Smoker struggle to row closer. Strangely, the band of pirates made no attempt to attack him. Smoker's small boat finally reached the underside of Zeiss's pirate ship, and he was astonished to find himself aboard without any effort. He had anticipated a barrage of cannon fire, mentally preparing to counter with his smoke powers. Suddenly, a rope fell from above. Smoker stared, dumbfounded, at the rope thrown by the pirates. Ha. Look at this fellow, too scared to even move. To the pirates. Smoker's shocked demeanor appeared cowardly. He lacked the courage to accept the rope they offered. Hearing the mockery from the pirates aboard, Smoker felt a surge of indignation, grasped the rope firmly, and yanked the pirate who had thrown it, preparing to board the ship. The pirate, suddenly overwhelmed by immense force, found his vision replaced by the deep blue sea. A splash echoed, startling the pirates still lost in their imaginations. Before they could react, Smoker leapt onto the deck of Zai's ship with ease, employing his moonwalk technique. This guy actually flew up. The pirates gaped at Smoker's airborne ascent, none daring to make a move. "You lot, open fire." Zeiss finally realized that Smoker was not there to negotiate. He urgently commanded an attack. The pirates, accustomed to obeying Zeiss, swiftly armed themselves. Bang! Bang! The sound of gunfire erupted as the pirates watched in disbelief as bullets struck Smoker's body, only to be met with a plume of smoke, which dissipated moments later. "Are you done with your antics?" Smoker growled, clenching his cigar, feeling humiliated by the pirates' continuous taunts. White fist, white snake, white vine. A flurry of techniques ensued, and the pirates, utterly overpowered by Smoker, were easily subdued, ensnared by the smoke formed by white vine. Bang! Bang! Smoker unleashed his fury upon the bound pirates, delivering punches with his gloved fists, venting his anger. Chapter 18. Separate actions. Upon Lin Chi and the others' arrival at the pirate ship, they were greeted by a chaotic scene. The pirates bore bruises, and Zai's swollen head resembled a completely different person from the bounty poster. Reporting to Vice Admiral Akiji, the mission has been flawlessly executed. Smoker saluted Akiji. "Dispose of them. Such scum are not worth the manpower to imprison and impel down," Akiji declared, showing no inclination to confine these pirates who were not even capable of utilizing abilities. Unlike Zephyr's doctrine of mercy, Akiji had no intention of sparing them. "But, Admiral, I believe being imprisoned and impelled down would be quite favorable for me." The bound pirates clamored, desperate to plead for their lives. The Navy, however, paid no heed to their cries. Under Akiji's orders, the soldiers securely bound the pirates with ropes, ensuring they could not escape, and then unceremoniously kicked them overboard. "Help! Help!" The pirates flailed in the water, but their restrained bodies dragged them beneath the waves. "Lin Chi, do you not think our progress is rather sluggish?" Akiji suddenly remarked. "Well, considering the vastness of the Grand Line, is it not quite normal? No, I mean, do you not think it a waste of our combat prowess for both of us to be on the same ship?" "What do you mean?" Lin Chi queried, stamping his foot on the pirate ship. Let us proceed separately. I shall take another route to capture pirates. What do you think?" Akiji inquired, seeking Lin Chi's opinion. "That sounds fine. I have no objections." Lin Chi was taken aback by Akiji's proposal, but he readily agreed. This would afford him the opportunity to search for devil fruits, especially since Domino had learned the art of navigating ships. Upon hearing Lin Chi's consent, Akiji produced a package from his quarters and handed it to Lin Chi. "Take this. It contains a record pointer, a permanent record pointer for Mary Geos, and a Den Den Mushi. I have included my contact number along with Admiral Sengoku's. You have prepared thoroughly. Did you plan this from the outset?" Lin Chi remarked, realizing Akiji had intended this course of action from the very beginning. "Admiral Sengoku did not summon you here merely to learn from me. This is my teaching method. Your teaching method resembles that of Garp, does it not?" Lin Chi couldn't help but murmur a remark. "In the event that you encounter any insurmountable issues, feel free to contact me or Lord Zhangguo via the Den Den Mushi. Should there be any urgent directives from the headquarters, Lord Zhangguo will also inform you through the Den Den Mushi." He continued, "This is a permanent recording pointer. If you find yourself lost, simply navigate according to its direction, and you shall return to Marineford. If pirates elude you, follow the pointer leading to Gaia Island, and you will surely come upon the island." Akiji comprehensively briefed Lin Chi, expressing concern that he might struggle to locate the pirates, thus missing the opportunity for merit and wasting valuable time. He even advised Lin Chi specifically on this matter. Subsequently, Akiji contemplated assigning Smoker and some sailor soldiers to Lin Chi as subordinates, but Lin Chi declined the offer. "Smoker, Akiji, farewell. And to everyone on the ship, goodbye. Farewell." Lord Lin Chi. Lin Chi embarked with only Domino and Hebel. After transferring the provisions purchased in Water 7, along with some personal belongings, onto the pirate ship, he bid farewell to Akiji, equipped with the Den Den Mushi, the log pose, and intelligence. He set sail ahead of schedule. Akiji, not intending to thwart Lin Chi's decision to limit his company, returned to his quarters after Lin Chi departed and dialed Sengoku's number on the Den Den Mushi. "Sengoku, Lin Chi has left on another ship. Is this truly acceptable?" he inquired. "Rest assured, haven't you confirmed this already? As long as Lin Chi remains uninvolved in the internal affairs of the allied nations and the celestial dragons, there should be no issues." I understand. The decision to allow Lin Chi to undertake the mission independently was made after he reported an incident involving human traffickers prior to arriving at Water 7. Given that Lin Chi does not embody extreme justice, there is no cause for concern, provided he is kept away from the celestial dragons. After all, Lin Chi possesses the strength of an admiral. It is impractical to keep him subordinate to others. It is inevitable that he will rise to a position of power within the Navy, and this opportunity allows him to accomplish the task autonomously. Upon concluding the call with Sengoku, Akiji directed the naval ship to deviate from its course towards the next route. In the Grand Line, assuming Reverse Mountain as the starting point and Sabaody Archipelago as the destination, there exist 7 routes in between. Let me see. Gaia Island, Sky Island? Lin Chi examined the nautical chart and the direction of the log pose, realizing that if they continued on this path, they would indeed reach Gaia Island. Brother Lin Chi, is Sky Island really an island in the sky? Hibel inquired with curiosity. Indeed, it is an island that exists 10,000 meters above sea level. Would you like to see it? Yes. Lin Chi recalled that there existed a natural-type thunder fruit on the Sky Island. Yet he remained uncertain whether it had come into existence by now. Lin Chi took out a comprehensive illustrated compendium of devil fruits, the most complete catalog available to date, which he had requested from Sengoku prior to this expedition. Lin Chi turned to the section dedicated to the nature category in the illustrated guide. The entries included the smoke fruit, flame fruit, marsh fruit, and frost fruit. As he flipped through the pages, he soon discovered that the collection for the nature category was rather sparse. However, he quickly found the entry for the thunder fruit. There it was, the thunder fruit. Lin Chi gazed thoughtfully at the image of the thunder fruit in the guide, recognizing it as one of the most coveted fruits from his daydreams before his journey through time. Hyber could discern the complexity of Lin Chi's emotions. Her yellow irises fixated on the image of the thunder fruit in the guide. Before long, Lin Chi closed the guide and retrieved the intelligence report handed to him by Akiji, carefully examining its contents one by one. Lin Chi did not lose himself despite leaving the ship of Qingji and acting independently. He has not forgotten that he is now a member of the Navy, and as such, it is his duty to eradicate pirates. Chapter 19. Magic Valley Town. Time at sea always passes swiftly, with the sun rising and setting. Fortunately, with the company of Domino and Hebel, the presence of some oblivious pirates makes the journey a tad less monotonous. It seems that because his vessel is affiliated with the Zeiss pirate group, bearing the remnants of their skull insignia on the sails, some pirates, who consider themselves stronger than the Zeiss, have approached them. On Gaia Island, in Magic Valley Town, Lin Chi, reclining in a chair with a book, felt a surge of joy as he gazed at the multitude of pirate ships docked at the port. This town is a confluence of pirates where money, violence, and chaos reign supreme, existing for a myriad of reasons. Domino, do you think we will have a fruitful haul this time? After closing his book, Lin Chi approached Domino with a smile. It should yield quite a good profit, he replied with a hearty laugh. Indeed, it should. Lin Chi arrived here not only to visit the Sky Island, but also with the expectation that the pirate town of Gaia Island would yield a substantial bounty of devil fruits. Sibel gazed at the two of them, perplexed, as they conversed in a language she could not comprehend. Standing upon the cobbled stones of the harbor, Lin Chi and his companions made their way into the heart of Magic Valley Town. Along the way, Lin Chi observed the pirates roaming freely in the streets, some intoxicated from excessive drinking, while others were suddenly hurled out of taverns, crashing onto the pavement. Pirates dominated the scene in every direction. In the central square of Magic Valley Town, Lin Chi paused, taking in the sight of inebriated souls sprawled across benches and the ground. Lost between the realms of day and night, Lin Chi clapped his hands and straightened his clothes slightly. Ladies and gentlemen, I have an announcement to make. Lin Chi cleared his throat and called out loudly, his voice resonating through the air with such force that nearly everyone in the town of Magic Valley could hear him. The patrons of bars and restaurants, caught off guard by this sudden and thunderous declaration, paused their activities in astonishment. I am in urgent need of a devil fruit. If anyone possesses one, please bring it to the central square of Magic Valley. You have 30 minutes. I shall await you at the square. Upon hearing Lin Chi's proclamation, the pirates gathered in the central square widened their eyes in disbelief, while those near the square rushed over to discover which audacious individual dared to utter such words. Lin Chi paid no heed to the pirates' reactions. After calling out, he waved his right hand, summoning a swirling mass of black mist. As the mist dissipated, the ruined king's sword materialized in his grasp. He raised the ruined king's sword and forcefully plunged it into the ground. The sword penetrated the earth with ease, as if slicing through parchment. Desolation, ruin. From the center of the ground where Lin Shi stood, the terrain began to succumb to decay, instantly enveloped in black mist. The relentless spread of desolation consumed the surroundings, with the black mist surging from the central plaza, covering the walls of the town's buildings, the items within them, and extending its taint to everything at the port. In an instant, the entire town of Magic Valley was shrouded in the power of ruin, the black mist swirling ominously. Viewed from outside, the town resembled a black cocoon. In the central plaza, the nearest drunks, who were lethargic and weak, had their lives abruptly snatched away by the black mist, leaving behind mere husks entwined in shadows, their souls plundered to join the ranks of the dark. The patrons of the town's taverns and bars, along with the pirates, were confronted with a world that had suddenly transformed, their faces etched with terror. Initially, they had heard Lin Chi's proclamation, pondering the identity of the fool who dared utter such words, preparing to rise and investigate. Yet, in the next moment, a torrent of black mist surged into the establishment, rendering their vision dim and obscured. Everything inside was coated in a layer of black mist. A frigid chill gripped their bodies, sapping their strength relentlessly, and the frail pirates instantaneously lost their lives. What happened? One particularly dim-witted pirate struggled to comprehend the unfolding chaos. Before he could finish his query, he collapsed, his body instantly enshrouded in black mist, transforming into a withered, darkened corpse before the eyes of onlookers. The more formidable pirates in the tavern, those with bounties on their heads, witnessed this scene and resolved to head to the central plaza. "Let us go to the plaza. We'll find out what has transpired," they urged. "I want to see which fool dares to act so arrogantly." However, they overestimated their own prowess, believing that their millions in bounty would grant them dominance over the seas. Due to Lin Chi's actions, chaos erupted throughout Magic Valley town. Meanwhile, Lin Chi awaited promising tidings in the central plaza. Not all pirates possessed self-awareness. Some brainless ones dared to approach Lin Chi in the plaza, only to swiftly meet their demise, collapsing into lifeless forms on the ground. Following the purging event in the East Sea, Lin Chi realized that even though the black mist enveloped the area, he could not sense the presence of devil fruits unless he saw them with his own eyes. Thus, he intended to utilize the power of the pirates in Magic Valley town to reap a harvest, considering that even acquiring a single devil fruit would be worth the effort. After all, they were merely a group of pirates. Eliminating them all would yield fruitful results. Even Akiji had conceded credit for this task to him. How could he refuse? As Lin Chi contemplated and awaited good news in the central plaza, a pirate entered the vicinity. Now, only Lin Chi and his two companions remained in the plaza. For all the other pirates had been completely drained and transformed into shadows of black mist due to their proximity to Lin Chi's ruined spell. The actions of this pirate drew the attention of all the observing pirates, yet none dared to speak. For those who had uttered a word had been swiftly turned into corpses. Trembling, the pirate retrieved a banana-shaped fruit adorned with peculiar patterns from his pocket. Devil fruit. This term resonated in the minds of all present. The gathered pirates erupted in a commotion. At that moment, a diminutive pirate, barely a meter tall, suddenly broke away from the crowd, his speed akin to lightning as he aimed to seize the devil fruit. Just as his fingertips were about to graze the fruit, his flesh withered instantaneously, his sharp gaze dulled and extinguished. With a thud, the little pirate fell, devoid of any capacity for resistance, unaware of what had transpired before his demise. Honestly, if you were to snatch something from right before my eyes, who would dare to hand over a devil fruit to me? Bring it here. Lin Chi gestured to the pirate, signaling him to present the devil fruit. Yes. The pirate straightened up, lifting the devil fruit high above his head, advancing step by step under the gaze of the onlookers until he stood before Lin Chi, handing over the fruit. "Very well. I shall spare your life. Stand behind me," Lin Chi remarked, tossing the devil fruit in his hand with a satisfied tone. "Thank you, my lord, thank you." The pirate, relieved to have his life spared, hurriedly moved to take his place behind Lin Chi. Did I not see correctly? That is the notorious pirate Storm Bill, with a bounty of 30 million berries. One observer exclaimed. Surely, he must have escaped from the New World. Captain, the port is shrouded in black mist. We cannot escape. Damn it. The surrounding pirates only dared to discuss the unfolding events after distancing themselves from the square. They had initially hoped to witness a brave soul rise against Lin Chi, but in an instant, the infamous 30 million bounty pirate Stormbill had succumbed without resistance. One pirate captain even sent his subordinates to the port for reconnaissance, but the outcome was disheartening. escape was impossible. Chapter 20. A bountiful harvest. 15 minutes remain. I await everyone in the central square. Lin Chi reminded the pirates of the dwindling time. Damn it. It's a gamble. Move. A pirate captain, feeling a certain part of his attire, gritted his teeth and addressed his subordinates. Adjusting his captain's hat, he stepped into the central square, just like the first pirate. Second one. The onlooking pirates watched as the second pirate yielded and entered the square. The captain, accompanied by his 3 subordinates, approached Lin Chi in silence. He removed his captain's hat and produced a devil fruit, shaped like an apple and adorned with peculiar patterns, holding it out to Lin Chi with both hands. I beg you, spare us for. The pirate captain bowed deeply in supplication. Considering you are the second to present a devil fruit, I shall grant you mercy. Now, step to the back, Lin Chi responded as he accepted the devil fruit. Upon hearing Lin Chi's words, the 4 pirates exchanged delighted glances and positioned themselves beside the first pirate who had surrendered a devil fruit. There are still 10 minutes left. I shall await you all in the central square. Lin Chi continued to remind the pirates of the dwindling time. One pirate suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. The devil fruit. Yes. Who among you possesses the devil fruit? Hand it over. The crowd, now fully aware, understood that their only chance of survival lay with the devil fruit. You were just inquiring about the trade for the devil fruit. You must have won. Where is it? Surrender it. Yes. Hand over the devil fruit. A pirate who had been gathering information about the devil fruit trade at the tavern was besieged by the others, demanding answers. In the central square, one after another, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th pirates yielded, producing their prized or stolen devil fruits to present to Lin Chi. After the 8th individual, no one else dared to step into the square. There are 5 minutes remaining. I await you all in the central square. The pirates of the town had all congregated around the square, and Lin Chi's voice echoed once more, reminding them of the remaining time. Yet, none dared to approach. The air was thick with silence as they steeled themselves for what was to come. The remaining pirates surrounding the square had no devil fruits. They had conspired to observe how Lin Chi would contend with the entirety of the pirates in Magic Valley Town when the countdown concluded. Could he truly take on all of them alone? 1 minute remains. I await you all in the central square. As the time elapsed, Lin Chi's final countdown fell silent. And all the pirates, including those who had surrendered their devil fruits, focused intently on him, eager to witness his confrontation with the pirates of Magic Valley Town. One by one, the pirates brandished their weapons, preparing to assault Lin Chi. Farewell. Suddenly, without uttering a single word, nor even a pre-battle declaration, he simply whispered with a smile, farewell. In an instant, the gathered pirates let out a chorus of agonized screams. Ah, help! Spare me! I possess the devil fruit. Let me go? Die! You monster! Thorny venom! Thousands of pirates screamed in terror. The ordinary ones devoid of abilities found themselves utterly powerless, their life force swiftly drained away. Some animal and superhuman ability users attempted to resist, only to be pierced through by shadows, their very souls snatched away. One by one, dark, lifeless corpses collapsed to the ground. Standing on the desolate ground for so long, and still lacking the hockey, did they truly think I lacked the capability to resolve this? Lin Chi couldn't help but express a slight lament. Lord Lin Chi is as formidable as ever, Domino remarked with a smile, showing no surprise at the unfolding events. However, for Siebel and the few surviving pirates, the scene was utterly shocking. Over 10,000 pirates, with at least a fifth carrying bounties, had gathered, only to lose their lives in the blink of an eye, turning into lifeless bodies. Even if tasked with slaughtering 10,000 chickens, they could never have accomplished it so effortlessly. Gulp. The surviving pirates collectively swallowed hard, rendered speechless by their fear, gazing at Lin Chi with terror-stricken expressions. Go. Search their bodies thoroughly. Someone just shouted about having a devil fruit. We cannot overlook anyone. Yes, we will ensure not a single one is missed. As the dark mist dissipated, with a command from Lin Chi, the pirates anxiously dashed towards the corpse, eager to search it. Despite their commendable abilities, the lingering black mist energy emanating from the body was enough to send a chill down their spines, leaving them no choice but to persist in their cold and trembling examination. Before nightfall, a dozen pirates had thoroughly scoured the remains, their frostbitten hands shaking as they stood nervously before Lin Chi. 8 skulls had been collected, 5 of which were newly acquired, totaling 13, a truly bountiful haul. Enough, be gone. Lin Chi instructed, fully aware of the pirates' thoughts. Yet, having promised them their lives, he would not retract his word. The lesson had been imparted. Those frostbitten hands would likely struggle to wield blades with any strength for at least a year. "Thank you, my lord, thank you." The pirates expressed their gratitude while desperately restraining the urge to flee, only allowing themselves to sprint away once they were out of Lin Chi's sight. Lin Chi has gathered all the devil fruits. Host: Lin Chi. Age: 21 years. Armament hockey. Intermediate, requires 10 devil fruits. Observation hockey. Intermediate, requires 10 devil fruits. Conqueror's hockey. Beginner corruption spell, 52,000 devil fruits. None abilities. Elementalization. Passive immunity to physical attacks. Corruption. The black mist possesses the ability to siphon all life. Vast fog. Command the black mist to envelop the land. The mist will alter the terrain, and within its shroud, you may traverse freely. You can choose to enter a camouflage state within the mist. However, if you approach an enemy from a certain distance while camouflaged, you will be detected. In the black mist, you shall not perish. Your demise can be substituted by the shadows within the mist. All living beings are your subjects. Enemies you vanquish shall be transformed into shadows residing in the mist, possessing 70% of their original strength. Number of shadows, 71, 263. Infection. You can utilize the power of corruption to infect living beings. Those infected will remain loyal to you, amplifying a particular thought within them, and they will be able to harness the power of corruption. Items: Sword of Corruption. Devil Fruits. X17. Lin Chi gazed at the number of devil fruits on panel 17, a wave of satisfaction washing over him. Unfortunately, towns like Magic Valley, which were pirate havens, were exceedingly rare along the Grand Line. It was time to return. Lin Chi departed from the utterly devastated Magic Valley town, accompanied by Domino and the still astonished Hybel. However, the town was not entirely desolate. It merely bore remnants of its former glory, posing no significant threat to the pirates of the Grand Line. The pirates that had been set free earlier had already set sail, disappearing without a trace. Ultimately, they enjoyed dinner prepared by Domino, during which Hybel, still in disbelief, spoke of Lin Chi's prowess and the events of the day. Lin Chi briefly informed them about the general situation of Sky Island. Upon examining the 13 devil fruits they had gathered, she discovered that there was only one paramecia-type fruit, the rust fruit, while the others were all ordinary zoan-type fruits. Although a tinge of disappointment lingered, Lin Chi also perceived this as an opportunity for enhancement. Thus, the night passed quietly aboard the pirate ship docked at the port of Magic Valley Town. Chapter 21. Arrival at Sky Island. Sky Island and Gaia Island were originally one and the same, but due to the upsurge of ocean currents in the vicinity, half of Gaia Island was thrust into the sky 400 years ago. The typical methods to reach Sky Island include embarking from the pinnacle of the west sky, where one would encounter several sky islands along the way, or riding the so-called monster current, a soaring ocean current that leads directly there. Lin Chi harbored a profound fascination for the aerial island that soared 10,000 meters high. The breathtaking vistas and unique local specialties, along with the convenience of transportation provided by the wind shell, spray shell, and impact shell, all served as potential sources of kinetic energy. He intended to utilize these elements to customize a vessel uniquely his own, much like Qingji, whose mode of transportation was a bicycle. "Are you ready, Domino?" "Just a moment, Lord Lin Chi," came Domino's voice from within the cabin. After a brief interval, Domino and Heber emerged from their quarters. Domino adorned a pair of white-framed glasses perched delicately upon her nose, her golden locks cascading over her shoulders. She sported a white shirt complemented by a sleek black jacket, paired with a black skirt. Her long legs were encased in black stockings, and she wore a pair of petite black leather boots, her statuesque figure nearly straining the confines of her white shirt. In contrast, Heber was simply clad in a flowing white gown, yet her silvery hair and petite frame, coupled with her youthful visage, exuded an enchanting innocence reminiscent of a young maiden. "Wow, how beautiful!" Lin Chi admired the attire of the two ladies. One boasted an alluring figure complemented by black stockings, while the other possessed a petite frame adorned in a white dress. "Domino, if only you could don a different dress. It would enhance your charm even further." "Lord Lin Chi, perhaps I shall privately showcase it for you next time," Domino replied, fully aware of the dress Lin Chi had in mind. However, at the tender age of 19, she could only accept the notion of revealing it to Lin Chi in private. "All right, my lovely ladies, we are off to the Sky Island." "Indeed," Sybil responded excitedly, her expression mirroring Domino's anticipation. A dense, obscuring black mist surged forth, as Lin Chi was the first to transform the ship into a state of decay, leaving 1,000 shadows to guard it and prevent the loss of their belongings upon returning from the Sky Island. Lord Lin Chi, why am I unharmed while standing on this? Sybil inquired, hopping about on the deck, puzzled by her safety atop the decayed vessel. Why should there be any harm? This is my ability, and I can certainly control it. Now, close your eyes and hold on tight. We are departing. Upon hearing Lin Chi's words, both Domino and Sybil grasped his hands firmly. The black mist began to ascend towards the heavens, with shadows leading the charge, launching an assault against the sky. 3,000 meters. 5,000 meters. 7,000 meters. Found it. In the vast expanse of mist, the black fog envelopes the land, transforming it, and within its shrouded domain, one may traverse freely. You may choose to enter a state of concealment within the mist. However, should you approach an enemy at a certain proximity while camouflaged, you will be detected. In the depths of the black fog, death will evade you, as your demise can be substituted by the shadows dwelling within. Lin Chi utilized the vast fog to transport Domino and Hyber. Following the dark mist, they instantaneously departed from the pirate ship and arrived at the Sky Island. You may open your eyes now, Hyber. Upon hearing Lin Chi's words, Hyber, who had kept her eyes shut, was momentarily enveloped in a sense of disorientation. As she opened her eyes, she was greeted by a breathtaking sight that elicited an exclamation from her. Before her lay an island resplendent with verdant forests, and beneath her feet was not solid ground, but rather a soft, white cloud. Where are we? This is the Sky Island. Brother Lin Chi, this cloud is so fluffy. Lord Lin Chi, how marvelous it is to tread upon these soft clouds. Domino, too, was captivated by this wondrous realm, joyfully circling around Lin Chi. Despite her usual role as Lin Chi's meticulous aide, she remained, at heart, a mere 19-year-old girl. Lin Chi joyfully accompanied her, traversing a path formed by the soft, fluffy clouds high above, which brought a sense of comfort to both his body and mind. However, after a short while, the exhilarated Hybel had to pause due to the thin air at such an altitude. After a brief moment of excitement, Lin Chi and the others continued their journey across the Cloud Islands towards the distant land. The sandy beach before them was a beautiful fusion of water and clouds, creating a pristine sea, while ahead lay a verdant forest adorned with dark green, pumpkin-shaped fruits. Nearby, there was a rest pavilion, furnished with sofas and tables crafted from clouds using unique methods by the island's inhabitants. The cloud-made sofas were remarkably comfortable, and as Lin Chi gazed upon these creations, he realized he had indeed arrived at Angel Island in the sky. Brother Lin Chi, where are we headed next? She inquired. We shall meet the people of this nation. As a naval officer, I cannot simply trespass into another's territory. Currently, the ruler of the Sky Island was Gonfuer, not Enolu, which made Lin Chi's exploration and trade endeavors on Angel Island rather effortless. A cloud-formed upward passage led them to a series of neatly arranged buildings, where the townsfolk greeted one another amiably. Upon seeing the unfamiliar trio, they exhibited no surprise, glancing at Lin Chi and his companion's lack of wings, realizing they were from Qinghai. After all, the inhabitants of Angel Island were well aware of Qinghai's existence, with visitors descending from below every few years. Suddenly, a series of footsteps echoed as a group of soldiers clad in white emerged from a street corner, each adorned with a pair of white feathered wings. One soldier, leading the group, approached Lin Chi. I am Jin Li, a divine soldier of the goddess army. You are from Qinghai, correct? May I inquire about your purpose for visiting Angel Island? The divine soldier's demeanor was gentle. Under Gonfuer's governance, individuals from Qinghai were not required to pay a fee to enter the Sky Island. Greetings, I am Lin Chi, a naval officer. I have come to Angel Island merely to procure some supplies and have no intention of disrupting the island's order. By the way, I entered without prior registration. Lin Chi reminded him that he had entered without registering at the gate of heaven. You all entered without registering? Shenbing Jinli, upon hearing Lin Chi's words, tensed up along with the soldiers behind him, gripping their long spears tightly. Indeed, is there a problem? A formidable aura emanated from Lin Chi, causing Shenbing Jinli to instinctively retreat 2 steps in fear, his body drenched in cold sweat. Gritting his teeth, he forced out, I understand. Here are the temporary passes for the 3 of you, and please do your best to adhere to the order of Sky Island. He retrieved 3 passes from his pocket and handed them to Lin Chi. Rest assured, I'm a Navy officer. Earlier, the intimidation he exerted on Shenbing Jin Li was the Conqueror's haki. This power naturally awakened after he ascended the throne of dreams. and he had become proficient in its use over time. Lin Chi felt quite pleased about the awakening of his Conqueror's haki, as its capabilities were exceedingly perilous, capable of snatching lives and claiming souls. In such scenarios, without the Conqueror's haki to showcase his strength, his options to deter these soldiers were limited to utilizing his powers or resorting to blades and fists. Now, the deterrent effect of the Conqueror's haki aptly resolved the situation, subtly conveying to the soldiers that his strength was terrifying, thus discouraging them from provoking him for fear of endangering the people of Sky Island. After bidding farewell to the soldiers, he strolled through the shops on Angel Island with Domino and Heber. "Lord Lin Chi, this fruit is delicious. You should try it." "Lin Chi, brother, there are shells you need over there." Within less than a day, Lin Chi procured the needed weiba and various shells. Subsequently, he used the passes to book 2 rooms in a well-rated inn. Meanwhile, on the divine island of Appiato, where the deity resided, Shinbing Jinli hurried to inform Fu heir of Lin Chi's arrival on Sky Island. They did not come from the western heavenly peak, and there have been no sea currents from Qinghai recently. "Are you certain he claimed to be a Navy officer?" "Indeed. The Qinghai individual expressly stated so." "Understood. You have acted correctly in this matter. You may leave." After Shinbing Jinli departed, Fu heir sighed. He had heard of the pirate waves from Qinghai and hoped they would not reach Sky Island, affecting the safety of his people. However, the mere thought of a creature like Lin Chi being able to ascend to Sky Island filled him with a sense of helplessness. He could only hope that Lin Chi was indeed a righteous naval officer. Sky Island and Qinghai were not entirely isolated. The small Sky Island Visalia, the one closest to Qinghai, was a tiny island that uniquely allowed descent to Qinghai. It was renowned as the Island of Comprehensive Meteorological Science and was also where Nami was sent flying by Kuma in the original story. Contact between Sky Island and Visalia occurred only once every 10 to 20 years, yet each time, Visalia would bring news from Qinghai. This made Fu heir acutely aware of the terrifying monsters present in Qinghai and the existence of the illogical devil fruits in the world. Chapter 22. The premonitory dream. A dark cloud floated in, obscuring the moonlight. It was deep night. In the 2 rooms where Lin Chi and his companions slept on Angel Island, Domino and Heber shared a bed, and Heber's brow was slightly furrowed. In the dream, "Lin Chi, brother, what are we doing here?" "Trying our luck." She sat atop Wei Ba, observing Lin Chi as he drove the vessel across the White Sea. "Is this the devil fruit you saw earlier?" In a broken ship split in half, Heber watched as Lin Chi found a small box in a cabin. Upon opening it, he revealed a devil fruit, and Heber inquired about it. "Yes, it's a natural-type devil fruit, the thunder fruit." Heber passively observed her body, which was beyond her control, playing out this drama. Another dream, she thought. Since acquiring the dream fruit, she realized that if she did not activate its powers, she would not dream and would sleep soundly. If she did dream, it would be an uncontrollable premonitory dream. After a brief glimpse of 2 scenes, the vision faded from her control. "But it seems I found what Lin Chi brother wanted," Heber thought happily. A gentle touch graced her forehead, awakening her in a daze to see Domino, who appeared worried for her. "Ah, I'm sorry for waking you. Did you have a nightmare?" Domino, sensing Heber frowning in her embrace, intended to smooth her brow but inadvertently roused her. "It's all right, Sister Domino. It wasn't a nightmare. It was a good dream." Young Heber could not contain her excitement over the good news and immediately shared the dream's content with Domino. "Sister Domino, do you think Lin Chi brother will be angry because I didn't tell him about this ability?" "No, don't worry. Get some rest. Tomorrow you can tell Lord Lin Chi this good news in person." Domino reassured her with a warm smile, gently patting her head. The next day, at the inn on Angel Island, Lin Chi was astonished as he listened to Heber relay the good news. "Are you serious?" Lin Chi could not help but confirm with Heber. "Lin Chi brother, I'm sorry. I couldn't control this ability, which is why I was hesitant to tell you." "No, that's not the issue. Is it true? In your dream, did you see me find the thunder fruit in a shattered ship on the White Sea?" Lin Chi disregarded Heber's concerns, his sole focus being on the authenticity of the dream. "Yes, I did see it, but this ability has only manifested for the 3rd time. The first 2 times, it was indeed validated. No worries, as long as there is a goal." Lin Chi could not possibly shift the blame for the elusive thunder fruit onto Sybil. In truth, he had no intention of wasting time searching for the uncertain fruit in the Sky Island. However, he was taken aback by the delightful surprise Sybil had in store for him. Hurry up. Let us set off immediately." An unusually eager Lin Chi urged. Sybil and Domino quickly finished their breakfast and the trio promptly departed for the White Sea. A formidable vessel was speeding across the White Sea. Lord Lin Chi, please slow down. It's too fast. Domino, seated behind Lin Chi and holding on to Sybil, adjusted her hair, tousled by the wind, and reminded him. Haha. My apologies for my excitement, Lin Chi replied as he reduced his speed. Lord Lin Chi, I've never seen you this happy before. When I first met you in Roguetown, you were even more cheerful than now. Truly remarkable. After Lin Chi reduced the speed of the Weiba, he engaged in conversation with Domino Zybier. Time swiftly passed, and as noon approached, they had a brief meal before Lin Chi resumed his search aboard the Weiba. Thus, a day was drawing to a close, and their current location was predominantly inhabited by the inhabitants of the Sky Islands, a place rarely ventured into. The marine creatures residing here were almost akin to the Sea Kings of Qinghai. In the meantime, Lin Chi and his companions encountered 2 wrecked ships. But Zybier noted the dissimilar appearances. Driven by an unyielding spirit, Lin Chi searched through them one by one, yet returned empty-handed. Just as Lin Chi's mood began to sour, and he contemplated enveloping the entire Sky Island in black mist for a thorough search, a 20-meter vessel, severed in 2, materialized before him, exuding an air of decay, marked by the ravages of time, and cloaked in moss. Lord Lin Chi, this is the very ship I dreamt of. Let us go. Lin Chi exhaled deeply and was the first to step aboard the vessel. The wooden door within had decayed, and as it swung open, light streamed in, illuminating the scattered bones strewn across the floor. My Lord Lin Chi, this is the chamber. Heber pointed the way from behind Lin Chi. Ultimately halting at the entrance of a particular room, Lin Chi pushed open the decaying wooden door, revealing a room brimming with a plethora of gold and jewels. Amidst the opulent treasures, a small tin box concealed in the shadows caught Lin Chi's attention. The lock on the box had long since rusted and fractured. With a crisp click, the box opened, unveiling a devil fruit resembling a fragrant fruit adorned with blue lightning patterns. Lin Chi joyfully picked it up, the intricate patterns on the fruit revealing it to be the rumble fruit. Upon the demise of a devil fruit user, the fruit would reappear somewhere in the world, yet its exterior patterns would remain eternally unchanged. Let us return. On the vast sea, although twilight had descended, Lin Chi leisurely navigated the Weiba, engaging in delightful conversation with Domino and Sherbei. Before long, they arrived at Angel Island and returned to their inn to rest. Subsequently, the trio spent a week in a state of relaxation on Angel Island. Notably, this week coincided with the year 1503 of the Sea Circle calendar, marking Lin Chi's New Year celebration alongside Domino and Sherbei in the sky. During this period, Lin Chi also explored historical relics, though their significance eluded him. He ventured to Baika, where he encountered Enel, who faced discrimination from the locals. Although the rumble fruit bore no inscription of Enel's name, Lin Chi, aware of the unfolding narrative, left behind methods for cultivating observation hockey and armament hockey, along with some provisions, at Enel's residence as a gesture of exchange. Thus, after sharing delightful experiences with Domino and Sherbei on the Sky Island, they continued their adventures. Lin Chi carried the items purchased on the Sky Island as she led the two of them back to the Grand Line. Chapter 23, Shipbuilding. Dark mist cascaded from a height of 10,000 meters, and as the mist dissipated, the figures of Lin Chi and her companions reappeared aboard a ship at the port of Magic Valley Town. To their astonishment, the town remained deserted. Given the circumstances, how could anyone dare to approach in such a short time? The port and the town were still void of life, save for the corpse of the pirate Lin Chi had slain a week prior. At that moment, a newsbird flew past the port, and Lin Chi immediately called out to it. "Hey, drop me a newspaper." The newsbird, sensing the ominous presence of the mist-shrouded ship, timidly glanced around before obediently releasing a newspaper from the sky. "Here you go, payment for the newspaper." Lin Chi was not the type to take advantage of others. He tossed a coin to the newsbird, which deftly caught it, calling out to Lin Chi a few times before soaring away. The newspaper chronicled recent events, prominently featuring the headline, "Navy's new star, Black Mist Major General Lin Chi, single-handedly eradicates tens of thousands of pirates in the notorious town of Magic Valley on the Grand Line." Following the infamous trio, the Navy witnesses the emergence of another natural system prodigy. "Wow, brother Lin Chi, you're in the newspaper. So handsome," exclaimed Highbuyer, gazing at the striking photograph of Lin Chi. "What on earth is Black Mist Major General? No, I must seek out Akiji." Upon catching sight of the newspaper headline featuring the moniker Black Mist Major General, Lin Chi felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. He certainly did not wish to assume the title of a great general only to be dubbed Black Mist General, a designation as foolish as the transformations of Admiral Akiji into Frost General, Kizaru into Shining General, and Akainu into Magma General. He entered his quarters and retrieved the snail phone, dialing the number left by Akiji. Beep, beep. Hello, Lin Chi, what's the matter? The voice emanating from the snail phone mirrored Akiji's tone. Have you seen the latest newspaper? Indeed, it was quite impressive. It reported the complete annihilation of the pirates in Magic Valley Town. No, my focus is not on that. I wish to inquire about the origin of this Black Mist nickname. Generally, such nicknames are coined by the news agency itself. Why do you ask? Akiji was perplexed by Lin Chi's inquiry. I want to know if the Navy has any means to persuade the news agency to revise my nickname in the next report. As I am not fond of this one, that should not be a problem. What would you prefer to be called? Ruin Major General. Do not report Black Mist Major General any longer. Lin Chi deliberately emphasized the term ruin. I understand, and I will inform the president of the news agency. Does this name hold any significance? I like it. Absolutely, I guarantee your satisfaction. If there is nothing else, I shall hang up. Qingji was utterly taken aback that Lin Chi called solely to deliberate on the issue of nicknames. Once she confirmed that Lin Chi had no other matters to discuss, she ended the call and dialed the president of the news agency to inform him. The president, feeling intimidated, promptly acquiesced. After concluding the call, Lin Chi was approached by Domino, who, with a mischievous grin, called out to her. Having already succumbed to Lin Chi's influence, she was well aware that Lin Chi's power stemmed from the curse of ruin, not from any black mist fruit. Stop. Do not say another word. Lin Chi quickly interjected. Let us depart for Water 7 and commission a ship of our own. In the year 1504, a vessel was gliding serenely across the tranquil sea, with a few seagulls occasionally soaring through the sky. The calm weather was immensely enjoyable. However, for Hyber, the situation was far from pleasant, as she was being compelled by Domino to undergo training. In the vast ocean, one cannot secure a foothold without sufficient strength. Over the past few days, having observed Hyber, Domino transitioned from simple tasks to rigorous physical training. Despite Hyber's youthful charm at merely 11 years of age, Domino showed no leniency, ensuring that Hyber completed her daily assignments. Brother Lin Chi, please persuade Sister Domino. Hyber implored, seeking help from Lin Chi, who was engrossed in reading. Do not seek rescue. I endured the same when I was a Marine, Lin Chi replied. Sister Domino, you were not just 11 when you served as a Marine, were you? Hyber continued. Rest assured, I have reduced the training load, and I guarantee that your daily nutrition compensates for it. Domino reassured her. Help? Days passed, and the ship soon arrived at Water 7. Lin Chi refrained from notifying the local authorities, such as Odo. Instead, he navigated the vessel to the edge of Water 7, anchoring beneath a bridge along the curving coastline. Here lay Tom's workshop, where he intended to commission a ship directly from Tom. Knock, knock, knock. Coming. A boy with blue short hair, clad only in shorts, opened the door. Hello, may I inquire if Mr. Tom is available? What brings you to seek Mr. Tom? He queried. I am here to commission a ship. Impossible. Tom has ceased building ships. Frankie declined Lin Chi's request 2 years prior. After proposing the concept of a maritime train, Tom had dedicated himself solely to that pursuit. However, while Mr. Tom may no longer craft ships, his protege, can create vessels that are no less exceptional than those from any other shipyard, Frankie boasted, gesturing to himself. The thought of securing a shipbuilding contract excited him, as it would finance his own Frankie pirate ship and allow him to undermine Iceberg. Frankie, are you oblivious to the quality of your own creations? Do not tarnish Mr. Tom's reputation, Iceberg interjected, having overheard the exchange. He then turned to Lin Chi, apologizing and explaining. Though this fool may be somewhat arrogant, he is correct, Mr. Tom is indeed temporarily unavailable for shipbuilding. I understand, but I still wish to discuss this matter directly with Mr. Tom, Lin Chi insisted. Iceberg glanced at Lin Chi and his companions still lingering at the door. Please, come in and have a seat. Mr. Tom will return by noon. Iceberg ushered Frankie away from the entrance. Thank you, Lin Chi said as he, Domino, and Hyber entered Tom's workshop and settled onto the sofa. Iceberg placed 3 cups of water in front of them. I apologize, but we do not have refreshments for guests in the workshop. No worries. Are you both Mr. Thomas apprentices? Lin Chi inquired. Indeed, Frankie exclaimed, but my shipbuilding skills far surpass this fool ass. He taunted Iceberg. Are you unaware that the vessels you construct are not even standard? You, a weapon enthusiast. Iceberg retorted. Enough. You imbecile, Iceberg. Frankie shot back. What did you say? You fool, Frankie. Understood. So both of you are esteemed disciples of Mr. Tom, correct? Lin Chi concluded. Yes. Lin Chi intervened to halt the quarrel between the two. Chapter 24. The Shadow Ship. Soon, noon arrived, and the tall fishman, Mr. Tom, accompanied by the toad, Hang Gang, entered the studio. Upon seeing Lin Chi, Tom was reminded of the moment when he waved at him on the bridge, as well as the recent newspaper articles detailing Lin Chi's remarkable achievements. Mr. Tom. This gentleman wishes to commission a ship from our studio, said Iceberg. Greetings, Mr. Tom. I initially intended to have a vessel crafted by you, but I heard from your apprentice that you no longer take commissions. Therefore, I would like to request your 2 apprentices to assist me in the creation, with you overseeing the project. What do you think? Lin Chi succinctly expressed his intentions. Indeed, Major General Lin Chi, these 2 youngsters have nearly mastered the skills. Upon hearing Tom's words, Frankie and Iceberg exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with joy. Please wait a moment. These are items I intend to use for shipbuilding. Lin Chi made several trips to the ship dock, bringing the shells and wind shell to the workshop. These items are from Sky Island, aren't they? The well-informed Tom instantly recognized them as specialties of Sky Island. Yes, is there a solution, Mr. Tom? No problem. In my youth, I constructed a vessel utilizing this wind shell for propulsion. Tom pressed a switch on the wind shell, feeling the breeze that emanated from within. The two then discussed the size of the ship and the necessary spatial arrangements among other details. Since it would be the 2 youngsters undertaking the task, the process might take slightly longer, approximately a month. No problem, I will return in a month. After confirming the timeline, Lin Chi bid farewell to everyone in Tom's workshop. Over the next month, Lin Chi accompanied Domino and Schreiber as they continued to explore Water 7. This experience reinforced Lin Chi's belief that leaving the East Sea to advance in rank at headquarters was indeed the right decision. Had he remained in Rogue Town, he would either be patrolling the seas or idling in a branch office, with his activities restricted to the jurisdiction. If he ventured too far and encountered danger, he would be none the wiser. How liberating it is to live freely as he does now. Time flows like water. Time flows like water. Lin Chi glanced at his status panel. Host, Lin Chi age, 22 years armament hockey. Advanced, requires 50 devil fruits. Observation hockey. Intermediate, requires 10 devil fruits. Conqueror's hockey. Beginner curse of ruin. 53. 00 devil fruits, none items, sword of ruin. Devil fruits X7, he utilized the devil fruits he obtained from the pirates in Magic Valley Town to enhance his armament hockey to an advanced level. To further elevate it to the pinnacle, he would require 50 additional devil fruits. Upon glancing at the numbers, Lin Chi felt a wave of resignation wash over him. Nevertheless, he resolved to harvest at least 5 devil fruits each year, ensuring that within a decade, he would achieve his goal. As for upgrading his observation hockey, he found little merit in it. Even at its pinnacle, unlocking foresight akin to Katakuri's would not provide substantial assistance. With the multitude of shadows lurking within the black mist, he preferred the brute force of armament hockey, which offered a greater margin for error. Beneath the bridge of Water 7 lay Tom's workshop. Moored at the shoreline was a brand new small vessel, measuring 5 meters in height and 12 meters in length. It boasted 2 levels of space, furnished with various pieces of furniture. This ship could only be classified as small, especially when compared to the massive ships of notorious pirates that spanned hundreds of meters. This vessel was the fruit of relentless labor from Frankie and Iceberg, marking their first independently completed ship as adults. Mr. Lin Chi, do you think it looks magnificent? Frankie said proudly as he approached Lin Chi. It was finished just yesterday. You fool, the guest hasn't even spoken yet, and here you are, basking in your own glory. Lin Chi laughed. Ha ha ha, Major Lin Chi, what do you think of this creation? Rest assured, every step has been meticulously inspected by me, Tom interjected. Indeed. It is a commendable piece of work. Well done, Lin Chi acknowledged. Lin Chi had grown accustomed to the daily altercations between the two. Over the past month, whenever he visited to assess their progress, he would invariably find them fervently engaged in shipbuilding while simultaneously embroiled in heated disputes, their faces flushed with emotion. Lin Chi picked up the brush inserted in the black dye barrel beside him and inscribed the word Shadow onto the hull of the ship. Mr. Lin Chi, shall your vessel be named the Shadow? Indeed, here is the agreed-upon remuneration. Lin Chi produced 1 million belly and handed it to Mr. Tom. A sum that was rather generous, considering he had merely commissioned a small boat, crafted not by Tom, the world's foremost shipwright, but by 2 novice young men. Upon receiving the money, Tom promptly passed it to Frankie and Iceberg. "Thank you, Mr. Tom," the two exclaimed in unison, their voices brimming with joy, as this marked their first earnings from shipbuilding. "Very well, I shall not linger any longer. Farewell." With the transaction concluded, Lin Chi exchanged pleasantries with them before boarding the Shadow, accompanied by Domino, bidding farewell to Tom's workshop crew. "Goodbye, Mr. Lin Chi. Do come again if you need anything." "Farewell, Mr. Lin Chi." The crew echoed their goodbyes. Out at sea, Lin Chi was testing the speed of the Shadow, powered by wind pearls. The Shadow was equipped with ordinary wind pearls for normal navigation, acceleration wind pearls for speed boosts, and impact pearls, which could slightly damage the hull after absorbing shocks and then releasing them freely. "Master Lin Chi, there's a pirate ship to the northwest," Domino announced, spotting a ship flying the Jolly Roger through his telescope. "Understood." In the control room, Lin Chi immediately switched to acceleration wind pearl mode and surged toward the northwest. The Shadow, in acceleration mode, was several times faster than a conventional vessel. As the Shadow raced forward, it soon encountered the pirate ship that Domino had mentioned. "Everyone, a ship is charging at us." The lookout's warning prompted the pirates to rush out. Hey, that bastard is going to collide with us." The pirates saw the Shadow approaching at full speed, showing no signs of slowing down, and instead seemed to accelerate even further toward them. "Cut it. Switch to impact pearl mode." Lin Chi, unperturbed by the impending collision, transitioned to the more aggressive impact pearl mode. With a resounding boom, the 5 impact pearls mounted at the rear of the ship unleashed their force, propelling the Shadow even faster. The vessel's stern kicked up enormous waves, akin to a yacht, as it barreled toward the pirate ship. "You scoundrel! Quick, hold on to something." The pirate captain realized that their ship was bound to be struck and urgently alerted his crew. The pirates clung desperately to anything stable on the deck, their minds racing with frantic curses, as the Shadow and the pirate ship were on the brink of collision. The sleek outer hull of the Shadow illuminated with runes formed from swirling black mist, enveloping the ship in a shroud of darkness. Bang! When the two vessels collided, the much larger pirate ship's wooden structure crumbled as if it were mere tofu upon impact with the Shadow. "Impossible." Amidst the pirates' incredulous gasps and cries, the Shadow, shrouded in black mist, sailed through the pirate vessel with effortless precision, leaving only a small section of the upper wooden deck connected. Crack! The sound of breaking wood echoed as the fractures in the deck expanded, threatening to splinter apart. The ominous sound of the disintegrating planks served as a grim reminder to the pirates that they remained aboard a ship that was nearly cleaved in two and on the verge of sinking. Some quick-witted pirates dashed toward the ship's bottom, where the only escape boat was stored. However, before they could reach it, the remaining wooden connections of the pirate ship snapped, causing the vessel to split apart, capsizing amid the panicked cries of the crew as the deck sank beneath the waves. Chapter 25, The Kingdom of Alabasta Refreshing. Haha. This violent method truly is exhilarating. In the control room, Lin Chi gazed at the pirate ship behind him, now split in two, and laughed joyfully. "My dear Lin Chi, could you perhaps inform us before engaging in such actions?" Domino remarked helplessly, observing Lin Chi's gleeful demeanor. She had not anticipated his reckless behavior. Fortunately, she had sensed something amiss and quickly pulled Sherbel away from the deck into the interior control room. "I apologize, but even had you remained on the deck moments ago, you would have sustained no injuries. The entire exterior of the ship is inscribed with runes imbued with the power of decay, ensuring that even if Domino and the others had not retreated indoors, they would have been unharmed. I would have transformed the dark mist into a protective barrier, safeguarding the deck." "Brother Lin Chi, I too wish to operate it," Sherbel exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with the thrill of discovery as she gazed at the helm and the buttons for adjusting the sails. "Ha. Come, allow me to teach you." Lin Chi instructed Zybel on how to maneuver the direction, distinguishing between acceleration, ultimate acceleration, and which button activated the ruin rune. Meanwhile, Domino busied herself in the kitchen, preparing lunch. With the Shadow's swift advance, Lin Chi rapidly diminished the number of pirates upon the ocean. Through the promotion by the news agency and his own notable achievements, pirates throughout the Grand Line became aware of a Marine Major General pursuing the scourge of the sea. "Hello, is there something you need, Akiji?" Lin Chi answered the call from the Den Mushi. "Are you currently near Alabasta?" "Indeed, I am en route to the Kingdom of Alabasta to replenish supplies. Is there a particular mission at hand?" "Not exactly. Recently, a pirate who faced setbacks in the New World has returned to the Grand Line in disgrace. According to Marine intelligence, he seems to have infiltrated the Kingdom of Alabasta. Since you are in the vicinity, it would be prudent for you to take action." as the nearby marine branch appears ill-equipped to apprehend him. Understood. So, who is this unfortunate pirate? His name is Crocodile, known as the Sand Alligator. He is a Logia-type user of the sand fruit, with a bounty of 81 million berries. The desert terrain of Alabasta complements his abilities, so be cautious when confronting him. Got it. Where have you been wandering lately? Upon hearing the name Crocodile, Lin Chi understood, as he and Moonlight Moria were both part of the shameful 7 warlords. One had been driven to flee the Grand Line by Whitebeard, seeking ancient weaponry, while the other had been broken by Kaido, retreating to his terrifying 3-masted ship to wallow in despair. Recently, I have been summoned back to headquarters by Lord Sengoku, leaving you as the sole one to continue our patrol mission. I understand. If there is nothing else, I shall hang up now. Goodbye. Crocodile, you say? With Akiji's farewell. Lin Chi ended the call and steered the shadow towards Alabasta. The Kingdom of Alabasta, a superpower located in the first half of the Grand Line, is ruled by the Nefertari royal family, descendants of one of the 20 kings who established the world government 800 years ago. Due to their refusal to settle in the Holy Land, they were stripped of their celestial dragon status. It's so hot, brother Lin Chi, sister Domino, complained Sibel as she walked on the scorching sands of Alabasta, a desert kingdom with an oppressively hot climate during the day. The locals wrapped turbans around their heads to shield themselves from the sun during the day and to keep warm at night. This sweltering weather had little effect on Lin Chi and Domino, who wielded the power of decay, but it was quite unbearable for young Sibel. Done. How does it feel? Lin Chi asked as he placed a freshly inscribed white hat adorned with decay runes atop Sibel's white hair. Ah, so refreshing, Sibel exclaimed, feeling the relentless heat dissipate from her body, leaving her feeling invigorated. The trio soon arrived at the capital of Alabasta, Alyabarna. On the road into the city, a Navy soldier held a photograph, scrutinizing each passerby. Upon spotting Lin Chi, he confirmed his identity and promptly saluted. Seaman Tadashi, reporting in. Major. Hello. Were you waiting for me? Yes. Colonel Kuroki instructed me to await your arrival upon learning you were coming to Alabasta today. Understood. Thank you for your efforts. Lead the way. Yes, sir. Such is the privilege of a superior. Before one even arrives, there are those ready to greet them. Under the guidance of Seaman Tadashi, Lin Chi and his companions reached the Alabasta branch, where Colonel Kuroki was already waiting at the entrance. Welcome to the Kingdom of Alabasta, Major, Colonel Kuroki said, ushering them into the reception room. Kuroki, a tall man with a slightly tanned complexion from his time in the Desert Kingdom, stood at around 6 feet tall. Hello. I am Major Lin Chi from headquarters. I have come to inquire about the intelligence regarding Crocodile's appearance in Alabasta. I am aware. Headquarters has briefed me on this matter. Here is the information regarding Crocodile. Kuroki handed Lin Chi a dossier containing images of Crocodile's recent sightings and inferred hiding places. The Rain Base? Is this your inferred location? Indeed. After multiple analyses by our intelligence department, we are confident that Crocodile is hiding in the city of Rain Base, Kuroki affirmed. Understood. I will head to Rain Base tomorrow to conduct a search. For now, I am weary. Lin Chi yawned and requested Kuroki to escort him to the accommodations arranged for them. Life at sea can become quite monotonous, and Lin Chi planned to find a pleasant island to rest on after dealing with Crocodile. Noticing Lin Chi's demeanor, Kuroki seemed inclined to say more but ultimately refrained. For now, he could only place his trust in this recently prominent major to resolve the threat posed by Crocodile, as he lacked the capability to apprehend a Logia user. As Lin Chi reclined on the bed in his assigned room, Domino opened the door. Lord Lin Chi, I would like to take Sibel out to purchase some items. Very well, you may go. I prefer to remain here. Initially, Lin Chi intended to rise upon seeing Domino enter alone, but upon hearing her words, he waved his hand, signaling his desire to stay put. As Domino approached his side, she crouched down and kissed Lin Chi softly, whispering, "Wait for me tonight," before exiting and closing the door behind her. Chapter 26. Nico Robin Rain Base, a flourishing oasis city, is second only to the capital Alyabarna in prosperity. Lin Chi strolled along the street with Domino and Sherbel, feeling no pressure regarding the capture of Crocodile. He merely needed to envelop the entire kingdom of Alabasta in a shroud of darkness. Regardless of where Crocodile concealed himself, he would effortlessly locate him. However, such an approach might incite undue panic, which is why Lin Chi did not intend to employ it just yet, nor did he plan to set sail again so soon. Sherbel, holding Domino's hand, cheerfully meandered through the various stalls lining the street. Suddenly, Lin Chi sensed an unusual gaze fixed upon him from behind. one that felt distinctly different from a mere ordinary stare, triggering his observation hockey. He turned slightly, glancing over his shoulder, and was met only with the sight of ordinary pedestrians and vendors promoting their wares. Lin Shi, brother, is something the matter? Sherbel inquired, noticing his sudden pause and backward glance, concerned that something had occurred. No, it's nothing, he replied. Lin Shi casually replied, you've been discovered. In the shadows at the street corner, a petite figure draped in a cloak and adorned with a headscarf, akin to the locals, gasped in terror. She had not anticipated that merely stealing a few glances would lead to her exposure. It was imperative that she depart quickly. Lingering here was not an option. The diminutive figure tightened her cloak, lowered her head, and prepared to slip away down the alleyway. Hey, it was you who was watching me just now, wasn't it? A calm male voice resonated from behind her as she turned. Her foot, poised to step forward, froze instantly, and beads of cold sweat appeared on her concealed face beneath the cloak. Impossible? The first thought that struck her was that she had been deceived. There was no way that man could have pinpointed her location from 50 meters away and reached her in an instant. No, this alley is devoid of others. It's that man. What should I do? Can I evade him? In that fleeting moment, the petite figure deduced that standing behind her was indeed Lin Chi. I apologize, young one, but could you lift your hood so I may see who you are? Lin Chi placed a hand on the child's shoulder, confident that it was this very child who had been scrutinizing him moments ago. There's no escaping now, given the circumstances. Six-petal flower, anchor flower. Robin understood that if she hesitated any longer, her hood would be lifted and her identity would be revealed, leaving her with no chance of escape. She had to strike first to incapacitate Lin Chi for a fleeting opportunity to flee. With determination, she unleashed her most formidable technique. In an instant, 6 arms sprouted from Lin Chi's form, gripping his neck, arms, and legs, exerting force in an attempt to bend his body backward. Impossible. After executing her technique, Robin realized that the arms she had extended were utterly incapable of budging Lin Chi's form. This ability belongs to you, Nico Robin. As Lin Chi gazed at the arms that had sprouted from his body, he finally discerned the identity of his clandestine observer. With a forceful motion, he seized her neck, arms, and legs, transforming them into fluttering petals that scattered in all directions. Run. The singular thought consumed Robin's mind. Though she realized escape was futile, her indomitable spirit compelled her to flee. I've caught you, Nico Robin. Why were you secretly watching me? Before she could take more than a few steps, Lin Chi grasped her hands, yanking back her hood to reveal the face concealed beneath her cloak. Captured, all she could do was glare at Lin Chi, her eyes brimming with animosity. Lord Lin Chi, what has transpired? Domino inquired, having arrived outside the alley with Shibeer. Moments earlier, Lin Chi had abruptly alerted her before vanishing from her sight. She had relied on their invisible connection to find him. Captured a prisoner, Lin Chi declared, lifting Robin aloft. Resigned to her fate, Robin fell silent, understanding that escape was impossible. Is this the Nico Robin that the world government is after? Domino stared incredulously at Robin's face. Let us not concern ourselves with her identity for now. We should return to the ship. This one needs a thorough cleansing. Lin Chi remarked as he placed the hood back over Robin's head to shield her face from others. Oh, very well. Lin Chi grasped Robin and made his way to the coastline, where the shadowy vessel awaited in the rain. He unceremoniously handed the silent Robin over to Domino and Hyber, instructing them to take her for a cleansing and a change of attire. Along the journey, Hyber, under Domino's enlightening guidance, became aware of Robin's true identity and the bounty placed upon her. Lin Chi sat on the sofa, initially intending to seek out Crocodile, but unexpectedly returned with Robin in tow. A few years prior, when he witnessed the destruction of O'Hara, he felt a profound sense of regret. After all, it was indeed a pity to see such a promising and beautiful woman forced to flee and wander aimlessly. Half an hour later, Domino emerged, pushing Robin, who had changed into a fresh outfit. She looked significantly better than before, her appearance no longer marred by dirt and disarray, having exchanged her tattered clothing for something new. In recent years, Robin's life had been fraught with hardship, living in constant fear due to the bounty on her head. Initially, she sought employment to secure her basic needs, but her identity and the staggering reward for her capture led to her being betrayed on several occasions. Hello, Nico Robin. Are we able to converse now? Pray tell, why were you observing me in secret earlier? Has Crocodile sent you? Lin Chi inquired, expressing a keen curiosity about why Robin was observing him. Had she perhaps already aligned herself with Crocodile? Crocodile? I am not acquainted with him. I recognized you from the newspaper, the fallen Vice Admiral of the Navy. Weren't you sent to apprehend me? Robin replied through clenched teeth, believing that Lin Chi's presence in Alabasta was a mission to capture her. Although she had concealed her identity throughout her journey, she dared not assume the world government was unaware of her whereabouts. Not quite. I am in search of a pirate named Crocodile. However, capturing you as a Navy officer could be considered a serendipitous turn of events. While I have no intention of handing you over to those fools in the world government, since I have taken you captive, I must request that you temporarily join us aboard our ship. After assessing the 12-year-old Robin, Lin Chi decided to allow her to stay on the ship for a while, so she could keep Sybil company and prevent her from having to sleep alone on a desolate bed at night. Upon hearing that Lin Chi did not intend to hand her over to the world government, Robin's tense expression visibly relaxed. However, she remained skeptical. For 4 years prior, her hometown of O'Hara had been obliterated by a fleet led by the Navy. Domino, Sybil, I will take a walk in the rain. You two keep an eye on Robin and ensure she does not escape. Lin Chi discerned Robin's distrust. After all, he was a naval officer, and she was a wanted criminal. He possessed a modicum of self-awareness regarding his own identity and did not harbor any illusions that Robin would come to trust him in such a brief span of time. After instructing Domino to remain with Robin aboard the Shadow, he set off to search for Crocodile in Rain Base. Chapter 27. Baroque Works. However, at this juncture, Crocodile had yet to establish Baroque Works, making him rather elusive. As Lin Chi traversed the rain-soaked streets of Rain Base, he was captivated by the name Baroque Works, rendering his mutterings incoherent. What a twist of fate. The intelligence personnel of the Marine Division could hardly have anticipated that the very crocodile they had been relentlessly pursuing had already established his organization in Rain Base. Lin Chi never anticipated that Crocodile would be so audacious. Had he not been aware of the plot, he would never have associated the Baroque Works with Crocodile. For the overt proprietor of this organization certainly did not bear Crocodile's name. Lin Chi gazed at the open doors of the Baroque Workhouse and stepped inside. Good day. Welcome to the Baroque Workhouse. How may we assist you? A middle-aged man with a distinctive mustache approached Lin Chi with a warm smile. Assist? What kind of services does your workhouse offer? Lin Chi inquired. Ah, sir, I presume this is your first visit to our establishment? Please, allow me to elaborate on our primary services. The man gestured for Lin Chi to sit on a nearby sofa, where he proceeded to explain the diverse capabilities of their organization, ranging from capturing pirates to locating lost pets. So, you claim that your workhouse can apprehend even those pirates worth millions? Your members must possess remarkable strength, Lin Chi remarked. Indeed, although the Baroque Workhouse is newly established, each member has been meticulously recruited for their formidable skills. The man extolled the virtues of their organization. It was clear that they had only recently commenced operations, and under Crocodile's directive, their aim was to swiftly undertake any entrusted tasks to elevate the workhouse's reputation throughout the kingdom of Alabasta. Do you know who I am? Lin Chi asked, pointing to his own face. Upon hearing Lin Chi's question, the middle-aged man scrutinized his features intently and, after a moment of reflection, replied, My apologies, sir, but I must admit that I do not recall your identity. Upon hearing that the middle-aged man did not recognize him, Lin Chi chuckled and said, There's no need for an apology. It is I who have been overly presumptuous. I am a bounty hunter of pirates, and for certain reasons, I have ventured to Alabasta. I seek employment here, and after listening to your words, I believe your organization aligns well with my skills. May I inquire if you are currently in need of formidable members? The middle-aged man, with a pained expression, gently declined. Such matters cannot be resolved so easily. I possess abilities, specifically of the natural type, Lin Chi added. Lin Chi extended his palm, allowing elements to manifest from it. I sincerely apologize. Please hold on for a moment. The middle-aged man, witnessing Lin Chi's elemental manifestation, promptly rose and bowed deeply, then hurried into the room to grab a phone bug and dial. Hello, what's the matter? Is there a new commission? On the other end, Crocodile inquired. Boss, a newcomer has arrived at the Baroque Works, a pirate hunter and a user of a natural-type devil fruit. The middle-aged man excitedly relayed the news. Are you certain? Is he still at Baroque Works? Yes. Wait for me. The middle-aged man found the line disconnected as Crocodile hastily retrieved the sea stone handcuffs he had brought back from the New World and set off towards Baroque Works. He intended to recruit this natural-type user, thereby alleviating the need for him to undertake every slightly challenging task personally. At this stage, Crocodile was merely at the beginning of his career, with a workforce not yet comparable to what it would be in a decade or so. As for failure, He could not fathom that a notorious pirate from the New World would be incapable of subduing a bounty hunter from the Grand Line, especially with the sea stone at his disposal. With such confidence, he quickly arrived at Baroque Works, where he encountered the middle-aged man seated on the sofa alongside a somewhat familiar young man. Before the middle-aged man could make introductions, Lin Chi spoke up first. "Ah, the infamous pirate Crocodile. It seems somewhat challenging to meet you in person. Rear Admiral of the Navy, the defeated." Crocodile, upon recognizing Lin Chi, gritted his teeth and uttered his moniker. Following Lin Chi's encounter with Akiji, the news agency had begun to refer to him as the defeated Rear Admiral, much like how they labeled Kazan as Akiji, gradually leading more people to remember the nickname rather than the actual name. The Navy? Hearing Crocodile's words, the middle-aged man, who had intended to introduce them, stiffened in place. "Defeated Rear Admiral, you must have come for me. How arrogant of you to come alone." Although initially startled by Lin Chi's presence, Crocodile soon spoke mockingly without fear. "Truly, I have no desire to engage in a conflict within this city. Let us proceed to the desert outside." Lin Chi disregarded his taunts and stepped out of the workplace, making his way towards the vast desert. Crocodile followed closely behind, fully aware that once discovered, preventing the Navy from retreating would render his ambitions to operate in Alabasta futile. Bereft of the city's protective structures, the desert was engulfed in swirling sand and howling winds. "Navy brat, though we are both of the elemental type, to choose to battle me in such a desert terrain is truly underestimating my prowess." With that, he exclaimed, "Crescent Sandblade." As his words fell, Crocodile's arm transformed into an elemental form, unleashing a crescent-shaped blade of sand towards Lin Chi. "What a tedious probe," he remarked. Lin Chi allowed the sand blade to pierce through his body, from which black mist emanated at the severed edge, only for his mutilated form to completely restore itself once more. "I am fully aware that this is futile, hence I have prepared this Sea Prism Stone." Crocodile produced the Sea Prism Stone handcuffs, encasing the parts he touched with another material to shield himself from the stone's effects. A truly astute maneuver, though regrettable. Lin Chi could not help but feel astonished upon witnessing Crocodile brandish the Sea Prism Stone handcuffs. A user of a Logia-type ability cannot harness armament haki to inflict damage on another Logia-type unless the abilities are mutually restraining, such as ice against fire. Otherwise, it is virtually impossible to harm one another. Thus, Crocodile's use of the Sea Prism Stone is indeed quite ingenious. Swoosh! Lin Chi swiftly approached Crocodile, his rapid movements rendering Crocodile nearly incapable of reacting. A simple punch struck his face directly, yet he made no attempt to evade. "Futile, my powers are ineffective against you. Your attack is nothing but a mere weapon of the color of armament, shattered." Chapter 28. The Escaping Sand Crocodile in an instant. The attacking fist was enveloped in a pitch-black hue of armament, catching Crocodile off guard as he was struck firmly and sent flying 20 meters away, sliding across the desert sands. Armament. Upon regaining his footing, Crocodile gritted his teeth and spoke, surprised. "What astonishes me even more is that a pirate with a bounty of 81 million berries, who has ventured into the New World, lacks the ability of armament haki and resorts to using sea stone against a Logia type." Crocodile roared at Lin Chi like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "What do you understand? Just a mere Navy officer. How could you comprehend my grand ambitions? Once I accomplish my plan, even if you possess haki, you will merely serve as stepping stones for my ascent." After his defeat by Whitebeard, Crocodile recalled an ancient ruin he had previously explored, which contained records regarding the power and existence of the ancient weapon, Pluton. According to the ruin's records, the information about Pluton was hidden within the kingdom of Alabasta. As Alabasta was one of the affiliated nations of the world government, he sought to conceal his intentions from others. He established Baroque Works, intending to seize the royal power of Alabasta through reputation and cunning. By becoming the king of an affiliated nation, he could legitimately research the secrets of Pluton concealed within the kingdom. Much like Luffy and his companions, Crocodile initially sailed through the Grand Line with great momentum, easily reaching Sabaody Archipelago. However, while Luffy and his crew encountered Kizaru and Kuma on Sabaody, gaining 2 years to hone their haki, Crocodile smoothly passed through Fishman Island into the New World, only to challenge Whitebeard, whose pride lay in his Logia abilities, which proved utterly ineffective against him. After being beaten to the point of helplessness, he narrowly escaped back to the Grand Line in search of the ancient weapon. Now, he had become thoroughly obsessed, no longer seeking to discover his own strength, but instead placing his hopes on external forces. "I apologize, but I lack the energy to listen to your grand ideals. Lin Shi had no intention of wasting his breath on him. With both fists enveloped in the color of armament hockey, he swiftly closed the distance and struck again as Crocodile's fist came crashing down. "Don't underestimate me," Crocodile bellowed. In an instant, Lin Shi's formidable hockey-infused fist connected solidly with his face, sending a cloud of sand flying, and once again, Crocodile was propelled backward, skidding across the desert. An intriguing ability. Lin Shi raised his right fist, which had just struck Crocodile, but the once robust hand had now shriveled, losing its vitality and resembling mere skin and bones. Wahaha. This is the unique ability of my Sansan fruit. No matter how formidable your Busashoka hockey may be, once I drain every drop of moisture from your body, you are doomed. Crocodile wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, casting a triumphant grin upon Lin Shi's withered hand. Hearing Crocodile's mocking laughter, Lin Shi slightly adjusted his stance, channeling moisture from within his body back into his right hand, which regained its former strength. Then, a swirl of dark mist enveloped his hand, and as it dissipated, the ruined king's sword was firmly grasped within his grasp. A sword? Crocodile was taken aback by Lin Shi's unexpected weapon. "Are you ready now, Mr. Crocodile?" Lin Shi swung the sword of ruin, unleashing a blade of sword energy entwined with armed color. With a sudden impact, a spray of crimson erupted from Crocodile's chest, who was unable to evade in time. Startled, he hastily resorted to elementalization, swiftly maneuvering to evade Lin Shi's subsequent sword strikes. "Damn it! I cannot overcome him. He is beyond my reach." Relying on the rapid movement afforded by his elemental form, Crocodile desperately dodged the onslaught of sword energy, realizing he was utterly helpless against Lin Shi. His once proud mastery of the natural element now appeared as a mere jest in the face of these formidable beings wielding hockey. Even temporarily absorbing some moisture proved futile. Before he could drain enough, he would be thoroughly defeated. The sea prism stone he had initially prepared was nothing short of a farce. After casting a glance at Lin Shi, who stood 20 meters away, Crocodile gritted his teeth and muttered, "I shall remember you, the fallen major of the Navy." As soon as the words left his lips, he transformed into a swirling mass of yellow sand, swiftly fleeing into the distance. In this terrain, which perfectly complemented his Fruit S abilities, he vanished from Lin Shi's sight in the blink of an eye. The recently exposed Baroque works in the rain base would have to be abandoned for the time being. He actually escaped. Lin Shi ceased his onslaught of sword energy. Taken aback by Crocodile's unexpected retreat, he gazed towards the direction in which the elemental crocodile had fled, pondering for a moment before deciding against pursuing him. Sheathing the ruined king's sword, he made his way to the shadow, anchored by the coast. "Master Lin Shi, I sensed your battle moments ago. Did you manage to locate Crocodile?" Domino inquired. "Indeed, the fellow scarcely exchanged a few blows with me before he fled," Lin Shi replied, reclining on a deck chair with a hint of frustration. At that moment, Sherbel dashed out from the cabin, exuding excitement as she pulled Robin along. "Brother Lin Shi." Robin is astonishing. Her ability allows her to sprout numerous hands. It's so convenient. Your own abilities are quite impressive as well. Have you already become so familiar with Robin?" Lin Shi remarked, glancing at Robin, who appeared somewhat shy as Sherbel held her hand. In contrast to the two adults, it was evident that Robin felt less guarded around a peer like Sherbel. "Indeed, Robin is remarkable and possesses vast knowledge," Sherbel continued. Unlike Robin, who had only just learned to read under Domino's guidance, she had already excelled as an archaeologist with full marks at the tender age of 8. Unable to contain her curiosity, Robin turned to Lin Shi and asked, "You truly do not intend to hand me over to the world government, do you?" "Rest assured, I have never wavered from my word. My superior is Admiral Sengoku, not the world government," Lin Shi reassured her with a wave of his hand, indicating she need not worry. Upon hearing Lin Shi's words, Robin was visibly moved, yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Having known Lin Shi for less than a day, she found herself unable to discern the truth of his words, questioning whether they were genuine or merely a temporary deception akin to those who had sought to betray her in the past. Only time would reveal the truth. Chapter 29. Departure from Alabasta Navy Branch. Haimu regarded Robin, cloaked in shadows beside Lin Shi, with a hint of curiosity. Though intrigued, he refrained from probing further and earnestly addressed Lin Shi. "Major, did you uncover anything in the rain-soaked terrain yesterday?" "Indeed, I encountered Crocodile there. He is indeed hiding within Alabasta." After a brief exchange, he made his escape, and his whereabouts remain unknown, Lin Shi responded. "What shall we do?" Haimu asked, urgency evident in his tone. Have no fear. I shall remain in Alabasta for another month. It will be your task to ascertain his hiding place during this time, while I shall take charge of the action," Lin Chi assured him. Lin Chi remarked to Haima that, in truth, he had no genuine intention of capturing Crocodile. The strength of the commander of the naval branch in Alabasta, a mere colonel, meant that even if he were to apprehend and expel Crocodile, it would only be a matter of time before another pirate of equal menace emerged, one whom he would be equally incapable of managing. Lin Chi believed it would be preferable to allow Crocodile to remain in Alabasta. At least he would consider it his territory. And any pirate daring enough to intrude and wreak havoc would be dealt with ruthlessly. Furthermore, the first half of the Grand Line is home to the G8 fortress. Even if Crocodile eludes capture, it would not pose a significant issue. The Navy stationed at G8 could handle the situation, as the first half of the Grand Line falls under their jurisdiction. Indeed, we shall exert every effort to uncover Crocodile's hidden whereabouts. Haimu, unaware of Lin Chi's thoughts, responded with utmost seriousness, "I await your good news." Lin Chi rose and departed the naval branch with Domino and the others. Upon returning to the shadow, the four gathered around the dining table to partake in the lunch prepared by Domino. "Domino, have you been overly busy lately? Perhaps we should find a small island to rest for a while?" Lin Chi suddenly suggested, having noticed Domino's recent busyness. Not only did she have to prepare 3 meals a day along with afternoon desserts, but she also had to manage the daily training of Siebel and Robin. Indeed, even Robin, as a captive, had to train alongside Siebel. Fortunately, the cleanliness of the ship did not require her personal attention. The black mist could effortlessly cleanse every corner of the vessel. I don't feel overwhelmed, but if you think so, Lord Lin Chi, you can decide." "I will follow your lead," Domino replied, consistently deferring the decision to Lin Chi. "Then it's settled. We shall explore the Grand Line to see which island may be suitable." "Brother Lin Chi, I know of an island that would be quite fitting," Siebel exclaimed, raising her hand. "Which island is it?" "It is a small isle called Drum Island. During my time aboard the slave ship, they once anchored by Drum Island for the night. However, they were unaware that on the other side, shrouded by a forest, lay a small village named Drum. It was during that night, while utilizing my abilities, that I discovered the dreams of the island's inhabitants and learned that people resided there." Siebel recounted her previous encounter with the island. Upon hearing Siebel's words, Lin Chi produced a nautical chart to locate this island called Drum. The chart in his possession differed significantly from the common maritime charts. It detailed islands far more meticulously. After all, the charts used on the seas were issued by the world government and, naturally, concealed certain islands. As a rear admiral, Lin Chi utilized the Navy's internal charts. Found it. Drum Island. Lin Chi swiftly located the position of an island named Guchin Island along a certain route. He then perused a tome recording the intelligence of various islands along the Grand Line, where he discovered information about Guchin Island. Guchin Island is a diminutive isle situated within the Grand Line, absent from navigational charts, nestled within a jungle. It is home to a village of several hundred to 1,000 inhabitants. The island does not appear on standard maritime maps, and its deviation from the recorded routes renders it less likely to be discovered by pirates. The villagers are fond of clothing and weaponry, and they maintain amicable relations with the Navy, making it a potential temporary haven for naval personnel. Very well, our next destination shall be Guchin Island. However, prior to our journey, we must procure ample supplies and provisions in Alabasta. After reviewing the intelligence, Lin Chi reached a decision. A concealed island harboring friendly relations with the Navy could indeed serve as an ideal respite. Meanwhile, Robin, as a captive, quietly ate her meal without uttering a word. A month swiftly elapsed. Unfortunately, the personnel from the Navy branch were unable to trace Crocodile's whereabouts, ultimately left to optimistically conclude that he had departed from Alabasta. After bidding farewell to the Navy personnel, he boarded the Shadow with Domino and the others, leaving Alabasta behind, thus concluding this brief sojourn. On board the Shadow, Lin Chi continued his usual pastime of fishing. "Brother Lin Chi, have you caught anything today?" Siebel and Robin gathered around him at the ship's edge. Over the month, Robin had become familiar with Lin Chi and Domino, yet she preferred to remain in Siebel's company. "Alas, no catches today. Luck seems to have evaded me." Lin Chi replied with a faint tone of regret. "All right, you two, come over and commence today's training." "Please, no, Sister Domino," Siebel pleaded, while Robin remained silent. She understood that this was one of her few moments of stability. If she did not seize the opportunity to grow stronger, she would continue to live in fear in the days to come. Lin Chi mentioned that he would provide shelter for her on the ship until he returned to the naval headquarters. Once he had to leave for the naval base, he would release her, thereby ending her life as a captive, and she would need to continue living on her own. However, she could not ascertain how long this would last, and she must seize every day to grow stronger. Under Domino's guidance, Hibble and Robin picked up bamboo swords to practice basic sword techniques and footwork. During this time, Lin Chi observed that Hibble was progressing faster than the usually clever Robin, although both still lacked any innate talent for swordsmanship. In truth, even he had not made significant strides in swordsmanship. As for Domino, she needed no further discussion. Her use of the sword stemmed solely from her reluctance to engage in combat with her fists and feet, and her swordsmanship barely reached the level of executing a basic flying slash. This level of skill was achieved purely through sheer effort rather than any exceptional talent for the art. The only advantage they possessed was the ability to infuse their slashes with the destructive power of decay. Currently, while instructing Hibble and Robin, Domino was imparting only fundamental knowledge. The swordsmanship and footwork were primarily utilized as forms of physical training. Ultimately, it sufficed for the two to maintain a decent level of physical fitness. Both were of the superhuman type and would need to rely on their fruit abilities for combat in the future. Robin, your movement is incorrect. You need to pivot your body laterally during this motion, Domino instructed Robin. Robin attempted the action again and inquired, is it like this? Yes, Robin. You are indeed quite astute. Under Domino's guidance, Hibble and Robin swiftly mastered the new footwork techniques taught that day, grasping the essentials. Chapter 30. Drum Island. Lin Chi took out his phone and dialed Akiji's number, intending to report on the status of his mission. For Akiji could be considered his superior to some extent. Hello, Lin Chi, what is the matter? Is there something you need? Akiji inquired with a hint of curiosity on the other end of the line. A month ago, you assigned me a task to capture a pirate named Crocodile in Alabasta. But the mission has failed. I managed to locate him once, but he subsequently went into hiding. I have spent a month in Alabasta without being able to find him again. Lin Chi reported the unfortunate outcome to Akiji. Oh, I see. Earlier this morning, Colonel Hockey reported to headquarters that there was little that could be done regarding this situation, Akiji replied. Upon hearing his words, Lin Chi understood that no further explanation was necessary. Is there anything happening at headquarters? Will I be recalled soon? Lin Chi inquired further. Not for the time being. Vice Admiral Garp has recently returned from his leave. Rest assured, I will inform you as soon as there is any news, Akiji reassured him. Fully aware of Lin Chi's underlying concerns. Thank you then. Since Colonel Hockey has already reported, I shall leave it at that. Goodbye. Goodbye. Lin Chi hung up the phone, stretching his body in a comfortable manner. After concluding the call, he perched on the railing of the boat, smiling as Domino gradually corrected their mistakes. Robin, I bear some unfortunate news. Your life as a captive is unlikely to conclude within the next 6 months, Lin Chi remarked. Observing Robin as she continued to wield her bamboo sword with determination, Robin paused momentarily before resuming her practice, responding succinctly, I understand. This time, her strikes carried significantly more force. The scene unfolded on a jungle island known as Guchin Island. After a fortnight of navigation, Lin Chi and his companions finally arrived at their destination. Relying on the weathered runes etched upon the surface of the shadow, Lin Chi disregarded the concealed reefs of the shallows and maneuvered the vessel to dock upon the sandy banks. They had reached the Isle of Guchin. Lin Chi donned the cloak of justice and, accompanied by Domino and the others, set foot on the island. Robin, as ever, wrapped herself in her cloak, concealing her presence beneath its folds. Despite Lin Chi's insistence that she need not hide, she stubbornly cloaked herself each time they encountered others. Believing she had already received ample kindness from Lin Chi and could not impose further upon him. Ultimately, the quartet traversed the forest without encountering a single beast, arriving at Guchin village unscathed. At that moment, wisps of smoke ascended into the air, and the fragrant aroma of meals being prepared wafted towards them. As they entered the village, they observed wooden houses neatly arranged in rows. The villagers' attire appeared somewhat worn, a testament to their isolation from the outside world. At this juncture, an elderly man, surrounded by a throng of youths, approached Lin Chi and the others, noticing the naval cloak draped over Lin Chi's shoulders. The elder greeted them with a warm smile. Greetings, esteemed naval officer. I am the village chief of Guchin. What brings you to our humble village? Hello, chief. I am Lin Chi, a rear admiral from the Navy headquarters. I have no significant matters to attend to during my visit. We may need to reside here for a while due to our mission. Would that be acceptable? Lin Chi replied. Certainly. On behalf of Guqin Village, I extend a warm welcome to you, Rear Admiral Lin Chi. The chief did not inquire further about the nature of Lin Chi's mission as islanders. Their blissful ignorance served as their shield, and they possessed neither the right to know the Navy's undertakings nor to refuse their requests. Rear Admiral Lin Chi, please choose a suitable location within the village, and I shall have the youths assist in constructing a dwelling for you, the chief offered. There's no need for that, Chief. We will manage the accommodation ourselves. However, I have some items aboard my ship anchored at the shore. Could you arrange for someone to retrieve them? It contains ample weapons and clothing. Lin Chi declined the chief's generous offer and proceeded to discuss the shadow. Fujita, did you hear Rear Admiral Lin Chi? Quickly take a group and fetch his belongings. The chief's face lit up with joy at Lin Chi's words. Their village's clothing and weaponry had become exceedingly outdated. Recently, their hunting supplies had dwindled, leaving them in a quandary, and Lin Chi's arrival with provisions was a fortuitous turn of events. The chief turned sternly to a young man beside him. Huh, responded the youth named Fujita. After Lin Chi indicated the location of the shadow, he set off with a group to retrieve the items. Well then, Chief, we shall not impose further. We intend to scout the outskirts of the village for a suitable spot to build our shelter. Once we are settled, we will have Fujita and the others bring the items over, Lin Chi concluded. Lin Chi conversed with the elderly village chief. Very well, I shall not take up any more of your time. Major General Lin Chi, feel free to choose your positions at will, if necessary. There are some vacant houses in the village where you may temporarily reside. If it comes to that, I will consider it, replied Lin Chi. Goodbye, dear village chief, said Hybel and Robin as they waved at the elderly leader. As they observed Lin Chi and the others walking away, the village chief seemed to recall something and called out to them. Major General Lin Chi, please wait a moment. Lin Chi halted upon hearing the words. Observing the village chief approach with a sense of urgency. General Lin Chi, he began, I neglected to inform you that last year, a remarkably powerful blind man visited our village. At that time, we were besieged by a band of pirates who had inadvertently invaded Guqin Village. After he single-handedly vanquished the pirates, he expressed a desire to reside here for a while. Recognizing his formidable strength, we consented and implored him to teach our village as children. This blind gentleman currently resides in a dojo to the east of the village. I momentarily forgot to mention this to you, but I believe it would be prudent for you to meet him. He is not a pirate, but rather a benevolent soul. The village chief spoke in a flurry, anxious that Lin Chi might unknowingly provoke a conflict with this man. I understand, village chief. I shall seek out this blind gentleman. Lin Chi replied, his curiosity piqued. It was indeed rare to encounter a formidable blind individual in the world of pirates. Initially, he had intended to complete the construction of the wooden cabin, but now, influenced by the village chief's words, he resolved to first seek an audience with this remarkable blind warrior. After bidding farewell to the village chief once more, the four of them proceeded along the village path toward the east. Before long, they arrived at the eastern edge of the village, where a modest dojo came into view. Within the dojo, a series of well-placed buildings surrounded a central courtyard, where numerous wooden posts clearly indicated a training area. Beyond the dojo lay a forested region. As Lin Chi and the others waited outside, they could hear the sounds of rigorous training emanating from within. Chapter 31. A smile as Lin Chi was about to knock on the door to pay a visit. The creaking sound of wood echoed from within as the door swung open. A middle-aged blind man with short black hair and a circle of beard around his mouth appeared before Lin Chi, his eyes closed. He was clad in a light purple garment, adorned with a black and purple belt, and wore wooden clogs on his feet. In his hand, he held a cane, which he tapped on the ground as if to navigate his surroundings. What a rare guest, he remarked. This esteemed admiral has come to my dojo. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Lin Chi had already been made aware of his presence through the observant prowess of his Kenbunchika haki upon entering Guqin Village. Thus, he had personally come to the door to inquire as soon as Lin Chi arrived. No, Lin Chi replied. I merely heard from the village chief that there exists a formidable blind gentleman in Guqin Village, and I took the liberty of coming to pay my respects. Lin Chi smiled as he spoke. Upon seeing the blind man for the first time, he immediately recognized him as the future Admiral Fujitora, though he was merely around 40 years of age at present. What an honor, please come in, he said, as Fujitora, with his cane sword resting on the ground, guided Lin Chi and his companions into the dojo. Despite his blindness, Fujitora possessed the ability to perceive things beyond the sight of many. In Lin Chi, he discerned formidable strength paired with a welcoming demeanor. Inside the training ground, a group of children donned identical purple uniforms, practicing fundamental sword movements. With each call, they executed synchronized strikes, showcasing a remarkable sense of order. As Fujitora and Lin Chi entered a room amidst the children's watchful eyes, they took their seats opposite each other, while Domino and the others quietly settled behind Lin Chi. The two men exchanged glances, their mutual understanding of the absence of hostility easing the atmosphere. "Allow me to introduce myself, Lin Chi, Rear Admiral of the headquarters," Lin Chi stated. "And I am Fujitora, a humble villager from the mountains," replied Fujitora. Lin Chi chuckled. "I had no idea that a villager from the mountains required such strength to fulfill that role." Fujitora laughed in response. "Nor had I heard that the strength required to be a rear admiral was on par with that of an admiral." Though he had dedicated himself to profound training in solitude, Fujitora was not oblivious to the might of the Navy. With a heart aligned to justice, he had secretly crossed paths with the Navy's supernovas, such as Akiji and Kizuru, and believed his prowess rivaled their renowned abilities. However, he was taken aback to discover that Lin Chi, as a rear admiral, had already attained a level of strength comparable to theirs, further emphasizing the Navy's formidable nature. Alas, the Navy is indeed a place that values merit. For someone like me, a young man without accomplishments, advancement proves to be quite challenging. Lin Chi interjected. "Do not be so modest. The news agency has reported extensively on your achievements." After discussing a few more intriguing topics, their conversation paused. "Mr. Fujitora, does your dojo accept new students?" Lin Chi inquired. "Rear Admiral Lin Chi, do you intend to enroll this young girl and boy into my dojo?" Fujitora asked, sensing the cloaked Robin beside him, hidden within a shroud of darkness, making it impossible for him to discern whether the figure was a boy or a girl. "Indeed, since you have already established a dojo to instruct students, it would be fortuitous if you could teach them for a time. I am currently burdened with tasks that leave me no time to spare. Would you be amenable to this, Mr. Fujitora?" Lin Chi intended to have Zybier and Robin join the dojo of Ishiao, thus affording Domino and himself some precious leisure time. Upon hearing Lin Chi's words, Zybier pouted but refrained from voicing her thoughts. She was uncertain as to why Lin Chi wished to entrust her to this blind man named Ishiao. Yet she understood that Lin Chi's decisions were invariably grounded in reason. Since Lin Chi had made a request, it would be impolite for her to decline. However, she cautioned that her swordsmanship was not something that could be easily grasped by the average individual. Ishiao remarked, despite having just met Lin Chi, they had engaged in delightful conversation. His statement stemmed from concern that should he instruct her in his swordsmanship, it might lead to undesirable outcomes. "No, these two lack the talent for swordsmanship. You need only train them as usual," he assured. Upon hearing that they possessed no aptitude for the art, Ishiao felt a sense of relief. Lin Chi's words clearly indicated his desire for assistance in laying a solid foundation for the future of the two young girls. He considered his perspective sufficiently broad. "You two, quickly meet your future teacher." Upon hearing Lin Chi's words, Shixiao and Robin stepped forward and smiled, saying, "Student Shixiao and Student Robin, we greet Teacher Shixiao. We look forward to your guidance." As Robin removed her hood, the mist that had obscured Shixiao's perception dissipated, allowing him to see Robin's true appearance. "Is she the infamous demon child, Nico Robin, wanted by the world government?" Shixiao exclaimed, taken aback. He had not anticipated that Lin Chi, a naval major and a rising star, would dare to harbor a criminal sought by the world government, much less mentor her. "Is there a problem?" Lin Chi replied nonchalantly. "Since you, Major Lin Chi, as a naval officer, see no issue with this, then I shall instruct her for a time," Shixiao contemplated before responding. Although the reputation of the world government instilled a degree of intimidation among those of considerable strength, it was not enough to deter him from even approaching Nico Robin. "Thank you, Mr. Shixiao, for your assistance. After we settle in the village in a few days, I will bring both of them to your dojo." After exchanging a few more words, Lin Chi and his companions departed from Shixiao's dojo. "I truly did not expect that one day the world government's wanted criminal, Nico Robin, would become my student," Shishu mused, shaking his head with a bitter smile. He had heard of the events surrounding O'Hara and even passed through it before its destruction, though at that time he was merely a passerby, setting aside the right and wrong of the conflict between O'Hara and the world government. It was indeed disheartening to see an 8-year-old child branded a fugitive, living in constant fear. Sighing deeply, Shixiao, now in his middle age, found himself grappling with the uncertainty of how to fulfill his own sense of justice. Throughout the years, he had journeyed across the seas and the Grand Line, following the poignant farewell of the Pirate King, He witnessed the increasingly harsh lives of the common people and a dramatic surge in piracy. He had once envisioned forming a powerful pirate crew, united by a yearning for justice to protect the peace of a community, and had even considered becoming a naval officer to capture pirates and restore order for the sake of the common folk. Ultimately, the notorious reputation of pirates dissuaded him from aligning himself with them. The world government, perched high above, disregarded the plight of the common people, treating them with disdain alongside the despicable celestial dragons. This led him to temporarily abandon the notion of joining the Navy. Now, in this secluded island, he sought to teach the children the virtues of independence and resilience, empowering them to defend their homeland, which granted him a modicum of fulfillment. It can be said that the current Xixiao has yet to attain the polished character he would develop in years to come. Presently, he has chosen a life of seclusion, concealing his identity and fulfilling his own ideals of justice in places unseen by many. Chapter 32. Commencement of training. Having left Xixiao's dojo, Lin Qi and his companions arrived at the edge of the forest to the south of Guqin village, where they set about felling trees to construct a spacious dwelling for four. Under the deft strokes of Lin Qi and Domino's swords, the colossal timber was effortlessly transformed into planks. The freshly hewn, coarse wood underwent a cleansing by the power of decay, emerging as smooth as if polished by machinery, devoid of any lingering splinters. However, such tasks could not be completed within a single day. Consequently, the four spent their nights aboard the shadow vessel and dedicated their days to the construction. After a week of diligent labor, the wooden house was finally completed. Situated on the outskirts of the village in an uninhabited area, they enclosed a generous expanse of 300 square meters, even creating a backyard. They then enlisted the help of the villagers to transport all the furniture and belongings from the shadow vessel into the house, facilitating the connection to the underground water supply. Completion. Today marks the day they can finally move in. Lin Qi brushed off the dust from her hands and gazed at the house completed by the four of them, exclaiming, "Hooray! Robin, we can stay here tonight." Excited, Sherbel took Robin's hand and dashed towards their shared room. This room was crafted by the two of them, with wooden walls adorned in beautiful patterns, and the furniture arranged just as they had envisioned. Indeed, Robin nodded in agreement, her spirits lifted. "All right, you two. It's time to wash up. You're covered in dust, so refrain from rushing into the room," Domino urged, prompting them to head to the bathroom. "Okay," they chimed in unison. "Tomorrow, you will be sent to Mr. Ishiao's dojo for your studies, so remember to retire early tonight. Especially you, Sherbel. Do not wander through others' dreams in the middle of the night." Lin Qi also spoke to the two of them, saying, "I understand. Robin, come in quickly." Upon hearing Lin Qi's words, Sherbel felt a bit awkward and urged Robin to enter the bathroom. Lin Qi observed as the two hurriedly entered the bathroom, shaking his head without uttering a word. He let Domino into another bathroom within the house for a refreshing wash. Subsequently, the four of them finished dinner and retreated to their respective rooms for the night, enveloped in silence. The following day, he inquired, "Robin, why do you still don the cloak? Did you not hear what I said yesterday? We are about to visit Mr. Ishiao's dojo, where you both shall enter to learn without concern of being discovered by others." Lin Qi found himself in a perplexing situation, gazing at Robin, who was once again clad in that tattered cloak inscribed with decrepit runes. "I am aware, yet there are other students within Master Ishiao's dojo, and perhaps the watchful eyes of the world government linger upon the island. If I do not conceal our connection, the world government will inevitably uncover the truth about us." Robin asserted with a hint of stubbornness, her vigilance against the world government reaching its zenith. "Did I not mention before that, in the eyes of Master Ishiao and myself, this matter is not as grave as it seems? How can you ascertain its gravity in Master Ishiao's perspective when you have not even consulted him?" Robin retorted sharply. "Brother Lin Qi, why not imbue these two masks with your power?" suggested Sybil as she emerged from behind, presenting two masks capable of concealing the upper half of the face. Extending them toward Lin Qi. Lin Qi took the mask and gazed at the two individuals, instantly comprehending their collusion. "Since you have made your decision, I shall refrain from further discourse. Both have arrived at their own conclusions, and Lin Qi had no intention of forcibly altering their choices. After all, he possessed sufficient strength to remain unafraid of the world government's retribution. However, Robin was merely 12 years old, although she had been by his side for a while. The lingering shadows of fear regarding the world government still haunted her, a sentiment he could understand. Only as she matured and grew stronger through experience could she hope to dispel the vestiges of her childhood fears. The power of decay spread to the mask, and the runes of decay were swiftly inscribed. "Take it," he instructed, "remove your cloak." This time, Robin obediently shed her cloak, accepting the mask, and, much like Sibel, donned it upon her face. Lin Chi accompanied Robin and Sherbel to Yixiao's dojo, while Domino remained at home, diligently practicing the incantations for the ruined runes that Lin Chi had taught her. The dojo appeared as it did a week prior. Yixiao inquired why the two were adorned with masks. Robin replied that she feared causing trouble, while Sherbel wore hers to support Robin. "Miss Robin, you possess a truly kind heart," Yixiao remarked, quickly discerning Robin's intentions to evade future repercussions from the world government. "Mr. Yixiao, from today onward, they shall officially enter your dojo and receive your guidance," Lin Chi stated. "However, before we proceed, I must clarify that my establishment of this dojo is solely for temporary residents. My sustenance in Guqin village is provided by the villagers, and it is at their behest that I teach the village children here. My relationship with the students of the dojo is merely transactional, yet, in consideration of Mr. Lin Chi, I shall regard you as my pupils." "Yes, teacher Yixiao," Robin and Sherbel replied earnestly, recognizing Yixiao as their first official teacher, in contrast to their familial bond with Lin Chi and Domino. "In the dojo, you may simply address me as Blind Master like the other children," Yixiao added. "Yes, Blind Master," they echoed. "I shall leave you in their care. I will return to collect them in the evening." As the students of the dojo were all from the village, they returned home before nightfall. Yixiao escorted Lin Chi to the entrance. Lin Chi arrived alone at the edge of the island. After removing his outer garments, he performed a simple stretch before leaping into the water. Domino was at home studying the ruins of ancient runes, while Hebel and Robin were engaged in their studies at the Dojo of Laughter. Lin Chi also intends to rekindle his previous dedication. His physique and innate talent, augmented by systematic reinforcement, can be said to rival that of anyone. However, his domineering aura remains at an advanced level, while his observation haki languishes at an intermediate stage. All of this stems from his lack of effort to empower himself, as he has instead focused his thoughts on the devil fruit. He plans to utilize this period of tranquility to enhance himself significantly. It is unnecessary to squander the devil fruit on the preliminary enhancement of his haki. It should be applied to overcoming his own limitations. The Azure Sea surface erupted in a 3-meter-high spray as Lin Chi descended into the depths for a month. Lin Chi swiftly traversed through the water, rapidly escaping the shallow regions of Guqin Island and venturing into the vast ocean. Beneath him, a dark silhouette emerged, revealing a pair of enormous, jagged teeth poised to strike. A 30-meter sea creature, lurking below, opened its gaping maw with the intent of devouring Lin Chi. Just as the beast believed it would claim its first meal of the day, the morsel that was destined for its jaws vanished before its eyes. With a thunderous explosion reminiscent of a torpedo detonating beneath the azure surface, a colossal column of water surged skyward, as the creature's lifeless body soared into the air. Its crimson blood stained a vast expanse of the sea. Chapter 33, The Passage of Time. The sanguine waters stirred a frenzy among more sea beasts and oceanic monarchs, drawn from afar by the scent of slaughter, all eager to partake in the feast. Initially, their focus was on Lin Chi, but as more oceanic royals descended upon the scene, driven by the allure of blood and sustenance, chaos ensued, a frenzied, aimless battle for survival. At first, Lin Chi engaged with them, but as the numbers swelled, he decided to utilize this tumultuous melee as a training ground for his observation haki. He deftly perceived the trajectory of each attack from the oceanic royals, effortlessly evading their strikes. Amidst the countless clashes of sea creatures, Lin Chi emerged unscathed, patiently awaiting the conclusion of this senseless brawl. Once satiated, the oceanic royals disregarded Lin Chi, a mere trifle in their eyes, and departed. As the twilight deepened, Lin Chi realized, to his astonishment, that an entire day had slipped by unnoticed. He hastily vacated the now blood-soaked waters, retracing his path back to Guqin Island, preparing to reunite with Hyber and Robin. Upon reaching the shore, Lin Chi dried himself off, donned the clothes he had removed that morning, and made his way to the dojo with a smile. When Lin Chi arrived at the dojo, all the children had already departed, leaving only Robin and Zybel behind. "Lin Chi, if you had come any later, we would have had to return on our own," Robin remarked. Zybel and Robin had been eagerly awaiting Lin Chi's arrival, as she had promised to pick them up in the morning, which was why they had stayed. "All right, no more complaints. It is indeed my fault for arriving late. Mr. Yixiao, I shall take them back now." Lin Chi gently patted the heads of the two girls and apologetically admitted that he had also lost track of time. "Goodbye, teacher Yixiao." Goodbye." After bidding farewell to Yixiao, Zybier and Robin followed Lin Chi home. "You're back. Hurry and wash your hands. Domino, who had spent the day at home studying the ruins of decay, had already prepared dinner and set the table in anticipation of their return. Once home, Zybier and Robin removed their masks. After the three of them washed their hands, they sat down at the dining table to enjoy their meal. "How was your time with the children at the dojo?" Domino inquired, somewhat concerned about their adaptation to the dojo's training. "It was fine. Everyone knows we came with Brother Lin Chi, and they were quite nice to us. They were just a bit curious about why we wore masks." Domino turned to Robin, who had remained silent. "What about you, Robin?" "Like Zybier, I adapted quite well." Domino pressed further. "Are you able to keep up with the training of the other students at the dojo?" "Well, the others at the dojo are somewhat weak, and the instructors aren't particularly formidable either. They seem like people from the village who assist Teacher Xiao. He mentioned that in a couple of days, he would formulate a specialized training plan for us." Robin replied, "Teacher Xiao is very kind and responsible, but he seems to have a penchant for gambling. During our training, he kept engaging the instructors in games of chance. It's all right, just make sure not to follow his example." Lin Shi suddenly recalled that Xiao indeed resembled an old gambler. The four of them concluded their dinner conversation and, after bathing, retired to bed. In the room shared by Domino and Zybel, the two fell into a deep slumber. "Robin, wake up, wake up." In the realm of dreams, Zybel shook Robin, employing her fruit ability to rouse her. All right, I'm awake." Once conscious, Robin swiftly halted Zybel, shaking. "Let's go see others' dreams." "Huh, fine, but just for an hour. Otherwise, I won't get enough sleep." Robin yawned, accustomed to Zybel's midnight forays into the dreams of others. Let's go." Zybel took Robin's hand, leading her into the dreamscape. Here, there were no directions. As they traversed the space, Robin felt as if she were perpetually spinning. Yet, through the lens of Zybel's dream ability, the surroundings were replete with coordinates, allowing her to navigate effortlessly through the dreams of others. Occasionally, entering another's dream would reveal picturesque urban landscapes and unfolding narratives. At times, she would assume roles within these dreams, engaging in delightful impersonations. Those lacking strong mental fortitude would awaken the next day with no recollection of their dreams. As they journeyed, they passed through Domino's dream, Yixiao's dream, and Lin Chi's dream, which was shrouded in dark mist. Zybel was entirely incapable of infiltrating the dreams of the three. She set her sights on the villagers in the village and the children at the dojo, intending to inquire about their opinions regarding the newcomers. She stumbled upon a familiar dream belonging to a young man named Fujita, the one who had assisted in transporting goods to the shadow ship. "Robin, let's go." The two transformed into points of light, diving into Fujita's dream. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves in a wooden cabin, standing in the corner of the room. Within the space, Fujita sat at a dining table with two boys and a gentlewoman, sharing a meal. No one noticed the sudden appearance of the two dream travelers. After all, it was merely a dream, and as long as Zybel remained silent and observant, they would go unnoticed. Seated at the head of the table, Fujita addressed his eldest son, Fuji. "I heard that the Navy gentleman who recently arrived in the village has brought two children to the dojo. Don't get too close to them." "I don't care," Fuji muttered, continuing to eat. "What did you say? Repeat that." Fujita slammed his chopsticks on the table, his anger palpable. "I said I don't care. I want to get to know them. I want to meet the Navy gentleman. I want him to take me out to sea. I refuse to spend my life cooped up on this small island." In response to his father's wrath, Fuji, undeterred, slammed his chopsticks down as well, defiantly retorting, "What do you know? Do you think the Navy is a good thing? What is wrong with the Navy?" Seeing his son's defiance, Fujita stood up, intending to leave his seat to teach his disobedient son a lesson in obedience. "Enough. If you want to argue, take it outside." A remark from Fuji's mother silenced the two, prompting them to resume their meal quietly. The youngest son, still unable to speak, was oblivious to the quarrel, merely opening his mouth, awaiting his mother's feeding. "I say, this Fuji fellow keeps trying to talk to us. It seems he wants Lin Chi's help to join the Navy." Zybel commented while observing the dream. Let's just ignore him. It appears the villagers aren't as friendly as we imagined." Upon hearing Fujita's words, the two understood the villagers' sentiments towards them. Let us go back. I want to sleep." Robin yawned again, eager for Zybel to return her to their dream. "All right. Let us go." After returning Robin to her dream and withdrawing her awareness, Zybel succumbed to sleep. Unbeknownst to her, during her departure and return to her own dream, Lin Chi, seated upon the throne of the dark mist dreamscape, had already taken note of her actions, though he chose to remain silent. The following day, Zybel and Robin, accompanied by the bento prepared by Domino, made their way to the dojo together. Lin Shi informed them that once the training at the dojo concluded, he would return on his own. Subsequently, he ventured once more into the vast ocean alone. Domino, meanwhile, was at home, diligently studying the art of the ruined runes and honing her own prowess. The four of them were steadfast in their pursuit of strength. Chapter 34. 2 years later. Domino. Brother Lin Shi has not returned even after a week, has he? After a day of rigorous training, Hebel and Robin returned home from the dojo, only to find that Lin Shi had been absent for a week. He should be back in a couple of days. This time he seems to have gone to the windless zone in search of a suitable location for both of you to undergo trials. He mentioned that you and Mr. Yixiao have been training diligently for nearly 2 years, and that it is time to assess your progress. Domino replied with a smile. Ah, why is that? Hebel inquired, perplexed. Because we may soon have to return to headquarters. Lin Shi's voice echoed from the entrance just then, upon hearing that they would be returning to headquarters. Robin's expression stiffened slightly, as Lin Shi's return to the Navy headquarters implied that she would have to continue living alone and evading the world government's pursuit. What will happen to Robin? Hebel asked anxiously upon receiving this news. Being a civilian with a clean background allowed Hebel to continue being sheltered by Lin Shi and Domino. But for Robin, a wanted criminal by the world government, accompanying them to the Navy headquarters was simply not an option. All right, do not fret so. I have a plan regarding Robin's arrangements. You need not worry. Lin Shi reassured them with a gentle pat on their heads. As for Robin's future, it was evident that placing her in Yixiao's care would be unwise. Entrusting someone like him with a potential liability such as Robin would only bring trouble. Keeping Robin in Drum Island was also not feasible. Although the villagers posed no threat to her, the increasing visits from pirates had made this once secluded island a target. It was only a matter of time before her presence would be uncovered. After careful consideration, Lin Shi concluded that the best course of action would be to place Robin in her original storyline destination, Crocodile's organization. Firstly, Crocodile's research into ancient weaponry necessitated the expertise of the world's last individual capable of deciphering historical texts, Nico Robin. Furthermore, with the influence behind Robin, Lin Shi believed that integrating her into Crocodile's organization would be a safer option compared to other alternatives. Now, let us have our meal. I have already found a trial island for you. In a couple of days, I will take you there. Lin Shi took the hands of Robin and Sibel as they entered the kitchen to wash their hands. The current year is 1506, and it has been nearly 2 years since Lin Shi and the others arrived at Drum Island in 1504. During these 2 years, the strength of the 4 individuals has seen significant enhancement. The 13-year-old Sibel, seemingly due to her consumption of the dream fruit, has awakened her observation haki. Although her young age has prevented her from reaching the threshold for utilizing armament haki, the 14-year-old Robin, while still lacking in haki awakening, has experienced growth in her abilities and personal strength. Both have also learned one of the 6 forms of the Navy, Suru. Domino has refined her application of destruction power over the past 2 years, with both of her haki types attaining a mid-level strength. Host, Lin Shi age, 24 armament haki, top tier, enhanced by consuming 100 devil fruits, observation haki, advanced, enhanced by consuming 50 devil fruits, conqueror's haki, beginner destruction curse, 60. 40 devil fruit. None in the past 2 years. Lin Shi has dedicated himself to relentless training, complemented by the enhancement from the ruinous curse. As a result, he has successfully elevated his armament haki to the pinnacle of mastery. His observation haki has also reached an advanced level. Furthermore, he has begun to show promise in the utilization of conqueror's haki. What he least expected, however, was that after 3 years of undertaking this mission, the headquarters had yet to urge his return. The following day, within the dojo, Lin Shi accompanied Shibier and Robin to the dojo today. Lin Shi, may I inquire the purpose of your visit? Mr. Yixiao asked, his curiosity piqued. I sincerely appreciate your guidance to both of them over the past 2 years. However, we may soon depart from Guqin Island. Lin Shi revealed his intention. Oh, has the Navy headquarters summoned you back? Yixiao inquired, knowing that Lin Shi had a mission at hand. Not at the moment, but I anticipate it will be soon. Therefore, before my return, I intend to provide them with some individual training, and I have already prepared the venue. I see. Would it be possible for you to take me along? I too am preparing to leave Guqin Island to continue my journey, Yixiao proposed. Of course, Mr. Yixiao. Although I am unsure why you suddenly wish to depart, I have no objection to your company, especially since there are vacant rooms aboard the shadow ship. Thank you, Lin Shi. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, They agreed on a departure time, and Lin Chi left the dojo. 3 days later, on a deserted island in the doldrums, Robin swiftly navigated through the rainforest, her form eluding even the keenest of beasts. I must be nearing the central area, she mused, observing the increasingly lush surroundings. Suddenly, a fierce roar echoed, and a massive claw lunged from the underbrush, aiming straight for her. This was a 3-meter-tall lion with crimson fur, lying in wait for prey to trespass into its territory. Just when the lion thought its strike would deliver a fatal blow, Robin executed her move. 6-petaled flower, twists. 6 arms sprouted from the lion's body, grasping its head, claws, legs, and tail, forcefully yanking them back. The lion felt a wave of agony and disorientation as it crashed to the ground. 6-petaled flower, slap barrage. Still reeling from the sudden turn of events, the lion's neck sprouted 6 hands, which unleashed a rapid succession of slaps upon its head, distorting its features in pain. 8-petaled flower, bone break. Robin unleashed her final technique, and 8 arms emerged, seizing the lion's neck, limbs, and body, bending it backward with tremendous force. A sharp crack resonated as its spine shattered, followed by several more cracks as its limbs and neck were forcefully broken. Finally, Robin delivered a swift strike with her blade, extinguishing the lion's life. Though her primary focus was on ability development, her training with Yixiao over the past 2 years had honed her swordsmanship to a commendable level. That was perilous. I wonder how Shibeer is faring, Robin exhaled, finally able to breathe after the lion's demise. Adjusting her breath, she continued her stealthy advance through the forest, eager to leave behind the scent of blood, for lingering would only invite further assaults from predatory beasts. Chapter 35. If there are issues in your world, do not seek me, for I am from another realm. In the forest, as Robin continued her journey, she noticed a disquieting silence enveloping her surroundings. The usual chorus of insects had fallen eerily quiet, indicating her presence in the territory of a formidable predator. Suddenly, a rustling emerged from the thicket, and a colossal bear, towering over 20 meters, emerged, its red and white fur appearing to blaze with an inner fire. Its human-like eyes fixed a furious glare upon Robin. Run! Robin met its gaze for a heartbeat before sprinting away. The ground trembled with each thunderous step of the bear as it pursued her, its immense weight creating a resounding thud with every footfall. Robin understood that she had trespassed into the bear's domain, and while she had hoped to escape, it relentlessly chased her back to the spot where she had slain the lion. 6-petaled flower, twists. She executed the same technique she had utilized against the lion. But before the arms could take hold, flames erupted from the bear's fur, incinerating the flower-like appendages into fluttering petals. This is troublesome. As the bear opened its maw, a red glow emerged, and a torrent of fire erupted towards Robin's feet. Chafe. She quickly employed her technique to evade the fiery assault. Robin, this way. Shibeer's figure appeared to her right, urging Robin to run towards her. Understood. Robin responded, once again using Shave to reach Shibeer, who was also fleeing from the bear. Stupid bear, look at me. Shibeer shouted at the pursuing giant. For a brief moment, their eyes locked, and the bear seemed to recall something, turning its head away. But it was too late. An invisible force emanated from Shibeer. Bang! The bear abruptly halted, closing its eyes as its body succumbed to inertia, sliding across the ground. A thunderous snore resonated from the fallen beast as it exchanged a final glance with Shibeer before drifting into slumber. This was a new ability Shibeer had mastered, dream induction. Anyone, be they human or beast, who met her gaze or touched her would be forcibly put to sleep. Robin, we must hurry. This bear will awaken soon. Its mental fortitude is formidable. Heeding Shibeer's warning, they made a swift exit from the area. What provoked that creature? Robin inquired. I accidentally wandered into its territory. It followed me even after I thought I had escaped, she replied, lamenting her predicament. If it weren't for your timely arrival, I would have had no way to evade the bear, relying solely on Lin Chi's protection. Haha, it seems we have inadvertently crossed paths with it multiple times. The sun is setting. We should return, suggested Shibeer, noting the darkening sky. Yes, let's head back, Robin agreed. The two made their way toward the island's coastline. A roar echoed behind them. Clearly, the awakened bear was furious at being outsmarted once more. They exchanged a glance, quickening their pace without hesitation. Together, they exited the forest. Lin Chi, Domino, and the trio of laughter had long been awaiting them at the shadowy vessel by the coastline. Had they once again provoked that fiery bear today? Lin Chi inquired with a smile, for upon hearing the furious roar of the colossal bear, he knew that the two must have once again provoked the beast. They found themselves on a colossal island, devoid of winds, where the sovereign creature was none other than the fiery bear Lin Chi had mentioned. This extraordinary giant possessed the ability to generate and store flames within its very being, such as the marvel of the ocean, where myriad peculiar creatures may exist. Oops. We must have upset it, Robin remarked, sticking out her tongue. I'm so hungry, Sister Domino. Hebel expressed his desire for a meal. I've already prepared everything for you. Just remember to wash your hands, Domino replied with thoughtfulness. All right. The two responded in unison as they made their way to the kitchen. Mr. Yixiao, what are your plans next? Lin Chi asked Yixiao. Then I shall trouble you, Lord Lin Chi, to escort me to the gourmet city. Yixiao expressed his desired destination. Not a problem at all. Lin Chi agreed. A month prior, Lin Chi and Yixiao had already departed from Guqin Island aboard the Shadow. They had resided on this island in the doldrums for a month, primarily to train Sibel and Robin. Now that the training had concluded, it was time for their parting with Yixiao. On the deck of the Shadow, Sibel and Robin presented a platter of peeled fruits, placing it between Lin Chi and Yixiao. Your Excellency Lin Chi, what are your thoughts on the Navy and the world government? Yixiao suddenly inquired, wishing to hear the perspective of this naval major general during their final moments together. This question was indeed challenging to answer. Mr. Yixiao, you might be unaware of my background. I was not groomed directly by the Navy headquarters. I ascended to the rank of Major General through my achievements in the East Blue Branch. Since venturing into the Grand Line and reaching the headquarters, I have been dispatched to execute missions for 3 years, and I have yet to interact with any personnel from the world government. Upon hearing this, Yixiao was somewhat taken aback, yet he refrained from pressing further. In truth, he was more interested in understanding the world government's attitude towards civilians and how Lin Chi, as a naval officer, perceived the lofty celestial dragons. Oh, I see. Then, Your Excellency Lin Chi, perhaps you could answer my question during our next meeting. Of course. Once I have the opportunity to engage with personnel from the world government, I shall certainly share my insights with you. Lin Chi smiled as he spoke, clearly choosing not to respond. What was his opinion of the world government? He simply observed, reclining in indifference. The world government was not kind to the common folk. What concern was it of his? He had not taken to piracy, but instead had joined the Navy to combat pirates and safeguard civilians, which he deemed a righteous endeavor. If one believed the world government was flawed, they could wait for the future arrival of the sun god Luffy to save the world. Do not expect a mere inhabitant of another realm to undertake such a monumental task. Chapter 36. The remaining Baroque Works Gourmet City. Goodbye, Mr. Smiley. Farewell, Teacher Smiley. Until we meet again upon the vast seas. At the port of Gourmet City, Lin Chi and his companions waved their farewells to Mr. Smiley. Once he was out of sight, they set sail aboard the Shadow ship, departing from Gourmet City. The azure sea rippled gently, the soft waves spreading outward. As Lin Chi emerged from the cabin onto the deck, he noticed Domino approaching him, a newspaper in hand. Lord Lin Chi, the newspaper just arrived today. Significant events have transpired. What has happened? Sibel and Robin, trailing behind Lin Chi, leaned forward in curiosity. Lin Chi settled into the chair, spreading the newspaper across the table as two small heads leaned in curiously. The heinous criminal, Fisher Tiger, launched an assault on Mary Joa at midnight last night, disrupting the tranquil existence of the descendants of the Creator. A bounty of 230 million berries has been placed on his head, regardless of life or death. TSK. It seems he would soon be returning to headquarters. Lin Chi gazed at the newspaper, where the wanted poster of the Fishman Fisher Tiger was displayed. Brother Lin Chi. Where's Mary Awa? Asked Sherbel. Bloop bloop. Robin, you chat with Sherbel for a while. I need to take this call. Lin Chi, who had intended to explain to Sherbel, was interrupted by the sudden ringing of his phone. He entrusted the knowledgeable Robin to elucidate the matter to Sherbel. Upon seeing the incoming number, Lin Chi recognized it was Kizaru. Hello, Kizaru. What brings you to call me unexpectedly? Enough of that. Since being roused from my slumber last night, I have been preoccupied until now, hence my call to you. Came the weary voice of Kizaru from the Den Mushi. Oh, I just read the news. It must be regarding the attack on Mary Geos, correct? Indeed, you must return swiftly. Lord Sengoku has instructed me to inform you to return to headquarters. I can only delay for a short while. You must act with urgency. Understood. I will wrap up some matters here and make my way back. Very well. I shall await your arrival at headquarters. I have other matters to attend to, so farewell for now. With that, Kizaru ended the call. After overhearing Lin Chi's conversation with Kizaru and realizing they were to return to the Navy headquarters imminently, Sherbel inquired, Brother Lin Chi, where do you intend to place Robin? Robin, equally curious, turned her gaze towards Lin Chi, as both were still uncertain about his plans. Did I not mention it to you? No. Lin Chi scratched his head, realizing that he had indeed mentioned this to Domino only on one particular night. Very well, I intend to arrange for Robin to work with Crocodile. Crocodile? Is he not the one who previously escaped from your grasp, Lin Chi? Are you planning to make Robin a pirate? In an instant, Hyber recalled their journey to Alabasta 2 years ago, which was precisely to seek out this pirate named Crocodile. Robin also remembered the regret she felt when she was captured by Lin Chi, mistakenly believing that he sought her as his target. Of course, she now felt fortunate for having observed Lin Chi more closely at that moment. Yes, it is he. What does it mean to become a pirate? Robin already has a bounty on her head. Robin, my dear, do you think this is feasible? Do you have any reservations? Lin Chi turned to Robin and inquired that if Robin disagreed, he would have to devise other methods. Although bringing Robin to the headquarters to live with them seemed feasible, it was not particularly necessary. It was not a matter of life and death in the future during his missions. He could just as easily come to Alabasta to take Robin along. If he were occupied, he could also have Domino bring both herself and Sibel to Alabasta to see Robin. However, should he bring Robin to the headquarters and get caught, he would face the onslaught of 3 admirals along with Sengoku, Carp, Zephyr, and other vice-admirals. While he might not perish, he would be unable to devote time to caring for Robin and the others. In that case, it would not be for her benefit, but rather detrimental. No. I shall heed your arrangements, Brother Lin Chi, Robin replied, waving her hand to indicate her lack of objections. Compared to the silence she exhibited 2 years ago when they first met, she now listened to Lin Chi and trusted him deeply. Indeed, Alabasta, Oasis Reign. On the shadow ship by the coast, after confirming their imminent separation, Sibel clung to Robin, tears streaming down her face in reluctance. She had finally found a true friend and now faced the prospect of parting. Robin, though somewhat rational in nature, displayed sadness at the age of 14 when confronted with their impending farewell. Despite having anticipated this outcome throughout their journey, they could not help but shed tears at this moment. All right, you two need not be so sorrowful. It's not as if you will never see each other again. Domino consoled them, embracing both girls as they wept. Really, Sister Domino? Yes, I promise you will meet at least once a year, Domino assured them. That is wonderful, Robin. We will still be able to see each other. Yes, that is splendid, Sibel. The 2 girls, now smiling through their tears, embraced one another joyfully. Now, Sibel, you must diligently develop your abilities. As long as your range is sufficient, you will be able to see Robin every day in the future. Lin Chi remarked that Hybel had indeed been somewhat lax regarding the development of abilities. Yes, I must strive to meet Robin in my dreams every day, Hybel encouraged herself, determined to put forth the effort for the sake of seeing her dear friend daily. Robin, have you gathered everything? Yes, it's all right here, Robin replied, shaking her backpack. The 4 of them, cloaked, disembarked from the ship and made their way towards the rain-drenched streets. The thoroughfare was bustling with people. Before long, Lin Chi found herself once again at the address of the Baroque Workshop, a place she had last seen 2 years prior. At that time, Lin Chi had not disclosed to the Navy that the Baroque Workshop was owned by Crocodile. Now, this workshop continued to operate serenely in Alabasta, fulfilling the requests of others. How audacious! Lin Chi gazed at the workroom with its grand entrance wide open and smiled. Upon entering, he found the same middle-aged man who had initially received him. The man, preparing to rise and greet the customer, trembled involuntarily at the moment he beheld Lin Chi removing his hat, and in a voice tinged with fear, he exclaimed, "Admiral!" Overcome by his fright, the man collapsed to the ground. "It seems you still remember me. Bring forth Crocodile's din mushi. I am aware you have it on your person." Lin Chi waved his hand, urging him to quickly produce the phone bug. Yes, please hold on to it." The thoughts of refusal swirled in the middle-aged man's mind for a moment before he relinquished them. Even if he did not comply, Lin Chi could still acquire it from his corpse. This phone bug only recorded a single number, and Lin Chi dialed it. "Hello, what is it?" Crocodile inquired. His organization had grown significantly, having recruited some commendable members. Any task should have been directed to them instead. "It's me, Navy Lin Chi," Lin Chi replied. There was a brief pause on the other end before Crocodile responded. "You self-identify through a phone bug. Is there something you wish to discuss?" Crocodile immediately deduced that Lin Chi must have a matter of importance. 2 years prior, he had been defeated by Lin Chi, and after narrowly escaping, he had harbored resentment for a time. Little did he expect that now, as a Navy officer, Lin Shi would actually require assistance from a pirate, a true twist of fate. Very clever. Come to the organization immediately if you wish to continue navigating these waters, Crocodile instructed. Understood. Gurgling sounds emanated from the phone bug as Crocodile stared at the device, which had been abruptly disconnected mid-sentence. Navy Major, defeated. His face flushed crimson, and he gritted his teeth, spitting out Lin Chi's nickname. Ultimately, he dressed and exited a room hidden in the rain, heading towards the organization. For he was acutely aware that neglecting this summons would lead to dire consequences. Once Lin Chi set his sights on him, his dreams in Alabasta would come to an abrupt end. He had no desire to be perpetually pursued by an unbeatable Navy officer. Chapter 37. Do not be too proud. Lin Chi and 3 others awaited the arrival of Crocodile, the middle-aged man whose demeanor was riddled with trepidation, in the workspace. Shortly thereafter, a gust of yellow sand wafted through the door. Dressed in a fur coat and puffing on a cigar, Crocodile, with a golden hook for a left hand, made his entrance into the workspace. He plopped down forcefully onto the sofa opposite Lin Chi, wearing an expression of displeasure, and remarked, "So, what is the matter?" Lin Chi. "Rear Admiral. Honestly, are you seeking a beating? Your tone, Crocodile, is quite irksome." Lin Chi rose to his feet, gently cracking his knuckles, producing a faint sound of bones. He gazed down imperiously at Crocodile. "No, wait." Crocodile, taken aback by Lin Chi's sudden shift in demeanor, exclaimed in panic as he realized Lin Chi was poised to strike. It was too late. Lin Chi's figure vanished from sight in an instant, only to reappear before Crocodile the next moment. Bastard. It was too late for Crocodile to evade using elemental transformation. He hurriedly crossed his arms to block Lin Chi's punch. Bang. Lin Chi delivered a powerful blow, infused with the might of armament hockey and the essence of ruin, striking down heavily upon Crocodile's arm. What transpired? Was there an earthquake? Passers-by on the streets outside the Baroque Works were startled by the sudden tremor. Inside Baroque Works, Crocodile found himself utterly unable to fend off Lin Chi's assault, collapsing violently to the ground. The sofa was shattered in the process, and Crocodile, now sprawled on the floor, coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Crocodile, have you forgotten that you are a pirate while I am a member of the Navy? It seems you have become a tad too complacent. Do you not realize this?" Lin Chi sat atop Crocodile, who was clad in a fur coat, seizing his hair and forcefully lifting his bloodied head to address him. Observing Crocodile's smug demeanor, as if he could afford to show disdain due to his perceived utility, Lin Chi resolved to teach him a lesson, ensuring that Robin would not suffer indignities in the future. His earlier strike had been delivered with utmost force, although it had caused minimal damage to the surrounding structures. The application of his armament hockey and the ruinous power had undeniably impacted Crocodile. "I understand," Crocodile gasped, struggling to respond. Lin Chi sat beneath the overwhelming pressure of the Conqueror's hockey that radiated from him, a force so intense it nearly rendered him breathless. He sensed his vitality and strength being siphoned away. In that moment, he comprehended that Lin Chi was unequivocally a monster. The fact that he had managed to escape 2 years ago was not due to his own evasion skills, but rather because Lin Chi, much like Whitebeard, had deemed him unworthy of death, thus granting him the opportunity to flee. Confronted with this harsh reality, his former arrogance, born from his ventures in the New World and his exploits as a notorious pirate, vanished entirely. Understanding this, he resolved to rise once more. For this time he had indeed gained a formidable ally. Lin Chi released Crocodile's hair and returned to the sofa. "Ahem, what do you require of me?" Crocodile, having coughed up the congealed blood, forced himself to stand despite his exhausted state, though it was merely a single blow. He felt as if his body had shattered into pieces. Not daring to display any further displeasure, he straightforwardly inquired what Lin Chi needed him to do. "It is nothing of great consequence. Robin, please remove your hat." Lin Chi instructed Robin, the only one still wearing a hat, to remove it. "The girl is." Crocodile gazed in astonishment at Robin's face. In the years since he resolved to seek ancient weaponry, the foremost challenge he encountered was the inability to find a scholar capable of interpreting the poneglyphs. Following the destruction of O'Hara, the last known individual able to decipher the history texts was none other than Nico Robin. To this end, he dispatched individuals to monitor the entrance of Reverse Mountain along the Grand Line, solely to locate Nico Robin. However, he was even more astonished that Lin Chi, a member of the Navy, had captured Nico Robin without delivering her to the world government and, according to Lin Chi's intentions, intended to hand Robin over to him. This was a blatant act of treachery against the world government. Indeed, this girl is Nico Robin, a criminal wanted by the world government. I plan to have her join your crew for a while. Do you have the courage to accept her? Haha, I am a pirate. The world government is nothing in my eyes, Crocodile exclaimed with wild laughter, utterly surprised that the favor Lin Chi was asking of him was such fortuitous news. At that moment, he felt as though his injured body was no longer in pain. Well then, I shall rest easy. You may treat her as a member of your crew without concern for me. However, I must warn you of one thing. She is mine. Remember this well. As Lin Chi uttered his second sentence, a sudden shift in his tone brought forth an unusually rare calmness. He emanated a dark mist from his elemental form, exhaling a cloud of black vapor from his mouth. Crocodile observed the walls around him, which were enveloped in the encroaching black mist, shrouding him completely. Though he stood tall, looking down upon Lin Chi seated on the sofa, at that moment, Lin Chi appeared as if he were perched upon a lofty throne, gazing down at him. Ensnared by the dark fog, in the blink of an eye, Crocodile, drenched in cold sweat, discovered that everything around him was normal. The black mist had merely been an illusion. I remember, Crocodile said, swallowing hard, his voice tinged with fear. Robin, from now on, he will be your temporary boss. Domino. Shibiru is leaving, Lin Chi said, while gently patting Robin's head. I understand, Robin obediently nodded. Goodbye, Robin-chan. We will visit you often, Domino, and Shibiru bid farewell. Goodbye, brother Lin Chi, sister Domino, Shibiru, Robin replied, perhaps comforted by the knowledge that they would meet again next year, and having already shed tears aboard the ship. Subsequently, Shibiru followed Domino and Lin Chi out of the Baroque works. After watching the three depart, Robin approached Crocodile and introduced herself. My name is Nico Robin. I look forward to working with you. Once Lin Chi had completely left, Crocodile regained his composure, wiped the blood trickling down his forehead with a handkerchief, then lit a cigar. After taking a puff, he grimaced and said to Robin, that fellow Lin Chi just tossed the burden on to me. Come along. I will explain the workings of the organization to you and arrange your accommodation. And call me boss. Understood, boss, Robin replied, donning her hooded cloak. Her steps light as she followed Crocodile. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man remained hidden in a corner of the workplace, silent and grateful to have escaped a calamity. Chapter 38. The system of the seven warlords. Is it really all right, Lord Lin Chi, to entrust Robin to that man, especially since he is a pirate? Domino inquired with concern aboard the shadow ship. Rest assured, that man cannot harm Robin, and have you forgotten? I have left a contingency for Robin, Lin Chi reassured her. I know, but I still worry. She is just a child, Domino replied. Don't overthink it. Let us return to headquarters. The shadow ship sailed steadily along the course of the Eternal Pointer. After a week of navigation through the Triangular Sea region, the shadow ship finally arrived at the Navy headquarters. It has been so long since I last returned, Domino exclaimed joyfully, gazing at the headquarters. Is this truly the Navy headquarters? Shibiru marveled at the imposing structure. Domino, please take Shibiru home. I will report to Admiral Sengoku and check on Kesha, Lin Chi instructed. 3 years prior, when he first visited the Navy headquarters, he had been allocated a residence, which had remained vacant since Domino had stayed there for a few days. No problem, Shibiru, let us return home, she said. All right. The two held hands as they walked towards the residential area behind the headquarters. Knock, knock, knock. The door to Admiral Sengoku's office was rapped upon. Enter, came the reply. Creak. The door slowly opened, revealing Lin Chi's figure to Sengoku and the others. Lin Chi. You have returned, Sengoku exclaimed with a smile, having already received word of Lin Chi's approach to the headquarters. Upon entering the office, Lin Chi surveyed the room. Noting the presence of several high-ranking officers, Vice Admiral Tsuru, a grinning carp munching on rice crackers, a Kainu puffing on a cigar, Kazuo, who appeared rather lewd while polishing his nails, and the long Mistakiji. The top brass of the Navy had gathered here. All eyes fixed upon Lin Chi as he stepped inside. After meticulously saluting, Lin Chi addressed Sengoku, Rear Admiral Lin Chi, reporting back. Ah. It has indeed been quite a while, Lin Chi, Kazara greeted him with a cheerful demeanor. Ha ha ha. Is he the individual you intend to recommend, Sengoku? He certainly appears to be in high spirits, Garp remarked, munching on rice crackers while scrutinizing Lin Chi for some time. Meanwhile, Kazara continued to file his nails. And Akaina took a puff from his cigar without uttering a word. Please take a seat, Lin Chi. We are currently deliberating on certain matters, and your insights would be most welcome. Yes, sir. Lin Chi took a seat beside Qingji. Greetings to you all. Hello. Lin Chi politely greeted Carp, the yellow ape, and Akainu in the room, all of whom were familiar with one another. Continuing the previous discussion, it was revealed that the world government had decided to bestow the title of Warlord of the Sea upon pirates possessing catastrophic destructive capabilities and tremendous strength that rivaled that of nations. The Warlord system was a direct mandate from the Five Elders, and those pirates granted the title of Warlord would have their bounties revoked and all past transgressions would be erased. Moreover, members of the Warlords were permitted to engage in privateering outside the affiliated nations. In an effort to accommodate Lin Shi, Crane reiterated the topic of their discussion, casting a glance at Lin Shi, who remained expressionless, before continuing. Now, we must decide which individuals will be selected as warlords. She handed Lin Shi a stack of bounty notices and personnel information, a similar set being distributed to the others present. Disgusting, Akainu growled, extinguishing his cigar with a fierce press against the bounty notice, which ignited in flames. The world government's creation of the warlord system, which legalized piracy, was tantamount to trampling upon the dignity of the Navy. The moment the Navy became aware of the warlord system, an internal meeting was convened, resulting in their inability to intervene in the world government's actions. The mere mention of the term warlord made Akainu feel nauseous, rendering him utterly unwilling to propose any candidates. Meanwhile, the others on the sofa reacted differently. Akiji feigned sleep by lowering his eye mask, while the yellow ape continued to file his nails, and Carp munched contentedly on his senbei. As a newcomer, I truly find it challenging to offer a meaningful suggestion on such matters. Lin Shi casually perused the documents before expressing his refusal to the proposal. Sighing as if already aware, he seemed to share in the distaste for the command. Though she too found the directive repugnant, she understood that if the Navy did not select a few more temperate pirates to assume the role of warlords of the sea, allowing the world government CP to make their own choices, one could only speculate which figures would be presented to the elders. All right, let us transition to the next topic, said Sengoku, directing the conversation to a matter that commanded everyone's attention. Lin Shi, I have decided to recommend you as a candidate for admiral, akin to Akiji and the others. What are your thoughts? Sengoku's declaration of endorsing a capable newcomer for the admiral position was a secret known only to a select few within the Navy's core, namely those present in the office. Along with Admiral Zifa, who was out training his students and equally disillusioned by the warlord policy. I am truly honored. Lin Shi calmly accepted the challenge with a smile. Then let me test you, Major General Lin Shi. Akainu immediately stood up and addressed Lin Shi. He sought to ascertain whether Lin Shi truly possessed the formidable strength that Akiji and the others had spoken of, sufficient to compete with them. Should Lin Shi's capabilities fall short during this assessment, he would have to dutifully remain as a candidate for the position of admiral. Conversely, if his strength proved adequate, he would, upon the retirement of Sengoku and Zephyr, ascend to the rank of admiral, just as Akainu and the others had. Very well, I look forward to your guidance. Vice Admiral Akainu. With a surge of energy, their fierce presence sent the documents in the office swirling chaotically. Hey, this is my office. Sengoku interjected, interrupting the impending clash. Let us head to the training ground. Lin Shi, this is your chance to showcase your prowess and let the Navy witness your capabilities. Sengoku patted Lin Shi, a look of confidence in his eyes, then turned to Akainu, saying, Sakazuki, you two, don't go overboard. This is merely a sparring session. Silence. I will make my own judgments. Akainu retorted, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Nevertheless, he was aware of the stakes. As long as Lin Shi's strength was at least 80% of his own, he would consider Lin Shi's performance satisfactory. Knowing that Lin Shi was behind the infamous Black Fog incident in the East Blue 3 years ago, along with his commendable achievements over the past 3 years in the Grand Line, Akainu had no intention of holding back too much, after all. They were all members of the Navy. Lin Shi's approach to his work is one he greatly admires, exhibiting a ruthlessness towards pirates that starkly contrasts with the methods of Admiral Kizaru, who opts to apprehend them for judicial proceedings. This confrontation mirrors one that transpired 3 years prior. The actions of the highest echelons of the Navy, as they make their way to the training grounds, have captured the attention of many, sparking a flurry of discussion among the ranks. Isn't he that dilapidated rear admiral who frequently graces the newspapers? Indeed. Today, he is set to engage in combat with Admiral Akainu. It promises to be quite the spectacle. Some Navy personnel have recognized Lin Shi's identity and are buzzing with speculation. I shall show no mercy. Should you sustain injuries, do not hold it against me. Akainu warned with a grave expression. Yes, I will exercise caution, Lin Shi replied. Their bodies radiate the essence of magma and dark mist, respectively. Chapter 39. The Suppression of Power's Canine Bite of the Crimson Lotus. Akainu's right hand rises, slowly forming into a fist, transforming into molten rock as a magma hound lunges towards Lin Chi. Destruction ensues. Lin Chi's arm transformed into a shadowy giant hound, its maw wide open in a fierce roar as it charged forward. The impact was thunderous. The head of the magma hound collided with the thick, dark mist of the canine. How terrifying! The observing Kizaru expressed his fear. How is this possible? The subsequent scene astonished everyone else. As the scalding magma met the black mist, it emitted a hissing sound, akin to ice meeting boiling water. The magma rapidly lost its heat, solidifying into cooled magma rock. This indicated that Akainu's magma abilities were thoroughly suppressed by Lin Chi's black mist, and even more astonishingly so. In the battle between Akainu and Akiji, magma and ice did not cool into stone, both sides being evenly matched, unlike the current situation where one was utterly dominated. Indeed, in contrast to the astonishment of others, Akiji appeared unsurprised. It was not that his freezing powers were countered by Lin Chi, but rather that Lin Chi's fruit abilities were extraordinarily formidable, suppressing the vast majority of fruit powers. Hellhound. Akainu's figure flickered, and in the next instant, he appeared before Lin Chi. After losing in the clash of abilities, Akainu decided to defeat Lin Chi with close combat. Scorching magma instantly enveloped his arm, morphing into the shape of a hound's head, roaring as it swung down. The temperature in the training grounds surged dramatically, and the descending dog's head rapidly expanded, soon transforming into a 2-meter-tall beast. The roaring hellhound was now mere moments away. Endless fog. At that moment, an infinite black mist surged forth from Lin Chi's body. Countless shadows screeching as they led the mist, swiftly enveloping half of Marineford. With a crash, the searing magma hellhound crashed down at Lin Chi's position, melting the stone bricks of the training ground into magma. Where did he go? Akainu's pupils constricted as he scanned the fog-laden surroundings, searching for Lin Chi's figure. Just moments ago, even his observation haki had failed to perceive how Lin Chi had vanished. Whoosh, whoosh. The swirling shadows in the sky emitted mournful wails, seemingly responding to a command, one by one soaring towards Sakazuki. Upon seeing the approaching shadows, Akainu's fists, covered in haki, collided with a dull thud as he shattered one shadow, dispersing it into swirling black mist. Boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen shadows were neutralized by Akainu. What is this? Akainu gazed incredulously at his haki-covered fists. Whoosh. Another shadow lunged at him. But this time Akainu did not dare to strike. Instead, he nimbly leapt aside to evade the attack. What is Sakazuki doing? Why did he suddenly dodge? The bewildered Carp inquired. I am uncertain as well, Sengoku replied, equally curious. I suspect Sakazuki has realized his stamina is being drained. Akiji, who had previously battled Lin Chi, spoke up, recalling his own observations from their last encounter. Just as Akiji suggested, during the ongoing battle, Sakazuki, after defeating several shadows, noticed a slight diminishment in the intensity of his haki, a clear sign of stamina loss. Although it was merely about a 1% reduction. Akainu felt a chill as he gazed at the multitude of swirling shadows above. Hey, Lin Chi, do you intend to just drag this out? After dodging yet another shadow attack, Akainu shouted in frustration. Earlier, when he had used element transformation to evade, a shadow had brushed against his elemental form, revealing that not only defeating shadows drained stamina, but even contact with them did as well. If Lin Chi continued this way, it seemed he had no choice but to exit the mist's range, which would equate to his loss. With Akainu's call, the shadows halted their assault. Returning to circle above, the black mist before Akainu coalesced into Lin Chi's figure. A potent aura emanated from Lin Chi as he clenched his right fist. Buzz. Haki quickly enveloped him, his jet-black fist glowing with a red aura. Be cautious, Admiral Akainu. Humph. Come at me. In response to Lin Chi's impending strike, Akainu similarly coated his arm with his crimson haki. The test of their abilities had concluded. Now it would be time to assess the strength of Lin Chi's physical prowess. Boom. Their fists collided, distorting the air as if it were collapsing. A tempestuous force surged between their fists, filling the training ground, and the stone beneath them cracked and splintered. Sakazuki's eyes narrowed. He was being suppressed in this clash of haki, a reality he found hard to believe as he pushed himself to the limit. Yet, even at full strength, he remained overshadowed by Lin Chi. Then, with a resounding bang, a wave of air surged outward, prompting the onlooking Marines to shield their eyes. The next moment, as the gust subsided, They beheld Lin Shi and Akainu halting their attacks, both having ceased their combat. Admiral Akainu's strength is truly formidable. You are not lacking either. Lin Shi summoned all the dark mist back, while Akainu lit a cigar and took a puff. The two reached an impasse, knowing when to stop. At their level, determining the victor of a battle is not easily concluded. Formidable physiques and enduring combat prowess often require at least a day's struggle. Although Akainu's abilities were suppressed and his haki slightly inferior, Lin Shi could not simply dispatch an admiral in a few moves. Terrifying indeed, the two of them, commented Butter, stroking his stubbled chin. It ended in a draw. As the onlookers observed the cessation of hostilities, Sengoku retracted the imagery snail and stepped forward, saying, "All right. Everyone return to your duties. Lin Shi, Akainu, you may go back now." Sengoku instructed the gathered Marines to return to their posts and directed the two who had halted their skirmish to the office. On their way back, Akainu remained silent, puffing on his cigar. Initially intending to hold back, he did not anticipate that he would ultimately have to exert all his strength only to be subdued. Had Lin Shi not chosen to end the clash, he would have received a heavy blow from him. Meanwhile, Garp, beside Lin Shi, chuckled heartily, patting his shoulder. "You did well, lad. I still have a long way to go. I must learn more from you, Vice Admiral Garp. As a hero of the Navy, you are indeed our exemplar." Lin Shi humbly responded. "Ha ha ha, you are quite the charmer." Garp laughed joyously at Lin Shi's flattery. In Sengoku's office, he addressed the few present. "I will submit Lin Shi's position application to the Gorosei. Does anyone have any objections?" As long as those present had no dissent, no one in the Navy would dare to oppose. "I have no objections," Akainu was the first to respond. "Nor do I," added Akiji and Kizaru. "Since you have decided, Sengoku, I certainly support it. Besides, this lad suits my taste," Garp remarked. Everyone cast their votes of approval. "Good. Now for the last matter. Who will take responsibility for Fisher Tiger?" Chapter 40. Leisurely Days. Sengoku brought up the final issue. However, upon mentioning it, everyone fell silent. No Marine wished to take the initiative in seeking justice for the celestial dragons. Yet, this task could not be ignored. The Gorosei had assured that capturing Fisher Tiger would lead to Sora stepping down as Fleet Admiral, allowing Sengoku to officially ascend to the position, and Akiji and the others would also be promoted to admirals. The temptation was immense for Sengoku. Despite currently handling Fleet Admiral duties, many decisions remained beyond his control. Only by securing the position for himself could he truly wield authority. This matter needed swift resolution. "Kizaru, Akainu, you two are in charge of this task," Sengoku declared, slamming his hand on the table, directing them to apprehend the target. "Another busy period awaits." Understood, the two responded without refusal. Well aware that resolving this matter would elevate them to admirals, Kizaru sought a higher salary, while Akainu aspired to an elevated rank. "Sengoku, I shall take my leave," Garp said, pocketing a pack of sunbae from Sengoku's desk before exiting the office. With Garp's departure, Akiji, Akainu, and Kizaru followed suit. In truth, their gathering in the office primarily concerned Lin Shi's situation. The 7 warlords and Fisher Tiger were merely ancillary issues to address. Only Sengoku, Tsuru, and Lin Shi remained in the office. "Lin Shi, do you have something to discuss?" Sengoku inquired, noticing Lin Shi had not yet departed. "Yes. Earlier Vice Admiral Tsuru asked if I could propose someone suitable for the 7 warlords. I would like to recommend this individual." Lin Shi extracted the bounty poster featuring Crocodile from the wanted list. Sengoku and Tsuru gazed intently at the depiction of Crocodile, contemplating for a moment before declaring, "I understand now. We shall place him on the watch list. Well then, I shall take my leave for now." Lin Shi departed from the Warring States office, making his way towards his residence at the rear of the headquarters. Within the Warring States office, questions lingered regarding his recommendation of Crocodile. It remained unclear. His only encounter with Crocodile had been when Akiji had previously dispatched him to Alabasta to apprehend Crocodile, an endeavor that ultimately ended in Crocodile's escape. Heron reviewed the intelligence Lin Shi had gathered over the past 3 years at sea, pondering, did he truly escape? After a period of observation on Crocodile, they concluded that if no issues arose, he would be included in their considerations. Thus, the two ultimately adhered to Lin Shi's suggestion. The naval residential area lay ahead. Lin Shi opened the door and beheld Domino and Sybil adorning the room. "Welcome back, Master Lin Shi. Were you engaged in combat with someone just now?" "Indeed. I had a brief spar with a colleague from the Navy." Domino nodded, refraining from further inquiries. "Brother Lin Shi, look at my drawing," Sybil exclaimed, proudly presenting an image. The artwork depicted him wielding the broken king's sword, pointing forward. One must admit that Sybil's artistic talent is remarkable. It looks splendid. I shall keep it safe, Lin Chi remarked, prompting Sybil to joyfully store the drawing away. Is Kesha present at the headquarters? Lin Chi inquired of Domino, noting that their homes were in close proximity to Kaisha's. No, his wife remarked, he is still away on a mission. It was unfortunate, they lamented, that it had been 3 years since they last saw him. Indeed, both felt a twinge of nostalgia for their colleague Kaisha from their days in Rogue Town, and had hoped to share a few drinks upon their return, only to discover he was absent. That evening, Lin Chi and Domino indulged in a soothing soak in hot water, washing away the weariness of the day in the bath. Due to Robin's departure, Sybil had anticipated the opportunity to share a bed with Lin Chi and Domino. However, Lin Chi gently refused, citing that she had grown up and should learn to sleep alone. She returned to her room, visibly perturbed. The night passed in silence. On the following day, after leaving Sybil at home, Lin Chi and his aide Domino made their way to the headquarters building. A Marine awaited them at the entrance, informing Lin Chi that he was sent by General Zhanghua. Under the Marine's guidance, they arrived at a simple yet spacious office, furnished with all essential amenities. This shall be your office from now on, my Lord Lin Chi, the Marine announced. Thank you. Does General Zhanghua have any further instructions? Lin Chi inquired. None at present. Should there be any other matters, you will be notified, came the reply. Understood. Thank you for your assistance. I shall take my leave now. The Marine exited the room. Thus began the promising chapter of a new life ahead. Lin Chi comfortably reclined on the sofa and remarked that his days of clocking in and out of work while receiving a generous salary were about to commence. Meanwhile, Domino extracted a book from the office bookshelf and settled beside him to read. The morning passed in a dull haze, and at noon, they brought Hyber from home to the office. Subsequently, they spent a leisurely day with little to occupy their time. In the evening, the trio strolled along the street behind the headquarters as they finished work. Brother Lin Chi, your job seems so effortless, Hyber observed, feeling that Lin Chi's duties were significantly less demanding than those of other naval personnel. During outdoor missions, it felt akin to a vacation. And today was yet another relaxed day at work. Hyber expressed his envy. Ha ha ha, then you must strive to become stronger. Only the formidable are afforded privileges in this world, Lin Chi chuckled in response. If he lacked strength, he would be as busy as he was when he served as a mere foot soldier in the East Sea. As the three conversed, they purchased groceries before returning home. Days slipped by in this manner. For the past fortnight, Lin Chi seemed to live in a state of oblivion, enjoying a languid existence at the headquarters. What a leisurely life, how enviable, he mused. In the office, Qingji and Lin Chi sipped tea together. Well, I've just returned from outside, and Lord Sengoku has effectively granted me a holiday. Besides, did you not delegate your official duties to your aide? Otherwise, how could you be here enjoying tea with me? Lin Chi explained with a smile, acknowledging Qingji's envy. I can't help it. The moment I see those documents, I instantly drift off to sleep, he added. Referencing the lessons learned from Admiral Karp, Lin Chi jestingly remarked that over the past fortnight, he frequently observed Karp dozing off unexpectedly while ambling through the headquarters building. The former subordinate of Karp, Akiji, had similarly mastered this peculiar skill to a notable extent. As the two engaged in conversation, there came a series of knocks at the door. This was the first time in weeks that the office had been disturbed, aside from Akiji's occasional visits. Come in. Upon hearing Lin Chi's invitation, a Marine entered the room. Good day, Vice Admiral Akiji. I report to you, Major Lin Chi, that Admiral Sengoku requests your presence in his office. The Marine saluted before delivering the message. Understood. Yes, sir. I shall take my leave now. After the Marine exited, Lin Chi turned to Akiji and said, I shall head to Admiral Sengoku's office. Very well, I will take my leave as well. Akiji rose and departed alongside Lin Chi. The two parted ways, one returning to his office while the other proceeded to Sengoku's office. Chapter 41. The return of Kaisa. Lin Chi made his way to Admiral Sengoku's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Inside the office, Sengoku stood by the window, gazing down at the naval port. Upon noticing Lin Chi's arrival, he remarked, The 5 elders have approved my proposal. You are now a candidate for the position of Admiral. Lin Chi's formidable strength, coupled with Sengoku's assurance, led the 5 elders to ultimately agree to Sengoku's suggestion after viewing the footage of Lin Chi's battle with the Kainu. After all, there was no reason to turn away such a significant force, especially in this era of rampant piracy. Thank you, Admiral Sengoku. Although Lin Shi had always been puzzled as to why Sengoku had sought to recommend him for the past 3 years, with the position of admiral now laid before him, he found it impossible to decline. The candidate you recommended for the warlords of the sea, Crocodile, is also under observation. If all goes well, as the recommender, you will need to travel to Alabasta to invite Crocodile to join the warlords. Understood. When will that be? We will notify you once the other candidates are confirmed. Currently, the selections are still being finalized, Sengoku replied. The warlords of the sea system had yet to be publicly announced, known only to the upper echelons of the Navy and the world government, and Sengoku himself was uncertain about the timeline. Very well. Lin Shi, your strength has grown over the past 3 years. I would like to know how much longer it will take for you to wield the abilities you used 3 years ago in the East Blue? Sengoku inquired earnestly. Once they captured the Fishman Fisher Tiger, the Navy would be prepared for a generational transition. As the soon-to-be fleet admiral, Sengoku desired not merely to assume his position with a heartfelt speech, but to accomplish something that would shock the world, demonstrating the Navy's might in the face of the pirate surge. Lin Shi was the first person that came to his mind. If Lin Shi could once again orchestrate a cleansing of a certain maritime area, then alongside the East China Sea's dark mist incident from 3 years prior, and with the promotion from news agencies, people across the globe would be made aware of the Navy's enduring strength. Furthermore, compared to the Navy's internal figures, such as Akiji, Akainu, and Kizaru, who possess considerable prestige, the majority of the Navy remains unaware of Lin Shi's true capabilities, which would in turn elevate Lin Shi's standing within the Navy. Initially, this would have required an additional 6 or 7 years, yet it has only been 3 since then. However, if you, Admiral Sengoku, deem it necessary, I can endeavor to recreate a situation that engulfs the East China Sea once again. But, what is it? Upon hearing that Lin Shi had a solution, Sengoku could not help but inquire further. The consequence of such an action would be that I would be unable to fight at full capacity for the next 5 years. Lin Shi pondered for a moment before responding. As for the notion of being unable to engage in battle for 5 years, it was merely his desire for a sabbatical. Will this affect you? Sengoku inquired, concerned about the potential impact on Lin Shi's future prowess. It will not. Upon hearing this assurance, Sengoku felt a sense of relief. Yet, the mention of a 5-year hiatus instilled a measure of hesitation within him. Was it truly worth sacrificing a top-tier combatant for such an extended period? Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and declared, agreed. Upon completion, I shall grant you a 5-year respite. Our target this time is the West Sea. Furthermore, Lord Sengoku, upon the successful conclusion of this mission, I wish to request the acquisition of a devil fruit, as well as any remnants of devil fruits left behind by the pirates of the West Sea after their demise. Lin Shi casually mentioned the remuneration for his tasks, expressing his willingness to acquiesce to the demands of the warring states, not only for the desire of a holiday, but also for the coveted devil fruits of the West Sea. Previously, in the East Sea, his low rank had rendered him unable to acquire any. This time, he intended to leverage the strength of the Navy to secure a significant gain. Certainly, as long as the Navy can procure everything available, it shall be yours. Should any items be of particular value, we can negotiate further. Additionally, do you have any preferences regarding the types of devil fruits you wish to purchase? If not, our headquarters currently possesses 5 ordinary animal-type fruits, which we can provide to you initially without charge. Lin Shi's demands were entirely anticipated by the warring states. The intelligence presented to the warring states at that time indicated that Lin Shi had a penchant for devil fruits. Lin Shi's endeavor in harvesting the demon fruits in Magic Valley Town is well known. The warring states period is also aware that Lin Shi has no specific preferences regarding the types of demon fruits. He is open to all. Lin Shi replied, acknowledging his awareness of the intelligence regarding the devil fruits that Sengoku possessed. As long as he continued to serve the Navy, Sengoku would be reluctant to part with even a few ordinary Zoan fruits. Well, you may return for now. The devil fruits will be delivered to your office shortly. As for the matters concerning the West Sea, I will inform you once Akainu has apprehended the individuals in question. Very well, I shall take my leave. Upon swiftly returning to his office, Lin Shi was met with the arrival of 5 devil fruits delivered by a member of the Navy. Host, Lin Shi age, 24 armament hockey. Supreme, requires the consumption of 100 devil fruits for enhancement. Observation hockey. Advanced, requires the consumption of 50 devil fruits for enhancement. Conqueror's hockey. Beginner curse of ruin, 60. 40 current number of devil fruits. 12 Lin Shi gazed at the numbers of the devil fruits required on his panel. 50, 100, and scratched his head, pondering why it seemed to him that personal training was a swifter route. However, he found himself at an impasse with his armament hockey. He hoped that the gains from this venture in the West Sea would suffice for his advancement. Another month of leisurely days had passed. One day, after work in the main building, as he stepped out and prepared to head home, he encountered Kaisha, who had just returned from a mission. Linchi. It's been ages. You're back from your mission. Kaisha initiated the conversation. Indeed, I just returned recently. Kaisha, have you just come back from a mission as well? Yes, I finally made it back today. Then come over to my place tonight for a drink. It's been 3 years since we last met. Let us indulge in a few glasses together. Linchi suggested, what should we say? Come to my home. I shall bring out my treasured fine wines. For now, I must report to Lord Zhonghua. I shall take my leave and see you tonight. Before Lin Chi could utter a word, Kesha had already entered the building and vanished from sight. Truly, her presence was as swift and formidable as ever. Lin Chi shook his head helplessly as he made his way home. Recently, due to overwhelming boredom, neither Zybel nor Domino accompanied him to work. Upon arriving home, he said, Domino, I just ran into General Kaisha. Let us visit him tonight for a few drinks. Hearing this news, Domino felt a surge of happiness. Zybel, do you want to join us for dinner at Kaisha's place tonight? He was our former boss, and he is a wonderful person. Yes, I would like to go. Zybel nodded in agreement. Then, Domino, let us first procure some meat and wine before heading to Kaisha's. With their plans set, the trio left the house and ventured into the neighborhood to purchase ample quantities of meat. In this world, those with a bit of power were notorious for their prodigious appetites. Knock, knock, knock. Ah, you've arrived. Kaisha's wife, Lisa, greeted them warmly upon seeing Lin Chi and the others. Although their families had only known each other for 3 years, they had developed a close bond. And Domino frequently visited Lisa during this time. And I am here too, Zybel chimed in, emerging from behind Lin Chi. My apologies, Zybel. I didn't notice you at first, Lisa said with a smile. Kaisha has returned. I just met him and arranged for us to have dinner at your home. Lin Chi explained. As you can see, we brought all the ingredients. Lin Chi raised his hands, holding several bags, which contained their dinner for the evening. Well then, please come in. Lisa invited Lin Chi and his companions into her home. Make yourselves comfortable. Hand those things to me, and I will prepare them now. Lisa took the bags of ingredients and headed towards the kitchen. Sister Lisa, you are pregnant. Allow me to assist you. Domino promptly followed her into the kitchen. When Kaisha returned home after reporting at the Warring States office, he found Lin Chi and Sybil seated on the sofa. The sounds of his wife and Domino could still be heard from the kitchen. Ah, Kaisha, you are back. How come you are at my house? Kaisha was surprised to see Lin Chi arrive so early. Do not mind that. Sybil, this is your uncle Kaisha, my former superior along with Domino, Lin Chi explained. Hello. Uncle Kaisha. Sybil chirped sweetly. Have you both grown children already? Kaisha asked in disbelief. It had only been 3 years since their last meeting. And now there was such a big child before him. What do you mean? Lin Chi replied. Sybil is an orphan I encountered at sea, and I took her in. I too was once an orphan, saved by the Navy. When I met Sybil on the ocean, it was as if I was looking at my younger self. So I took her in. The Navy saved me back then, and now it is my turn, as a member of the Navy, to rescue another. Lin Chi couldn't help but reminisce about the time he first traversed here, grateful for the Navy's hospitality, which afforded him ample time to adjust. Otherwise, he would have succumbed to the allure of the ruinous curse, becoming a pirate adrift upon the seas. However, he harbored a deep aversion to such a fate, for he was a man of peculiar aspirations regarding his own life. For instance, during his days as a mere foot soldier in Shellstown, he performed only the duties befitting his position. As a sergeant, he adhered strictly to the responsibilities of his rank. Later, as the second-in-command in Rogue Town, he confined himself to the obligations of that role. He was a man who relished acting in accordance with his identity. Had he been a pirate, he might have enveloped a vast ocean with the miasma of ruin and claimed the status of a warlord. Haha, my apologies. I momentarily lost myself in excitement. It has been 3 years since we last met. Oh, I was quite taken aback by the sudden appearance of such a little girl. Kaisa chuckled, scratching his head sheepishly. At that moment, Kaisa's wife, Lisa, along with Domino, emerged from the kitchen, bearing an array of dishes. Kaisa hurriedly assisted in retrieving the food, eager to commence their meal, suggesting they converse while dining. Kaisa, hurry and help with the dishes. Lisa called out. Coming, coming. Kaisa, Lin Chi, and Zybel, the 3 idlers, promptly rose to assist in bringing out the remaining delicacies. Come, come, sample my treasured fine wine. After pouring drinks for Lin Chi and Domino, Kaisa raised his glass. Cheers. The five clinked their glasses together, with Zybel and Lisa toasting with juice, as Lisa, due to her pregnancy, was unable to partake in alcohol, and Zybel, being merely 13, was too young to drink. Congratulations, Major Kaisa. Oh, my mistake. Now it is Lieutenant General. Lin Chi promptly corrected himself, noting that Kaisa had already attained the rank of Rear Admiral 3 years prior, and he had merely referred to him as a Commodore out of habit. And have you not also become a candidate for the rank of Admiral? He remarked in surprise. I never anticipated you would reach this level. When Sengoku had relayed the news to him earlier, he had been taken aback. Lord Sengoku has faith in me and has provided me with this opportunity. It is your own formidable strength that has earned you this position, Kaisa replied, urging Lin Chi not to be overly modest. As a Rear Admiral himself, he was well aware of the caliber of strength required to ascend to the rank of Admiral. Domino, having followed you, has also grown increasingly beautiful and powerful. Kaisa committed his former subordinate. Not as beautiful as Sister Lisa, Lin Chi countered. How can that be? I am already a parent and nearing 30. Kaisa's wife, Lisa, was no less attractive than Domino, serving as a clerk in naval intelligence, a position secure and stable. How long will you be staying this time? Lin Chi inquired about Kaisa's leave. I should apply to Lord Sengoku to refrain from accepting any long-term assignments for the time being, as my child is soon to be born. Kaisa gazed lovingly at his wife's belly, where their legacy was already taking shape. Well, I have nothing to offer you. But when your child arrives, should Domino and I still be here at headquarters, I will present this fruit to your son. Lin Chi produced a paramecia-type fruit from his past collection, the rust fruit. This particular fruit, a paramecia type, was acquired during his 3 years of missions. I shall accept it, he declared. Kesha did not hesitate to accept it either. Having previously worked together, he understood that once Lin Chi offered it, he would not retract it. He had no intention of using it himself, wishing to avoid becoming an inept individual. He decided to keep the fruit for his future child to make their own choice. For this gift was intended for them. General Kesha, this knife is a gift for your child, a token of their birth. Domino similarly presented a gift, a fine knife. Though this exquisite blade was not even categorized as a renowned sword and could be easily acquired by Kesha himself, it was a significant birth gift from Domino to his son, and Kesha received it with utmost seriousness. I have a gift too. This is for you, Uncle Kesha. For your future child. Heber revealed a painting depicting a view of the naval headquarters from the port, capturing the awe she felt upon her first arrival at the base. Thank you, Heber, Kesha responded joyfully as he accepted the artwork. You three have certainly come prepared. Kesha arranged the gifts carefully. Enough talk. Come, let us continue drinking. Lin Chi filled the 3 glasses to the brim. Cheers. After 3 rounds of drinks and finishing our dinner, the 3 of us decided to take our leave. Farewell. After Lin Chi and the 2 others greeted Kesha and his wife, they departed from Kesha's residence. They traversed several streets before returning to their own home. They filled the bathtub with hot water and allowed Zybel to enter first for a relaxing soak. Chapter 43. Entering a New World. Domino. Do you truly not wish to consume the devil fruit? Lin Chi retrieved the thunder fruit obtained with the assistance of Sherbel on the Sky Island and inquired. No, I do not wish to become a mere landlubber. Do you, Lord Lin Chi, find me too feeble? On Domino's fair skin, twisted black lines began to emerge, enveloping her legs in dark stockings, while her boots underwent a similar transformation. Her golden hair started to shift to a striking white. Bang! Lin Chi gently flicked Domino's forehead. All right, I shan't persuade you any further. You need not prove anything to me. Lin Chi sighed in resignation, expressing his inquiries to Domino regarding the consumption of the thunder fruit on several occasions. Each time, she reacted with great intensity, insisting on utilizing the power of ruin to demonstrate that the thunder fruit paled in comparison to the ruin bestowed upon her by Lin Chi. Were Lin Chi in possession of the flame fruit, he would similarly refrain from wishing for Domino to consume it. However, the thunder fruit still holds considerable potential for development. Humph. With an uncommon display of pride, Domino let out a soft huff, and the transformation she had undergone gradually faded, her white hair returning to its original golden hue. Lin Chi shook her head in resignation. If she chose not to eat, then so be it. After all, Domino had already succumbed to his ruinous influence. Her soul was irrevocably ensnared within his curse of decay, and even if she were to meet her demise one day, she could still resurrect from the depths of the black mist. Shortly thereafter, the two of them, after finishing their cleansing in the shower, entered the bathroom. The following day, upon her arrival at the headquarters, Lin Chi was summoned to the office of Sengoku. Upon entering, she discovered Smoker being reprimanded by Sengoku. As their eyes met, Smoker cast a pleading glance towards Lin Chi, while Sengoku greeted her with a smile, saying, "Ah, Lin Chi, you have arrived. Is there something you need, Sengoku? Has Fisher Tiger been captured?" Lin Chi disregarded Smog's gaze and earnestly inquired of Sengoku. "No, it is not about Fisher Tiger. Kaisha returned yesterday, are you aware?" Sengoku pondered for a moment before responding, "Indeed." Lin Chi replied, "Kesha has been stationed at the G5 branch of the New World for the past few years, serving as one of its foundational leaders. Recently, due to familial obligations, he will not be returning to the G5 branch for the time being, resulting in a notable gap in combat strength. I would like you to temporarily fill this void to prevent the pirates of the New World from exploiting this weakness and overwhelming the G5 branch. Additionally, Smoker will accompany you on this mission." Sengoku explained the purpose of his visit to Lin Chi. Given Lin Chi's report regarding his devil fruit ability, the black mist fruit, Sengoku now harbors certain expectations for Smoker's smoke fruit as well. However, Smoker has proven to be quite a rebellious character, making him difficult to manage. It is hoped that Smoker will learn well under Lin Chi's guidance and refrain from incessantly smoking and arguing with his superiors. Are there no other personnel available? What about Akiji? Lin Chi hesitated to decline this assignment. Akiji needed to remain at headquarters to oversee operations, preventing any issues in the nearby waters and with the celestial dragons who frequently visited the Shambordi archipelago. Others with sufficient strength were already occupied with their own missions. Very well, I understand. When shall I depart for the G5 branch? Upon hearing that Qingji would remain at headquarters to serve the celestial dragons, Lin Chi promptly agreed to the mission, as he had no desire to engage with that group. His request for a 5-year leave was also intended to avoid dealing with the affairs of the celestial dragons after his promotion to admiral. In 3 days, the headquarters would dispatch additional forces to G5. Sengoku intended to send more personnel to the G5 branch to prevent a shortage of troops in this New World division. Very well, I shall take my leave now, Lin Chi stated. Sengoku-san, I will accompany Lord Lin Chi as well. Smoker quickly followed Lin Chi out of Sengoku's room. In the corridor, Smoker trailed behind Lin Chi. Lord Lin Chi, you cannot possibly imagine how much Sengoku-san can ramble on. I nearly lost consciousness from his lecturing. Smoker wore a fearful expression. What trouble have you caused this time? I acted without permission and was reprimanded, and then I exchanged a few words with the commanding officer. Smoker admitted, somewhat awkwardly. Enough, you should return and rest well. We are heading to the New World. Lin Chi did not intend to discuss Smog. Rather, he suggested that he return to rest. As time passed, the end of the workday arrived. Upon returning home, he informed Domino and Sherbel of his impending mission. Initially, he contemplated leaving them at the headquarters or sending them to Alabasta to find Robin. However, both expressed an unwavering desire to accompany him, and ultimately, he acquiesced to their wishes. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had swiftly elapsed. Lin Chi, along with Smoker and over 20 Marines dispatched to the G5 branch, embarked on a warship bound for the New World. The Navy aimed to venture into this perilous domain, either traversing the Red Line or utilizing a method developed by Vegapunk, a scientist renowned for his intellect surpassing humanity by 5 centuries, to navigate the Calm Belt. The New World, situated in the latter half of the Grand Line, is notorious for its treacherous and formidable waters, characterized by unpredictable weather. One moment a tempest may rage, and the next, heavy snowfall may blanket the sea. The magnetic disturbances here are far more intense than in the first half of the Grand Line. A ship glided across the surface of the ocean, its bow adorned with an enormous grinning face that sang joyously. The vessel's flag depicted a top hat and a collar embellished with fur, alongside a skull with a lipstick-smeared grin, unmistakably identifying it as the ship of the Big Mom pirates, led by the formidable Charlotte Limlin. On the deck, 4 tall and composed young adults, measuring 4 to 5 meters in height, indulged in delightful confections. Our next destination is to deliver an invitation to the Sea Emperor, Amit, announced Charlotte Perispero, a slender figure donned in a hat festooned with numerous lollipops, his elongated nose and tongue complementing his whimsical appearance as he clutched a candy cane. Accompanying him were his brother, Charlotte Katakuri, adorned with pink tattoos on his left arm and back, including a skull motif and wing designs, and his sisters, Charlotte Amanda and Charlotte Maud. We have yet to deliver invitations to Queen Stussy of the Pleasure District and others, and with Mother's tea party approaching rapidly, we seem to be rather leisurely. Maud expressed her discontent at her elder brother's nonchalance. Do not fret, Maud. We have ample time, Katakuri reassured calmly. Charlotte Lin, the matriarch, was notorious for her obsession with food and desserts, her most remarkable talent being her ability to bear extraordinary offspring, with Katakuri standing out among them, displaying formidable strength from a young age. Brother, a naval vessel approaches ahead, exclaimed Amanda, who had been silent until now, alerting Perispero to the emerging threat. Let us crush them. Maud interjected before Perispero could respond. The others remained silent, taken aback by the audacity of the Navy to navigate the New World in a single warship. Chapter 44. The escape of Katakuri and others. Today's world could be described as a paradise for a handful of pirate emperors, with the Navy lacking even the capacity to intervene. The New World Navy boasts 2 bases. G5 is frequently targeted by pirate attacks, while G1 is situated adjacent to the Red Line at the entrance of the New World, where pirates show little interest. I am a ship. I am a ship, echoed the refrain of the singing vessel as it approached the naval ship under Mondes' command. Meanwhile, as members of the Charlotte family discerned the naval vessel, Lin Chi and his crew similarly recognized the impending confrontation. Major Lin Chi, a ship bearing the flag of the Big Mom Pirates is approaching us, a Marine reported in a state of alarm upon spotting the emblem. I understand. It is of no concern, Lin Chi replied. Sir Lin Chi, allow me to take the lead. Smoker eagerly volunteered, stepping forward with enthusiasm. I shall go first. If I cannot prevail, I will defer to you. Upon hearing Smoker's Navi remarks, Lin Chi chuckled and jested, perhaps we should reconsider. Smoker scratched his head, demonstrating a flicker of self-awareness. The 2 ships swiftly drew closer together. I am the ship. I am the ship, sang the vessel beneath Perispero and his crew. You foolish Navy in front, step aside. The arrogant second daughter, Charlotte Maud, shouted at Lin Chi and his companions. In truth, they had no intention of sparing the Navy aboard that warship. How intriguing. It's the first time I've encountered a pirate demanding I yield. Lin Chi couldn't help but chuckle. This was indeed his first encounter with such a situation. The New World truly deserves its reputation as a realm where even pirates can claim the title of king. Lin Chi leaped gracefully into the air, suspended in the sky as he gazed down upon a vessel adorned with the flag of the Big Mom Pirates. It was a sight of utter ruin. Lin Chi unleashed his right fist, and a swirling black mist coalesced into a formidable punch, aimed directly at the ship beneath Perispero and his crew. Stand aside. Katakuri immediately sensed the impending danger and positioned himself at the forefront. Rice cake. He utilized the powers of the mochi fruit, transforming his hand into a cylindrical rice cake, which he fortified with armament haki to withstand Lin Chi's dark mist punch. Boom. Although Katakuri initially withstood the blow, the overwhelming force pressed the entire vessel downwards by a fraction, causing the wooden boards beneath his feet to splinter. Here it comes again. Harden. Before the initial attack concluded, Lin Chi unleashed 4 additional strikes in rapid succession. Katakuri reinforced his hands with further haki. Bang, bang, bang. He managed to endure the remaining 3 assaults with sheer will. However, as he attempted to deflect the final blow, the wooden boards beneath him could no longer bear the weight, and he plummeted from the deck into the cabin below. Brother, are you all right? Concern echoed from above as his family called out. I'm fine. Huff, huff. Katakuri gasped for breath before leaping back onto the deck. Oh, intriguing. You actually withstood it. Pirate, reveal your name. Lin Chi had not taken a close look at the individuals aboard the ship earlier. But now that they had come to a halt, he realized that these figures bore a striking resemblance to some characters from the original narrative. It was only after the attack was thwarted that he inquired, Charlotte Katakuri. Katakuri gazed solemnly at Lin Chi in the sky as he uttered his own name, fully aware that they had entangled themselves in a grave predicament. The other 3 companions also sensed that they had stirred up trouble among the quartet on the ship. Katakuri was the strongest. If even Katakuri could not prevail, their fate would be sealed. Charlotte Katakuri, is it? I shall remember you. Farewell. Ruined King's Sword. Lin Chi echoed the name of Katakuri, and dark mist surged forth, manifesting the broken King's sword in his grasp. A shadowy blade of mist descended from above with breathtaking speed. Run. Katakuri's forehead beaded with cold sweat. His usual composure utterly vanished as he shouted anxiously to the other 3. Perispero immediately commanded the singing ship to flee. The vessel, imbued with the soul by Charlotte Linlin, possessed agility and speed far surpassing that of ordinary ships. Machi Slice. Katakuri's arm transformed into Machi, swelling and reshaping into a spiked club, infused with armament haki, and spun at high velocity like a meteor hammer. Hold on. The two spinning spiked arms desperately shielded him. Yet the power of decay enveloping the blade rendered his efforts to naught, turning them to ashes. The armament haki draped over his arms was cleaved apart by the equally haki-coated sharp blade, and as his inner hand, now resembling glutinous rice, came into contact with the sword's aura, it disintegrated into fine spray, unable to withstand even a second. Candy barrier. Upon witnessing Katakuri's inability to withstand the onslaught, Perispero swiftly conjured a thick barrier of candy for defense. Bang! The moment the candy barrier solidified, it shattered into fragments, scattering in all directions. Get back! Realizing resistance was futile, Katakuri urged the three behind him. In an instant, his body morphed into Machi, splitting in two to evade the blade's attack. The others promptly darted aside as well. Whoosh! Boom! The blade sliced through the middle of their ship, the soul-infused singing ship cleaved in two, leaving a deep gash upon the sea surface. A column of water cascaded down, drenching the four who had narrowly escaped the assault. Brother Jump, Amond and Mond, the sisters of the Snakehead tribe, who had not consumed any devil fruit, remained calm and composed, realizing they could escape. Katakuri, possessing a formidable ability to handle emergencies, recognized that the four of them were no match for Lin Chi and immediately sought a means of escape. By plunging into the sea, his sisters could swiftly lead them to safety. All right. As the eldest, Perispero readily agreed to Katakuri's proposal. Sisters, we entrust our lives to you. Yes. Amond and Mond responded earnestly, ready to sacrifice themselves. It seemed this predicament had been initiated by the two of them. Had they not provoked the Navy and instead proceeded to their destination, they would have encountered no trouble. Of course, as older brothers, Katakuri and Perispero bore responsibility for not intervening in time. Bang bang. The sounds of two splashes echoed as Amond and Mond each embraced Perispero and Katakuri, abandoning the ship to leap into the ocean. Did they escape? Lin Chi, observing from above, remarked as Katakuri and the others plunged into the water. Then, descending amidst the admiring gazes of the Navy aboard their ship, he commanded, search their vessel for anything of value. Yes, Major Lin Chi. The Navy's voices were louder than ever. Look, Sir Lin Chi, these are the bounties of the individuals you just defeated. Smoker exclaimed joyfully, holding up several bounty posters. Charlotte Kokuri, second son of Charlotte Linlin, bounty of 590 million berries. Charlotte Perispero, eldest son of Charlotte Linlin, bounty of 400 million berries. Charlotte Mond, second daughter of Charlotte Linlin, bounty of 150 million berries. Charlotte Amond, third daughter of Charlotte Linlin, bounty of 300 million berries. Quite substantial indeed. Lin Chi chuckled. Chapter 45. The Survivors of Katakuri's Quartet. Lin Chi gazed upon Katakuri's bounty of 500 million, the highest he had encountered thus far among pirates. However, Katakuri's recent display starkly contrasted with the memories he held. There was no sign of the supreme observation haki or the ability to foresee the future. Furthermore, he exhibited no signs of an awakened devil fruit power, appearing rather feeble. Major Lin Chi, these are all we managed to procure from their ship, a naval officer reported, presenting Lin Chi with a handful of berries, several invitation cards, and a transponder snail. You may distribute these berries among yourselves. Lin Chi accepted the invitation card, gazing at the several million small coins, instructing the sailors to spend them as they pleased. Indeed. Thank you, Major General Lin Chi. At this moment, the sailors aboard the ship held Lin Chi in even greater esteem, not only for his formidable strength but also for his remarkable generosity. Lin Chi gazed at the several invitation cards in his hand. So it was a tea party. No wonder Big Mom's offspring would depart from the land of Wano. Charlotte Lingling, that madwoman, convenes a tea party at regular intervals. And those invited who dared to decline attendance would receive a rather grisly gift, the severed head of a loved one or friend. Lin Chi tore the invitation into shreds and scattered it into the sea. With that, they continued their advance toward the G5 branch. Under Lin Chi's command, the warship pressed on toward the outpost. Sir Lin Chi, might you teach me how to develop my abilities? Smoker asked eagerly, lingering beside Lin Chi. The two possessed fruit powers, one wielding the smoke fruit and the other the dark fog fruit. Smoker believed that after seeking guidance from Lin Chi, he would undoubtedly experience significant enhancement. Let us wait until we reach the base, and I shall teach you in earnest, Lin Shi replied. Lin Shi smiled and said to Smog, however, before that, you must defeat my Lieutenant Domino. Lin Shi pointed to his aide, Domino, and said, if you defeat her, I shall consider you competent and devise a training regimen for you. Very well. No problem, Smoker replied confidently, not believing he would struggle against Lin Shi's aide. Domino, please provide Smoker with proper guidance. Of course, my lord, Domino responded with a smile. Not so fast. Before that, he must first defeat me, Sibel interjected, feeling indignant. She was quite strong herself and questioned why she should be excluded. Little Sibel, you shouldn't interfere, Smoker said, gently pushing her aside. Do not underestimate me, Sibel retorted. Her fiery gaze locked onto Smoker. However, her youthful face made her appear more endearing than intimidating. All right, little Sibel, I do not look down upon you. It's simply that you need to grow a bit more, for you are still quite small. Due to Sibel being Lin Chi's sister, Smoker refrained from being too disrespectful. Humph. Sibel huffed in defiance. Then her eyes suddenly sparkled with a thought. Look at me. With her round, gleaming eyes fixed on Smoker, she caught him off guard. Huh. Smoker, unprepared, exchanged a glance with Sibel. Bang. A thud echoed as Smoker fell to the ground, his eyes shut, snoring softly. Humph. That will teach you to underestimate me. Sibel teased, sticking her tongue out at the fallen Smoker. All right, Sibel, stop causing trouble. Lin Chi, with a sense of helplessness, pulled the troublesome Hebel into his embrace. He then addressed the nearby Marine soldiers, saying, please take Smoker back to his quarters. Yes. The Marines replied with mischievous smiles, promptly dragging Smoker back to his room. Meanwhile, Smoker, blissfully unaware, continued to sleep soundly as he was pulled along the ground. On the other side, amidst the azure sea, Furhead suddenly emerged beside an island. Huff! Huff! The four of them gasped for breath, fearfully scanning the surrounding waters to ascertain their safety. These four were none other than the Charlotte siblings who had escaped from Lin Chi's grasp. Brother, are you all right? Mond inquired anxiously. His expression troubled as he looked at Perispero. Quick, pull me up. I'm about to drown. With Perispero's plea for help, Mond and Ammon each grabbed hold of their brothers, Katakuri and Perispero, and pulled them onto the small island. We finally escaped. Thankfully, that Marine did not pursue us, otherwise, we would truly be doomed. Standing on solid ground. Perispero gasped, relieved. A devil fruit user who falls into the sea loses all their strength and abilities. Lacking physical training, he had nearly drowned in the ocean. Damn it! Who was that Marine? Why do we have no recollection of him? Perispero roared in anger, completely taken aback that they had fallen victim to an unfamiliar Marine. They had no memory of Lin Chi, a Marine capable of pursuing them with such intensity. Only the older generation, like Garp and Sengoku, possessed the strength to do so. The new generation of Marines, such as Akainu and Kizaru, lacked the capacity to suppress them so unilaterally. In front of Lin Chi, they found themselves utterly defenseless, the chasm between them akin to that separating them from their mother, Charlotte Linlin. It was a stark disparity in strength. At this point, lamenting is futile, brother. After escaping danger and leaving the water, Katakuri regained his usual composure. He adjusted his white scarf and continued, however, our ship has been destroyed, and we lost the invitation. The log posts, the sea charts, and the Den Den Mushi all left behind. Perispero spoke in fear, realizing that if he failed to complete the task assigned by their mother, Charlotte Linlin would show no mercy, even as their mother. But we are still here, brother. We are our mother's sons. Even without the invitation, we can invite them ourselves. They understood well the consequences of daring to refuse their mother's invitation to the tea party. As for the log pose, we will inevitably encounter other pirate crews along the way. Let us not cause any more trouble this time, Katakuri said coldly. The shining beacon in the eyes of his younger siblings, faced a complete failure this time. However, he would not be disheartened. He would strive even harder, growing stronger so that next time he could protect his loved ones. Moreover, this failure was not without its gains. Machi. The ground beneath Katakuri's feet instantly transformed into glutinous rice. Although the area of transformation was minimal, it was undoubtedly a sign of awakened power. Katakuri, your ability. Perispero and his two sisters watched in astonishment as the ground beneath Katakuri morphed into Machi. Ah, you've awakened. How wonderful. If Mother hears this news, she will surely be delighted, Perispero exclaimed joyfully. Initially burdened by the trouble he had caused, leading to the loss of their ship and implicating his brothers, Mond and Ammon were momentarily uplifted by the excitement of Katakuri's fruit awakening. Brother Katakuri, does this mean you can defeat that marine now? Amond and Mond asked naively. Don't joke around. Do you really think that man is so weak? Katakuri admonished loudly. Unlike Mond and Amond, who had been perfectly protected throughout, he had genuinely battled Lin Chi, albeit on the receiving end. Thus, he did not believe that his half-baked awakened powers could compare to Lin Chi's. Reprimanded. The two siblings fell silent, casting their gaze towards their elder brother, Perispero. So what should we do next? Perispero redirected the conversation. We continue with our mission, searching for other pirate crews at sea to demand a log post. Let us not cause any more trouble this time, Katakuri stated seriously. He had no desire to unwittingly attract another formidable enemy. We understand, Mond and Amond murmured, unable to meet Katakuri's gaze, their heads lowered. Since we've made a decision, let's set out. We cannot afford to linger. We must continue our journey. Candy Slug. Perispero summoned his powers, creating a massive candy slug upon the sea. Given the loss of their ship and the log posts, their time was limited. They still needed to locate another pirate crew and ascertain their position to reach the invitees. Let us be off. The four boarded the Candy Slug, which served as their vessel under Perispero's guidance, sailing across the waters. Katakuri stood silently upon the Candy Slug, adjusting his flower-like white scarf, his deep gaze fixed forward. Major Mouse, the fleet has arrived at the port. A marine burst into the office of the G5 branch's base commander to inform him of Lin Chi's arrival. Understood, replied Major Mouse. Dressed in a light purple striped suit and deep blue shirt, donning his justice cloak as he exited the office, he was set to meet Lin Chi. The marine news star, whom Admiral Sengoku and his friend Kaisa had specifically mentioned. The G5 branch. G5 is one of the few marine divisions in the New World, an atypical branch that resembles pirates more than marines. They do not adhere to the commands of marine headquarters and engage in brutal acts, mercilessly slaughtering pirates. At the branch's port, the location was constructed directly in the midst of the island, and to access the interior of the branch's building, one had to pass through a massive iron gate. Greetings, Major Mouse. I look forward to your guidance during this time. Lin Chi immediately recognized General Squirrel, having previously gathered information about the G5 branch from Kaisha. As fellow Major General, this is not the place for discussion. Let us proceed inside, he suggested. After observing the more than 100 personnel disembarking from the warship, Squirrel nodded in agreement. The group traversed the branch's port and arrived at the G5 branch building. Unlike the grandeur of the headquarters, the G5 building appeared somewhat dilapidated, marred by various imperfections that adorned its exterior. Inside the hall, apart from two casually standing naval officers, there was no one else present, and the absence of decorations rendered the space rather desolate. Major General Lin Chi, I presume Kaisha has already briefed you on the circumstances of the G5 branch, Squirrel began. Situated in the New World, our G5 branch frequently faces assaults from pirates eager to demonstrate their prowess and provoke the Navy. Unlike the Grand Line, which benefits from the support of other branches and the presence of the Marine headquarters in Marineford, we find ourselves encircled solely by pirates, isolated and without assistance. Even if we were to seek help from the Navy headquarters, we have no certainty of a timely response. Thus, we must rely solely on ourselves. Squirrel articulated the plight of the G5 branch. While the reality may not be as dire as he depicted, it was not far from the truth. With the Navy focusing its efforts on the Four Seas and the Grand Line, allowing pirates in the New World to engage in mutual destruction, it is evident that the Navy has indeed lost its grip on this region. I have a general understanding of the situation, and I am aware of this, Lin Chi acknowledged. Lin Chi smiled and said, That's good. Please ensure that the Marines you brought are on alert. There may be a pirate attack tonight. The Dormouse replied. Why is that? Lin Chi asked, puzzled as to why pirates would come to visit on his very first day. It is likely that some pirates have spotted you on your way here. Those self-important pirates will definitely come to launch an attack, the Dormouse explained with nonchalance. Whenever a new contingent of the Navy arrives at the base, pirates are always drawn to it, as they seek to disrupt our G5 supplies and manpower. Instead of directly assaulting the Navy base, they prefer to weaken our combat capabilities through tactics such as cutting off our resources and food supplies, as well as harassment. They relish the sight of our Navy in distress. The Dormouse elaborated, indicating that these pirates, who fixate on the G5 base, take delight in such endeavors. Such antics are typically the domain of pirates who lack strength yet yearn for fame, yet these very pirates have caused us considerable trouble. Are they stronger than Charlotte Katakuri, who has a bounty of 500 million from Big MOM? Smoker interjected, unable to contain his curiosity upon overhearing the conversation between the Dormouse and Lin Chi. Though confused by Smoker's inquiry, the Dormouse replied, "No, certainly not. The main subordinates of the Emperors of the Sea, such as Big Mom, Kaido, and the Whitebeard pirates, would not waste their time attacking a mere branch like ours. Then I can rest easy. After all, Lord Lin Chi defeated Charlotte Katakuri on our way here." Smoker declared with pride. "Did you defeat Katakuri?" The Dormouse looked at Lin Chi in astonishment. Don't pay any attention to his exaggeration. It was merely a brief sparring session with no clear victor, Lin Chi clarified. Lin Chi believed that without a clear distinction between life and death, it could not be deemed a victory for him. However, the naval forces I have brought shall be entrusted to Major General Weasel for his arrangements. Lin Chi gently tapped Smog on the head, interrupting his impending speech. He then informed the Weasel that he had no intention of taking over these individuals, as he himself was merely a temporary substitute. "Very well, I shall arrange for accommodations and provisions for you. It is essential that you rest well, for a fierce battle may await us tonight. Rod, you are to escort Major General Lin Chi and his party to their quarters." The Weasel did not refuse, instructing his aide Rod to manage the arrangements. "Indeed, then, we shall retire for rest, Major General Weasel." Lin Chi and the naval officers departed alongside the aide-de-camp. "Rod, has Katakuri been defeated? No wonder he has been able to become a candidate for admiral at such a young age." Within the office, the mole stroked his chin, reflecting on his beard, and couldn't help but lament whether he had grown old. Little did he know, Lin Chi was not merely a candidate for admiral. Lin Chi has already been appointed as a major general. Chapter 47. The feeble night raid pirates, G5 branch at night. The moon shone brightly amid sparse stars, casting a silvery sheen upon the jungle of G5 branch island, cloaking it in a layer of silvery frost. Within the forest, various insects emitted faint chirps, creating a unique symphony. The crisp sound of branches snapping underfoot echoed in the stillness. Cautiously on guard, the Navy personnel were undoubtedly aware of our impending arrival. Molly waved his hand, solemnly reminding his subordinates, "Boss, they certainly won't expect our entire pirate crew to show up." Molly's subordinate grinned maliciously. Behind them, nearly 1,000 pirates lay concealed in the forest. "Is the Din Din Mushy ready?" "Rest assured, boss. This is our second assault on this naval branch, and we are fully prepared. This time, we will ensure that Captain gains immense fame." Molly's subordinate pirates chuckled, gesturing towards the Din Din Mushy. According to the intelligence, Major General Kaisha of G5 branch departed several days ago. Now, only Major General Weasel and the newly arrived reinforcements remain. Today's reinforcements are led by a mere rookie. Let us teach these Navy personnel a proper lesson. Prepare the pirate flag. Tonight we shall hoist it high, Molly whispered, elated by the information relayed by his subordinates. He gazed at the seagull flag fluttering atop the naval branch, having plotted for so long. He finally had the opportunity to plant their pirate flag over the Navy's emblem. This would be monumental news. Disseminating the image would secure him substantial bounty and renown. "Prepare for action," Molly commanded in a low voice. Dark clouds began to obscure the moon as the silvery light illuminated their hidden forms. In the next moment, the forest's chirping escalated in pitch. The pirates had vanished from sight. With a swift motion, the once desolate G5 branch entrance was now filled with figures. Molly surveyed the unguarded entrance before commanding his crew, "Everyone, be ready. The Navy awaits us inside." With that, he pressed his hand against the gate. The iron gate exploded. The tightly shut gate visibly expanded. With a thunderous boom, debris from the gate's explosion was propelled inward by the force of the blast. The rapid velocity transformed the metal shards into lethal projectiles, akin to blades soaring through the air. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of swords clashing emerged from behind the thick smoke. As the haze dissipated, Lin Chi and Major General Weasel stood ready inside, surrounded by the scattered remnants of the blasted iron. "Indeed, it is you, the bounty of 320 million berries, Molly, the bomb fruit user. Let us not be so formal, Major General Weasel. We are somewhat old acquaintances, after all. So many new faces. Are these the new Navy comrades who arrived today?" Molly shrugged, stepping into the naval branch with a taunting smile. "You pirates are truly incorrigible. Do you believe that merely your crew can overpower us? In the past, your collaborations with other pirate crews have failed here. What gives you the audacity today?" Weasel regarded Molly sternly. "Haha, don't try to intimidate me, Major General Weasel. I'm well aware that Kaisha departed long ago. Our entire pirate crew is gathered here. Do you truly think you, a single Major General, alongside these lackeys, can fend us off?" Molly declared, brimming with confidence. Weasel felt momentarily taken aback by this assertion, glancing at Lin Chi beside him. Suddenly, he realized that Molly had a point. Indeed, the branch was currently defended only by him, a single major general. Lin Chi is a candidate for the rank of admiral. Yet his current position remains that of a rear admiral. However, it appears that Lin Chi's prowess as a rear admiral surpasses that of his counterpart, who holds the rank of vice admiral. It is said that he achieved this candidate status after holding his ground against Admiral Akainu. Admiral Mouse, I have come today to seize your naval branch. With a commanding gesture, Marui rallied his pirate crew, who were brimming with excitement. In terms of personnel, the G5 naval branch was only marginally superior, with nearly 1,000 members on each side. Just as the pirates in the Navy faced each other, hesitant to strike, a gunshot rang out. A pirate fell, a gaping wound in his head marking the end of his life. Admiral Mouse stood frozen, watching as Lin Chi holstered his pistol. Before he could utter a word, the clash of blades and gunfire erupted. Smoker, I have a task for you. You must capture at least 10 pirates tonight. No problem. Rear Admiral Lin Chi. Smoker responded confidently. Admiral Mouse, may I take care of this pirate named Marui? At last, Admiral Mouse reacted, be cautious. He is a paramecia-type user of the bomb fruit, capable of causing explosions with any inorganic material he touches. Beware of the decorations he wears. Understood, Lin Chi affirmed. Domino, you two should be careful. Yes, Lord Lin Chi, Domino replied with a smile. In the midst of the battlefield, Lin Chi and Marui locked eyes. You must be the new recruit in the Navy. Do you wish to challenge me? Hiki, watch closely. Iron Needle explosion. Although Marui wore a dismissive expression towards Lin Chi, he wasted no time in launching his attack. Several iron needles shot towards Lin Chi, expanding rapidly as they traveled. Boom. A violent explosion erupted before Lin Chi's face. Ha! What a fool, Marui laughed, believing he had effortlessly dispatched Lin Chi. However, as the smoke cleared, he beheld Lin Chi's battered form, wounds emanating a dark mist that astonishingly restored his body. A Logia user? Marui's expression soured. He had anticipated a naive Navy recruit, yet discovered he was facing a formidable elemental user. But what did it matter? The Logia type was not invincible. Marui sneered, his fists enveloped in a dark coating of haki. The wind howled as his fist surged toward Lin Chi. Bam! A dull thud resonated, and dust swirled around them. Yet, Marui's punch was caught firmly in Lin Chi's grasp. Marui's pupils constricted, a wave of shock coursing through him. Is that 300 million a fake? Lin Chi never anticipated that a pirate with a bounty of 300 million would be so weak. Katakuri's 500 million, only slightly surpassing that of Mar-Edo, had been enough for him to engage in combat. I shall grant you 30 days, he stated. Before Mar-Edo could comprehend the meaning behind Lin Chi's words, he felt a powerful force emanating from the fist that Lin Chi had seized. What are you doing? Release me. Let me go. Mar-Edo cried out in panic and fear. Desperately, he attempted to withdraw the fist captured by Lin Chi. He frantically attacked Lin Chi with his left hand and both feet. However, in his frenzied state, having lost all strength, he could not even muster haki, and his punches and kicks merely passed through Lin Chi's elemental form. You monster! Mar-Edo's body, held captive by Lin Chi, began to deteriorate at an alarming rate, visibly aging before their very eyes. His complexion drained of color, turning ashen and haggard. His hair turned white, his expression contorted in agony, and the muscles beneath his skin rapidly atrophied. In mere moments, the once youthful Mar-Edo had transformed into a trembling, aged figure. The battle concluded in just a few exchanges, and as Mar-Edo let out a mournful wail, all eyes on the battlefield turned towards them. The horrifying transformation of Mar-Edo was etched into the minds of all present. The captain's defeat and his appalling state instantly shattered the fighting spirit of the pirates. They would rather endure a lifetime in prison than meet such a fate. Flee. This man is a monster. Even the captain has fallen. We cannot hope to defeat him. It was unclear who among the pirates first took a step, but it triggered a chain reaction, and soon all the pirates were desperately squeezing towards the entrance to escape. Chase. Commander Squirrel issued the pursuit order at once. Pirates, don't run. Smoker, having transformed into his elemental state, was the first to soar after them. The soldiers of the Navy followed eagerly, each one excited by the prospect of capturing the fleeing pirates. In the thick fog, an endless black mist billowed forth, enveloping both the fleeing pirates and the pursuing navy. The black mist congealed at the edge of the island, resembling Doflamingo's birdcage. sealing off the entire island where the G5 branch was located. However, within this shroud of darkness, not a single shadow could be found. Commander Squirrel, I have sealed the island. None of the pirates will escape. Lin Shi remarked with a light-hearted smile, completely unfazed by the aftermath of battle. Major General Lin Shi. It's no wonder you could serve as a substitute for a commanding general. The flying squirrel gazed in astonishment at the billowing black mist that enveloped the sky and islands. This is the future commander. He then averted his gaze to Marco, who lay on the ground, his body aged and trembling from the excessive loss of vitality. At this moment, Marco might be expending the last remnants of his life forced to wield his final fruit ability. He had merely about 30 days left to live. Whether to end his life or to wait for his inevitable demise, the decision rests with you, Major General Squirrel. Lin Shi conversed with the weasel. Once the soldiers apprehend the pirates, they should all be confined together. The weasel had no intention of granting a swift end to these pirates, who dared to assault the naval branch. After all, someone capable of serving as the commander of G5 would undoubtedly not show mercy to pirates. The dawn light gradually brightened, and it was not until morning that the Navy managed to retrieve one after another of the despairing, hopelessly captured pirates. Chapter 48. News. As the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, a new day began at the naval branch. The previous day's pirate attack had not diminished the branch's resolve. The only notable impact was that the weasel and the seamen had come to recognize Lin Shi's formidable prowess. The rowdy G5 crew dared not act recklessly in Lin Shi's presence, fearing they might end up like Molly, who was currently imprisoned, a mere husk, withered and devoid of the ability to move, yet still clinging to life. Training continued as usual. In one corner of the vast training ground, Smoker, with a face full of despair, was being struck by Domino wielding her black blade, enhanced with haki. Stop, please, no more. Sister Domino, I concede. Smoker, in the training area, was reduced to a cornered mouse under Domino's relentless assault. But just yesterday, you boldly promised before Lord Lin Shi that you would defeat me. Lin Shi and Hibari observed from the sidelines, while the seamen training in the center of the ground cast sidelong glances at the spectacle. All right, Domino, you may cease. Lin Shi called an end to the playful antics on the training field. Smoker, having narrowly escaped a predicament, lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. Has Smoker finally recognized the disparity? He ought to diligently follow the training regimen without slacking off. Yes, Major General Lin Shi, Smoker replied with a tone of existential doubt. He could not fathom why, despite only a 2-year age difference with Domino, their strengths varied so significantly. Today's newspaper features your exploits from yesterday. Major General Weasel approached, holding the day's edition. The newspaper displayed an image capturing the moment when the 4 siblings of the Katakuri family leapt from the ship into the sea. Big MOM Pirates 3 commanders, Charlotte Katakuri, defeated by Navy Major General Lin Shi. Lin Shi's photograph captured him soaring through the sky yesterday, his righteous cloak billowing with a shroud of darkness. When was this photo taken? Gazing at the image in the newspaper, Lin Shi found himself perplexed. Is this what reporters do? They lurk unseen, capturing candid moments. He had been oblivious to anyone taking pictures during his battle the day before. Lord Lin Shi, you look so dashing in that picture. Can I be like you? Smoker gazed enviously at the photo of Lin Shi flying in the sky, contrasting it with the disheveled image of Katakuri. Of course you can. So hurry up and train. Build your stamina. Stop fixating on developing your fruit ability. With your current physique and mental strength, you wouldn't be able to master it even if I taught you. Yes, Lord Lin Shi, I will train hard immediately. Upon hearing Lin Shi's words, Smoker stood at attention, saluting with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, aboard the massive Moby Dick, the immortal Marco held the newspaper as he spoke to Whitebeard, who was indulging in his drink. Old man, Katakuri was actually defeated by the Navy, Marco remarked, glancing at the paper. Oh, is that Lin Lin's son? Whitebeard recalled Katakuri, recognizing him as a figure of potential akin to his son Marco. Yes, he was bested by an obscure Navy officer. While Whitebeard had only a fleeting memory, Marco, being a primary force among the emperors of the sea, was more familiar with Katakuri. Oh, which Navy officer? Is it that Ice Cube kid under Carp? Whitebeard speculated, initially recalling the new generation of admirals. I don't know. It's a Navy officer named Lin Shi. The only information I have is that he has been active in the Grand Line for the past few years. Prior to that, it only mentions he is from the East Sea. The East Sea? The homeland of Roger and Carp? Interesting fellow. Whitebeard dismissed the matter with a wave of his hand, returning to his drink. At that moment, he was still at his peak. far from the years when he would rely on medicine to sustain his body. In stark contrast to the relaxed atmosphere aboard the Whitebeard pirates, the mood among Katakuri's family was quite different. Has Katakuri been defeated? After the tea party, we must locate this Navy officer, Big Mom stated as she perused the newspaper. Although it was her own son in distress, she remained unfazed. This deranged woman was consumed by thoughts of desserts and food. Having birthed dozens of children, merely viewing them as tools to harvest exquisite delicacies from around the world. Nonetheless, Katakuri was still her son, so she resolved to settle the score after the tea party concluded. What did you say? Brother Katakuri was defeated? Impossible. This cannot be true. Cracker, one of the sweet commanders, exclaimed in disbelief. He had idolized his brother since birth, viewing him as the epitome of perfection and an invincible warrior. Did you connect the call? No. Cracker, the snail phone went unanswered. Charlotte BRLE lamented, desperately redialing the phone. However, the snail phone they were trying to reach had already been tossed into the sea by Lin Chi. Damn it. I will find this Navy officer named Lin Chi. I will avenge Katakuri and the rest of our siblings. Cracker fumed, refusing to accept his brother's defeat, convinced that it was a result of treacherous Navy manipulation. Up until now, there had been no word of the outcome. No. Brother Cracker, Mother's tea party is about to begin. BRLE interjected, trying to restrain him. Just then, a call came through the snail phone. Cracker pulled it out. The number was unfamiliar. Upon answering, he heard, "Hello, Cracker. It's me, Parasparrow. I saw the newspaper. Don't worry, all four of us are safe. Don't do anything rash." Parasparrow and Katakuri, upon seeing today's news, immediately understood Cracker's impulsive nature and called to remind him to remain calm. Parasparrow, are you all okay? What happened? We're fine. The situation is a bit complicated. We can discuss it when we return. For now, please prepare the food for Mother's tea party. We are currently on our way to deliver invitations. That is all for now. Before Cracker could grasp the situation, the call ended. At least he knew that his siblings were unharmed. Meanwhile, after ending the call, the Charlotte siblings departed the pirate ship amidst a warm farewell from the crew, equipped with snail phones, log poses, and other items. In just one day, word spread throughout the New World that Katakuri of the Big Mom Pirates had been defeated by a Navy officer. Chapter 49, Mission Accomplished, Departing G5 Branch. Some bore serious expressions, while others appeared bewildered, uncertain of the identity of this unexpected Navy officer, raising suspicions about the Navy's intentions in the New World. After all, compared to the pirate emperors who ruled their territories, it was the Navy, with its global presence, that truly held dominion over the seas, far beyond the capabilities of any singular pirate emperor. Furthermore, looming above was the world government, an entity that had existed for 800 years. Anxiety gripped the hearts of those at sea. However, in reality, the Navy had no means to contend with the three pirate emperors at present. Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, and Kaido were all former members of the Rocks Pirates. Although they now stood opposed to one another, no one could guarantee that unforeseen events wouldn't arise. As the central figure of the incident, Lin Chi remained entirely unfazed by the situation. He was currently engaged in a rather ruthless task. In the G5 branch square, how many prisoners do we have? Reporting to you, Colonel Muskrat, there are a total of 753 individuals. Then let us compromise and keep only 300 of them to face off against each other. A maximum of 300 will remain. Colonel Muskrat ascended the platform. Addressing the gathered pirates below, after deliberation, we have decided to grant you over 700 of the most heinous pirates an opportunity for survival. Do you see that arena? The 753 of you will compete, and only 300 will be saved and allowed to join our Navy. The pirates, shackled and in chains, widened their eyes at this announcement, causing a stir among them. Silence. If any of you fail or refuse to join our Navy, your captain, Marriage, will serve as an example. The flying squirrel pointed towards Merrily, tied to a wooden post. The sight was so dismal that it sent shivers down everyone's spine. He was utterly unrecognizable as a human. It had been his idea, discussed with Lin Chi the previous day, to spare some pirates during the battle. Keeping this group of pirate captives was wasteful in terms of provisions, while executing them all seemed excessive. Thus, they struck a compromise. Half would be killed, while the other half would be spared and integrated into the Navy. Those who survived would serve as frontline combatants, treated as expendable assets, thus minimizing the risk to the G5 branch's own naval personnel. After all, allowing these heinous pirates to live another day was a mercy they hardly deserved. This marked the first time the G5 branch had captured such a significant number of pirates. Typically, They would consider it a success if they managed to capture a dozen alive amidst the constant harassment from pirates, only to see them executed by the naval forces at the base. The persistent threats posed by pirates meant that the branch's personnel were often more ruthless than their headquarters counterparts, as their primary mission in the New World was merely to maintain the security of their base, rather than to achieve grand feats. The Navy turned a blind eye to the pirates entering the New World, allowing them to engage in mutual destruction, while the G5 base remained to preserve the last vestiges of naval power and dignity in that treacherous realm. You two, step forward and fight. After selecting 2 pirates, the Navy removed their shackles and pushed them onto the arena. The 2 pirates, visibly distressed, were thrust into the spotlight. "I'm sorry, but it seems only one of us will survive," one pirate cruelly remarked to his companion. Among true pirates, camaraderie is a mere illusion. Betrayal, cunning, and treachery are their true companions. It will be me. No one willingly sought death, and soon the 2 pirates were engaged in a fierce struggle in the arena. Lacking sharp weapons, they resorted to brutal hand-to-hand combat. It wasn't long before a victor emerged. "Ha ha, I've won." The victorious pirate shouted triumphantly to the audience. "Bravo, handsome." The crowd enthusiastically cheered. The defeated, unconscious pirate was dragged away by a naval officer and brought to the platform beside Lin Chi. A chorus of horrified screams erupted, drawing the attention of the jubilant crowd. The fallen pirate, now awakening, let out a desperate scream. With a resounding thud, a dark, withered corpse was thrown down from the platform, landing among the captive pirates. "Help me." The corpse mumbled incoherently, still pleading for salvation. The onlookers swallowed hard, their eyes drawn to the grim spectacle above. The pirates now understood that failure would lead to a similar fate. The survival contest for pirates lasted 3 days. Out of 753 pirates, only 270 remained, fewer than anticipated. Those who suffered grievous injuries were executed, while some attempted to escape after having their shackles removed. Time flew by, and 6 months passed. Today marked his departure from the G5 base. A few days prior, he had received a call from Sengoku, informing him that the Fishman Fisher Tiger had been captured and that another vice admiral had been assigned to take over his duties. The incoming vice admiral had arrived a couple of days earlier, prompting Lin Chi to prepare for his exit. Notably, of the 270 original pirates, only 100 remained, highlighting the severity of the pirate disturbances around the G5 base over the past 6 months. Smoker and some soldiers reassigned to the headquarters accompanied Lin Chi aboard the returning warship. Finally leaving, Hyber exclaimed joyfully, knowing she would soon reunite with Robin. "It's been so long since I last saw Robin." Like Hyber, Domino also felt a longing for Robin. "Don't worry, once we return, we'll be able to visit her in Alabasta very soon." The warship sailed steadily, and after several days, they left the New World and reached the Navy headquarters in the Triangle Sea. Upon their return to headquarters, Lin Chi proceeded to report to Sengoku. "The candidates for the Shichibukai have been largely determined, and your earlier recommendation, Crocodile, has successfully been accepted by the Gorosei. As the recommender, it is now your responsibility to travel to Alabasta and extend an invitation to Crocodile to ascertain whether he is willing to join the Shichibukai. Should he decline, you are to apprehend him immediately. There must be no chance for his escape, as his refusal constitutes a rejection of the world government's invitation." Sengoku stated. "Understood. There is no issue. Following this matter, the promotion of the generals will soon commence, and you must also prepare for the operations in the West Sea." "Certainly." Lin Chi eagerly anticipates the harvest from the West Sea. "Well, let us return and rest for now." Lin Chi departed from the Warring States office and returned home. He informed Zybel and Domino of the news and decided to leave the headquarters the following day. The next day, he boarded his shadow vessel. The trio, filled with joy at the prospect of reuniting with Robin, left the headquarters for Alabasta. Chapter 50, Crocodile becomes Shichibukai in Alabasta. Crocodile answered a call from the Den Den Mushi. "Hello, it's Lin Chi." Upon hearing Lin Chi's voice, Crocodile felt a surge of unease. "What is it?" "Bring Robin to the Baroque Works. I have something to discuss with you both." Crocodile couldn't help but recall how Lin Chi had summoned him in a similar manner on 2 previous occasions, which had resulted in a rather harsh beating. "Understood. I will bring her along." However, Crocodile still lacked the courage to refuse Lin Chi. After hanging up the Den Den Mushi, he turned to Robin, who was holding some documents, and said, "You heard that, right? Your Navy brother is calling for you." "Yes, boss." Robin replied with a smile, her eyes narrowing in delight. The two had enjoyed a pleasant collaboration over the past 6 months. Initially, Crocodile had thought he would merely cater to the needs of the 14-year-old Robin, waiting for her to become useful upon discovering news of ancient weaponry. To his surprise, Robin managed every task Crocodile assigned to her with remarkable efficiency. Over time, she had evolved into his assistant, gaining exposure to the various affairs of Baroque works. Inside Baroque works, the same middle-aged man greeted Lin Chi with a forced smile. "Lord Lin Chi, you have come again. I need to speak with Crocodile. You should leave the office for now. We will return later." "Of course, I will leave immediately." The middle-aged man hastily exited the premises. Shortly thereafter, Crocodile, draped in a fur coat, entered Baroque works accompanied by Robin, who was dressed in casual attire and wearing a mask. "Robin, I missed you so much." "I missed you too, Zybel." Zybel immediately rushed forward, enveloping Robin in a warm embrace. Crocodile chose to ignore the two youngsters and settled onto the sofa, directing his attention to Lin Chi. "Is there something important this time? Take a look at this." Lin Chi placed a piece of paper on the table, sliding it towards him. When Crocodile picked it up and glanced at its contents, he was taken aback. "Is this real? Legal pirate? Warlord of the sea. Legal pirate. The revocation of bounties." A series of striking phrases appeared before him. Indeed, this system had emerged 6 months prior, and the personnel had largely been determined by now. "I recommended you at that time, and the world government accepted my suggestion. The purpose of my visit today is to inquire of you, Sir Crocodile. Are you willing to become a warlord of the sea? To serve the world government and heed their commands?" Lin Chi's expression was grave as he solemnly inquired. Crocodile took a puff from his cigar, exhaling a cloud of smoke before pausing for a moment to ask, "What are the specific requirements and scope of this directive from the government?" Crocodile certainly did not wish to find himself, after becoming a warlord of the sea, perpetually engaged in tasks akin to those of the Navy. He would rather continue as a free pirate. "Rest assured, according to my insider information, this requirement is only mandatory during certain exceptional circumstances. The majority of directives can be declined." "What if I refuse to join the warlords of the sea?" Crocodile queried. "In that case, there would be no recourse. By doing so, you would be effectively rejecting the world government's invitation, and I would be compelled to arrest you on the spot." "So this is what they call an invitation? Refusing it leads directly to imprisonment?" With no other option but to join, he pondered the advantages of aligning himself with this path. Furthermore, upon joining, he could maintain his freedom, no longer needing to hide, and could appear openly before the world. This would greatly aid his aspirations. "I agree to join and become one of the warlords of the sea," Crocodile declared. Lin Chi smiled as she took out the transponder snail and dialed Sengoku's number. Bring. "Hello, Lord Sengoku. Crocodile has agreed to become a warlord of the sea." "Understood. The world government's CP will coordinate with Crocodile thereafter." "Yes, Lord Sengoku." Subsequently, the call was terminated. "Welcome, Mr. Crocodile. From this day forward, we shall be colleagues." Lin Chi smiled and said, "Brother Lin Chi, Sister Domino, boss, please have some tea." At that moment, Robin and Sibel emerged from the kitchen, placing 3 cups of red tea before Lin Chi and the others. "Delicious. Robin, what have you learned from Crocodile over the past 6 months?" After taking a sip, Lin Chi inquired, akin to a parent asking a student what they have learned at school. Domino and Heber, too, were expressions of curiosity, eagerly awaiting Robin's response to uncover what she had been engaged in during her 6 months with a pirate. Crocodile, on the other hand, maintained a calm demeanor as he sipped his tea. During this period, he had merely allowed Robin to familiarize herself with the affairs of the work society, which were all quite ordinary. There was nothing extraordinary, just handling commissions for the work society, some intelligence on pirates, and other repetitive tasks. Yet, I've adapted quite well. And Mr. Crocodile has even granted me a generous salary. Robin reflected momentarily before speaking candidly. Aside from the inability to meet Lin Chi and the others, she had been rather well adjusted. At the very least, it could be said that she had found a semblance of stability, free from the incessant pursuit of the Navy and the world government. "Well, that puts my mind at ease," Crocodile remarked, knowing that Robin had encountered no issues. He had planned to take a few days off in Alabasta before returning. "Humph, do as you please," Crocodile muttered, a hint of displeasure evident in his tone. If it were up to him, he would have preferred to refuse, but the harsh reality compelled him to acquiesce. "Then my task is complete. I shall not intrude any longer." Lin Chi approached the door, suddenly recalling something. Turning around, he said, "By the way, regardless of what you intend to do in this country, I must remind you that the Nefertali family of Alabasta is one of the 20 royal families that founded the world government 800 years ago. Be cautious. After saying this, Lin Shi stepped through the door and exited the Baroque works. Pardon the interruption. Boss, farewell. After bidding goodbye to Robin, Domino, and Sherbel, the trio hurriedly followed Lin Shi, leaving the Baroque works together. Celestial dragons? What a hassle. Upon hearing Lin Shi's words, Crocodile realized that his ambition to seize the throne was utterly hopeless. His plans would require some alteration. However, the throne mattered little. His true objective was the ancient weapons. For the next half-month, the four of them frolicked in Alabasta, until Sengoku, having awaited Lin Shi at headquarters for half a month without seeing him, could no longer resist calling to urge him. Until next time, Robin-chan. Farewell. Lin Shi Onaikan, Domino Nichan, Sherbel. On the shadow ship, the parties exchanged farewells. This was merely a brief separation, as they awaited Lin Shi's completion of his mission in the West Sea and the appointment of the new admiral, heralding a 5-year holiday to come. Chapter 51. The end of 1506. At the close of the year 1506 in the Sea Circle calendar, 3 significant events transpired. The first was the attack on Mary Joa, where the Fishman Fisher Tiger assaulted the residence of the Celestial Dragons, liberating thousands of slaves. The second event was Fisher Tiger's apprehension by Marine Admirals Akainu and Kizaru less than a year after the assault on Mary Joa, reminding the world of the dire consequences of inciting the Celestial Dragons. A pirate with a bounty of 230 million berries had triggered the involvement of 2 future admirals. The third event, even more sensational than Fisher Tiger's actions, sent shockwaves throughout the world. As the news spread across the globe like the wings of a newsbird, the world erupted in turmoil. Legal pirates? Has the world government gone mad? The stability of the world relies on pirates? What has become of the Marines' justice? Is the Navy truly incapable of dealing with pirates? The newspapers reported that the world government had struck deals with notorious pirates, enlisting them as legal pirates under its command, granting them the right to plunder legally. In exchange, these pirates would heed certain directives from the world government. The report indicated that the government anticipated recruiting 7 pirates of equal strength and renown. So far, they had enlisted 4: the great swordsman Dracul Mihawk, the fishman pirate Jinbe, the sand crocodile, and the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma. Mihawk had assumed his role by reaching an agreement with the Gorosei. Jinbe took on this position to prevent the wrath of the Celestial Dragons from affecting Fishman Island. Crocodile was a suggestion from Lin Shi, while Kuma served as a revolutionary spy. 3 positions in the 7 warlords remained vacant. The world was abuzz with astonishment. In the face of the pirate wave incited by the Pirate King, had the world government truly become so feeble and incapable of quelling the unrest? Yet for pirates, the 7 warlords as legal pirates? The world government was indeed laughable. Ha ha ha. These rogues had become the government's lapdogs, a disgrace. It would be wise to keep a distance from this group, as they would likely be eager to eliminate other pirates. The world government had begun to compromise with pirates. How amusing. Was justice truly being trampled upon? The blind man, who had spent 2 years alongside Lin Shi, listened to the discussions of the surrounding populace and became aware of the unfolding events. He opened his clouded eyes and gazed up at the sky. The actions of the world government, coupled with the Navy's helplessness in opposing its commands, ignited his fury. He. It seems you can no longer dwell in the heavens forever. Doflamingo, clad in a pink feather coat and wearing sunglasses, looked up at the sky with an arrogant grin. Rejected by the Celestial Dragons as one of the Betrayer clan, he vowed in anger to upend the world ruled by the Celestial Dragons and dethrone them. At the Marine headquarters, in the conference room, rear admirals, commanders, and admirals gathered. What is the world's reaction? Sengoku sat calmly at the head of the table. However, the naval comrades below were restless, anxious, and agitated. Distrust towards the world government had reached a critical peak. In recent years, the rise of pirates had made it increasingly difficult for the Navy to maintain order. The harm inflicted on civilians by pirates had far exceeded past incidents, compounded by the recent announcement of the 7 warlords system, which was beginning to erode public confidence in the Navy. According to intelligence reports, the Revolutionary Army's influence in the South Sea was rapidly expanding, with several nations already defeated by rebel forces. With the new year approaching, the number of pirates was expected to increase, while recruitment of new Navy personnel would likely be dismal. Admiral Sengoku, we should have done everything possible to prevent the world government from implementing the 7 warlord system. As Sengoku began to speak, the naval officers immediately chimed in, each voicing their concerns about the future. I understand. Although the situation is somewhat dire, it remains within my expectations. Sengoku gestured for silence among the Navy pointing to the second seat on his right, beside Akiji. "Allow me to introduce you to Rear Admiral Lin Shi, who, like Akiji, is also an admiral candidate." Sengoku's words drew the attention and murmurs of the conference room. The Navy then realized that the usual occupant of the fourth seat, Vice Admiral Garp, had been replaced by a charming young man with a warm smile. Furthermore, as an admiral candidate, it meant that upon the retirement of Admiral Sengoku and Zifa, he would ascend alongside Akainu. Before the Navy could fully comprehend this, Sengoku continued, "I believe you have all heard of the Black Mist pirate incident in the East Sea 3 years ago. One day, a strange black mist enveloped the entire East Sea, dissipating naturally after a day. Strangely, it seemed like a natural phenomenon at sea, causing no harm to the civilians on the islands, except for those pirates sailing upon the waters. After the mist cleared, the local navy and civilians discovered numerous pirate ships adrift at sea. This incident was woven into a tale by some of the East Sea's more remote residents. However, I am not here to tell stories today. The reason I mention this incident is that the instigator of the Black Mist 3 years ago was Rear Admiral Lin Shi, and he will soon embark on another pirate sweep in the West Sea." At the conclusion of the meeting, Sengoku's voice resonated with a newfound intensity. He believed that following the recent operations in the West Sea, coupled with the significant news surrounding the replacement of high-ranking admirals and marshals, would serve as a potent morale booster for the populace. This, he hoped, would overshadow the adverse effects brought about by the 7 warlords and reaffirm the Navy's stature. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, the lower-ranking officers engaged in animated discussions, taken aback by the revelation of such figures within the headquarters. Is this true? If so, does it mean the era of pirates is on the verge of conclusion? Will the military forces freed from the West Sea be able to assist elsewhere? Could this be the future admiral, a truly different breed? After allowing the Navy personnel to deliberate for a moment, Sengoku called for silence. "If the populace lacks faith in the Navy, we must once again cultivate a just image of the Navy in their hearts, earning their trust." With that, he declared the meeting adjourned, prompting the officers to disperse and exit the conference room. Chapter 52. The West Sea Cleanup Operation. In the waters where the West Sea's gangs and pirates intertwined, the gangs, unlike pirates, were organized societies. Naturally, there were instances of gangs transforming into pirate crews. "Sengoku, have the arrangements been made?" "Yes," he replied, "in 1 hour. All Navy personnel will mobilize to expel the pirates from the islands, driving them into the sea." From the headquarters, Sengoku noted that they had been strategizing this operation for half a month. This was a stark contrast to Lin Shi's previous solitary slaughter of pirates in the East Sea. At that time, Lin Shi had inflicted minimal damage on the pirate population, less than 1%. Pirates did not constantly roam the seas. Many small-time marauders would spend their ill-gotten gains in a town before venturing out again. Sometimes, a pirate crew might remain landlocked for years. Their aspirations were not of becoming the pirate king, but rather to acquire gold and jewels, using piracy as a means to seize wealth and secure a comfortable life. It could be said that the intimidation Lin Shi exerted far outweighed the reduction in the number of pirates. However, with the Navy's operational plans in place, the situation was markedly different. The naval branches scattered across the West Sea were already on high alert. In just 1 hour, they would set forth to the islands infested with pirates, driving them into the ocean. Those who dared to display their pirate flags would become targets of the shadows lurking in the dark mist. Furthermore, anyone on the islands who challenged the Navy would also find themselves in the crosshairs. This plan was not without its flaws. There would undoubtedly be oversights, such as some pirates evading detection or the vast expanse of the West Sea complicating the operation. Completing this within a single day was an impossibility. However, if they could eliminate even 30 to 50% of the pirates, instilling fear that would deter others from causing further chaos at sea, it would be deemed a resounding success. "Very well, I shall prepare for action in 1 hour." Lin Shi stood aboard the Shadow, accompanied by Domino, Shibaru, Kizaru, and Garp. Aside from Domino and Shibaru, Kizaru and Garp were merely present to observe. They were eager to witness Lin Shi's prowess in the large-scale eradication of pirates. Both had secretly joined Lin Shi on his journey to the West Sea, intending to return to headquarters with him once the mission concluded the following day. Fortunately, the Shadow's swift speed, coupled with the brevity of this mission, ensured that any potential issues could be promptly addressed. Moreover, with Akainu and Kizaru still stationed at headquarters, Sengoku would never have consented otherwise. "Young Lin Shi, if only we could witness your abilities more frequently," Garp chuckled heartily. Envisioning a future where Lin Shi's talents could allow him to retire early and tend to his grandchildren. "Please, Mr. Garp, Do not press me. I have already overextended my abilities this time, and will be unable to utilize them again for many years. Furthermore, for the subsequent 5 years, I will be incapable of fighting at full capacity. If we wait for Lin Chi to be at his normal strength, we would be looking at a 7-year wait, by which time the pirate tide in the West Sea may swell even further. Following this operation, we must diligently promote the might of the Navy and the consequences of piracy in the West Sea, Kazara remarked. If we can secure tranquility in even one maritime region, the pressure on our Navy will significantly diminish. Lin Chi's recent endeavor serves not only to bolster his own reputation but also represents a calculated gamble for the Navy. Their aim is to render the West Sea a region weaker than the East Sea, thereby alleviating future pressures and quelling the tide of piracy. Assisting the populace in leading peaceful and secure lives is a commitment upheld by every member of the Navy. This time, they are determined to eradicate the pirates from the West Sea, allowing the strained military forces to relax somewhat and enabling the naval units stationed there to be redeployed to other regions to continue maintaining peace. It is a double-edged sword. Sacrificing Lin Chi's ability to employ this strategy for the next decade in exchange for the future tranquility of the West Sea and a reduction in piracy is a trade-off worth considering. Lord Lin Chi, please indulge, he said, as Domino emerged from the kitchen with several plates of fruit and pastries. Lin Chi, my boy, I truly envy you for having such a beautiful aide-de-camp. Let us not jest, Mr. Carp. You are already a grandfather. What cause do you have to envy this? Lin Chi smiled and said, Heber, Lin Chi skillfully pierced a piece of fruit with a bamboo skewer and offered it to Sibel. Sibel opened her mouth wide and consumed it eagerly. I hope my future grandchildren will be as obedient as little Sibel, Carp remarked. A wave of headache washing over him as he thought of Ace and Luffy, far away in Windmill Village of the East Sea. Especially Ace, who continuously proclaimed his desire to become a pirate, just like his father. Fortunately, the current Luffy remained quite obedient. As the conversation among the group flowed, an hour slipped by unnoticed. Let us settle here, he concluded. Lin Chi stood on a desolate, uninhabited island. After confirming their location, he spoke. The few individuals accompanying him subdued their expressions, gazing at him with utmost seriousness. With a breath, the swirling black mist coiled around his hand, and as the darkness dissipated, the Ruined King's sword materialized in his grasp. Lin Chi raised the Ruined King's sword high and plunged it into the ground. The world, ruin, centered around the Ruined King's sword. The entire island began to succumb to decay, with trees, rocks, and earth all transforming. Boom, boom, boom. The ground cracked open, releasing tendrils of black mist that began to ascend into the sky. The black mist was endless, continuously emerging from the fissures and shrouding the once clear sky in darkness. Hiss, hiss. Shadows emerged from the swirling black mist, roaring as they surged towards the tumultuous expanse of the West Sea. Every ship adorned with a pirate flag became their target. The boundless black mist spread and roiled across the azure sea and sky. Darkness and death were on the verge of enveloping the West Sea. Simultaneously, naval branches across the West Sea received orders. Action commenced. Under the command of their superiors, soldiers from various branches prepared their equipment, shouldered their firearms and swords, and boarded warships to set sail for the islands. Their mission was to drive out the pirates from the cities, requiring no captures, only to force them onto their ships to sail away. Thousands of warships set sail simultaneously across the azure waves, drawing the attention of countless citizens and pirates alike. Some pirates had already summoned their leaders via transponder snail. Hurry, targeting Gunpowder Tavern, First Bar, Violent Inn. Following the rehearsed plan, each squad headed towards their respective objectives to complete their tasks. The naval intelligence personnel in the city were well acquainted with the hideouts of the pirates across the island. As soon as the Navy landed on the island, they proceeded methodically towards their targets. Excuse me, naval officers, is there something you need? The tavern owner asked, rubbing his hands. Out of the way, the Navy pushed the obstructive owner aside, kicking open the tavern door, revealing the reveling pirates within. Open fire. Bang, bang, bang. The revelers, caught off guard, fell one by one. A few alert pirates rushed towards the back door of the tavern. This scene unfolded identically in various locales across the island. The entire West Sea was plunged into chaos. The pirates, utterly unprepared for such a sudden assault from the usually reclusive Navy, found their safe havens, inns, taverns, violently breached. Help! Why is the Navy here? Quick, flee to the port. Some pirates, having received warnings, either hid elsewhere or hastily departed by boat. However, the majority were caught off guard, scrambling for their lives. Under the Navy's deliberate leniency, The pirates fled towards the port, safely boarding their ships. "Hurry, set sail. This group of Navy has gone mad." They urged their crew to navigate away from the Navy's frenzied onslaught. Not long before, tens of thousands of Navy vessels, flying the seagull flag symbolizing justice, had departed from their branches. Now, countless pirate ships of various sizes, displaying flags of chaos, hastily fled from the island ports. The Navy on the island stood at the port, watching the disarrayed pirate ships escape into the sea. "Captain, what does this mean?" "We're driving the pirates out to sea. Yet they suffer few casualties. Once we leave, they will surely return," a perplexed sailor inquired, unable to grasp the rationale behind such orders. "I don't know. But it's not for us to question. There must be a reason for their arrangement. We rehearsed this mission for half a month," the captain replied, sharing the sailors' confusion yet trusting that the higher-ups had their reasons. "Let's move on to the next island. Our mission is not yet complete." After gathering his men, the captain departed the temporarily pirate-free island aboard the warship. Meanwhile, the pirates who had escaped to the sea seethed with rage. "Damn the Navy! I will avenge this," one pirate cursed, clutching his wounded leg, filled with spite. Although they did not understand the Navy's intentions, they were confident the forces would soon vacate the town. "Boys, let's retreat to an island beyond the Navy's reach, then we'll reclaim our territory." As the pirates prepared to lay low, they suddenly noticed a billowing black mist surging across the distant azure sea and clear sky, spreading ominously in all directions. "What is that? A new phenomenon at sea?" a pirate captain pondered, gazing into the rolling black mist. "It shouldn't be. We frequently sail these waters without encountering such a sight." "Captain, should we turn back?" "This doesn't seem like a good sign," one of his crew members suggested, sensing the encroaching mist. The captain hesitated at the bow, lost in thought, when a commotion erupted behind him. "What is happening?" He turned to find his crew gathered around a young pirate named Tang Ji, who had been restrained on the deck. "Captain," Tang Ji suddenly rushed to the ship's edge, wanting to jump into the sea. "We had to stop him," one pirate explained. "Let me go? I don't want to stay on the ship. Let me go." Tang Ji thrashed beneath their hold, his face contorted in a mask of primal fear, drained of color. Why is this happening in the West Sea?" he cried, his gaze fixated in despair on the encroaching black mist. "Captain, I beg you, let me go. I want to live." Tears streamed down his face as he implored his captain. "Release him." At the captain's command, the crew relinquished their grip on Tang Ji. Once free, he dashed to the edge of the ship, unimpeded this time. He stopped at the brink, a distance no one could reach to stop him again. Turning to his comrades, he declared, "Captain, everyone, let us jump together. If we enter that black mist, it will be too late." With that, Tang Ji produced a diving mask and, without waiting for questions, leapt into the sea with a splash. What does that guy mean? What does he mean by saying entering the mist will be the end? However, the time for the pirates' bewilderment has come to an end. The speed of the black mist exceeded their expectations, and just as their attention was drawn to Danji, the pirate ship had already sailed into the depths of the black fog. In the next moment, the vessel was enveloped by the encroaching mist, completely merging into its embrace. The pirates felt a chilling sensation that sent shivers down their spines, their vision obscured by the darkness. Their comrades around them became indistinct, mere silhouettes in the gloom. Hiss! Hiss! From within the black sky of the mist, the anguished wails of shadowy specters echoed. Before the pirates could comprehend what was transpiring, hundreds of shadows burst forth from the fog, rushing towards them. "Everyone, be cautious." Yet, the warning fell on deaf ears. The unyielding forces that they faced rendered them incapable of even brushing against the shadows. Their bodies were swiftly drained of life, their souls transformed into new shadowy apparitions. Joining the ranks of the black mist, only withered corpses exuding the essence of the fog remained aboard the ship. This grim scene had replayed countless times within the shrouded expanse of the West Sea. The ocean was already littered with thousands of pirate ships adrift. This particular band of pirates was merely one among many. Danji, concealed beneath the waves with a diving mask, heard the dark cries resounding above, prompting him to plunge deeper in terror. His name was Danji. Once a carefree pirate in the East Sea, his joy had been extinguished 3 years prior. He had survived the Black Mist incident 3 years ago, witnessing the demise of all his comrades before his very eyes, exhausting his wealth. He traversed from the East Sea to the unfamiliar West Sea, believing that the nightmares of his past had finally receded. Yet today, they had resurfaced. Chapter 54. The dispersal of the Black Mist within the town of the West Sea. A naval captain unleashed a thunderous kick. In that instant, the air seemed to split as if cleaved by a sword, striking towards his adversary. Clang! The captain's strike was intercepted by a pirate's sword. Fortunately, I did not venture out to sea like those fools. Otherwise, I would share their doomed fate, boasted a pirate with a bounty of 10 million before the naval captain. Then allow me to deal with you here, replied the captain in a low voice. The cunning pirate discerned the Navy's intention to drive all pirates into the sea, prompting him to remain hidden within the city. Ha ha ha. Indeed, the Navy remains the dominant force. However, it appears that their strongest are absent, and their focus is solely on those aboard the pirate ships. Therefore, I am safe on land. The pirate laughed maniacally, surveying the fog-laden surroundings. Unlike the other petty pirates, his intellect surpassed that of his peers. He deftly grasped the Navy's intentions and the operational patterns of the shadows within the mist. Safe? How naive. With the same technique. The captain struck again, yet the pirate easily parried the blow. Hiss. At that moment, amidst their clash, a chilling cry emanated from the black mist above. It seems yet another fool has become a target, the pirate mused, recognizing the familiar sound. Although obscured by the fog, he knew that another pirate ship was under threat. What he did not realize was that this time, the shadow's target was none other than himself. The surrounding mist, once serene, suddenly surged as shadows lunged forth towards him. Aren't they only targeting pirate ships? Why are they coming for me? He exclaimed in frustration. Take this. Having only witnessed the shadows assaulting others without experiencing their terror firsthand. He furiously swung his sword at the approaching figures, intent on vanquishing them. However, the blade passed through the shadows effortlessly. Instantly, dozens of specters surged through his chest. Like his fellow pirates, he soon lost the light in his eyes, becoming vacant and withered. Thud. Before the naval captain, the once defiant pirate, who had exchanged blows with him moments earlier, succumbed to death in mere breaths. The shadows danced around the lifeless body before soaring away. Phew. Thank goodness for this cloak. Otherwise, I would have been done for. The captain collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The pressure exerted by the shadows was far greater than that of the pirate he had just battled. He brushed his hand against his civilian attire and the justice cloak draped behind him, recalling the words of the higher-ups during their communication, during missions. You must not wear your own attire. You must don the Navy uniform. Now he understood why. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that had he not worn the cloak, the shadows would not have targeted that pirate. On this day, 500,000 small pirates perished within the encompassing black mist of the West Sea. Carp gazed at the black mist that enveloped the sky and ocean. Lin-Chi. Your natural fruit seems to surpass even Akiji, he remarked, utterly disregarding Akiji's feelings beside him. What are these shadows within the black mist? They are the souls of the pirates. My fruit possesses the ability to harvest souls. Those pirates I have slain have their souls transformed into shadows, subsisting within the mist. I can single-handedly cleanse vast expanses of the sea. The shadows are the key. These insignificant pirates of the West Sea, devoid of hockey, stand no chance against them. Lin-Chi candidly remarked that the true function of the shadows was merely to serve as a decoy for death, as long as this fact remained undisclosed. Everything else was inconsequential. Carp, enveloping his hand in hockey, reached out to grasp one of the shadows, only to find his hand effortlessly penetrate through it upon releasing the hockey. Thus, he comprehended the situation immediately. The ragtag pirates of the West Sea, lacking hockey, were unable to contend against even a single shadow when united. Consequently, the fate of these pirates was death, after which their souls transformed into new shadows, joining the hunt against their fellow pirates. However, the time required for this process was rather lengthy. Akainu noted that, according to Lin-Chi, his dark fog fruit differed significantly from his ice fruit. While Akainu could conjure ice at will, Lin-Chi was unable to generate dark fog independently. He had to wait for it to naturally accumulate, and the shadows could not act outside the dark fog. Hence, the necessity for a decade to utilize an area-wide technique, as it required the dark fog to amass. Of course, this was a fabrication by Lin-Chi. There were no such limitations. Even if he were to permanently shroud the world in dark fog, it would be effortlessly achievable. He merely refrained from assisting the world government. For the distortion of this world was a consequence of the actions of its inhabitants. As an individual from another realm, he felt he had already done enough good deeds. Especially given the information isolation from headquarters that facilitated the smooth execution of this mission, Lin-Chi mused with a light chuckle. Between the four seas lay the windless zone, home to the Sea King's nests. Communication among the four seas was virtually non-existent. Information could only be gleaned from the world news regarding significant events in other regions. However, the authority over such news rested firmly in the hands of the world government and the Navy. 3 years prior, the Dark Fog incident in the East Sea, under Sengoku's deliberate suppression, had failed to propagate widely to the West Sea. Thus, the pirates of the West Sea were caught unawares by this latest dark fog. The time for action was drawing near, and all that remained was to await the spoils of victory. As the day drew to a close, Lin Chi sensed the West Sea regaining its tranquility. He resolved to conclude this mission. However, before doing so, he needed to inform the Navy and warn certain restless individuals. This operation had culminated in a flawless success. The appearance of the dark fog had thrown the townsfolk, who found themselves amidst the chaos of the Navy and pirates, into disarray. The Navy, preparing to return from their mission, and the pirates, who had hidden away to evade disaster, were all captivated by a resounding voice that echoed from the sky. Everyone looked up at the darkened heavens, obscured by the dark fog. All Navy personnel, proceed to the ocean and reclaim all the spoils from the pirate ships. With the conclusion of this unknown voice, the people of the West Sea noticed their vision gradually clarifying as the surrounding dark fog began to dissipate. Even the radiant sunlight pierced through the murky haze, illuminating the azure sea, casting a dazzling glow that made one's eyes water. Chapter 55, The Four Admirals Colonel. The sun. We can see the sun. The Navy personnel aboard the warships rejoiced as they basked in sunlight for the first time in a day. The leading colonel activated the Din Din Mushi, receiving orders from his superior to proceed and halt the pirate ships at sea to retrieve the spoils. Meanwhile, the lurking troublemakers and ambitious gangsters were deterred from their plans of theft and plunder by the warning from the voice's owner. After all, life took precedence over wealth. In the year 1507 of the Sea Circle calendar, it had been a month since the announcement of the 7 warlords, a matter now relegated to the past. As the newsbirds scattered newspapers across the globe, the world erupted anew, reminiscent of the fervor from a month prior. However, last month's news had been ill tidings for the common folk, while this time it heralded good news. Gruesome photographs depicting the corpses of West Sea pirates adorned the newspapers, proclaiming a resounding victory for the Navy. The West Sea enters its most peaceful era in history. The reports chronicled the Navy's overwhelming success in the West Sea, with the death toll of pirates exceeding 2 million. This staggering number of pirates ensured a safer existence for countless urban residents, fostering smooth commercial exchanges. This news detonated like a bombshell across the world, reaffirming the dominance of the world government and the Navy. For the ordinary populace, this was monumental news, as these minor pirates constituted the primary perpetrators of violence and theft. Yet, for the world as powerful, this news failed to stir significant reactions, as those residing within the 4 seas were merely a collection of insignificant fish, regardless of their numbers. Much like the formidable figures in the New World, Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom, these 2 million pirates would be easily dispatched if they gathered in one place. The hidden powers across the New World, the Grand Line, and the 4 seas were astounded by the news. A new era for the Navy had dawned. Former Fleet Admiral Sengoku had resigned. Former Admirals Zephyr and Sengoku had stepped down. Former Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong was elevated to Commander-in-Chief of the world government's military. Former Admiral Sengoku was promoted to Fleet Admiral. Former Admiral Zephyr took on the role of a new recruit instructor. Vice Admiral Akina Sakazuki ascended to Admiral. Vice Admiral Kizaru Palusalino was promoted to Admiral. Vice Admiral Akiji Kazan became an Admiral, and Rear Admiral Lin Chi was elevated to the rank of Admiral. The inauguration ceremony would take place a month later at the Navy headquarters in Marineford, with images broadcasted globally. This news ignited fervent discussions worldwide, particularly regarding Lin Chi, the Rear Admiral who had risen to Admiral at the tender age of 25. In the New World, Tato Land, the pirate empress Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, whose size dwarfed that of ordinary folk, lounged on a sofa, tossing a piece of cake into her mouth. Katakuri, you were defeated by him, weren't you? Big Mom inquired, glancing at the newspaper featuring Lin Chi and addressing her son Katakuri. Yes, Mama, Katakuri replied, his mouth concealed by his scarf. That was the first official loss of my life. It seems you still have quite a distance to go before avenging yourself, Big Mom remarked, indulging in her dessert. Initially, she had intended to dispatch someone to reclaim her dignity after the tea party, but upon Katakuri's return to Tato Land, he had implored her to abandon such plans, as he wished to exact revenge himself. It won't be long, Katakuri replied earnestly before turning to leave the room, preparing to return to his training. In the first half of the Grand Line, Alabasta, it appeared our backing would not falter. Crocodile gazed at the photograph of Lin Chi within the newspaper, addressing Robin with a tone of reluctant recognition. As a notorious pirate, he was loath to admit that Lin Chi, as a naval officer, served as his pillar of support. Yet, it was indeed through Lin Chi's endorsement that he ascended to the rank of Warlord of the Sea. Even Robin, a criminal of global infamy, found herself ensconced within his establishment, a circumstance from which there seemed no escape. Moreover, this support could very well prove to be a lifeline in critical moments. Of course, he is my brother, Robin remarked, her fingers caressing the image of Lin Chi in the newspaper, her gaze filled with fascination. At merely 15 years of age, she had already grown tall and striking, her allure becoming increasingly captivating. She was now capable of achieving feats akin to those of Sister Domino. In East Blue, at Shell's Town, within the G-153 branch, the naval recruits surrounded the base commander, Colonel Alano, with fervent inquiries. They had heard tales of Admiral Lin Chi's past as a sailor at this very G-153. Colonel Alano, did Admiral Lin Chi truly once serve within our branch? They asked eagerly. Indeed, Admiral Lin Chi and I shared a bond of life and death, Colonel Alano boasted proudly. Even the house belonging to Admiral Lin Chi in the town was a gift from me. The current naval recruits were remarkably strong, surpassing even their commanding officers' expectations, providing an opportune moment for Alano to bolster his own prestige among them. Hiki, does that bond of life and death imply that Admiral Lin Chi once saved you? Wasn't that how something you practically forced upon him? That certainly sounds like bribery, Colonel Alano. Lin Chi's childhood friend, Yate, did not show any respect for the colonel and teased him. Over the years, Yate had been promoted in the branch, likely due to Lin Chi's influence, and had now become the head of logistics. The new recruits were intrigued by his words, whispering among themselves. Lord Yate, are you quite familiar with General Lin Chi? They inquired eagerly. Of course, Yate replied, reminiscing about the time when both he and General Lin Chi joined the Navy simultaneously. Far more acquainted with Lin Chi than anyone from Yulano, he captivated the recruits with vivid tales of Lin Chi's exploits in Chelsea Town. Meanwhile, in East Sea Windmill Village, Carp pointed at a young and dashing Lin Chi in naval attire on the news, declaring, Did you see that? You must aspire to be such a man, to become a king of the Navy. Reflecting on his own youth, Carp recalled a time when he too was brimming with ambition, relentlessly pursuing the Rocks pirates and the Pirate King, Roger. He was once sought after by the elders and the Air Marshal to become an admiral, yet he had resolutely declined. The oblivious Luffy, engrossed in his meal, failed to grasp Carp's words, responding with a puzzled huh? What are you mumbling about? Stop eating. Go train right now, Carp insisted. But Grandpa, I haven't finished my meal. The 4-year-old Luffy was hoisted by his clothes, despairingly leaving the table. Before departing, he desperately clutched his bowl, taking one last hearty bite. Chapter 56. Preparations for vacation at the World Government Headquarters in Mariewa, Sengoku, Kizaru, Akainu, Akiji, and Lin Chi, 1 marshal and 4 admirals, the pinnacle of naval power, walked through Mariewa, preparing to discuss the promotion ceremony with the elders and to meet them prior to the promotion. Lin Chi, is this your first encounter with the elders? Akiji inquired. Indeed. I have only heard marshals speak of them before. They are the supreme leaders of the world government, but generally, they communicate directly with the marshal regarding matters of importance. Akiji himself had little interaction with the elders. I understand. Lin Chi comprehended the meaning behind Akainu's words. In essence, their purpose for this visit was merely to serve as a backdrop. This arrangement would not only apply to the present, but also extend into the future, as any tasks could be entrusted to Sengoku, allowing him to communicate with the Gorosei. Meanwhile, as Sengoku and Lin Chi's group set foot in Mariewa, the Gorosei were en route to the flower room. Upon their arrival at the innermost sanctum of Mariewa, they knelt and inquired, Lordum, what are your instructions? Seated upon the throne of void, Lordum held aloft a photograph of Lin Chi, presenting it to the Gorosei. Is this individual the new admiral of the Navy? The beacon of history? They queried. Once Lin Chi was deemed by Lord M to be the harbinger of history, they understood that measures must be taken to extinguish him, regardless of his stature as an admiral or his unparalleled combat prowess. Subsequently, please send me his intelligence. It has been a considerable time since I last surveyed the outside world, and responded without addressing their question directly. Understood, Lord M, the Gorosei replied, their hearts laden with uncertainty. Yet, the decree of Lord M was paramount, leaving no room for dissent or challenge. Shortly thereafter, under the orders of the Gorosei, CP0 delivered Lin Chi's intelligence to them, which they then personally presented to Lord M. You may depart, he commanded. Yes, Lord M, the Gorosei acknowledged, exiting the flower room. Alone upon the throne of void, M scrutinized Lin Chi's dossier in silence. Upon leaving the flower room, the Gorosei encountered Lin Chi and his companions. Casting a glance at Lin Chi, who had been singled out by Lord M, Sengoku stated, "You shall henceforth be the marshal. It is imperative that you properly discipline your subordinates. Furthermore, Akainu, Kizaru, Akiji, and Lin Chi, as the Navy's foremost powers, must refrain from acting impulsively, lest you tarnish the reputation of the world government and the Navy." The Gorosei admonished Akiji and his 3 compatriots. They recalled how Akiji's reckless actions had once allowed Robin to escape during the O'Hara incident. Although they could not impose severe punishment upon Akiji afterward, they could only issue verbal warnings. Of course, Akiji, Lin Chi, and Kizaru replied nonchalantly, while Akainu appeared more earnest in demeanor. Humph. One of the Gorosei scoffed quietly at their reactions but chose not to voice further remarks. "We have come to discuss the forthcoming ceremony scheduled for a month from now," Sengoku declared. Subsequently, amidst Lin Chi, Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji's languid yawns, Sengoku and the Gorosei convened their discussions. A month later, through the dissemination of newsbirds and the projection of transponder snails, the world focused intently on the Navy's high-ranking personnel changes. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, Sengoku stood upon a raised platform, his long mustache styled into a braid, a seagull emblem adorning his hat, and the word justice emblazoned in blue on the back of his coat. The next tier featured Akainu, Sakazuki, Akiji, Kazan, Kizaru, Borsellino, and the newly appointed Lin Chi, collectively representing the Navy's pinnacle of strength. Below them stood a throng of Navy personnel, densely congregated in the square to witness the event. "I am Admiral Sengoku of the Navy. A month ago, through a special operational campaign, we achieved a monumental victory in the West Blue, ushering in the most peaceful era in its history," he proclaimed. "Moreover, our Navy will systematically cleanse other seas. I firmly believe that an era of peace is on the horizon." A thunderous cheer erupted from the Navy personnel in the square. Not only those at the headquarters, but also the global audience watching joined in resounding applause. "Hey, Sengoku seems quite pleased with himself, don't you think, Zifa?" Karp gestured to his friend, the former admiral and current chief instructor of new recruits, Zifa. He too felt a sense of joy for his friend. As Sengoku produced a transponder snail to deliver remarks and outline the Navy's future plans, Lin Chi and the other admirals each took turns to share their distinctive sentiments. The ceremony, though brief, lasted half a day, marking the transition of leadership within the Navy. Under the guidance of their new admiral and admirals, the Navy's operational methods were poised to undergo significant transformation. In the office of Admiral Sengoku, he presented Lin Chi with a report, stating, "The spoils from the West Blue have arrived at headquarters. We have acquired 140 devil fruits, including 8 paramecia types and 3 ancient zoan types. If you are amenable to exchanging for standard zoan types, I can offer a ratio of 3-to-1 for the paramecia and ancient types." 3-to-1? That seems rather insufficient, Lin Chi replied. Lin Chi gazed upon the array of superhuman fruits and ancient varieties, only to discover that none were related to the profound realms of mind, time, or space. Instead, the collection consisted solely of fruits such as the rolling fruit, the skin fruit, and the whisper fruit. In truth, the abilities of these fruits hardly justified their worth. It was solely due to the presence of 3 ancient varieties that I agreed to a trade of 3 for 1. Very well, no objections. Lin Chi glanced at the meager devil fruits and nodded in agreement. "Yes, I will send someone to deliver the existing devil fruits later. As for the 33 fruits of the paramecia and ancient types, I need to communicate with the world government. If the quantity remains insufficient at that time, we will have to await transactions at sea," said Sengoku. He was uncertain whether the world government possessed 33 devil fruits, even though they were all ordinary zoan types. However, like the Navy, the world government was vast with numerous members, and devil fruits were typically distributed among their subordinates. It was rare for such ordinary zoan devil fruits to be kept for future use. Pirates were no different. Once they acquired them, they devoured them without delay. Otherwise, with 2 million pirates deceased after scouring countless pirate ships, how could only 140 fruits remain? They had long been consumed, and now, in death, it was uncertain where they had been reincarnated. By the way, Lord Sengoku, when does my 5-year vacation commence? Brothers, there is only one chapter today. Tomorrow should see a return to normalcy. There are family matters and funerals to attend. Unfortunately, I cannot spare the time. Chapter 57. 5 years of vacation, Lord Sengoku. When does my 5-year vacation begin? The mission in the West Sea had concluded, and the Admiral's ceremony had been completed. Lin Chi also wished to prepare for relaxation and leisure. Upon hearing Lin Chi mention this, Sengoku could not help but rub his temples in exasperation. At this moment, the Navy was in a state of revival, and the absence of any top-tier combatants was a significant concern. Regrettably, Sengoku could not refuse, as this had been previously arranged. And Lin Chi's strength required 5 years to recover. Let us make it 1 month. After a month, your vacation will officially commence. Very well. Lin Chi awaited the arrival of the devil fruits from the Navy in the Warring States office. Upon receiving his 129 ordinary Zoan-type devil fruits, he returned to the residential area behind the headquarters. Brother Lin Chi, when will you take a vacation? Asked Hibble, who found herself rather bored staying at the headquarters, spending her days at home developing devil fruits. A month later, Domino remarked, "This vacation is quite long. Let us journey across the seas together. Remember when we left from Rogue Town? We promised to explore the world together. Now, we finally have the time." Lin Chi harbored a longing to traverse the world. After 2 decades in this realm, he had acquired the strength to safeguard himself. Therefore, it was time for him to pursue his desires. "Well, I shall heed your wishes." Lord Lin Chi, Domino replied, ever compliant. For her, the destination mattered little. What truly counted was the companionship of Lin Chi. "Hooray!" Siebel exclaimed joyfully. "Do not become overly elated. Even during this respite, you must dedicate yourself to rigorous training," Lin Chi cautioned. "But developing my abilities is so challenging, Brother Lin Chi." Siebel lamented. "There is little to be done. The naval intelligence lacks information on the dream fruit, and even related fruits are scarce. You must rely on your own efforts." Lin Chi found himself at a loss in assisting Zybier, ultimately resigning her fate to the whims of chance. "Why not, Brother Lin Chi? Infect me as you did with Sister Domino? Perhaps it would awaken my fruit abilities," Zybier whispered softly, her voice barely audible. She harbored a persistent yearning to be consumed by Lin Chi, much like Domino. The moment she and Robin learned that Domino had been imbued with Lin Chi's destructive power, thus earning the privilege to remain by his side eternally, the notion took root in their minds. Yet, each time they broached the subject, Lin Chi would gently refuse. "You must wait until you and Robin reach adulthood. In the meantime, you both need to dedicate yourselves to rigorous training." Lin Chi gently tapped Hybel's head, interrupting her thoughts. However, he himself was uncertain about the transformations that would occur in an ability user infected with the power of the Ruin Curse. Thus far, he had only Domino by his side. "Yes, I shall commence my training at once, Brother Lin Chi. Remember your promise. You must not go back on your word when Robin and I come of age." Upon hearing Lin Chi's words, Hybel joyfully dashed off to begin her training. Rest assured, Lin Chi is not lacking in intellect. Were it not for the youth of both girls, he would not be so hesitant. Even at the tender ages of 14 and 15, the young ladies, Zybier and Robin, already exhibit a graceful poise. In their future, the mature Robin and Zybier will be as enticing as Domino. Yet, she must wait another 4 years, with Robin being slightly ahead in this regard. Domino remarked with a smile, suggesting that it might soon be time to replace the bed in the Shadows room. "Indeed," Domino whispered, her cheeks flushed with a vivid hue that even crept down to her neck and earlobes. Typically, it is just she and Lin Chi, who share a deep understanding of one another. The thought of others joining them makes her feel somewhat bashful. Fortunately, they are joined by Robin and Zybier, with whom they have lived for several years. "Lin Chi, you are leaving tomorrow, correct?" Kesho inquired, cradling her son as she sat on Lin Chi's sofa. "Yes. I have already communicated with Lord Warring States today. Everything is prepared on our end. What about you? When is your next mission?" Lin Chi extended his finger to playfully tease Kaisha's not yet 1-year-old son. It was uncertain, but it seemed that there would be little opportunity to relax in the days ahead. Alas, the Navy was indeed quite busy at present. Lin Chi was aware that the Navy was quite busy at present. He envied those who were fortunate enough to take a 5-year vacation. Nevertheless, his son seemed a bit tired, prompting him to decide to return home. Upon noticing her son yawning, Kaisha also prepared to leave. "Take care," she said. After bidding farewell to Kaisha, Lin Chi and Domino, having enjoyed a relaxing bath, drifted off to sleep together. The following day, at the naval headquarters port, Lin Chi waved goodbye to familiar faces, including Kaisha and Akiji, before setting off towards Alabasta, intending to pick up Robin and embark on a journey around the world. Along the rain-soaked coastline of Alabasta, Lin Chi awaited the arrival of Robin, having already informed Crocodile about her pickup. Soon enough, Robin appeared in the distance, walking alone. "Robin, over here." Schreiber excitedly waved at her. Robin, traversing the desert, quickly made her way over and leaped onto the shadow ship. "It's been a while, Schreiber, Sister Domino, Brother Lin Chi," she said. setting down her backpack and visibly relaxing. During her time working for Crocodile at Baroque Works, although she was aware that Crocodile would not dare to harm her, she had always maintained a sense of vigilance. Now, she felt utterly secure. "Welcome back, Robin-chan. Did Crocodile have any complaints?" Lin-Chi asked with a smile. Eager to discern Crocodile's reaction, he chuckled softly, noting that although Crocodile did not display his emotions in front of him, he sensed a simmering anger beneath the surface. "Brother Lin-Chi, is his anger perhaps due to my identity?" Robin observed the situation keenly. Logically, her departure should not have significantly affected Crocodile. Thus, his ire could only stem from her identity or her knowledge. "Indeed, it is because you are the last person in the world who can comprehend the true history." A realization washed over her. Robin began to grasp the reasons behind Crocodile's anger. He likely required her assistance to clandestinely delve into the true history. Memories of her homeland, O'Hara, which was destroyed in pursuit of historical knowledge, resurfaced in her mind. Consequently, her aspiration became to uncover the true history, yearning to unveil the secrets it concealed. Speaking of the true history, there is a fragment on Skypea. "Robin, would you like to see it? I can take you there." Lin-Chi inquired, fully aware that Robin, as an archaeologist, could not possibly decline. "Indeed, I wish to see," Robin replied with a nod. "Very well, our destination is Sky Island." Under Lin-Chi's command, the Shadow approached Gaia Island, situated beneath the Sky Island. Chapter 58, The History of Sky Island. Gaia Island, within the town of Demon Valley, was once a pirate haven that Lin-Chi had obliterated 4 years prior. Now, it had regained its former vibrancy. After all, this island was a documented waypoint, destined to attract pirates for navigation. The dilapidated structures, eroded by ruinous forces, had long since been demolished and rebuilt. However, the land and the roads bore the scars of decay, intentionally preserved. These pirates are quite intriguing. Are they merely a means of sifting through the populace? Surrounding them were refurbished restaurants and pubs, yet beneath his feet lay crumbling stone bricks, with ominous wisps of black mist occasionally rising from the darkened ground. At that moment, a loud crash echoed from the makeshift arena established in the heart of Demon Valley. A figure had just been sent sprawling from it, crashing heavily to the ground. "Aha! This fellow is finished. He has no strength left," someone exclaimed. "How many has that been today?" The third, came the response. The surrounding pirates loudly debated amongst themselves, casting mocking glances at the defeated pirate who had been ejected from the arena. "Ah, no. Help me, please," the fallen pirate begged, struggling to rise. Yet his strength had long since waned. Now, he lay abandoned upon the decaying ground, where thin trails of black mist began to swirl around him. 5 minutes, an interminable span, passed as the pirate suffered, acutely aware of life's ebbing essence. His complexion faded to a pallid gray, his muscles withering beneath his skin. Before the eyes of the spectators, he gradually succumbed, leaving behind nothing but a lifeless husk. The grotesque entity's consumption of life had accelerated, now occurring at a rate of roughly half a minute. Was this the might of an admiral? The residual power was indeed terrifying. Years ago, Lin-Chi had spared a number of pirates. Now, after his ascent to fame as an admiral, the pirates of Demon Valley recognized the black mist as a remnant of Lin-Chi's formidable strength. It had effectively shattered the aspirations of many young pirates, as the mere thought of advancing further brought to mind this monstrous entity, extinguishing their resolve. "Everyone retreat. It is about to emerge," the referee cautioned. Aware of what was to come, the pirates instinctively stepped back. "Lord Jot, we beseech you," the referee implored, turning to a burly man with an exposed torso. The man, known as Jot, stood in silence, stepping forward to confront the corpse. Suddenly, an eerie howl erupted from the shadowy body. A dark wraith emerged from the remains. In an instant, the shadow was met with a powerful punch, sending it dissipating into mist. The shadow, born from the weak pirate below, stood no chance. "Ah, truly worthy of Lord Jot," the onlookers cheered. Each day, several shadows met their demise beneath Jot's might. Among the throng of pirates, Lin-Chi observed this farcical spectacle. Sensing the shadows within him undergoing a rebirth, he chuckled softly, shaking his head. The pirates ought to feel fortunate upon the death of a shadow. It returned to the black mist within him for rebirth, rather than being able to resurrect at will. Otherwise, with the rate at which pirates perished, the town of Demon Valley would long ago have become desolate, filled only with wandering shadows. "Let us depart. Our objective lies elsewhere," Lin-Chi remarked. "Lord Lin-Chi, do you not intend to reap the rewards?" Domino inquired, intrigued, expecting another harvest from him. "Not at this moment. Given the spoils from the West Sea, I deem it unnecessary to collect now. We shall wait until Demon Valley is more bustling. The current crowds do not compare to those from 4 years ago. Domino, Sybil, and Robin followed closely behind Lin Chi as they made their way back to the shadow. They piloted the ship to the opposite side of Gaia Island, preparing a few items and securing some berries. Hold on tight, they instructed, each taking the hands of Sybil and Robin. The black mist surged skyward, spreading across the heavens, swiftly reaching the location of Sky Island. Lin Chi and Domino traversed through the dense fog, and the four of them swiftly arrived at the Sky Island. The soft, fluffy island clouds enveloped them. Unlike Lin Chi and the others who had visited before, Robin, a newcomer to the Sky Island, stood in awe as she stepped onto the island clouds. Despite her surprise, her composed nature rendered her expression calm. Robin, do you wish to directly view the historical texts? Or would you prefer to experience life on the Sky Island? The historical texts. I want to see them now. Upon receiving Lin Chi's options, Robin immediately made her choice. The historical texts were her dream, and in comparison, the unique lifestyle of the Sky Island paled in significance. With Robin's decision made, the four of them promptly arrived at Chandora, the ancient city that had perished 800 years ago. The bell tower and other structures were all crafted from gold. And here lay the historical stone tablet chronicling the ancient weapon, Sea King. Within the forest, various insects and beasts emitted faint sounds. The four of them weaved through the woods, and soon, an ancient ruin appeared before their eyes. Is this the legendary city of gold, Chandora? Robin touched the stones of the ruins, and as an archaeologist, she exhibited a unique enthusiasm towards the historical relics, distinct from her usual demeanor. The four of them navigated through the ruins until suddenly, a massive stone tablet standing on a high platform came into view. What is this? The stone tablet that records the historical texts. Robin, upon seeing the inscriptions, was filled with excitement as she approached the tablet, engrossed in its details. After a moment, she snapped back to reality and, slightly embarrassed, said, I apologize for my momentary excitement. Lin Chi, may I stay here to observe? Of course. Isn't that precisely why we came here? With Lin Chi's approval, Robin retrieved paper and writing tools from her backpack and became engrossed in the historical texts. Sybil observed Robin, who was absorbed in the historical records with a tinge of envy. She suddenly felt a desire to acquire more knowledge. Let us spend the night here. I will go prepare food and firewood. Lin Chi cast a glance at the slightly tilted sun and resolved to hunt a few beasts and gather some firewood to bring back. The sky was dimming. Crackle. In the twilight jungle, a campfire crackled, illuminating the faces of the four gathered around it. The succulent meat of the wild beasts emitted an enticing aroma of roasting. Robin, how long will it take to translate these historical texts? It will require a day or two. The books I brought this time are not comprehensive enough, so I can only provide a brief translation of the recorded contents. However, it matters not, for I have transcribed everything. When we return, I shall study it diligently. Robin happily flipped through her notebook, filled with the inscriptions from the historical stone tablet of Shangri-La. She had devoted the entire day to transcription. Chapter 59. The Armed Color of Immunity Fruits. Brother Lin Chi, there are words inscribed here by the Pirate King who once visited this place. I have come here to lead this text to its final destination, the Pirate Gold. Roger. The final island, Laugh-Tale. I long to see it. For an archaeologist like her, Laugh-Tale, shrouded in all its secrets, held immense allure. There will be opportunities. You shall encounter those who can assist you upon the sea, and then you will be able to journey to the final island and witness the ultimate secrets of the world. Lin Chi remarked that, for someone like him, who lacks a sense of belonging, the secrets of Laugh-Tale held no allure. However, he would not impose his indifference upon others. Brother Lin Chi, are you not at all curious? As a Navy officer, I harbor no interest in the secrets of pirates. What Navy would shelter criminals? Besides, did you not allow Crocodile to go free? His Baroque works undertakes missions that harm civilians. Robin clearly harbored doubts about Lin Chi's response. Crocodile is a legally recognized pirate and my colleague. Moreover, his actions are sanctioned by the world government. As a Navy officer, I cannot interfere with the Shichibukai, who are directly under the jurisdiction of the world government. I shall not argue with you any further. Once I have finished eating, I will resume my research. Robin began to consume the roasted meat. She dismissed Lin Chi's comment about finding companions to sail to the final island together. The mere fact that she was a wanted criminal by the world government made many wary of approaching her. Those who dared to accept her would raise her suspicions regarding their intentions. Furthermore, she felt sufficiently content as she was. rather than seeking non-existent companions. Robin yearned to mature into adulthood as swiftly as possible. After the four of them finished dinner, they laid out simple mats and settled down to sleep, drifting into slumber without a word. The night passed quietly. The following day, Robin continued her work translating historical texts. Lin Chi is preparing for an enhancement. Host: Lin Chi age, 25 years armament hockey, top tier, requires the consumption of 100 devil fruits for improvement. Observation hockey, advanced, requires the consumption of 50 devil fruits for improvement. Conqueror's hockey. Beginner curse of ruin, 69. 40 devil fruits, none abilities, elementalization, passive immunity to physical attacks corruption. The black mist possesses the capability to seize all life. Vast fog, manipulates the black mist to envelop the land. This mist will transform the earth, and within its reach, you may traverse freely. You may choose to enter a state of disguise within the mist. However, if you approach an enemy from a certain distance while in disguise, you will be detected. In the black mist, you shall not perish. Your demise can be substituted by the shadows within the mist. All living beings become your subjects. Enemies you vanquish will be transformed into shadows residing in the black mist, each shadow retaining 70% of your original strength. Number of shadows, 2, 571, 263, infection. You may utilize the power of ruin to infect living beings. Those infected will remain loyal to you and amplify a particular thought within their hearts, enabling them to harness the power of ruin. Total number of devil fruits, 169. Originally 7, plus the gains from the West Sea, 129 from the Zoan category along with ancient types, and 39 obtained from the Paramecia category, summing up to a total of 162. Lin Chi activated the observation hockey with a single touch. Would you like to consume 50 devil fruits for enhancement? Yes. An invisible wave emanated from him, and had there been a numerical display on the panel, it would undoubtedly show a meteoric rise in his mental prowess. Host: Lin Chi age, 25 armament hockey, supreme, requires 100 devil fruits for enhancement. Observation hockey, supreme, requires 100 devil fruits for enhancement. Before long, the enhancement was complete. After attuning to his observation hockey, Lin Chi's eyes gleamed with brilliance as a vision of the future unfolded before him. He glimpsed what was to come. In that moment, Lin Chi perceived events occurring 5 seconds ahead of him. In this vision, Robin pondered the implications of the historical records. 5 seconds later, Robin uttered the same words, echoing the same tone of inquiry. Lin Chi glanced at the remaining 119 devil fruits, contemplating whether to upgrade his observation hockey or his armament hockey. After a moment of reflection, he resolved to enhance his armament hockey first, as his observation hockey was already sufficient for his needs. Would you like to consume 100 devil fruits for the upgrade? Yes. Host: Lin Chi age, 25 armament hockey. Perfect, requires 1,000 devil fruits for enhancement. Observation hockey, elite, requires 100 devil fruits for enhancement. Number of devil fruits, 19. As his physical strength surged, Lin Chi pinched his skin, feeling a layer of permanent defense enveloping him. Unlike the active use of armament hockey, his skin remained soft to the touch. Yet it would trigger a defensive mechanism upon any external attack. His epidermis now resembled an impenetrable steel balloon, akin to Kaido's resilience against a fall from great heights, endowing him with passive protection. Even more astonishing was the fact that his armament hockey had been elevated to perfection, granting him the ability to defend against the powers of other devil fruits. This was an attribute that others lacked, typically. Armament hockey merely enhances offensive and defensive capabilities and allows attacks on Logia-type users, but it does not confer immunity against the effects of Paramecia-type abilities. However, with his perfected armament hockey, Lin Chi could now even nullify the abilities of Paramecia users. For instance, if Sugar attempted to turn him into a toy upon contact, as long as he activated his armament hockey, she would be unable to succeed. It could be said that Lin Chi, equipped with foresight and perfected armament hockey, no longer had to worry about being ambushed by the myriad of Paramecia users. The expenditure of 100 devil fruits was indeed worthwhile. Such an immunity to devil fruit abilities could not be achieved through traditional training methods. Lin Chi could not help but begin to anticipate what abilities would be unlocked upon reaching the pinnacle of observation hockey. With the capacity to perceive 5 seconds into the future at the highest level, would achieving perfection allow him to glimpse further into the future and acquire even more capabilities? Moreover, this was not the ultimate peak. Lin Chi observed on the panel that there were still spaces for enhancement in both armament hockey and observation hockey. It seemed that a devil fruit was imperative, though he pondered whether an artificial devil fruit would be acknowledged by the system. Lin Chi gazed at the count of 1,000 devil fruits, and he couldn't help but ponder the artificial fruits created by Don Quixote da Flamingo in the original narrative. He thought to seize an opportunity to acquire a couple of them for experimentation. However, it would be quite some time before Da Flamingo established his factory. So there was no rush. 2 days swiftly passed. Robin had also managed to translate the historical content of Shandora. Chapter 60. The Voyage Across the Seas, Brother Lin Chi. This stone tablet records one of the ancient weapons known as the Sea King. Robin disclosed all the information inscribed on the tablet without reservation. Since your research has reached its conclusion, let us take our leave from this place. Upon hearing Robin's summary, Lin Chi resolved to depart, as their purpose for coming here was solely to satisfy Robin's quest for historical knowledge. Yet, before they set off, he felt inclined to visit Baika to see Enel, the one whose fate he had altered by taking the rumble fruit. Enel, now equipped with the techniques of hockey, both armament and observation, was a formidable presence. Baika, a small island in the southern skies, lay far from Angel Island, almost entirely isolated from the world, with few inhabitants from Angel Island even aware of its existence. The 4 of them, led by Lin Chi, journeyed through Weiba and arrived at this place. This location bore resemblance to Angel Island. Yet the sole distinction lay in the residents' disdainful glances directed at Lin Chi and his companions upon noticing their lack of wings, an expression that the inhabitants of Angel Island would never exhibit. Brother Lin Chi, their gaze upon us seems rather unfriendly. Pay them no mind. I am merely here to observe an intriguing individual. Lin Chi disregarded the gazes of the villagers, meandering through the winding alleyways until he halted before a particular house. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Chi knocked on the door of the room. Was he a companion of that wingless monster? Indeed, neither of them possessed wings. The residents of Baika, who were watching from the side, recoiled in panic as they observed Lin Chi's actions. Hearing their discussions, Lin Chi realized that Enelu had spent these past years exacting revenge for the bullying he endured in his childhood. However, they should feel fortunate that Enelu's rumble fruit had been taken from him. Otherwise, the entire town of Baika would have vanished, leaving no room for their whispered conversations. At that moment, the door opened. Enelu yawned, digging into his ears, preparing to confront the audacious intruder who dared disturb his rest. Who are you? Intruders? Enelu inquired, gazing curiously at the 4 wingless individuals, including Lin Chi. For years ago, I left you the method to cultivate hockey, Lin Chi stated. Is it you? Enelu recalled that day, for years prior, when he returned home amidst the disdainful glares of the residents. That day, however, he discovered a manual entitled Hockey Cultivation. Over the years, he had followed its teachings, which had ultimately made the townspeople refrain from bullying him and casting scornful looks in his direction. Yet, he had always yearned to uncover the identity of the person who had bestowed this knowledge upon him. Yes, I merely came to see how much the person I helped back then has grown, Lin Chi replied nonchalantly. Is that so? Then allow me to show you. Enelu, inexplicably enraged by Lin Chi's casual demeanor, seized a wooden stick and enveloped it with a dark coating of hockey, preparing to strike Lin Chi and demonstrate his strength. Buzz! A domineering aura erupted from Lin Chi, causing the air to ripple at that moment. It swept across the entirety of Baika, rendering the residents stiff with fear. Their eyes glazed over as they lost consciousness. Thud, thud. The sound of bodies collapsing echoed in succession. Lin Chi watched as Enel, drenched in sweat, retreated several steps. Clearly impressed. It must be acknowledged that Enel is indeed a prodigy, even without the power of the rumble fruit. He has honed his hockey to such an extent that within just a few years, his strength has surpassed that of many pirates on the Grand Line with bounties exceeding 100 million. His conqueror's hockey can effortlessly withstand any challenge. You are not from Skypiea, are you? Enel confidently surmised that Lin Chi and his companions were not inhabitants of the Sky Island. 4 such formidable individuals simply do not exist there. Over the years, he has diligently trained and secretly visited Angel Island, where the so-called divine warriors and gods hold no significance in his eyes. Indeed, we are from the blue sea beneath Skypiea. Well, it appears you are faring quite well now, and your training has not been neglected. Let us conclude our meeting for now. Perhaps fate will allow us to meet again. Lin Chi had no intention of engaging in further conversation with Enelu. Noticing that Enelu was faring well, he turned and waved his hand, preparing to leave. Hey, wait, Enelu. Seeing Lin Chi and his companions turning to depart, hurried to follow them, eager to clarify his lingering questions. Before Lin Chi could make a move, Robin swiftly intercepted Enelu with an acrobatic maneuver. The 8 arms that sprouted from Enelu seized him, flipping him backward, and he landed heavily on the ground, his feet ensnared by the very arms that had emerged from the earth. "Farewell." Lin Chi waved at him, emanating a dark mist. In the next moment, the arms that had sprouted from Enelu transformed into petals, scattering in the air, while Lin Chi and his companions vanished from his sight. Damn it! Enelu struck the ground with great force. Despite being invincible on the Sky Island, he found himself unable to even engage with Lin Chi. The sheer aura of Lin Chi had left him awestruck, to the point that he did not even know Lin Chi's name. The East Sea was it? I shall remember. Enelu, wielding a wooden staff, disregarded the fallen residents of Baika and strode towards the White Sea. He was determined to continue his training and grow stronger. On the other side, Lin Chi and his companions, having returned to the Grand Line, set sail on the Shadow towards the East Sea. They traversed the doldrums on their journey back. After a brief stay in Roadtown for a few days, they redirected their course towards Shellstown. There, they reunited with Addo and Ulan, reminiscing for several days before departing Shellstown amidst the adoration and farewell of the recruits. They then continued across the doldrums, steering towards the South Sea, where they witnessed the rebellion of two nations overthrowing their royal aristocracy. Parts of the South Sea had successfully been liberated, now under the control of the Revolutionary Army. They fervently spread the Revolutionary Army's slogans to neighboring countries and assisted in their combat efforts. After lingering for a few months in the South Sea, Lin Chi and his companions departed from the South Sea, continuing their journey through the doldrums and entering the West Sea. The West Sea, now cleansed, lay in serene tranquility. The lives of the populace have experienced a significant enhancement, and the flow of commercial goods has been safely ensured, alleviating concerns over pirate raids. The Navy's prestige in the West Sea has reached its zenith, effectively curbing the growth of piracy. However, the influence of the underworld has grown increasingly formidable, with some pirates even masquerading as gangsters, only daring to raise their pirate flags upon entering the Grand Line. Lin Chi and his companions arrived at the ruins of O'Hara. Although the name O'Hara has been erased from the maps by the world government, the land of the island still exists. Yet no one dares to tread upon this forsaken soil. Robin stood before the remnants of the Tree of Knowledge, once the world's most extensive library, gazing nostalgically at it. She was bereft of her father at birth, and by the age of 3, her mother had also set sail in pursuit of research, leaving Robin to navigate her childhood in solitude. Though her uncle took her in, her status remained akin to that of a servant, as a devil fruit user. The other children on the island regarded her as a monster, ostracizing her. The only individuals she could truly call friends were the scholars working within the Tree of Knowledge. Her childhood was, in essence, spent amid the tomes of the tree. Chapter 61. The Heist of the Celestial Gold by Don Quixote da Flamingo. After a brief stay of half a day in O'Hara, Lin Chi led Robin away from the sorrowful land. The quartet departed from O'Hara and continued their journey through the safe West Sea, reveling in nearly a year of leisure. They then traversed the Calm Belt, entering the final North Sea. At this juncture, 3 years had elapsed since Lin Chi's 5-year sabbatical began. In the year 1510, host, Lin Chi age, 28 armed hockey, perfect, enhanced by consuming 1,000 devil fruits, observation hockey, top tier, enhanced by consuming 100 devil fruits, conqueror's hockey, intermediate curse of ruin, 80. 70 number of devil fruits, 22. During these 3 years, he had also acquired 3 additional devil fruits, advancing the curse of ruin to 80 and achieving an intermediate level of conqueror's hockey. In the North Sea, aboard the Shadow, morning broke as the eastern horizon glimmered with the faintest light, cautiously bathing the cerulean sky, heralding the gradual arrival of a new day. The delicate morning rays illuminated the Shadow. Lin Chi awakened in bed, gently squeezing the soft fabric of the quilt. A languid groan escaped Robin's lips. The 3 bodies were ensconced beneath the large blanket, with Lin Chi nestled in the middle, while Domino continued to slumber on the other side. Just then, a sharp click echoed through the room. "Robin, how long do you intend to stay in there? Hurry up and come out," Heber exclaimed as she swung open the door, her gaze landing on Robin's alluring figure sprawled on the bed, shattering the tranquil atmosphere. At present, Robin had already turned 18, while Heber was a mere 17. "I'll be right there," Robin replied, not wishing to contest with Heber. After all, she had been abandoning Heber every night to share the bed with Lin Chi and Domino, leaving Heber to enjoy the spacious bed all alone. With a yawn that betrayed no concern for Lin Chi and Heber's scrutiny, she dressed and addressed Heber. "Let's go prepare breakfast." Heber promptly followed suit, refraining from disturbing Lin Chi and the still sleeping Domino, since the two had turned 16. They had taken on the responsibility of preparing all meals and afternoon tea. Robin, take off your gloves and let me see how well you've merged with Lin Chi's power, Heber inquired curiously. Her eyes fixed on Robin's gloved right hand in the kitchen. It should be finished today, Robin replied as she removed her gloves, revealing the back of her right hand, which bore a patch of skin exhibiting a fragmented, emerald hue, swirling with dark mist. Indeed, Robin had become one of those infected by Lin Chi, much like Domino. Infection. You possess the ability to infect beings with the power of decay. Those infected will remain loyal to you and amplify a particular thought within their hearts, allowing them to harness the power of decay. I envy you. I still have to wait until next year, even though I started a year early. It doesn't seem to matter much, Heber pouted. Lin Chi has his own standards for himself, so don't make it difficult for him. I understand, Heber replied, well aware that while the other three slept together, she was left alone in her room, a source of discomfort for her. All right, tonight I'll keep you company. Robin conceded, recognizing that her recent actions toward Heber had been somewhat excessive. That's wonderful, Heber exclaimed, her spirits lifting immediately. Subsequently, the two of them prepared breakfast and ventured into the room to rouse Lin Chi and Domino. After all four had enjoyed their breakfast, they relished the warmth of companionship. Lin Chi prepared to land in the nearby kingdom of Niwa to replenish supplies. Just as he was about to make the landing, on the other side, Toripol, with a nose dripping with mucus, asked, do we really have to do this, Doflamingo? Ha ha ha. Of course, the position of the 7 warlords is a coveted one. Doflamingo replied, expressing that only by obtaining the title could he officially set sail for the new world. He had even devised future plans to reclaim the kingdom of Dressrosa after becoming one of the 7 warlords, leveraging his status as a legitimate pirate and his celestial dragon lineage to further expand his underground business. This could provoke the world government, Toripol cautioned, concerned that plundering the tribute offerings to the celestial dragons was no trivial matter. Fear not, for this is the North Sea and the world government. Ha ha ha. Doflamingo chuckled mid-sentence, his confidence partly stemming from his lineage as a descendant of the celestial dragons, the progenitors of the world government, and partly from the secrets he possessed. Since you have made up your mind, let us act, Toripol said. In the North Sea, the bustling port of the kingdom of Niwa was crowded with dozens of merchant ships, some even from other seas. Among them was one ship that stood out, surrounded by an unusual emptiness, as no other vessel dared to approach. This ship was enormous, lavishly adorned, and bore a flag that instilled fear in ordinary folk. The flag bore the imprint of an unknown beast's hoof, the renowned mark of the celestial dragons, the dragon's hoof print. Doflamingo descended from the clouds, standing atop the ship's mast. His silhouette transformed from an indistinct speck into a recognizable figure, instantly catching the attention of the bustling dock workers. Hey, what's that guy trying to do? He asked on a noble ship. That's the pirate Doflamingo. Unlike the dock workers, the Navy personnel responsible for escorting the tribute immediately recognized the notorious pirate. Ha ha ha. This ship is now mine. Those who know their place, disembark immediately, Doflamingo declared, surveying the chaos below with a brazen demeanor. Don't be ridiculous, Doflamingo. This is a ship carrying tribute. Do you know what you're doing? A naval officer shouted, incredulous that someone would dare to target the tribute. Parasite line. Fine threads fell like a meteor shower, penetrating the bodies of the Navy personnel still aboard. Are you trying to provoke the Navy and the world government, Doflamingo? What is happening to my body? Before the officer could finish, his arm was uncontrollably drawn to his own head by Doflamingo's manipulation. Bang! Despite the officer's desperate attempts to suppress his own arm, it was futile. His finger, under Doflamingo's control, pulled the trigger. He unwittingly ended his own life. Chapter 62. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lin Chi. No. Get away. I can't control my body. Bang, bang, bang. The Navy personnel and dock workers aboard the tribute ship fell into chaos, turning against one another under Doflamingo's command. With a swift leap, Doflamingo descended onto the deck, retrieving a trembling transponder snail from a Navy officer. Toripol, start the ship. Yes, Doflamingo. Toripol, already inside the ship's cabin, activated the vessel laden with tribute goods, departing from the port of Niwa. Before the eyes of many, Doflamingo audaciously robbed the tribute meant for the celestial dragons. This news swiftly reached the ears of the king of Niwa, who nearly fainted in shock. He hurriedly dialed the 5 elders to inform them of the theft. On Red Soil Continent, Mariewa, amidst the power struggles, one of the 5 elders received the call from the king of Niwa. That scoundrel, Don Quixote, who left Mariewa, has stolen the tribute. Humph, They left Mariewa of their own accord and thus forfeited their rights as celestial dragons. Let us send the Navy to capture him. However, there is a problem. He knows the secret. If pressed too hard, what if he reveals it? The 5 elders deliberated over how to handle Doflamingo. That man would not have stolen the tribute without reason. He must have a motive. Should we communicate with him to ascertain his demands? Let us vote. Do we send the Navy to capture him or negotiate? I vote for negotiation. If his demands are reasonable, we may grant him a concession. I second that. If he becomes too greedy, we must eliminate him. Agreed. Then notify Sengoku to dispatch the Navy for communication with Doflamingo. The 5 elders resolved to first seek dialogue with Doflamingo to understand his intentions behind the theft of the tribute. At the Marine headquarters in Mariewa, in the office of Admiral Sengoku, whose beard was braided and adorned with glasses, he quietly attended to documents on his desk. Suddenly, the transponder snail rang. Brew brew. Brew brew. Sengoku set aside the papers and answered, "This is Sengoku. What is the matter?" "The tribute from the North Sea Kingdom of Niwa has been stolen by Doflamingo. You must send a capable Navy officer to negotiate with him to determine his intentions. If the negotiations yield unfavorable results, apprehend him immediately and make it clear to the world the consequences of provoking the world government." The 5 elders conveyed their instructions through the transponder snail. "I understand. I will address this matter immediately." With that, Sengoku hung up the snail, rubbing his temples in frustration. The theft of the tribute was no trivial issue. The 5 elders' stance was clear. They wished to first understand Doflamingo's demands. Should the requests be unreasonable, then the dispatched Navy must possess the strength to apprehend Doflamingo. This was no simple task. With a bounty of 340 million berries, even some vice admirals would struggle against him, especially with his pirate companions alongside. Damn it! How much longer does Lin Chi intend to take leave? Sengoku roared in frustration over the Navy's manpower shortage. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he ceased his venting. "No, that's not right. Bring me the intelligence report on Lin Chi's whereabouts." Outside the door, soldiers rushed to present Lin Chi's tracking report before Sengoku. Indeed, he has arrived in the North Sea. As Sengoku perused the report, he noted that Lin Chi had arrived at the North Sea a few days prior. Over the past few years, Lin Chi's travels across the eastern, western, and southern seas had not gone unnoticed, allowing the Navy's intelligence department to swiftly surmise that he would head to the North Sea next. After a prolonged period of rest, it was time for him to take action. Sengoku deftly dialed Lin Chi's phone number. "Hello, Marshal. What can I do for you?" Lin Chi, aboard the shadow vessel in the North Sea, answered Sengoku's call. "Where are you in the North Sea?" "I am near the Kingdom of Vani, preparing to procure some items." "What is it?" "Immediately proceed to the port of the Kingdom of Vana. Don Quixote Doflamingo has seized the ship of Sky Gold. You must intercept him and ascertain his intentions. It would be best to capture him and prevent his escape." Sengoku's final words were laced with emotion, for his adoptive son Corazon had been slain by Doflamingo. "Understood. I will comply." How frustrating, especially since I am supposed to be on vacation. Lin Chi had no intention of declining, and he found himself quite intrigued by Doflamingo, the man who would later trade in devil fruits. Doflamingo, adept at wielding the powers granted by the world government as one of the 7 warlords, exercised control over numerous industries across the globe. Lin Chi deemed it necessary to require Doflamingo to remit a modest protection fee annually. The matter was entrusted to him with complete confidence by Sengoku. "Admiral, the vessel that holds the celestial gold, it should not possess any devil fruits, correct?" Sengoku momentarily faltered at Lin Chi's inquiry, for he had no knowledge of the presence of devil fruits. No one had informed him. However, he soon grasped Lin Chi's intent. This was a demand for remuneration. "Indeed, there are none aboard. Regardless of whether there were any previously, there are certainly none now. Henceforth, if the ship bears no devil fruits, Lin Chi will execute his duties as normal. Should there be any devil fruits present, they shall belong entirely to him. Regardless of the outcome, Lin Chi stands to gain. The naval escort for the celestial gold is named Onlu. Please take note of his Den Mushi number." Sengoku recited the number, initially intending to liaise with Doflamingo himself, but with Lin Chi now in the picture, he resolved to allow Lin Chi to take charge. As a general, it was inconceivable that he could not manage such a trivial matter. "Understood. Should any developments arise, I will reach out to you." After recording the number, Lin Chi chuckled and hung up the phone. "Domino, hasten your pace. Do not let them escape." "Understood, Master Lin Chi. Aware of the impending task." Domino turned and entered the control room, switching the shadow to the accelerated windrunner mode. Lin Chi dialed in Rue's phone, but there was no answer. After a minute, the call finally connected. Hello, Enru, how are things on your end? The Navy? What a pity, your companions are no longer with you, hee hee. The phone was filled with Doflamingo's arrogant laughter. Is that so? What a shame. By the way, I am sent by the Marshal. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lin Chi. After Lin Chi finished speaking, there was a prolonged silence on the other end of the Din Din Mushi. Chapter 63, Lin Chi comes knocking. Doflamingo, what should we do? It's an admiral, Torbol exclaimed in panic, wiping his long snot. At that moment, Doflamingo had no time to address him. He pressed the Din Din Mushi's microphone tightly, stifling his hurried breaths from being heard by the other party. What a joke. How could it be an admiral? Doflamingo had assumed it would be his old rival, Admiral Crane, or perhaps some other Navy personnel, even a CP0 from the world government. He never anticipated that an admiral would arrive, completely overturning his plans. The names of the 4 admirals are well known among pirates. Although Admiral Lin Chi had not achieved many remarkable victories since his appointment, having only defeated Katakuri of the Big Mom pirates, this was merely the surface. The undercover agent Virgo within the Navy had already relayed information back to his family. Lin Chi was solely responsible for the pirate clearing operation in the West Sea. And Doflamingo understood better than anyone how formidable this Admiral Lin Chi truly was. To be recognized alongside the other 3 admirals and acknowledged by both the world government and the Navy signifies that he is indeed a formidable entity. Calm down. Calm down. Doflamingo forced himself to regain composure. So what if it was an admiral? As a former celestial dragon, how could he be so flustered by the presence of one? Moreover, this admiral was still unaware of his current location. He could not allow a mere phone call to instill such fear in him. Besides, being a celestial dragon made him even safer in the face of an admiral. The Navy was merely a subordinate department of the world government, which served the celestial dragons. Having come to this realization, Doflamingo released his hand from the microphone. Hello? Can you hear me? Why did you stop talking? Upon releasing it, Lin Chi's voice came through the Din Din Mushi. Doflamingo regained his composure and spoke in his usual tone. Ha ha ha. I never expected an admiral would take on such trivial matters. Unfortunately, I happen to be near the kingdom of Niwa. You should see me shortly. Hearing Lin Chi's words, Doflamingo's heart nearly stopped again. He had thought Lin Chi was far away, but little did he know he was near the kingdom of Niwa. Torbol was so frightened that he dared not speak, merely sniffling fervently. Then allow me to extend an early welcome to you, Admiral Lin Chi. After saying this, Doflamingo promptly hung up the Din Din Mushi. How rude. It seems the protection fee will have to be raised. On the shadow, Lin Chi was taken aback that Doflamingo had the audacity to hang up on him, which greatly displeased him. Meanwhile, on the other end, Doflamingo, having hung up the phone, commanded the flustered Torbol, alter our course and increase speed. We cannot let him find us just yet. He produced a white Din Din Mushi, designed to prevent eavesdropping, and dialed another number. Hello, Virgo. Do your utmost to gather information on Admiral Lin Chi, his interests and preferences, and do it quickly. Doflamingo was unwilling to gamble with the remainder of his life. If Lin Chi was determined to capture him and send him to impel down, it would be the end of him. He could not simply sit back and wait for others to dictate his fate. Far away at Navy headquarters, Virgo sensed the urgency in Doflamingo's voice and understood the gravity of the situation. Understood. Currently, he had not yet risen to the rank of Rear Admiral, serving as the base commander of G5, having only joined the Navy a few years prior. He held the rank of colonel and had no authority to access any information on Admiral Lin Chi unless he infiltrated or breached the headquarters archives. Virgo could only inquire among acquaintances at headquarters for intel on Lin Chi. He casually gathered the same answer from various sources. Admiral Lin Chi had a penchant for collecting devil fruits. Although the Navy personnel were puzzled as to why an ability user like Lin Chi would have such an interest in fruits, it did not prevent them from being aware of this fact. One might say that Virgo, in his efforts to conceal his undercover identity, had inadvertently missed out on such easily obtainable information. After obtaining the information regarding Lin Chi's interests, Virgo made an excuse to leave and hurriedly relayed the news to Doflamingo. Thank you for your efforts. How are things on your end? Have you been exposed? If there are any suspicions, leave the Navy immediately. Doflamingo inquired with concern. Understood. But for now, I haven't drawn any suspicion. I see. Take care of yourself. After their brief exchange, they hung up the Din Din Mushi to avoid drawing attention to Virgo's undercover status. Armed with knowledge of Lin Chi's interests, Doflamingo felt a modicum of confidence, a sliver of assurance that he could converse with Admiral Lin Chi. Ha ha ha, let me see what you're made of. Admiral of the Navy, Doflamingo, donned in a pink sweater, sat at the bow of the ship, letting out a low chuckle. He had no option of retreat now. Having commandeered the ship, he could only forge ahead. If he faltered midway, his fate would be even worse. He could only wait to see what decisions the five elders would make regarding this Admiral Lin Chi. Meanwhile, upon arriving at the port of the Kingdom of Niwa, Lin Chi discovered that Doflamingo had already vanished. What a hassle. I must search for him myself. Domino, you three can procure supplies. I have a task to complete. Lin Chi said helplessly. Well, you go ahead with your tasks. Brother Lin Chi, please return early. The three members of Domino unanimously expressed their agreement. A thick fog enveloped the surroundings. Lin Chi, indifferent to piloting the Shadow, set forth on the sea in pursuit of Don Quixote Doflamingo's whereabouts, directly invoking the vast fog. A surging black mist emanated from him, resembling a tide of darkness cascading into the ocean, enveloping everything in its path. Soon, the ominous fog enveloped the ships that had not yet sailed far, laden with golden treasures from the heavens. Here it comes. On board. Doflamingo gazed at the swirling black mist beside him, instantly realizing that Lin Chi had located them. However, before he could fully comprehend the situation, Lin Chi's voice echoed in his ear. Ah, you must be Don Quixote Doflamingo, correct? Why did you not simply await my arrival in the Kingdom of Niva? Instead, you compelled me to expend effort in locating you. Lin Chi, after reclaiming the dark mist, perched on the railing of the ship, holding a bounty notice and comparing it thoughtfully. Ha ha ha, Marine Admiral Lin Chi, what mission have you brought forth? Doflamingo inquired with a sardonic grin, his laughter echoing arrogantly. However, the veins bulging on Doflamingo's forehead betrayed his inner turmoil. Lin Chi's swift arrival had caught him off guard. He had neither the time nor the opportunity to settle matters concerning the celestial gold, which had now been snatched away from him, leaving him devoid of any bargaining chips. Chapter 64, Warlord Doflamingo. Certainly, you are to return the celestial gold, while I could apprehend you right here and now. The celestial dragons wish to discuss the conditions for the return of the gold. Speak, Doflamingo, will you choose to relinquish the celestial gold gracefully? Or will you face arrest here? Lin Chi chuckled lightly, casually inquiring. Doflamingo observed Lin Chi's nonchalant demeanor, coupled with the subservient tone of his words. The pride of once being a celestial dragon surged within him, igniting a restlessness in his hands. Colorful threads. Doflamingo abruptly launched an assault on Lin Chi, eager to gauge the prowess of this admiral. Lin Chi's adherence to rules and obedience to superiors made him feel that even though he could not defeat Lin Chi, his former identity as a celestial dragon rendered Lin Chi, a formidable general, unable to take any action against him. It seems you have chosen to be apprehended by me here. Lin Chi disregarded Doflamingo's menacing pose, from which sharp black threads sliced through the air. Clang. The armed hockey-wrapped threads grazed Lin Chi's body, producing a sound reminiscent of steel colliding. Doflamingo's eyes, hidden behind his sunglasses, widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that his sudden, full-force sneak attack had failed to breach even Lin Chi's skin. Super Strike Whip. Doflamingo unleashed his technique once more. He extended his palm backward, releasing dozens of nearly transparent, thread-like strands from his hand. These strands intertwined, forming a thick pillar resembling hair. The razor-sharp threads, enveloped in armed hockey, propelled toward Lin Chi with incredible elasticity. Bang! A resounding noise emanated from Lin Chi's chest, as Doflamingo's formidable string fruit slicing ability failed to inflict even a single wound upon Lin Chi's unprotected skin. Come to me. Lin Chi seized the thread of the overwhelming whip, exerting force to draw the other end, bringing Doflamingo before him. The armament hockey swiftly enveloped him, his obsidian fist pulsating with a crimson aura of dominance. Bang! A thunderous punch struck Doflamingo's visage, shattering both his face and the lenses of his sunglasses. Doflamingo! Torbol exclaimed in alarm, his voice tinged with concern. Lin Chi seized the bloody Doflamingo and hurled him forcefully onto the deck. Humph! Despite the excruciating pain, Doflamingo clenched his teeth, emitting only muffled sounds. Bang! 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 Lin Chi executed a series of strikes, enveloped in the overwhelming might of Conqueror's hockey, as he forcefully trampled upon Doflamingo's back. Fortunately, Lin Chi had a commendable mastery over this formidable power. Otherwise, the ship would have been reduced to splinters, and it merely suffered a few damaged planks. All the harm fell upon Doflamingo. Do you know? The last pirate who dared to hang up on me and spoke to me with disrespect met a similar fate at my hands. Surely, You do not believe that your celestial dragon lineage holds any significance before me? Lin Shi crouched down, smiling as he spoke to Doflamingo. Wow. Cough, cough, cough. I concede. Doflamingo, lying on the ground, coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. Upon hearing Lin Shi's dismissive remarks regarding the celestial dragons, Doflamingo became completely subdued, refraining from any further attempts to assert himself. This general named Lin Shi was far from the obedient and docile faction of the Navy. Considering you still hold some value, I shall grant you another opportunity to choose. Will you return the heavenly gold, or will you opt to enter impelled down? Lin Shi sat back on the railing and inquired of Doflamingo. Doflamingo, at that moment, Torpole, with a long stream of snot running from his nose, rushed over to assist Doflamingo to his feet. I choose to return the heavenly gold. I desire the title of Warlord of the Sea. Doflamingo articulated his decision with clarity. Very well, I can facilitate communication with the galaxies, but securing the position of Warlord will depend on your own efforts. Are you prepared for the cost? 1 devil fruit each year. Doflamingo replied, having anticipated the question. The ownership of the heavenly gold ship rested squarely in Lin Shi's hands. This meant that Doflamingo would need to present equivalent items to redeem the heavenly gold from Lin Shi. Without the heavenly gold, he would lack the standing to negotiate with the galaxies. 5. Lin Shi extended his palm and declared, 5. Are there any objections? Before Doflamingo could finish his retort, Lin Shi reiterated his statement, this time devoid of any smile, revealing a serious demeanor. An overwhelming aura erupted from Lin Shi, causing the air to ripple as the ship creaked ominously, and the sea swirled with a tempestuous fury. Doflamingo's conqueror's haki, unable to contain itself, flared in response to Lin Shi's own, resulting in a fierce clash. However, under the sheer might of Lin Shi, Doflamingo found himself utterly overpowered, his spirit crushed by the unyielding force of Lin Shi's haki. Doflamingo, supported by Torpole, coughed up blood as the shattering impact of the conqueror's haki further exacerbated his injuries. I understand. Doflamingo promptly acquiesced, sensing the lethal intent emanating from Lin Shi's presence. Should he refuse, he would not merely face imprisonment, but rather the prospect of meeting his end in the depths of the sea. He recognized that this general, Lin Shi, was entirely capable of following through on such a threat. A wise decision indeed. Upon concluding his words, Lin Shi produced his unique telephone bug and dialed the number of the 5 elders. The device emitted a series of beeps before a voice emerged. Hello, Lin Shi. Has there been any progress regarding the matter of the sky gold? It was one of the 5 elders. Doflamingo has consented to return the sky gold, but his condition is to be admitted into the warlords of the sea. He is currently present, so you may discuss this amongst yourselves. Lin Shi directly handed the transponder snail to Don Quixote Doflamingo. It is I, Don Quixote Doflamingo. The conditions have already been articulated by General Lin Shi. What are your thoughts? Esteemed 5 elders? Upon receiving the transponder snail, Doflamingo immediately reverted to his arrogant and triumphant demeanor, showing no fear in the presence of the 5 elderly gentlemen. You wish to obtain the title of Warlord of the Sea? That title can indeed be granted to you, but you must solemnly promise to refrain from engaging in similar actions in the future. The 5 elders, considering Doflamingo's past as a celestial dragon, acquiesced to his demands. This decision was also motivated by a desire to prevent him, a fallen celestial dragon, from succumbing to the dangers of the world, potentially losing his privileges and risking death at the hands of pirates or capture by the Marines, thereby tarnishing the reputation of the celestial dragons. By inducting him into the warlords, they deemed it a measure of protection. Of course, Doflamingo chuckled darkly in agreement. The news of your acceptance into the warlords will be announced to the world tomorrow, alongside the return of the celestial gold to the kingdom of Neva. With that, the 5 elders abruptly ended the call. Chapter 65. Time flows like the sun, awaiting the grand performance with matters concluded, following discussions with the 5 elders. Lin Shi carefully tucked the transponder snail back into his pocket. Now, hand over the devil fruit of celestial gold aboard this vessel. The devil fruit was a coveted item for the celestial dragons, and virtually every king seeking to curry favor with them would go to great lengths to procure 1 or 2 for tribute. However, there was only gold, silver, and berries aboard this ship, but no devil fruits. But, Torpole questioned, how can we present Lin Shi with a devil fruit when we have none? Lin Shi directed his gaze towards Torpole. There are indeed 2. When next year arrives, along with the other 5, I shall present them to you, he declared, his forehead veins bulging as he valiantly suppressed his fury. Doflamingo sensed Lin Chi's murderous intent towards Tory Bull if he did not intervene. Tory Bull might very well perish before his eyes. Tory Bull was family, not something that could be exchanged for a mere devil fruit. Yet, despite acknowledging that he was no match for Lin Chi, Doflamingo found himself engulfed in rage, feeling utterly powerless. Ha ha ha, it seems you remember well. Let us depart for the kingdom of Niva. Lin Chi smiled as he patted the injured Doflamingo. The ships carrying gold from the heavens altered their course, returning to the kingdom of Niwa. Having a powerful background is advantageous. Even when committing acts of robbery against celestial treasures, the five elders only issued verbal warnings. Lin Chi jested with Doflamingo. Ha ha, cease your jesting, General Lin Chi. If you were truly wary of my identity, you should have shown mercy just now. Doflamingo, feeling the pain in his body, remarked that if he were not mistaken, Lin Chi had just employed the Conqueror's Haki, a skill only wielded by the world's most formidable warriors. Despite his awareness of this technique, he had never been able to grasp its threshold or actualize it. Indeed, even if a celestial dragon dared to flaunt their authority before me, I would show no leniency. In fact, I have already shown you mercy. Otherwise, you would be dead by now. This was also the reason Lin Chi had requested a prolonged leave of absence after becoming a general. For protecting the celestial dragons was a duty of the Navy, and upon his promotion, he was directly subordinate to the celestial dragons. However, Lin Chi had no intention of concerning himself with such pests. Thus he opted for a complete vacation, secure in the knowledge that Sengoku would not press him. Even when his 5-year leave came to an end, he had no intention of returning. Should he choose to return, he would remain indifferent to such trivial matters. The worst that could happen would be demotion or dismissal. He merely wished to await the day when Luffy set sail. A grand drama, led by the sun god to topple the 8th-century-old world government, was about to unfold, and he intended to take his seat in the audience, watching quietly. As a Navy admiral, to utter such disrespectful words, you are indeed a restless spirit, Lin Chi. Ha ha ha. Doflamingo laughed heartily. He relished the thought of a world plunged into chaos, where the people would lose their reverence for the celestial dragons, allowing those lofty beings to descend to the harsh realities of human existence. The mere notion that even the Navy admiral, tasked with protecting the celestial dragons, harbored disdain for them was an exhilarating stimulant for him, prompting uncontrollable laughter. Think as you will, just remember to prepare the fruits each year. Of course, Doflamingo's underground enterprise was extensive, making the collection of devil fruits quite convenient. However, each year, he was required to part with a certain amount of berries to procure several devil fruits as tribute to Lin Chi. The ship had already returned to the kingdom of Niwa. The following day, the ranks of the Shichibukai expanded by one. Pirates from the North Blue, discontented with Doflamingo, prepared to defeat him and seize control of his underground business, unable to restrain their vitriol. The Just Navy had not anticipated that the nefarious Doflamingo would transform into one of their colleagues. Time flew by, and another year vanished. In 1511, the passing of days felt as fleeting as sunlight, devoid of concerns and worries. This encapsulated Lin Chi's sentiments over the past few years, in the blink of an eye. Only 1 year remained of his 5-year leave. On a vacation island belonging to Doflamingo, by the beach, Lin Chi and his companions basked in the sun. Robin, have you contemplated what you wish to pursue in the future? You should understand that after this holiday concludes, our meetings will likely diminish. However, do not fret. Our lives stretch into eternity, and this is merely the beginning. In the expanse of our long existence, perhaps you should ponder engaging in something meaningful. Lin Chi spoke while enjoying a massage from Robin. Afflicted by the curse of decay, he, along with Domino, Robin, and Scheibel, had no worries about aging or death. The world government, with its 800-year history, was merely a fleeting era within the grand tapestry of time, as perceived by Lin Chi. Well, I shall return to assist Crocodile first. Isn't he in pursuit of the historical texts? I shall find the historical manuscripts of Alabasta before anything else. My dream remains unchanged. I simply wish to uncover the true history recorded in the historical texts. For Robin, an archaeologist, the hidden genuine history was the very dream she sought to pursue. Lin Chi's head rested gently upon Robin's lap, as Robin's tender hands caressed his forehead, administering a soothing massage. There's no rush. We have plenty of time. Such matters are best approached at a leisurely pace. Come, lie down, and allow me to apply some sunscreen for you. Obediently, Robin reclined, the soft contours of her swimsuit slightly contorted under gentle pressure. Lin Chi applied sunscreen to her hands, and then spread it across Robin's back. the cream causing a subtle sheen on Robin's fair and smooth skin under the sun. Immortality? Such a distant notion. Nearby, in her swimsuit, Highbuyer, who was listening to Lin Shi and Robin, suddenly sighed. To her, immortality felt unattainable. She was only 18. Having just begun to grapple with the corrupting power of the ruinous curse that Lin Shi had instilled in her. Even now, she had yet to master this newfound strength. However, Domino felt a flicker of resonance. Having been tainted by the ruinous curse for nearly a decade, she possessed a more profound awareness than either Robin or Highbuyer. The simplest realization was that time had nearly ceased its passage for her. If it weren't for her earlier desire to continue developing, her beauty and figure would have been forever frozen at the age of 18. Yet, 2 years prior, time had left no marks upon her. Her physique and visage remained captured in the most exquisite phase of her life. For us now, this notion indeed feels exceedingly remote. Although Lin Shi had long prepared himself mentally, he had yet to live even 100 years, even when counting his 2 lifetimes together. Nevertheless, he firmly believed that as long as he continued to relish life without any burdens, he could maintain an optimistic outlook regardless of how many years passed. Chapter 66. The archipelago of Xiangbidi on the cerulean surface of the sea. The dark shadow sailed slowly while Lin Shi sat by the side of the boat, fishing and savoring his holiday. It was then that a phone call from Zhang Guo interrupted his respite. Hello, Zhang Guo. Is there something you need? Lin Shi. Upon receiving the call from Sengoku, immediately sensed that trouble was brewing. Hurry back. There is an urgent mission. Sengoku's stern visage, simulated by the transponder snail, conveyed the gravity of the situation. Recently, a notorious group known as the Red-Haired Pirates has been making waves in the first half of the Grand Line, and they are fast approaching the Sabaody archipelago. We must intercept them at Sabaody. We cannot allow them to enter the New World. The Red-Haired Pirates? Is this new band of pirates truly deserving of such attention from you, Admiral? Lin Shi chuckled. It is indeed different. The captain of the Red-Haired Pirates, Shanks, was once a crew member of the Pirate King Gold. Roger? If we allow him to continue his growth unchecked, it is likely that significant turmoil will ensue soon. In any case, this matter cannot be delayed. You must set off at once. On the other end, Sengoku explained to Lin Shi the threat posed by Shanks. Ever since the capture of the Pirate King Roger, his crew members had vanished into obscurity, living in hiding. As a former intern aboard Roger's ship, Shanks, alongside the clown buggy, had drawn the Navy's attention, particularly Shanks, who inherited Roger's hat. However, it was unforeseen that the red-haired pirates, under Shanks' leadership, had swiftly gained formidable strength. Even Garp had been unable to capture them in the East Sea, allowing Shanks to venture into the Grand Line. Garp lamented over the phone, cursing Shanks for leading his grandson astray. Now, the Navy had to intercept the red-haired pirates at Sabaody archipelago to prevent them from entering the pirate-infested New World. Should the red-haired pirates gain access to the New World, it would be a realm of boundless opportunities for pirates, potentially giving rise to another pirate king. Is it really necessary, Marshal? My vacation has not yet concluded, and you summon me back to work. Lin Shi sighed. Consider it a post-holiday supplement. This mission is of utmost importance. Return swiftly, for your skills are needed. Sengoku was acutely aware that even if the Navy surrounded the red-haired pirate ship with warships, they would still find a way to escape. Dispatching either Akiji or Kizaru would yield the same result. After all, Rayleigh, the Dark King, was present on Sabaody Island, and he would not idly watch as the Navy attempted to apprehend Shanks. Thus, Sengoku resolved to recall Lin Shi, assigning him the crucial task of sealing off the entirety of Sabaody archipelago. Very well, I shall make my way to Sabaody archipelago at once. Lin Shi bent down with a smile, eager to showcase the prowess of the world's foremost powers. Thus far, the mightiest adversaries he had encountered were Admiral Akainu and Admiral Akiji, yet the admirals still exhibited a slight disparity when compared to the four emperors. This distinction lay in the presence, or absence, of conqueror's haki. Well then, I shall leave it in your capable hands. I will also inform the naval branch stationed at Sabaody archipelago. Sengoku stated with utmost seriousness. Understood. No problem at all. Upon Lin Shi's conclusion, Zhang Guo promptly ended the call. Lin Shi addressed the three individuals beside him. Did you hear that? The holiday has concluded, and it is time to return. Domino, Hibble, you shall pilot the Shadow to escort Robin back to Alabasta, and then return to the headquarters to meet with me. Lin Shi briefly explained the situation. Yes, Lord Lin Shi, Domino replied. Then I shall take my leave. Upon finishing his words, Lin Shi transformed into a swirling mass of black mist, soaring skyward towards the Sabaody archipelago. Goodbye, Lin Chi. Hebel and Robin waved their farewells from the ship. All right, let us hasten to deliver Robin to Alabasta. The Sabaody archipelago, situated in proximity to the Navy headquarters, is distinguished by the unique respiratory secretion of the roots of the mangrove trees, which exude a special natural resin. This resin expands in the air, forming bubbles that ascend into the sky. However, these bubbles are confined to the climatic realm of the mangrove trees. Once they venture beyond the Sabaody archipelago, the resin's potency diminishes, causing them to burst. Here, pirates must seek the expertise of the island's membrane craftsmen to coat their ships in a protective layer, a prerequisite for entering the depths of the sea and reaching the indispensable waypoint of Fishman Island in the New World. Additionally, the celestial dragons from Mariehua frequently visit, resulting in the prevalence of human trafficking, slave auctions, and other illicit activities on the island. Of course, Lin Chi's presence here is not to safeguard the celestial dragons, but rather to lie in wait for the red-haired pirates. Remarkably, he traversed from the North Sea to the Sabaody archipelago in just a single day, a feat achieved at a speed several times greater than that of a vessel, an extraordinary ability unattainable by ordinary nature-type users. Lin Chi wandered through the archipelago of Shamboudi, where countless bubbles ascended into the sky, bursting with a soft pop. The harbor was densely populated with vessels, and the streets thronged with a sea of humanity, filled with the clamor of vendors and pedestrians. Good sir, you appear somewhat unfamiliar. Is this your first visit to the Shamboudi archipelago? Might you require a guide? I am well versed in all the locales of this enchanting place. For a mere 500, no? Just 100 Bailey. Yes, 100 Bailey. And you can employ my services for an entire day. A man, with shifty eyes and a dubious demeanor, sidled up, chattering incessantly as he pitched his services, though the fervor in his gaze betrayed his intentions of preying upon the unsuspecting traveler. A few meters away, several individuals masquerading as ordinary passers-by subtly encircled Lin Chi. Oh, a guide? Indeed, I am Bali, the finest guide in the Shamboudi archipelago. Well, I am indeed visiting for the first time. Since you offer, why don't you show me some interesting spots nearby? Excellent. Please, follow me. The most renowned place in the vicinity is the Al Bar. Very well, lead the way. Observing this scene, many local residents and seasoned vendors shook their heads. This lad must be a fool. How could he not see such an obvious ruse? Bali is notorious as the local human trafficker. This young man is likely to be stripped of all his Bailey and then sold at a trafficking auction. Such occurrences transpired daily. Some fell victim, while others managed to escape. The residents had long since grown accustomed to these events, merely sighing in resignation. Bali's cohort escorted Lin Chi to a building adorned with a wooden sign proclaiming El Bar. The air was thick with the pungent aroma of alcohol, resembling a tavern. Yet the foot traffic was notably sparse. Mr. Lin Chi, this is the place. Let us enter, Bali said with a beaming smile, knowing that at this juncture, the young man would find it difficult to flee. I must decline. Lin Chi stroked his chin and smiled at Bali. Chapter 67, Awaiting the Red-Haired Pirates. Lin Chi and Bali approached purely for amusement, yet that did not imply acquiescence to his whims. A mere trafficker, merely a source of entertainment to pass the time. What did you say? Bali exclaimed fiercely, taken aback by Lin Chi's sudden refusal. In an instant, several individuals around them brandished iron rods and blades, aiming them menacingly at Lin Chi. Boss, there's no need to waste words on this guy. He can't escape anyway. If we just take him down, the outcome will be the same. Bali's subordinates jeered arrogantly, as if they had already secured victory over Lin Chi. Ha ha ha. Did you hear that, you fool? If you just comply and come with us quietly, you won't have to suffer, Bali proclaimed, drawing his handgun and threateningly pointing it at Lin Chi's face. Lin Chi did not anticipate that this group of traffickers possessed such a lack of patience. Do you hear me? If you do not enter this moment, I shall fire. Bali threatened, brandishing a pistol and aiming it at Lin Chi. Go ahead, pull the trigger, Lin Chi retorted. Lin Chi spread his hands and smiled, exuding an air of nonchalance. Observing Lin Chi's seemingly indifferent demeanor, Bali, filled with ire, retorted, You think we are merely this few? Come forth, my subordinates. No sooner had Bali's words left his lips than the bar's entrance erupted with a throng of thuggish figures, adorned with menacing tattoos, their faces twisted in ferocity, brandishing weapons and fixating their hostile gazes upon Lin Chi. Teach him a lesson, but remember to avoid damaging him, Bali commanded. Instantly, dozens of his henchmen, wielding iron rods and steel pipes, advanced, encircling Lin Chi completely. Bali's firearm served merely as a tool of intimidation should he discharge it and injure someone. The price would significantly diminish when sold into slavery. You have only yourself to blame for your lack of discernment. A sharp whoosh sliced through the air as a trafficker swung his weapon toward Lin Chi. The collective assault from the crowd pierced through Lin Chi's form, akin to striking midair. The area of Lin Chi's body that was assaulted was enveloped in a thick, dark mist. A wielder of abilities is indeed a wielder of abilities, a natural type adept. The traffickers cried out in terror, hastily retreating, too frightened to launch further attacks. Those who had toiled in the Sabaody archipelago were well aware of what a natural type adept entailed. Upon witnessing this scene, Bali realized he had misidentified the target. He had inadvertently confronted a wielder of abilities. No wonder this individual appeared so audacious, clearly regarding them as a mere joke. Bali's expression immediately shifted, rubbing his hands together. He spoke in a tone of ingratiation. "My lord, we merely wish to share a jest with you. I must inform you that we serve the celestial dragons, and we never anticipated that you were, in fact, a wielder of abilities." Bali was confident that anyone who heard the term celestial dragons would think twice before acting recklessly. Celestial dragons? I beg your pardon, but regardless of whether you serve the celestial dragons or not, I do not regard it with any seriousness. Are there individuals among you who have been deceived? Never mind, I shall search for myself. Upon Lin Chi's utterance, the dark mist enveloped the traffickers entirely. No, we serve the celestial dragons. We are innocent. There are people inside. Ah, help? I can't breathe. I can offer you money. I can serve you. Spare my life. The traffickers pleaded desperately, hoping for Lin Chi to grant them a reprieve. Alas, Lin Chi turned a deaf ear to their entreaties. When the dark mist dissipated, all that remained were scattered bones strewn upon the ground. After Lin Chi finished his task, he continued to let the black mist seep into the bar. In a basement within the establishment, Lin Chi sensed several individuals who had been deceived by these traffickers. They were huddled in a cage, their expressions fraught with fear as they glanced at the encroaching black mist, instinctively curling up into the corners of the cage. They were terrified that this might be a perilous poison gas. After Lin Chi had corroded the iron cage with the black mist, he addressed them. "The trafficker who deceived you has been eliminated. You may now emerge." The individuals within the cage gazed around in bewilderment, uncertain of the origin of the voice. Their eyes fixed on the decayed remnants of the iron enclosure. Once they comprehended the situation, they expressed their gratitude towards the surrounding black mist with excitement. "Thank you. My lord, thank you." Each of them hurried towards the staircase leading to the main entrance, eager to escape this nightmarish place. No one wishes to be sold into slavery. Upon their escape from the bar, they found no sight of their savior. At that moment, Lin Chi was making his way to the naval branch of the Sabaody archipelago. Glancing up at the district number on a nearby tree, he noted it was clearly marked as Zone 64. Zone 60 to 69 comprised the naval base, where the government's entry and exit points were located. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the naval branch and met with Vice Admiral Flo, the head of the Sabaody archipelago. The man, around 40 years of age, sported curly facial hair and flowing brown hair, a cigarette perched between his lips. "General Lin Chi, welcome to our establishment. The Marshal informed me just yesterday to collaborate with you on this endeavor."